Such a good thing. Holding the exquisite wedding dress box in his hands, Jiang Lin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That's right, he had transmigrated. Transmigrated into this parallel world called Blue Star. And it was the kind where you start with a girlfriend. All that didn't matter. What mattered was that he was the first heir of the Jiang family in the capital and the Lin conglomerate. With power and wealth from the start, wasn't that a sure ticket to success? Thinking of this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but curl his lips until his gaze fell on his phone. Seeing the message from his girlfriend Chunjia, he suddenly remembered. His former self had been addicted to web novels, fond of the pretending to be weak routine, not only hiding his background in university, but also tirelessly nurturing their love. While this wedding dress, worth over 8,000, a huge sum, was bought by him working hard at a summer job, scrimping and saving. Sigh. What a strange world. After a brief complaint, Jiang Lin tapped lightly on the screen and replied. Bought. 3 seconds later, the phone vibrated. Jiang Lin saw the contact name, Baby, and swiped to answer. Hey, Jiang Lin, where are you now? Did you get the wedding dress? The background noise was loud, but Chunjia's anxious tone was still clear. Got it, him at Jiangbei Square. Good, I'll send you a location. Take a cab quickly, the concert is about to start. Huh, what concert? Jiang Lin was about to ask when the phone went dead, indicating she had hung up. At the same time, a chat message popped up showing the address of a sports culture center. Looking at the location on his phone, Jiang Lin frowned. Although he was a transmigrator, the memories and feelings of his former self were fully shared with him, as if he had experienced them himself. He did have feelings for this free girlfriend. But why would she wear a wedding dress to a concert? Could it be that she was going to propose to him at the concert? Thinking of this, Jiang Lin hurriedly hailed a taxi, and before he even sat down, he shoved his phone in the driver's face. Driver, take me to this place. Oh, by the way, is there a jewelry store nearby? I need to buy a diamond ring as fast as possible. Oh, young man, the inspections are strict now. There are cameras everywhere. I can't drive too. Huh. The driver had just started muttering when he saw more than 10 strikingly red banknotes thrust into his hand. Is that enough? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. The next second, with the roar of the engine, the taxi shot out like a runaway horse. Half an hour later, Jiang Lin appeared at the Sports Culture Center with a pale face. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw his girlfriend Chunjia chatting and laughing with a short girl not far away, looking very excited. He recognized that girl. She was Chunjia's best friend Li Shui. But why was Li Shui also wearing a wedding dress? Just as Jiang Lin was puzzled, Li Shui's eyes lit up, and she pointed in his direction and shouted, Jia, your simp is here to deliver the wedding dress. Hearing this, Jiang Lin's face darkened, and he unsparingly fired back in English. Bitch! What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Chunjia turned around at the sound, a flash of displeasure on her small face, and said seriously, Jiang Lin, how can you talk like that? Xiao Shui was just joking. Yeah, how come after a few days you can't even take a small joke? Li Shui curled her lips, lifted her chin slightly, and chimed in. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and said nothing. In his memory, this so-called best friend Li Shui had often been sarcastic under the guise of jokes. He wondered what his former self had been thinking, the young master of the capital actually choosing to endure. He even bought gifts for this so-called best friend every time he bought something for Chunjia. What was that? A bribe. If the bribe had worked, it would be fine, but this woman took the money and did nothing excepting food and drink without refusal, and constantly whispering in Chunjia's ears saying he was no good. What a fucking bitch. Jia, is this the wedding dress Jiang Lin bought you? While Jiang Lin was distracted, Li Shui directly grabbed the wedding dress box and looked it over. Wow, so fancy. How much did it cost? Li Shui looked at Chunjia with envy, making the latter a bit embarrassed. It's about 8,000. Huh, only 8,000. Jiang Lin, you're not sincere enough. Other people's wedding dresses rent for several thousand a day, and you bought the whole thing for only 8,000. Hearing the price, Li Shui frowned and immediately started lecturing Jiang Lin. Men can't be too stingy, you know. Otherwise, which girl would want to be with you? Only Jia is kind-hearted. If it were me, I would definitely break up with you. Jiang Lin looked at the cylindrical humanoid creature in front of him, whose diameter almost matched its height, and was momentarily speechless. What the hell is this thing? Don't hold a grudge against me. I'm only saying this for your own good. Look at your loser self. If you don't treat my Jia well, when she dumps you, you won't even have a place to cry. Li Shui grew more and more excited, her words punctuated with insults, as if only this could give her a sense of princess confidence. All right, Li Shui, stop it. Jiang Lin has been good to me. He worked hard for 2 months at a summer job to buy this wedding dress. The concert is about to start, let's go in. Chunjia couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Li Shui, but her words still seemed to side with her best friend. Fine, Li Shui replied sourly, pretending to stand up for her friend, but in her heart, she was thinking why no sucker would work 2 months of summer job to buy her a wedding dress. Besides, this wedding dress that cost over 100 yuan will have to be returned after wearing it. Such a hassle. Wang Yifan. Let's hello. Wang Yifan. I love you. I want to bear your children, Wang Yifan. After Chunjia changed into her wedding dress, they entered the venue together. The crowd was bustling with at least 10,000 people, mostly women. Overwhelming shouts rose wave after wave, deafening. Jiang Lin silently followed the two women and sat down in an inconspicuous seat at the back. Although this position could not clearly see the stage, it offered a panoramic view of the entire venue. After placing his belongings, Jiang Lin roughly scanned the scene and was surprised to find that at least 30% of the women were wearing wedding dresses. What kind of move was this? Earlier outside, he had seen many women in wedding dresses laughing and chatting as they entered the venue. But that was not as striking as this. Only from this back row seat could one truly feel the shock of thousands of people wearing wedding dresses together. A bad feeling gradually rose from his heart. Could these women all be wearing wedding dresses to chase after a star? Thinking of this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but glance at Chen Jia beside him. Then the next second, Chen Jia and Li Shui simultaneously stood up and began to shout along with the surrounding fanatics. Wang Yifan, I've come to keep our date. Take me away. Wang Yifan, marry me. Marry me. This scene nearly made Jiang Lin fall off his seat from shock. Perhaps because of his sudden movement, an extremely luxurious small box fell out of his pants pocket, spun twice, and stopped at Li Shui's feet. Li Shui noticed the anomaly, looked down, and immediately picked up the small box. Wait, that's mine. Before Jiang Lin could finish, Li Shui let out a cry. Wow, a diamond ring. What? A diamond ring? Chen Jia was also drawn by the sudden commotion. Yes, it seems to be Jiang Lin's. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful, preparing diamond rings for both of us. Our youth can finally come to a perfect end. Li Shui hugged Chen Jia excitedly, tears almost streaming down. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. What? Sisters, you even prepared diamond rings? Wow, I'm so jealous. I had to borrow money to buy this wedding dress. And you actually bought diamond rings. Compared to that, you sisters are true fans. Will. Can I try it on too? I also want a complete youth. The surrounding women swarmed over upon hearing the commotion, crowding Jiang Lin far away. Damn, this fat sow. Surrounded by women, Jiang Lin didn't dare to be too reckless. He tried to push through the crowd a few times, but failed. Helpless, he found an empty seat and sat down temporarily. In the crowd, under envious gazes, Li Shui took out the diamond ring, handed the men's style to Chen Jia, and put the women's style on her own finger. Chen Jia noticed that the one given to her was the men's style, but said nothing out of politeness. Soon the concert officially began. A young idol with a fair and delicate face appeared on the center stage. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Screams and shouts came one after another. Only Jiang Lin sat there in pain, covering his ears, looking completely out of place. Wang Yifan, I've prepared a diamond ring and a wedding dress. Today I am your bride. I finally married my youth. Wang Yifan, I love you. Jiang Lin, take a photo for me. Commemorate my love story with Fan Fan. I want to dedicate the most beautiful and wonderful version of myself to him. Chen Jia gazed infatuatedly at the man on stage, not even noticing that Jiang Lin had been pushed several meters away by the surrounding women. As if worried he might be jealous, she added considerately, "Don't worry, I'll wear this wedding dress to marry you in the future." Although they were separated by some distance, these words reached Jiang Lin's ears without exception. Nanny. At this moment, Jiang Lin really wanted to run away. If it weren't for the memories and emotions of his past self, he would have turned around and left without looking back. After all the trouble of buying a wedding dress and a diamond ring, was it so she could marry another man? What kind of nonsense was this? You marry your youth, so I should leave. Suppressing his inner rage, Jiang Lin slowly stood up and, relying on his male physique, pushed through the crowd of screaming girls to reach Chen Jia. Noticing his arrival, Li Shui handed her phone to Jiang Lin with her pig-like hand. Lick. Oh no, Jiang Lin, hurry up and take a photo for me and Jia. Remember to take a nice picture. This is the story of me and Fan Fan. Chen Jia added a reminder, then began to pose for photos. Jiang Lin's face darkened. He coldly glanced at Li Shui, then slapped the phone out of her hand. Li Shui was so startled that her chubby face trembled. In her panic, she accidentally stepped on her precious phone. Crack. Finally, the phone couldn't bear it and broke in half. Chen Jia was stunned. Li Shui was stunned. They couldn't believe that Jiang Lin, who had always been submissive and more like a doormat than a fan, would do such a thing. Chen Jia, I think we need to have a good talk. Jiang Lin's voice was as cold as the winter wind, dragging out the last syllable. Jiang Lin, what the hell is wrong with you? I think it's you who's gone crazy. Look at what you're doing now. You told me you wanted a wedding dress just to chase after a star. Chen Jia's voice was loud, but Jiang Lin's was even louder. Li Shui stood aside at a loss. When her eyes fell on her severely broken phone, she instantly regained her confidence. Jiang Lin, you have to pay for my phone. Pay your mother, get lost. All right, sisters. This man smashed someone's phone and is being aggressive. Sisters, there's a violent man bullying a woman here. Li Shui saw Jiang Lin's fierce expression and sat down on the ground, playing the victim. The commotion grew louder. Soon a large group of women gathered around, pointing at Jiang Lin. Smashing someone's phone and still being unreasonable. Don't disgrace us fans. Get out. Where are the security guards? There's a disgusting man causing trouble here. Throw him out. Call the police and arrest him. Bullying a woman in broad daylight. Are you even a man? Hilarious. I saw something online about Chinese men protecting Chinese women. Is this how you protect them? Hilarious. Jiang Lin, it's just a wedding dress. I didn't expect you to be such a stingy person. At this moment Chen Jiai stepped forward and stabbed him right in the chest. Stingy. Jiang Lin was stunned. The verbal attacks from the crowd didn't bother him. But Chen Jiai's words stingy really hurt him. What do you mean by stingy? When did he ever complain about buying this wedding dress? Because she said she liked it, he resolutely chose to work to earn money using his own clean hard-earned cash to fulfill her wish. Not the allowance from home. Because he felt that would not taint that pure love. But what was the result? She didn't even let him know and came to this absurd wedding in a wedding dress. Suddenly, Jiang Lin laughed. He laughed at his own stupidity and his own wishful thinking. What are you laughing at? What's that disgusting man laughing at? See, he's broken. Jiang Lin, let's not talk about the wedding dress issue for now. Why did you smash Li Shui's phone? If you don't compensate and apologize, I think there's no need for us to continue. Chen Jiai said coldly. Jiang Lin, apologize. 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 Hurry up and apologize. As Chen Jiai led the chant, onlookers, eager for spectacle, joined in with unrestrained enthusiasm, their clamor growing so loud it even startled Wang Yifan on stage. What's going on? Wang Yifan muted his microphone and asked the backstage director through his earpiece. Unclear. It appears two girls are quarreling with a boy. The director's voice crackled softly in his ear. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifan paused in silence for 2 seconds. As a rising star, he had long mastered the art of navigating unforeseen disruptions, and after careful deliberation, a plan crystallized in his mind. He reactivated his microphone. Everyone please settle down. Next, I'll invite 2 lucky fans on stage to join me in performing our next song. Who do you think today's fortunate ones will be? As his words faded, the crowd erupted once more. Pick me. Yifan, pick me. I've been your devoted fan for 10 years. Today is my lucky day. Pick me, darling. Honey, pick me. We'll marry right here. Seeing the energy surge, Wang Yifan glanced toward the backstage area. The director understood instantly. In the next breath, 2 beams of light pierced the darkness, striking the center of the stage before beginning an erratic, hypnotic rotation. Each time the lights swept across the audience, shrieks erupted like tidal waves. After roughly 15 seconds, Wang Yifan raised his microphone, ready to begin the countdown. Are you ready? Ready. Fans waved wildly, voices united in fervent, thunderous reply. All right, let's count down together. 3, 2, 1. At the final syllable, the twin beams converged, almost simultaneously, on a secluded corner of the rear seating. A collective gasp tore through the arena. Chen Jiai stared stunned as the light bathed her and Li Shui, her mind seizing, blanking, collapsing into static. Jiang Lin, still reeling under public censure, stood frozen. So did everyone around them. What celestial anomaly was this? Ladies, Wang Yifan smiled warmly, extending his invitation. Would you care to join me on stage for our next duet? Li Shui didn't hesitate. I accept, she cried then. Amid curious, bewildered glances, waddled eagerly toward the stage, her figure swaying with unself-conscious joy. I also. Before Chen Jiai could finish, a warm, firm hand closed around her arm. It was Jiang Lin. Jiai, think carefully over this past year. Where have I failed you? Where have I neglected your feelings? Have I not bent every rule, surrendered every preference for you? And yet, have you ever truly regarded me as your boyfriend? Have you ever given me even a sliver of devotion? Even the wedding gown you bought? You won't wear it for me. His tone was grave, devoid of irony or levity. A man who'd endured thus far, not out of weakness, but because of a fragile, fading ember of love. If she persisted, defiant, unyielding, pushing past his final threshold, then this hollow affection was better discarded. For the first time, Chen Jiai beheld this unfamiliar, steely side of him. She drew a slow, steadying breath, and spoke, striving for calm. Jiang Lin, my youth comes only once. I ask you to understand that. I've told you I will wear this gown for you, just not yet. It's merely a matter of sequence. Why must you cling so tightly to timing? Jiang Lin let out a bitter, hollow laugh. Understand? Cling. Why don't you understand me? Oh, I'm supposed to watch you parade in my wedding gown, flaunt my diamond ring, and scream vows to another man. And call that understanding? Are my opinions worthless? My thoughts irrelevant? Remember when we first dated, you demanded a limited edition handbag. When it sold out, I offered a pristine, pre-owned one, and you refused. Why? Why insist on brand new? Now I'm the one accused of nitpicking. Some women in the crowd, unable to bear it, stepped forward in defense of Chen Jiai. Are you even a man? So petty, so small-minded. I wore my own wedding gown here, and my boyfriend said nothing. Why can't you do the same? Is a second handbag really the same thing? Who wants to carry someone else's used luxury? Don't you grasp the distinction? If you don't understand, stop twisting logic. Sister, arguing with this guy is pointless. Your youth waits for no one. Break up. Break up. Break up. The chants swelled louder, sharper, until Jiang Lin snapped. I'm speaking to my girlfriend. What's it to you? Get lost. But his outburst only emboldened them. Mocking laughter rippled outward. Oh dear, look, the little man's cracked. Laughable. A clown on stage. Quick, sister, dump him. You're embarrassing yourself. Chen Jiai's face flickered with inner conflict, then lifted. Her gaze met Li Shui's standing center stage waving eagerly. In that instant resolve hardened. Jiang Lin, I'm sorry. My youth arrives but once, and it belongs only to him radiant and golden. You're kind, you're good, but I love him more. She turned, lifted her gown, and ran unwavering toward the blinding light of the stage. Alone in his seat beneath 1,000 mocking eyes, Jiang Lin sank pale and still, staring fixedly at the stage, expression unreadable. Yet deep within the shadows of his gaze a storm broke. Struggle gave way to quiet, aching release. Meanwhile on stage, Chun Jiai and Li Shui stood flanking Wang Yifan, one on each side. Tens of thousands roared a single name, relentless, reverent. Wang Yifan, Wang Yifan, Wang Yifan. Bathed in the spotlight for the first time, Chun Jiai's delicate features flushed with shy grace, her ivory gown lending her an ethereal, heartrending beauty. Ahem, everyone please settle down. Wang Yifan raised his mic with a gentle smile, then turned eyes lingering thoughtfully on the two women beside him. Let's start with introductions, shall we? Before the crowd could respond, Li Shui snatched the mic with eager impatience. I'll go first. Wang Yifan nodded, his gaze drifting subtle, yet deliberate to the rings gleaming on their fingers. Hello everyone. I'm Li Shui, single loyal Yuan fan, and I came here for one purpose only, to elope with my Yifan. Look, this ring and gown. We bought them just for tonight's concert. As she lifted her fist, broad as a sack, the camera zoomed in, revealing a dazzling, unmistakably high-end diamond ring. Wang Yifan's pulse quickened. This wasn't just charm, it was gold. A perfect, glittering opportunity. He hurried the mic toward Chun Jiai, eyes bright with anticipation. Miss, your friend says you both bought rings specifically for tonight. True. Would you mind showing us? Flustered by her idol's attention, Chun Jiai faltered. Then meeting his earnest gaze, she nodded firmly and held up her hand, letting the camera capture the glittering stone. Yes, that's right. Instantly the arena exploded, screams piercing the air. Wow, Wang Yifan. Yifan. Sister, you're amazing. Wang Yifan, marry her. Marry. Standing beneath rows of searing spotlights, Chun Jiai drifted, dazed, by the roaring adoration, half convinced she was the princess of legend, and Wang Yifan her destined prince. Jiang Lin's heartbreak. She didn't spare it a thought. This wasn't new. He'd forgive her. He always did. From an unremarkable seat in the rear, Jiang Lin exhaled, a soft, weary sigh. His expression held no anger, only profound resignation. A faint self-mocking smile touched his lips. A year of devotion, outshined by a celebrity's smile. That sacred gown stitched with sweat and sacrifice, now merely a costume to woo another man. Humph. What an absurd world. He recalled buying that ring, naively, earnestly, only to watch it become a token of allegiance to someone else. The irony twisted deeper, sharper. He hadn't even earned such treatment. Silence stretched. Then slowly he pulled his phone from his pocket, opened the chat labeled baby, and typed measured precise. I choose to honor your youth. In return, honor mine. Let's part ways. Keep the gown, but return the ring. I'll have it set into my dog De Huang's tooth. He sent it, then deleted her contact without pause. The rain in the fog city comes like a girl's mood, sudden and unpredictable. Stepping out of the venue, Jiang Lin looked up at the somber sky, letting the cold raindrops wash over his exquisite face. Despite the curious glances of passers-by, he remained indifferent, continuing to stand in the rain, feeling the chill of the fog city's rain. After a long while, he finally slowly opened his eyes and spoke with a hint of melancholy in his tone. The rain in the fog city is a bit cold. Perhaps I should return to the imperial city and bask in the sun. I've done all I could. It's time for me to return to my own life. Wouldn't you agree? The latter part of his statement was directed at himself, as well as to the former self. The last thread of emotion he had with Chun Jiai had been severed the moment she walked onto the stage in her wedding dress. Now he was free and he was happy. It was time to enjoy those things that belonged to him. With this thought, Jiang Lin took out his phone and dialed a number saved under Dad. Soon the call connected, and a robust male voice came through. You rascal, what are you calling for? Don't you know I'm in a meeting? Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Lin couldn't help but glance at the time on his phone. Goodness, it was already 5 in the afternoon. It's not. Dad, it's already 5 in the afternoon. Why are you still in a meeting? Haha, you think it's easy. Your uncle just took office as the governor of Jiangnan province, and the very next day, there was a major security incident in his jurisdiction. We are in a meeting discussing how to handle your uncle. What? Jiang Lin instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking this is quite unfortunate. You little rascal wouldn't call me for no reason. So what's up this time? Did your girlfriend threaten to break up with you? Or what? Anyway, let me tell you, don't come crying to me. If you have emotional issues, go consult your mother. The man's voice grew louder, and Jiang Lin could even hear someone on the other end saying, Old Jiang, calm down, calm down. Understanding his father's temperament due to memories and emotions, Jiang Lin knew that explanations would be futile, so he directly said, Dad, it's nothing much. Since school starts in a few days, I plan to go back and stay for a few days. Alright, I'll have your cousin pick you up. Click. After saying this, the call was abruptly ended, leaving Jiang Lin standing alone in the wind, feeling bewildered. Which cousin of mine? How am I supposed to know who it is? Jiang Lin muttered with a face full of existential doubt. Just then a cold wind swept by, sticking his already soaked clothes to his body. That feeling. Ugh. With no other choice, he hailed a taxi to the nearest five-star hotel. Well, thankfully, I still have several million in my account, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. On the other side at the concert, Chen Jiai and Li Shui, accompanied by Wang Yifan, completed a full song performance together. Though there were some off-key moments, it was enough to make the fans in the audience drool with envy. Fan, can we take a picture together? This way. It's like I married you once. Just as the two were about to return to the audience, Chen Jiai suddenly turned around, looking expectantly at the man before her. I wanted to. Li Shui, who was about to step off the stage, saw her friend boldly confessing her love for her idol, and she couldn't sit still. Wang Yifan nodded slightly, but his gaze subtly swept over the rings on the fingers of the two girls. That's fine. But the time is tight on stage, and we won't have time to pose for a picture. How about this: after the concert ends, you two come backstage to find me. There's a fan club gathering at the Taizi River International Hotel, and we can take a group photo then. After saying this, Wang Yifan pretended to casually brush his finger against Chen Jiai's arm. The implication was clear. Okay. Chen Jiai immediately understood, blushing and responding softly. Wang Yifan revealed a gentle smile, watching the two go off the stage. Chen Jiai stumbled back to her seat in the back row, her heart racing. What does fan mean? Did he develop feelings for me? Should I tell Jiang Lin? No, Jiang Lin. Glancing at the empty seat beside her, she suddenly realized something. Jiang Lin was missing. Huh, where's Jiang Lin? Li Shui looked at Chen Jiai in confusion, and the latter shook her head in bewilderment. I don't know. Seeing that Chen Jiai was also clueless, Li Shui's eyes widened. I know. This guy must have slipped away because he didn't want to pay me for the phone. What a coward. No sense of responsibility at all. Li Shui fumed, and Chen Jiai couldn't say much, only managing a stiff smile to comfort her. All right, Shui, don't be angry. I'll message him and ask what's going on. Don't worry, I'll make sure he pays you for the phone. Hearing this, Li Shui finally calmed down and nodded. All right. Chen Jiai didn't hesitate and immediately opened the chat with Jiang Lin on her phone. Yes, that's Jiang Lin's nickname on WeChat. She didn't even bother to take the time to change the nickname for this so-called boyfriend. Entering the chat, a message from about 10 minutes ago caught her eye. I choose to understand your youth. You must respect my thoughts. Let's break up. The wedding dress is a gift, but don't forget to return the engagement ring. I need to have a diamond put in my dog De Huang's mouth. Thud. The phone dropped to the ground with a dull thud. Hearing the noise, Li Shui turned her head and saw Chen Jiai frozen, with a pale face, unable to help, but asked Jiai what's wrong. Chen Jiai snapped back to reality at the sound. Her lips moved for a moment before she managed to squeeze out a sentence. Jiang Lin. How dare he break up with me? Hearing this, Li Shui immediately looked as if she had seen a ghost. How is that possible? Him. Break up with you? Isn't it just paying for a phone? Doesn't he feel humiliated? Perhaps feeling insulted, Chen Jiai gritted her teeth and picked up her phone, her fingers flying over the keyboard. If anyone is going to break up, it should be me. The next second, her expression changed completely. A large red exclamation mark appeared on the chat interface, accompanied by a small line of text in parentheses. Jiang Lin has enabled friend verification. You are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request first. After the other party approves, you can chat. Boom. Chen Jiai felt as if her mind had exploded like thunder crashing, leaving her head buzzing. Especially that phrase about not marrying a divorcee. It felt like a sharp blade piercing deeply into her chest. Confusion, helplessness, and the shame of being dumped intertwined, transforming into hot tears that slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the pure and sacred wedding dress. Sensing her friend's unusual behavior, Li Shui cautiously probed Jiai. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Jiai snapped back to her senses, but still had a dazed expression. The wedding dress is just an ordinary dress. I can wear it whenever I want. Why am I being called a divorcee? Li Shui, having guessed the situation, immediately added fuel to the fire. What? Jiang Lin said you're a divorcee? That's too much. You must break up. Living with such a boyfriend will only lead to suffering in the future. Look at our fan, so gentle and handsome. How could he be compared to that loser Jiang Lin? As long as I can marry our fan, I wouldn't even consider Jiang Lin, even if I were married 10 times. Mentioning Wang Yifan, the dim light in Chen Jiai's eyes reignited with hope. Shui, you're right. Compared to fan, Jiang Lin isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. My youth belongs solely to fan. Chen Jiai clenched her fist tightly, raising her head, her gaze locked on the spotlighted figure in the center of the stage, her eyes filled with longing and admiration. Soon she would go backstage to find fan. I must showcase my most beautiful side to him. At the Prince Jiang International Hotel. In the presidential suite on the 9th floor, Jiang Lin raised his wine glass with a look of contentment as the wine, as red as blood, slowly flowed down his throat under the magnificent lights. Two twin girls dressed in maid outfits, and as beautiful as Chen Jiai, were responsible for massaging his legs and shoulders. The hotel manager stood cautiously to the side, his lips tightly pressed, afraid to make a sound that might disturb the enjoyment of the young master in front of him. Even now he felt a sense of unreality. Just a short while ago the hotel front desk had suddenly called him to say a black gold member had arrived. The membership system of Lin's International Hotel is quite simple: bronze member, silver member, gold member, platinum member, diamond member, and black gold member. By rights, any diamond member would warrant his personal reception, as one must spend over 1 million annually to qualify for a diamond membership. And now a black gold member had actually arrived. The requirements for a black gold member are not only wealth, but also power. This level of individual is not merely an applicant, they are personally issued by the hotel to connect with political figures. He had been promoted to hotel manager for 2.5 years. To date, he had only hosted 2 black gold members, one being the mayor of the city, and the other the former richest person in Huagua. Thus he quickly changed into a pair of sneakers and rushed to the front desk with the urgency of a sprint. The result was Jiang Lin. Upon seeing the other, his first reaction was youth. So incredibly young. However, being someone who had been entrenched in high-end clubs for over a decade, he was not foolish enough to underestimate someone just because they looked young. After weighing his options, he checked the user information associated with the black gold card. Not being prepared for what he found nearly left him breathless. The information revealed just 2 characters: Jiang Lin. Simply having these 2 characters appear on the black gold card's user information was already a testament to its honor. As a mid-level manager at the Prince Jiang International Hotel, he was too familiar with this name. The major backer of their hotel, the renowned financial conglomerate Lin's Group from Huagua, was currently led by Lin Guangfu, the esteemed elder, who was none other than the maternal grandfather of this young master, right in front of him. The long princess of Lin's Group, also the sole heir of the Lin financial empire, was none other than his mother. Moreover, it was said that the current name of the Prince Jiang International Hotel was specifically chosen for this young master, which was enough to chill him, let alone the terrifying political and military connections of the young man's family. The first young master of the capital, a sneeze, could make the entire empire tremble. If he did not serve well, there was a high chance a black body bag would appear in the river tomorrow. Sigh. I am just a poor worker. Why did heaven send me such a monumental figure? The hotel manager internally lamented. Suddenly Jiang Lin, who had been enjoying himself, stiffened, raised his head, and spat out the wine he had just sipped into the trash can. Pa. Cough, cough, cough. The 2 girls responsible for the massage were startled by this scene, fearing they had displeased the young man. Before entering, the manager had repeatedly cautioned them that this young man had a terrifying background, and if their service was inadequate, they could very well be fed to the fish tomorrow. Thinking of this, both girls nearly teared up, bowing and apologizing incessantly. I'm sorry, young master. We didn't serve you well. Please don't be angry. Yes, young master. Please don't be angry. We promise to give you a serious massage next time. The hotel manager was left dumbfounded. At the moment he saw the change in Jiang Lin's expression, he had already thought about which flight to book for tonight. Jiang Lin looked at everyone's reactions, somewhat amused. I just choked him. Fine, don't cry, let's continue with the massage. Oh right, this bottle of awful red wine is a bit bitter, and not very good. Bring me a bottle of champagne. Sure, just a moment, young master. Seeing that he was not angry, the hotel manager finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly turned to fetch the wine. The 2 girls responsible for massaging his feet trembled upon hearing this. They might not know much, but they were aware of the origins of that bottle of red wine. It was a bottle of Romanicani Grand Cru Red worth a full 100,000 huaxia coins. That this young master actually called it awful red wine. Good heavens. They wouldn't even earn 100,000 after working tirelessly for a whole year. Thinking of this, they exerted themselves even more in their massage, hoping to please him, and perhaps he might gift them that bottle of red wine, allowing them to relax for the entire coming year. Feeling the comfortable pressure on his shoulders and legs, Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze landing on the 2 girls. Not bad. This simple phrase acted like a shot of adrenaline, nearly causing the 2 youthful girls to squeal in excitement. The young master acknowledged them. All right, I'm a bit hungry now, shall we head down for a meal? Seeing the excited expressions on the 2 girls, Jiang Lin chuckled. Usually large hotels have dedicated buffet restaurants offering a variety of food, and this hotel was no exception. Before the 2 girls could speak, the hotel manager entered with 2 elegantly packaged bottles of champagne. Young master, just tell me what you want to eat, and I will arrange for the kitchen to airlift the ingredients for you. Airlift? By the time you bring it, I'll be starving to death. There's no need for such fuss. Come, you 2 accompany me down to eat. Jiang Lin unceremoniously rejected the manager's suggestion, pulling the 2 girls out the door toward the restaurant downstairs. On the way, noticing one girl in a pink maid outfit and the other in a blue one, he whimsically nicknamed them Little Pink and Little Blue. The hotel buffet is located on the 7th floor, and it took the 3 just half a minute in the dedicated elevator. When the elevator doors opened, the aroma of various foods wafted in. The restaurant was quite quiet, with over 20 guests elegantly enjoying their meals, contrasting sharply with the busy waitstaff. Jiang Lin's arrival did not attract much attention, the only noticeable feature being the 2 twin girls in maid outfits beside him. Little Pink and Little Blue. Young master, what would you like to eat? We'll go get it for you. Just get something random, preferably not vegetarian, but fruits are fine. A server presented a fresh set of cutlery, and Jiang Lin picked up a delicate silver fork, playing with it thoughtfully. All right. Little Blue smiled sweetly and took the plate toward the buffet area. Seeing this, Little Pink, who was also attending to Jiang Lin, immediately sprang up. Young master, they'll go get you a drink. As soon as she spoke, several suited bodyguards orderly emerged from another guest room elevator. From their bulging waist packs, Jiang Lin could tell these men were equipped with truth. They were likely professional bodyguards sent by the hotel manager for his personal safety. Surprisingly, those bodyguards did not swarm around Jiang Lin like extras in some mindless novel. Instead, they dispersed orderly, taking up their respective positions. This way they could conceal the identity of the protected individual while effectively controlling the situation. Not bad. Jiang Lin took the tissue Little Pink handed him, carefully wiped his hands, and finally gave a fair assessment. What did you say, young master? Little Pink was momentarily stunned, her exquisitely carved face showing a cute, naive expression. Hearing the words, Jiang Lin began to seriously examine the girl next to him. Her height was modest, but she was curvaceous where it counted, and her delicate face looked like a heroine straight out of an anime, especially in that maid outfit. Simply stunning. This was no less attractive than Xunjiai. Jiang Lin truly couldn't understand the perspective of his past self, but he finally grasped a principle. If you calm your mind, you will find beauty everywhere in life. Come, Little Pink, let's chat for a bit. At the Prince Jiang International Hotel in the central control room, the hotel manager looked nervously at the surveillance screen. Jiang Lin was seen leaning slightly towards Xiao Fan, whispering something to her. Due to the distance of the camera, their conversation was inaudible. However, judging by Jiang Lin's facial expression, he seemed to be in a good mood. It seems sending these twins was the right gamble. The hotel manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sighing in relief. Not far away, the security captain observed the manager's expression of relief, feeling deeply shocked. What kind of presence could make the manager treat them with such caution? Could it be the mayor? No, last time the mayor visited, the manager didn't display such behavior. Could it be? At this thought, he dared not speculate further. For someone like him, the less he knew, the better he lived. I want a vibrant life like soaring in the vast sky. Suddenly, a passionate ringtone broke the silence in the air. The hotel manager, looking displeased, pulled out his phone. It was only when he saw the contact noted as Wang Yifan's manager that his expression softened a bit. The manager of a popular young star, he had to show some respect. Hello, Sister Zhang. I'm busy today. What? A gathering on the 7th floor? No way. Absolutely not. There's a big shot dining on the 7th floor. If anything happens, we'll both be in trouble. The next second, whatever was said on the other end of the line caused him to lose his composure and curse loudly. What? They've already arrived. What the hell? Why do I have to personally welcome them? Crash. The hotel manager angrily threw his phone to the ground, startling the security captain beside him. MMR. Manager, what happened? Why should you worry about it? The manager shot a cold glance at him, leaving those words behind as he quickly exited the control room. How could a distinguished hotel manager need to explain anything to a security captain? Meanwhile, the security captain humbly lowered his head, watching the manager leave. After a while, he finally raised his head in frustration and slapped himself. Damn it, why did I even speak up? I must be full from eating too much. Just as he was still regretting his earlier behavior, a luxury 7-seater Mercedes worth millions slowly parked outside the lobby of the Prince Jiang International Hotel. Wang Yifan has arrived. Fan is here. Wang Yifan. Wang Yifan. I love you, Wang Yifan. At the hotel entrance, over 30 girls holding glow sticks and fan placards had been waiting for a long time. Soon the car door opened. A man and 2 women stepped out, one after the other. Wang Yifan walked at the forefront, smiling and greeting everyone. Good evening, everyone. The fan gathering will be held at the buffet restaurant on the 7th floor of the Prince Jiang International Hotel. Please take the elevator in an orderly manner and do not disturb others' rest. A seemingly normal statement evoked waves of screams from the fans. Wow, our fan is so classy, I love it. Fan, I love you. Everyone follow the main group closely, don't embarrass Fan. Hey, why are those 2 girls following behind Fan? I remember now. Aren't those the 2 lucky girls who got to sing on stage with Fan? Quickly, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed the 2 girls behind Wang Yifan. As the parties involved Xunjiai and Li Shui certainly heard these comments, but the excitement within them was eclipsed by their image in front of their idol. Ultimately, image was more important. The 2 walked quietly behind Wang Yifan, keeping their heads down, displaying a submissive demeanor. If Jiang Lin had seen this scene, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Hey, what kind of plastic bags are you? How can you hold so much?" The elevator reached the 1st floor, and the doors slowly opened. Wang Yifan stepped in first while the rest exchanged glances and rushed into the elevator like a swarm. Soon the elevator sounded an overload alarm, and in the midst of the panic, Wang Yifan's bodyguard appeared just in time to prevent a stampede. In the 7th floor buffet restaurant, after savoring the abalone meat in his mouth, Jiang Lin raised a champagne glass and drank it all in one go. The delicious abalone was tender and bouncy, paired with the rich, elegant, and harmonious fruit aroma of the champagne, as if in an instant it revealed the true meaning of life. Just 2 words. Exquisite. After savoring the delightful taste, Jiang Lin opened his eyes with satisfaction, turned his head, and softly called out, Shaolin grapes. All right, young master. Shaolin replied, sweetly, delicately picking a chilled grape from the fruit platter that still emitted a faint coolness, about to deliver it to him, when a sharp scream startled her hand. So high class. The sudden scream made the air freeze instantly. Many diners paused their actions and turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Jiang Lin also tilted his head with interest to see what kind of talent could cause such a commotion. However, he quickly lost interest, because he saw Wang Yifan along with a group of fervent fans behind him. So it was just fervent fans. Then it's nothing. On the other hand, Wang Yifan felt the all eyes on him gaze around him, and a hint of embarrassment gradually crept onto his fair face. Although he was someone who often stood on stage, he had little resistance to this kind of attention. It was too embarrassing. Adjusting his state of mind, Wang Yifan deliberately cleared his throat, and then quietly said to the group of supporting fans behind him, Everyone please be quiet, don't disturb others dining. Okay. Listening to Fan. Hey, is there a private room? Are we just going to eat like this? Why don't we take a group photo first? Alright, I agree. The crowd began to chatter. Initially they were expressing agreement, but soon the noise grew louder as they discussed what to eat and how to take photos. Wang Yifan helplessly shook his head, instructing the leader of the support club beside him to communicate with the hotel staff to see if they could arrange a large table or a private room. However, he soon received a reply. No large tables can be set up. No private rooms. What's going on with your hotel? You can't even arrange a table. Can't you see we're having a gathering? Some fans, upon hearing this news, immediately began questioning the staff in the restaurant. Sorry ma'am, our hotel buffet does not support gatherings. The waiter smiled professionally and replied gently. Then what do we do with so many people? Are we going to sit at separate tables? At this moment, Li Shui stepped up, wanting to show off in front of her idol. The waiter fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing the question, then spoke in a very serious tone. Sitting at separate tables is fine. But you must maintain silence in the restaurant and not speak loudly. What do you mean? Are you saying we disturbed you? Do you understand? We are guests. A customer is king. Very well. Just wait, Prince Jiang International Hotel, right? A large establishment bullying customers with extremely poor service attitude. Li Shui said, taking out her phone, recording and reciting the so-called grievances. It's too noisy, I'm not eating anymore. In the corner, Jiang Lin could no longer bear it, tossing his utensils aside and planning to leave with Xiao Lan and Xiao Fun. He truly did not expect to run into Chun Jiai and Li Shui while dining at the hotel. Especially Li Shui's loud voice. It was like thunder. Thankfully, he broke up quickly otherwise with this situation. Tonight he would probably end up with a brand new hat. In his past life he had heard that some male stars select wives in group settings. This matter. It was hard to say. Anyway, it was none of his business now. Jiang Lin's voice was not loud, yet it resonated harshly in the spacious restaurant. Just as Wang Yifan lit a Furong Wang cigarette and prepared to call his manager Sister Zhang to inquire about the hotel situation, he heard Chen Jiai and Li Shui gasping in unison beside him. Jiang Lin. Upon hearing the call, Jiang Lin cooperatively stopped in his tracks, spreading his arms to embrace the two girls, Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan, feigning a look of surprise. Oh, what a coincidence. Since we have a history, I'll cover the bill for tonight. Enjoy your meal, drinks, fun, and rest. After saying this, Jiang Lin flashed a meaningful smile at everyone, then turned his back to them, holding Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan as he walked towards the private elevator. The blatant humiliation, especially the words about resting well, was akin to a dagger to the heart. Since I have already spent money to have you marry me, I might as well be generous and let you sleep with someone else. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the diners in the restaurant changed, their eyes greedily scanning Chen Jiai and Li Shui as though they were witnessing a fast food romance in an alley. However, soon no one was looking at Li Shui anymore. There was nothing to be done. She was just too unattractive. Chen Jiai sensed the strange atmosphere in the air, her modest chest heaving up and down, clearly upset, but she couldn't bring herself to speak about the breakup. After all, her idol was still nearby. What if the other party looked down on her for having a boyfriend? What could she do? She could only endure. Settle scores later. Soon she noticed another issue, which was that Jiang Lin was holding two twin girls whose looks seemed not inferior to her own. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged over her. Only Li Shui remained oblivious, mumbling, "Is Jiang Lin really so kind? Treating us to a meal. Wait, my phone. Jiang Lin, don't go. You still haven't compensated me for my phone." Thinking about her shattered phone, Li Shui felt as though her heart was bleeding. If she couldn't care less about her image in front of her idol, she had to get the compensation first. That was real money. Li Shui ran over her imposing weight, causing her feet to thud heavily against the ground. This scene left the surrounding diners dumbfounded. Similarly, the bodyguards were also stunned. What if she crashes through the hotel floor? Jiang Lin, I told you not to leave, do you hear me? Li Shui's voice grew louder, her palm like a fan was about to slap Jiang Lin's back, and the bodyguards finally reacted. Damn. The young master is in danger. Jiang Lin walked into the private elevator with a faint smile. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, several bodyguards rushed forward, subduing the hefty Li Shui to the ground. I warn you not to move. If you keep causing trouble, we will call the police. Causing a disturbance also gets you locked up. Don't move. Li Shui was pinned to the ground like a pig awaiting slaughter, continuously muttering, "Let me go. That guy broke my phone, I want him to pay." Wang Yifan, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward and said, "Hello, could you please let go of my fan? Let's hear what she has to say." Even though he didn't particularly like Li Shui, he couldn't just stand by. After all, he was currently one of the top young idols in Huagua, and the bodyguards recognized the fair-skinned youth in front of them. Since Jiang Lin had safely entered the elevator, they released Li Shui. The idol speaking up for her gave Li Shui an unexpected boost of confidence, making her attitude even more stubborn. "Call the police. I want to call the police. Jai, hurry and call the police. I want to expose this hotel for bullying customers." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiayi's expression changed, and she hurriedly reassured, "Shui, it's all right. I will have Jiang Lin compensate you and apologize. Don't blow this out of proportion, or it won't look good for Fan. All right, let's not let these personal matters delay everyone's time. Let's all sit down first, and after we finish eating, we can take a group photo together." Wang Yifan had a rough understanding of the powerful forces behind the Taizijiang Hotel, rumored to be a subsidiary of a prominent family in the capital. In such situations, he often chose to smooth things over. Even his own backers had to tread carefully when facing the powerful families of the capital, let alone a young idol like him. People like them were called stars, but in reality, they were just like ancient performers. It was this self-awareness that allowed him to rise from an obscure trainee to a top idol amid the cutthroat entertainment industry. Soon the gathering began. Chen Jiayi and the president of the fan club sat on either side of Wang Yifan, while Li Shui was seated directly opposite them. Since they were seated at separate tables, each table had around 4 to 5 people. Wang Yifan first stood up to drink with everyone before chatting with the girls at his table. Jiayi, right? Suddenly Wang Yifan's magnetic voice rang in Chen Jiayi's ear. "Yes, that's right." Chen Jiayi instinctively nodded. "Do you know Jiang Lin? I heard Li Shui say he seemed to have caused you some financial loss. If that's the case, I can contact legal counsel to help you sue him for compensation." Wang Yifan still wore that warm smile, making the surrounding girls' hearts race. Actually, Chen Jiayi forced a somewhat awkward smile, wanting to distance herself from the situation, but as the words lingered on her lips, she couldn't bring herself to speak. The image of the twin maids lingered in her mind like an inner demon. People always love to compare, especially with exes. Only when they see their ex not doing well can they feel happy, otherwise there would be a sharp sense of contrast. "Oh, Jiayi, don't be shy. Who hasn't encountered a couple of scumbags in their youth? If you're too embarrassed to say it, let me speak." Li Shui opposite her suddenly stood up with a loud bang, disregarding Chen Jiayi's reaction, and began narrating the entire process from when they entered the concert to when they discovered Jiang Lin leaving. Naturally, she embellished the story, portraying Jiang Lin as a scoundrel who played with people's feelings and was a two-timer. Coupled with the earlier scene of Jiang Lin leaving with the 2 maid-like girls, everyone couldn't help but believe Li Shui's words. That's basically it. He is truly the most short-tempered, petty, and incompetent man I've ever met. Nothing like our fan. After finishing, Li Shui raised her glass of juice and downed it in one go. The other girls at the table immediately voiced their displeasure on behalf of Chen Jiayi. "That's too much. I can't believe there are such petty men in the world. It's just a wedding dress. I think it's beautiful, so I wore it. Why does it matter? He's just a boyfriend, not a husband. Even if he wore a wedding dress, it wouldn't be his business. I think he cheated now. He just happens to have an excuse to break up with you. Such a man shouldn't be indulged. He must be exposed to prevent him from harming other girls in the future. What the beauty said is right. Expose him." Wang Yifan's eyes lit up as he listened to the girls speak. A female fan wearing a wedding dress to a concert and exposing a scumbag is definitely good news. All right. Everyone please settle down." Wang Yifan's voice, rich and magnetic, filled the air. The girls instantly fell silent, their eyes turning toward him in eager anticipation of their idol's next words. "I deeply regret what happened to Jia Yi and Xiao Shui. Of course, it was a matter of unfortunate judgment. They chose poorly and certainly bear no blame. Moreover, I believe such despicable individuals deserve exposure, but let us act with restraint. We may reveal his identity to warn other women, yet we must never resort to cyberbullying, which is illegal. Do you understand?" The moment he finished speaking, the girls erupted into enthusiastic declarations. Fan, don't worry. We're core members of your fan club. We'll never disgrace the Yifan fans. This scoundrel absolutely must be exposed. Yes, but please sisters, no cyberbullying. Hehe, I'm posting it on Weibo right now. And also on Xiaohongshu." For the first time receiving such overwhelming support, Li Shui nearly burst into tears. Chen Jiayi forced a strained smile and thanked each person individually. "Thank you all for your kindness. But, I think, don't be afraid, Jiayi. You have us behind you." Wang Yifan offered his signature warm smile and gently patted her back. A simple gesture that momentarily left Chen Jiayi dazed. Fan, is he comforting me? Truly, so gentle, so handsome. Oh, by the way, Jiayi, those diamond rings on you and Xiao Shui look oddly familiar. Are they Cartier? With that shift in tone, Wang Yifan redirected everyone's attention to the glittering rings adorning Chun Jiayi's and Li Shui's fingers. Yes, they're from that brand. Chun Jia-yi blinked in surprise, then quickly recovered and nodded affirmatively. Exactly. That's the one. Li Shui, terrified their lie might unravel, hurriedly chimed in beside her. A fashion-savvy girl stared at the rings, her expression freezing. Then she gasped in disbelief. My heavens. These are actually Cartier's flagship collection. The True Love Supreme series, the crown jewel of their flagship store. What's this True Love Supreme thing? Is it expensive? Someone asked, genuinely curious. Chun Jia-yi and Li Shui perked up, eager to learn what made their rings so extraordinary, though the question of price hadn't crossed their minds. After all, could a man who bought an eighth of a Sandiyuan wedding dress possibly afford something truly costly? Hearing this, the knowledgeable girl curled her lip in disdain. Expensive? Would you call a full apartment in London expensive? That single sentence struck like thunder detonating overhead. Impossible. Two voices cried out in unison. Chun Jia-yi and Li Shui shot upright, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. The informed girl assumed they were feigning modesty and adopted a knowing, conspiratorial smile. Sisters, no need to play it low-key. We've all seen those rings countless times at Cartier's Nanjing flagship boutique. I'd recognize them anywhere. Each ring is worth 188 million yuan, down to the last digit. Wow, billionaire queen. Sister. No, elder sister. My dearest elder sister. So wealthy. I can't even fathom it. Never imagined our Yifan fans would include such aristocratic heiresses. I'm ashamed to admit I've tarnished the fanbase's honor. Wave after wave of flattery washed over them, leaving Chun Jia-yi and Li Shui torn between elation and unease. Elated at having shown before their idol, even nurturing a fleeting illusion of social parity. Yet their anxiety lingered. Jiang Lin. Could that penniless boy truly afford such exorbitant rings? Were they counterfeit? If exposed, wouldn't they be utterly humiliated? Wang Yifan suddenly recalled why the rings looked so familiar. His manager, Sister Zhang, had been obsessively showing him photos of that exact model, vowing to buy one herself. The ring on Li Shui's finger matched Sister Zhang's photo down to the finest detail. Alas, its astronomical price had ultimately deterred her. Sighing inwardly, Wang Yifan couldn't help but chuckle, never imagining his own fan would be the one to purchase it. Amused, he pulled out his phone to snap a photo and send it to Sister Zhang, only to find his chat window flooded with unread notifications. Yifan, a high-profile VIP, has just checked into the Tai Zhejiang Hotel. I spoke with the manager, but negotiations failed. Would you consider relocating your fan gathering to another hotel? There's still one presidential suite available, but remember, keep things tame tonight. From what the manager hinted, this VIP's background is formidable. Tap, 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 plus several missed calls. Wang Yifan's face paled. How did I enable Do Not Disturb? Panicked, he realized, despite all the commotion, he hadn't seen the hotel manager approach at all. Surely he hadn't disturbed the VIP. He reassured himself inwardly, yet out of prudence decided to relocate the fan gathering to another hotel. Human beings fear not the certainty of 10,000, but the peril of a single chance. Unbeknownst to him, the very VIP he fretted over, and the hotel manager, were sipping champagne and listening to soft melodies in the 9th floor presidential suite. On the 9th floor, in the only presidential suite of the hotel, with the room number composed of 95s, Jiang Lin took the champagne, poured by the hotel manager, took a sip, and the rich fruity aroma and the sensation of bubbles exploded in his mouth, making him feel a bit euphoric. Not far away, the two sisters Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan had their roles clearly defined. One played the piano, while the other showcased her singing voice. Amidst the music and beauty of the wine, the hotel manager, his face flushed, finished a glass of drink before nervously speaking. Your Highness. You called for me. Is there something you need? Just moments ago, on his way to the hotel entrance to intercept someone, he received a call from the front desk, saying Jiang Lin was looking for him. And then, there was nothing after that. Learning that Jiang Lin had returned to his room, he could only rush back to the 9th floor, only to find him drinking alone. There was no way around it. He had to keep him company. After all, he was the young master. Thus the current scene unfolded. Actually, calling you here wasn't that important. Jiang Lin pursed his lips and raised his head, a hint of coldness flashing in his lazy gaze. By the way, don't call me Your Highness next time. It's a different society now, so drop that act. This remark startled the hotel manager, shaking off much of his inebriation. Yes, young Master Jiang. Seeing that they could finally discuss serious matters, Jiang Lin waved his hand, signaling the sisters to pause before he slowly began to speak. A guest has arrived on the 7th floor, apparently a big star. You should know about it, right? Guest? Big star. The hotel manager's expression froze for a moment before he quickly reacted. Are you referring to Wang Yifan? Yes, that's right. Indeed. The hotel manager silently cursed, realizing that Wang Yifan had disrupted their peace. Oh no, barbecue. Quickly thinking about which flight to book to escape tonight, the hotel manager forced a smile that looked worse than crying and pleaded. Young Master Jiang, it's my fault for not doing my job properly, and now it has disturbed. Wait a moment. Sensing the atmosphere turning tense, Jiang Lin quickly interrupted. What does this have to do with you? What I mean is having friends come from afar, is it not a joy? Since the guests chose our hotel among so many options, we should show our sincerity. Yes, just like this, all their expenses today will be on me. Furthermore, send them 10 bottles of champagne, the 830 kind, and also procure some Hextech technology, something akin to a sedative. A kind of aphrodisiac. By the way, which room did they book? This series of outrageous requests left the hotel manager dumbfounded. Oh, after being stunned for a while, he finally responded, they booked the presidential suite on the 8th floor. Isn't that room smaller than this one? Yes, it is smaller. Because there are a few other guest rooms nearby. Oh, we occupy the entire floor. So petty. Move them all to the 9th floor. I'm taking off tonight, make space for them. The hotel manager was bewildered, and so were Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan. What a shocking statement. Could it be that our young master is also a fan? No way. Who dares to pursue stars with such measures? All right, do as I say quickly. Jiang Lin set down his wine glass, issuing orders. Understood, young Master Jiang. The hotel manager replied, quickly dialing other management personnel to assign tasks. Not long after, the hotel manager returned with an excited expression and reported, all right, young Master Jiang. I have arranged everything you instructed. Wang Yifan and the others were just about to leave when one of our supervisors stopped them. Upon learning of your warm hospitality, they were very touched and are currently returning to the 7th floor buffet. Not bad. It seems you are a bit underutilized here. If there's an opportunity, you might try the headquarters in the imperial capital. Jiang Lin nodded, acknowledging his work abilities. This statement landed in the manager's ears like a divine decree, making him almost leap up in excitement. Really? Thank you, young Master Jiang. Thank you, young Master Jiang. I will definitely not let you down. Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan stood beside him, their expressions dazed, their speculation about Jiang Lin's identity rising to new heights. A single word determined the future prospects of the hotel manager. Jiang Lin naturally noticed the two adorable little maids, and smiled gently, extending a beautiful finger to lightly tap the foreheads of the two girls. Thank you for your hard work today, but you both seem younger than me. Haven't you gone to school? Why are you working here? Upon hearing this, the two girls' faces immediately changed, and they hurriedly explained, young master, you misunderstood. We just finished our college entrance exams, and we will be attending university soon. We are working as waitresses at the hotel during the summer to earn some pocket money. Not for selling ourselves. Yes, young Master Jiang. These two sisters were originally waitresses, but since you are here today, I heard they both enrolled in nursing majors, so I let them join us. The hotel manager chuckled awkwardly and chimed in. He dared not haphazardly send women to this young master before him. Not to mention the strict upbringing of someone from such a top-tier family. What if he caught some disease? Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to quell the anger of the Jiang and Lin families. As for the two sisters, he hadn't thought too much about it. At worst, he could offer more money, and if that wasn't enough, he could keep adding until they were satisfied. Nursing. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, glancing over the three of them before speaking. No wonder I felt an indescribable sense of comfort after the massage earlier. Not bad, you two have quite a talent. Studying nursing could also lead to a good path. Listening to Jiang Lin's motivational words, Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan nodded repeatedly, feeling deeply touched. In their eyes, Jiang Lin as a young master was at least a successful young talent at a young age, so they didn't mind his encouraging words, but rather felt he was guiding them. However, in reality, Jiang Lin was just an ordinary college student. Alright, that's enough for now, but don't forget to take good care of our guests. Jiang Lin instructed the hotel manager before standing up and walking towards the door. By the way, these two girls have worked hard all day. I'll reward them with those 2 bottles of unopened champagne. Of course, young Master Jiang. I will see you out. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Thank you, young Master Jiang. The two girls exclaimed in excitement upon hearing this, as they no longer needed to worry about their tuition and living expenses. You must understand that the champagne they were drinking isn't the kind you can get for a few thousand. It's the Cook's Black Diamond champagne, worth nearly 30,000 a bottle, enough to sustain a waitress for half a year without eating or drinking. This is what you deserve. See you again, Xiao Lan and Xiao Fun. Jiang Lin revealed a gentle smile, waving goodbye to the two girls before leaving the room under the escort of the hotel manager, leaving the two little maids in a daze. Sister, it's over, I'm smitten. Xiao Fun patted her flushed little face, feeling her heart racing. Silly girl, don't be infatuated. Xiao Lan scolded as she pinched her sister's soft waist, causing her to squeal. But young Master Jiang is indeed a gentleman. You see, he hasn't made any excessive demands all afternoon. Yeah, I also feel that the manager exaggerated. He seems so gentle. If I get the chance to meet him again, I will definitely have to flirt with him. Are you getting bold? Don't be angry, sister. I'll treat you to a lavish meal. On the highway, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth over 7 million sped past, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Anyone who mingles in high society would be able to recognize the origins of this car at a glance. It is the exclusive pickup vehicle for VIPs at the Jiang Prince International Hotel. It is said that the last time this car was used was for the visit of the city mayor. Inside the car, Jiang Lin lounged in the back seat, occasionally admiring the scenery outside the window and checking the time on his phone. As the time reached 9 o'clock. It's about time. Jiang Lin suddenly sat up, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The hotel manager in charge of driving noticed the movement and said nothing, focusing intently on driving. The call connected and a serious voice came through. Hello, this is the Wudu Public Security Bureau. Hello, officer. Jiang Lin's voice was calm, yet polite. I want to report that someone is gathering a crowd. The mastermind is named Wang Fan, and he should be in the presidential suite on the 9th floor of the Jiang Prince International Hotel. If we delay, it might be too late. With a screech, the brakes emitted a loud, grinding sound, and once the car came to a stop, the hotel manager turned his head in terror. What? Young master, you reported our hotel. All right, our hotel will definitely cooperate actively with your actions. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin shook his head, a playful smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he patiently explained. No, it is our hotel that reported the criminals to maintain social order. The hotel manager was left speechless. At this moment, only 2 words could describe his mood. That was terrified. Oh, by the way, don't forget to bring me the bill for my treat, and also, the hotel surveillance is broken today. Jiang Lin swiped on his phone screen, his tone somewhat casual. The hotel manager, being perceptive, immediately understood the implication and pressed the accelerator. Understood, young master Jiang. On the other side, in the hotel's 7th floor buffet restaurant. After several rounds of toasting, many girls present were flushed. But that was not the most important part. What mattered was, they were subtly feeling something unusual in their bodies. A bold and crazy idea gradually emerged in their minds. Could Wang Fan be thinking of? As soon as this thought crossed their minds, coupled with the stimulation of alcohol and drugs, several girls began to flirt openly. Wang Fan had also consumed quite a bit. He felt the same heat coursing through his body. He discreetly beckoned an assistant over and quietly asked in their ear, was the dosage of the drug too strong today? How come there's also something in my drink? The assistant was initially taken aback, but quickly understood what was meant and explained, we used the same dosage as before. But I remember specifically saving a bottle of champagne without any drugs for you. Wang Fan frowned, suppressing the wicked fire within, lit a cigarette, and muttered to himself, while exhaling smoke rings, what a coincidence. Could it be a mistake? At that moment, Chen Jiai suddenly spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. Wang Fan. She looked dazed, a strange flush on her cheeks. Wang Fan. I really like you so much. You're so much better than that loser Jiang Lin. I must give you the most beautiful and complete version of myself today. Saying this, Chen Jiai leaned towards him, but Wang Fan quickly dodged her, not out of unwillingness, but because they were in a public place with many eyes around. One misstep could end up in tomorrow's headlines. Seeing someone take the lead, the other girls also began to boldly confess their feelings, their words unabashed, even daring to mention terms like multiple partners. Wang Fan instinctively swallowed hard, shooting an angry glance at the assistant not far away. It was as if he was questioning, did you dose them too strongly? What he didn't know was that it wasn't just the assistant who had given the drugs. The enthusiastic big shot behind the scenes had also kindly administered a few strong doses. All right, everyone is a bit drunk now. It's time to go back and rest. Wang Fan has specially booked a presidential suite for us. We can't let his kindness go to waste, right? Sisters. As the scene became increasingly chaotic, the head of the support club suddenly proposed, and most of the girls agreed. All right, let's go. Stay in the presidential suite. Thank you, Wang Fan. Love you lots. Come on, sisters, I can hardly wait. Wang Fan looked at the group of dazed girls, unable to hide the smile on his face. Come on, quickly give a hand, and help the girls to the 9th floor suite to rest. Several accompanying security guards exchanged excited glances and expertly stepped forward to assist the girls entering the private elevator. Meanwhile, an old Santana slowly pulled up at the hotel entrance, and several plainclothes police officers with bulging waists got out of the car. The rain outside continued to fall, and occasional flashes of lightning in the sky seemed to narrate the unrest of the night. The next morning, 2 trending topics suddenly appeared on various media platforms, creating a huge wave online. Wudu police successfully cracked a rape case last night, with the mastermind suspected to be the popular male star Wang Fan. Shocking. A girl chased a star in a wedding dress, fulfilling her youthful dream, only for her boyfriend to break up. Because of it, the scum Jiang Lin. Beware. Wang Fan's concert in Wudu. Wang Feng released a new song. Ignoring the 4th trending topic, the 1st to 3rd are certainly enough to attract most people's attention. While something big happened tonight. Wang Fan. Isn't he that popular young star? So impressive. The top 3 trending topics are all about him. Wow. The entertainment circle is really chaotic. Sisters. Wang Fan must be wronged. We need to speak out for him. First, Wang Fan is wronged. Second, that scum. May he be struck by lightning. Third, because we love youth. How could Wang Fan be that kind of person? In my opinion, this is definitely slander and defamation, and it will eventually turn around. While countless onlookers prepared their snacks and seats to watch a good show, a terrifying force suddenly emerged, artificially suppressing the trending topics on various media. Then within half an hour, Wang Fan's studio released a public statement, saying this matter has nothing to do with Wang Fan himself, and was due to the abuse of power by an assistant under the studio, which has been handed over to the authorities for further investigation. Shortly after, the official issued a statement to clarify for Wang Fan and disclosed some personal information about the arrested assistant. The consecutive appearances of these three operations left everyone dumbfounded. Even the discerning could smell the conspiracy, but everyone chose to remain silent to avoid getting burned. Thus, the Wang Fan arrest incident was quelled overnight, and the originally second trending Jiang Lin incident under the operation of mysterious forces instantly rose to the first trending topic, with the momentum escalating. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was comfortably savoring his coffee in the first-class cabin of a flight, unaware that he had now become a prominent internet celebrity. Suddenly, a graceful woman approached with cat-like steps, her fitted light blue uniform accentuating her alluring curves, while her shapely legs clad in black stockings were utterly captivating. From her name tag, it was clear that she was a chief flight attendant. Hearing her voice, Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze from the window and politely smiled at the chief attendant, saying, "I'll have the steak medium rare, thank you." "Got it, please hold on," she replied with a sweet smile, turning to leave a trail of fragrant air. Not far away, several elegantly dressed flight attendants were whispering among themselves about the scene before them. "Hey, what do you think this Jiang young master is all about? Not only did he book the entire first-class cabin, but the chief attendant is also personally attending to him. Hey, that's a mystery, but I heard he's the son of a major shareholder in our company. What a... so young. Jiang young master. Jiang. Could it be that one? Shoo. Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? Not everything can be said carelessly. But he really is so young. And so handsome, radiating the aura of a privileged son of a noble family. If he were my boyfriend, I would be smiling in my dreams." Suddenly, an unharmonious voice interrupted their conversation. "Ahem. Excuse me, could you please keep your discussion a bit quieter? After all, there are only a few of us in this cabin, and it's quite embarrassing for me to overhear." The others froze, turning to see Jiang Lin, who had peeked out from his seat, looking awkwardly at them. Silence. Utter silence. After a brief moment of eye contact, it was the most senior flight attendant who first reacted, repeatedly apologizing. "I am so sorry, Jiang young master. We will be more mindful. It's fine, you must be tired standing. Since there are so many empty seats, why not sit down and take a break?" Jiang Lin generously waved his hand, signaling them to have a seat. "That's not allowed. Jiang young master, the company has rules. I bought these seats, and I also hold shares in your company. I decide who sits where, understood?" Okay. Thank you, Jiang young master. Thank you, Jiang young master." Unable to resist, the attendants nodded in agreement, choosing to sit near Jiang Lin, thus being able to promptly attend to any of his needs. Yes, any needs. When the chief attendant returned with the steak, she immediately noticed the group seated, but out of respect for Jiang Lin, she refrained from reprimanding them, instead casting a warning glance. Seeing their leader upset, the flight attendants looked pained just as Jiang Lin spoke up. "I invited them to sit. By the way, does anyone know how to give massages? 10,000 yuan an hour. Anyone interested in making some extra cash?" At this, everyone was stunned. Massage. 10,000 yuan an hour. How could I not offer my services to the young master? The next moment, all present, including the chief attendant, eagerly stood up to volunteer. "Jiang young master. I can do it. My technique is excellent, and I can also talk. Jiang young master. I have many tricks up my sleeve, let me do it. I only need 5,000, whether in the cabin or the restroom, I will ensure Jiang young master is satisfied. Jiang young master, I can do it myself." The clamor of voices added a vibrant heat to the otherwise spacious cabin. Listening to the bold remarks from the ladies, Jiang Lin shook his head helplessly. He really just wanted a massage. It was all because Xiao Fun and Xiao Lan's technique was too good. If only I had brought those two girls along as well. Well, enough, let's not fight over it, let's all do it together. Remember, use your hands and not your mouths. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, don't blame me. Jiang Lin waved his hand grandly, pulling out a bank card and slapping it onto the table with a thud. Swipe or transfer. The next moment, Jiang young master is so bold. Long live the young master. Long live. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Lin gradually became engulfed in a sea of joy. In the early morning, as dawn was breaking, a flight departing from the mountain city landed steadily at the capital international airport. Jiang Lin, having booked the entire first-class cabin, naturally enjoyed the privilege of disembarking first. Phew. The dazzling world is indeed captivating. Feeling both physically and mentally exhausted, and recalling the mesmerizing look in the eyes of the flight attendants as he disembarked, Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Jing A66666. No way, did I just see that right? That license plate. Impressive, that plate number. No wonder it could enter the airport. This flight was worth it. I didn't expect to see a big shot up close. Tisk, the owner of that license plate could just sneeze, and the capital would probably tremble. Just as the passengers were in awe, the Audi A6 drifted smoothly and came to a stop right in front of Jiang Lin. The door opened, and a young man with a buzz cut stepped out. Cousin. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, momentarily stunned by the familiar face before him. Jiang Hao, cousin. Hey, it's only been a short while, and you've become so handsome. Jiang Hao excitedly stepped forward and embraced Jiang Lin's shoulders, his tone filled with warmth. Jiang Lin ignored the comment and pointed to the eye-catching Audi A6, chuckling. Cousin, driving uncle's car out like this so ostentatiously, aren't you afraid he'll beat you up? Oh, normally I definitely wouldn't dare drive it out, but picking you up is different. You're the apple of the old Jiang family's eye. Come on, it's been over half a year since you've been back to the capital. Let's go for a spin. Jiang Hao said, directly diving into the driver's seat. Jiang Lin followed suit and sat in the passenger seat. With a roar like thunder, the seemingly ordinary Audi A6 quickly vanished into a cloud of dust, leaving a crowd of travelers gaping in amazement. The entire pickup process lacked a phalanx of bodyguards or a long convoy of luxury cars. Simply one license plate had already overshadowed all the ostentatious displays. After exiting the airport, Jiang Hao started chatting casually with Jiang Lin. Cousin, I heard from my old man that you worked a summer job in Misty City for 2 months. What's up? Isn't a monthly allowance of several million enough for you? Ahem. That's not it. I mainly wanted to challenge myself. Jiang Lin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I must be crazy spending several million on living expenses only to go work manual labor. Not bad. No wonder you're the future heir of our old Jiang family. But I still need to remind you, pursuing girls is fine, but don't be too sentimental, or you'll end up the one getting hurt. And this thing also requires matching social status. You have no idea, when you were born there were no less than 30 prominent families in the capital wanting to arrange a marriage with you. Tisk, to be honest. I'm really envious of you. If I was born with a silver spoon, then you were born with a crown. Jiang Hao rambled on while Jiang Lin listened, his mouth twitching in disbelief, feeling utterly speechless. How did my low-key relationship even make it to my cousin's ears? Is there someone spying? However, mentioning my outrageous ex-girlfriend suddenly reminded him of the police report he had filed last night. Estimating the time it should have been reported by now. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin quickly took out his phone and opened Douyin. The next second he was stunned. The trending topics list had no reports of prostitution or scandal. Instead, the top 5 trends all mentioned one name. That name was his, Jiang Lin. Trending: the girl in the wedding dress chasing stardom is abandoned by a scumbag exposed. The scumbag is Jiang Lin. According to the girl chasing the stars, scumbag Jiang Lin is suspected of cheating on 3 girls. The wedding dress chasing stardom incident: the true story behind the breakup exposed by the girl's close friend. 1,000-strong letter of appeal: only by severely punishing the scumbag can we give peace of mind to our female compatriots. Opening the comments section, there were countless young ladies lambasting him. A scumbag with 2 timing. He deserves to die. It was a premeditated breakup. The wedding dress chasing stardom was just an excuse. Demanding severe punishment for the scumbag. Be careful, or you might get struck by lightning. Down with you, scumbag. Jiang Lin, that name sounds like a short, poor loser, haha, cheating on 2 girls. Just like a toad playing with a frog, ugly, but trying to be flashy. Seeing this, Jiang Lin suppressed his anger and clicked into his private messages. Sure enough, a flood of over 99 messages filled with insults scrolled across his inbox. Some cursed him, some insulted his family, and there were even more vicious people threatening to dox him and cyberbully his family. Has this? Being cyberbullied. But speaking of which, what about the police report I filed last night? Did they fail to catch anything? In desperation, Jiang Lin opened his contacts to call the hotel manager for an inquiry, only to find a barrage of missed calls filling his screen. Buzz. 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 Suddenly his phone began to vibrate. After confirming it wasn't a familiar number, Jiang Lin immediately switched to airplane mode. Looks like it's probably Qinjiai and Li Shui leaking my personal information, haha, spreading rumors. Jiang Lin's gaze darkened, his fingers gripping the phone tightly as a fierce fire ignited within him. Jiang Hao, sensing the tension, immediately turned to ask, "What's wrong, cousin? Did someone spread rumors about you?" "They not only did they spread rumors, but they also cyberbullied me." Jiang Lin frowned, shifting his gaze outside the window, his voice trembling slightly with anger. To his surprise, Jiang Hao, instead of getting angry, seemed delighted, almost bouncing with excitement. "This is fantastic." "What?" Jiang Lin suddenly turned his head, his expression darkening visibly. "What? Can you say that again?" Sensing the deadly glare, Jiang Hao realized the misunderstanding and quickly explained, "Cousin, it's not what you think. I didn't mean it like that. I meant it's great for me." "Ahem, that's not quite what I meant. Here's the thing, I got into the cabinet secretariat 2 years ago, and after 2 years I'm still just a regular official. My old man says my experience isn't enough, and I haven't accomplished anything significant. To get promoted, I need to produce some results, otherwise it might take another 2 to 3 years. So I was thinking about how to achieve something, and I turned my attention to the internet. You know how it is in Huawei's internet today. Spreading rumors is costless and cyberbullying has no bottom line, so I prepared an internet rectification plan." But when I submitted it, those higher-ups felt that regulating the internet was too time-consuming and costly. It can only be gradually constrained, not cut off completely, and then they just rejected it outright. However, Jiang Hao paused for effect, looking at Jiang Lin as if he were a naked beauty. But the current situation is that you've been rumored about, with your identity. As long as you say a word, I can add it to the plan, and those old geezers will definitely approve it overnight. Not to mention your father wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. So cousin, you wouldn't want to see your cousin at 25 still stuck as a clerk, right? After saying this, Jiang Hao instantly put on a pleading expression, almost bowing to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, he wasn't very fond of using this privilege, but since his cousin was pleading so earnestly, refusing would be too callous, wouldn't it? Alright cousin, I'll try to clarify things online first. If it doesn't work, then I guess being a little depressed isn't too bad. Hearing this, Jiang Hao instantly became extraordinarily excited, his eyes shining with eagerness as he looked at Jiang Lin. Really, cousin, please allow me to bow to you. From now on you can call me big brother, and I'll call you cousin. Let's just each go our own way. No need for that. Jiang Lin's lips twitched. Alright, by the way, I have a buddy returning to the capital today, and he said he'd treat me to dinner. Come on, let's go together. Consider it me treating you to a meal, Jiang Hao said cheerfully. Jiang Lin 6. With Jiang Lin's consent, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. His path to promotion was now promising. One cannot underestimate Jiang Lin, the legitimate heir of the Jiang family, for he is like the sun in the sky, especially given the Jiang family's status in the capital. As long as Jiang Lin nods his head, almost nothing is impossible. Although Jiang Hao shares the Jiang surname, he is merely a minor branch compared to the direct lineage of Jiang Lin, and the difference is like heaven and earth. It is not just about treatment, but the entire power and background. Even though his father holds certain important positions, he is still far inferior to Jiang Lin's father, the head of the Jiang family. Furthermore, Jiang Lin's mother Lin Li has a terrifying background. She is the founder of the Lin Group, the largest financial conglomerate in Huagua. Moreover, she is an only child. She possesses the sole inheritance rights to the Lin Group. The gap between people is truly as vast as the divide between man and dog. With this thought, Jiang Hao couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Jiang Lin observed this scene, quietly, already aware of the other person's thoughts, but there was nothing he could do. In a big family, unless one is the only direct bloodline like him, what one faces is endless pressure and fierce competition among peers. Resources are always limited and will only be allocated to those capable. However, there is one advantage. Even if the resources you receive are minimal, as long as you carry the bloodline of the family, you can still live a life that ordinary people cannot even dream of. Reality is cruel, especially for ordinary people. Jiang Hao and Jiang Lin wandered around the city for nearly an hour before finally parking outside a quiet little alley. My friend will be here soon, let's go in and order. Alright. As soon as the two got out of the car, a young woman in a cheongsam warmly approached them. Hello, do you have a reservation? Yes, Jiang Hao, he casually replied with his name indicating it was not their first visit. Great, young Master Jiang, please come in. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's name, the cheongsam girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly led the two deeper into the alley. Jiang Lin quietly followed at the back, occasionally glancing at the surroundings. Honestly, at first he truly thought his unreliable cousin was bringing him to eat fast food. But as they ventured deeper, he quickly dismissed this notion. Compared to the shabby and dilapidated exterior of the alley, inside was an entirely different world. After walking down a set of bluestone steps, a retro-styled courtyard came into view. At the entrance, 2 rows of youthful and beautiful cheongsam girls were bowing and greeting the arriving guests. The attire of those guests clearly belonged to the upper echelons of society. In the center of the courtyard was a small pond adorned with flourishing lotus flowers and leaves, surrounded by flower beds filled with various precious plants. Whenever a gentle breeze blew by, it carried with it a fragrant blend of earthy and grassy scents. The courtyard was not particularly large, with 4 wing rooms in each direction, each containing a private room and a kitchen. This means every private room has a dedicated kitchen, which, although raises costs significantly, greatly enhances the speed of dish preparation and quality control. A tranquil environment, a secluded location, top-notch service. TSK calling it a top-tier club doesn't do it justice. It could be termed a paradise. The cheongsam girl led Jiang Lin and Jiang Hao directly into a private room where the level of luxury was beyond imagination. Handcrafted zeton wood tables and chairs, official kiln porcelain for tea, antique collectibles for decoration, even the ceiling chandelier was made of pure crystal. Luxurious. Truly luxurious. Without time for awe, Jiang Lin took his seat under the guidance of a female server. To provide better unknown high-quality service, each customer is assigned a dedicated server exclusively serving just them. Young master, please enjoy your tea. At this moment, the cheongsam waitress brought forth a steaming cup of tea. Thank you. Just as Jiang Lin was about to take the teacup, she unexpectedly pulled it back and sweetly said, "Young master, let me feed you." Jiang Lin was taken aback. This service was indeed too extravagant. See, haha, cousin, don't be shy. This is their special service. Jiang Hao, fully aware that his cousin had been rigorously trained as the family heir, probably had little exposure to such places, quickly offered a kind reminder. Jiang Lin paused, thinking that this wasn't a big deal. Oh, as long as it wasn't mouth-to-mouth feeding, he might as well go along. Alright, how do you feed? Just watch. Jiang Hao chuckled, turning to give the nearby girl a knowing look. She understood immediately, and carefully walked up to Jiang Hao with the tea. The next scene left Jiang Lin dumbfounded. The waitress opened her mouth, gently clasped the edge of the teacup, and slowly leaned it toward Jiang Hao's lips, playing it so extravagantly. Jiang Lin couldn't bear to watch or emulate. In the end, he just let the server hold the teacup for him to sip, brushing it off. Seeing Jiang Lin's look of resistance, Jiang Hao didn't push. After all, making his cousin happy was the priority. After finishing the tea, they began to order. Jiang Lin had low demands for food. No matter how Jiang Hao asked, he could only reply with 2 words: casual, or anything. During this time, he also called the hotel manager to inquire if Wang Yifan and the others were caught by the police last night. The manager simply replied, caught red-handed. Receiving a definite answer, Jiang Lin immediately opened Douyin to search for the latest news about Wang Yifan. Soon a rumor rebuttal message posted in the early hours of the night caught his attention. Was it the assistant of the studio? See. Official rebuttal. Suppressing the heat. Not bad, a clever cat swapping a prince. Jiang Lin squinted his eyes, his voice low and icy. At the same time, he contemplated how an ordinary person would cope with such overwhelming public pressure and online violence. The answer is no solution. An official rebuttal is indeed thought-provoking, while the overwhelming online violence is a gift from the other side to hype themselves. When money and power combine, it is even easier to crush an ordinary person than to squash an ant. The best outcome for him would be depression and suicide if luck runs out. He might even drag his family down, shattering a household in an instant. But luckily, he has the advantage of money and power, and it is far more terrifying than the other side. Since you've started cheating, don't blame the dealer for taking action. Jiang Lin took a sip of tea, a confident glimmer flashing across his handsome face. Although Jiang Hao was still ordering, his peripheral vision was constantly observing his cousin's expression changes. Years of experience in politics told him that the entertainment industry and the internet were about to shake. Because the young master is truly angry. Huff. Cousin. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke, startling Jiang Hao. Ah, what is it, cousin? Do you have any friends working as lawyers? Jiang Lin asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao paused. Was his cousin planning to file a lawsuit? Yet he quickly pieced it together. Wasn't the host of today's dinner none other than a rising star in the legal profession? Truly, what uncanny timing. Cousin, the man joining us for dinner today is a lawyer. Introduce him to me the moment he arrives. Got it. Thanks, cousin. A faint, relaxed smile flickered across Jiang Lin's face, softening the lines of his brow. He had already resolved his course. First, issue a public refutation. To have his identity exposed was devastating. Fortunately, Qinjiai had never saved a single photograph of him over the past year. The online mob remained ignorant of his appearance. Otherwise, stepping outside would itself become perilous. Once the rumors were dispelled, everything else would fall into place. The engagement ring, the cyberbullies, the slanderers, Qinjiai Li Shui, and Wang Yifan, along with his shadowy backers, all would be held accountable one by one in due time. Just then, the private dining room door swung open. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. By Jia, you've finally arrived. Haha, old Jiang, so you've sneakily ordered all the dishes before I got here. A fair-skinned man in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed spectacles strode cheerfully into the room. Behind him entered an exquisite young woman. Crystalline eyes, a perfectly proportioned, oval-faced beauty, flawless and serene. Her aura was glacial, aloof, radiating and unmistakable. Keep your distance, chill. Jiang Lin gazed at her, and inexplicably felt a pang of familiarity. In the next instant, memory surged forth. Wasn't this by Luoxue, the famed icy campus beauty from his university? Come to think of it, they had crossed paths once, a summer evening to be precise. He'd been playing truth or dare with Qinjiai and Li Shui on the sports field, only for the two women to cheat brazenly, and worse, to be caught red-handed by him. Perhaps enraged, Li Shui abruptly blurted out, "We were testing your love for Jiai. To love someone means to embrace them unconditionally. You could have chosen to look away and fulfill the dare. Why insist on exposing us? That proves you're petty, a man without breadth of character. Taking a silly game so seriously with girls. Don't you understand what unconditional devotion truly means?" Faced with such rhetorical onslaught, his former self stood utterly defenseless, forced to submit and accept the penalty. Then came the most absurd twist. His surrender didn't appease them, it emboldened them further. After whispered consultation, the two women decreed his punishment: run the track, 20 full laps around the standard 400-meter athletic field. What a... And they claimed it would test his love for Lu Jiai and forge his willpower. Yet he actually did it, lap after lap, under their unrestrained mockery. That day nearly broke him. 20 laps, 8 kilometers, nearly an hour of relentless running. Not a single minute's rest, just to prove that hollow test of love. When he staggered across the finish line, vision swimming black, the two women had vanished without a trace. Before he could catch his breath, his legs gave way. He collapsed onto the still warm rubberized track. An overwhelming thirst and vertigo flooded his senses. Then, out of nowhere, a bottle of mineral water appeared before him. A pair of exceptionally pale, delicate hands held it, and their owner was none other than the university's legendary aloof beauty by Luoxue. Water offered by the campus beauty. Any rational person would snatch it eagerly. But his former self, blessedly unhinged, feared Chun Jiai's misunderstanding. So he declined. And yet he fancied himself profoundly devoted, unaware that to others he wasn't merely a lapdog, he embodied one. The next day, Li Shui posted a video on social media, him running laps around the track. Caption, lost at truth or dare, ran faster than a dog. Damn, humiliating. Worse still, the persistence of his former self's memories and emotions had subtly influenced Jiang Lin upon his arrival, leaving him at first with a lingering misplaced affection for Chun Jia. But their natures were fundamentally different, and Jiang Lin bore no trace of sycophantic devotion. Chun Jiai's repeated provocations ultimately shattered even that last sliver of residual sentiment. Now, whenever Jiang Lin recalled those vivid visceral memories, only one thought echoed in his mind. Retribution. Merciless total retribution. I offered you grace. You chose slander, instead striking back like a viper. Very well, let us see who laughs last. He, Jiang Lin, had never been a saint. Oh, what an unexpected guest. Luoxue, you've come too. Jiang Hao's voice snapped Jiang Lin back to the present. Hello, brother Jiang Hao. Bai Luoxue greeted him politely, and her gaze almost instinctively settled upon Jiang Lin. This young man, she remembered him. He was the first, and only, person since childhood to ever refuse her, so his impression on her ran deep. Out of quiet curiosity, she discreetly inquired about him afterward. Only then did she learn he'd lost at truth or dare and ran 20 laps solely to prove his love for his girlfriend, and refused her water for fear of her misinterpreting it. Just a fleeting encounter. Silence fell between them. The air grew subtly awkward. Jiang Lin glanced at his cousin's knowing, teasing glance, and hastily interjected, I forgot to thank you last time. I'm truly sorry. It's nothing. Helping classmates is only natural. Bai Luoxue lowered her head, seeming unusually shy, contrasting sharply with her usual cool, untouchable demeanor. Suddenly Bai Jie realized. Had Jiang Hao just called him cousin? Could this refined young man possibly be another member of the Jiang family? After all, the Jiang clan ranked first among Beijing's 3 great aristocratic families, its influence vast and profound. Even Bai Jie's own father, the current Deputy Procurator General of Beijing's Supreme Procuratorate, a full-rank provincial-level official, would bow respectfully and address elder members of the Jiang clan's collateral branches as director. Jiang Hao and Bai Jie had forged their bond during university, sharing the same dormitory. Otherwise, Bai Jie might well have ended up as little more than a junior attendant to the Jiangs. If this young man were indeed a scion of the Jiang clan, and acquainted with his own sister, then for the Bai family, it would be nothing short of auspicious fortune. Humph! Struggling to steady his racing pulse, Bai Jie moistened his lips and ventured cautiously toward Jiang Hao. Old Jiang. This young man appears remarkably accomplished. Might you introduce him? At these words, Bai Luoxue lifted her curious gaze, her luminous eyes settling gently upon Jiang Lin's refined youthful features. If her memory served, his name was Jiang Lin. Oh dear, my memory. I almost forgot to introduce. Jiang Hao suddenly slapped his forehead, his expression a mix of laughter and tears, and quickly began to introduce everyone. This is Bai Jie, the young master of the Bai family from the capital, and my good buddy, and this is his sister Bai Luoxue. All right, cousin, I'll introduce myself. Suddenly a voice attracted the attention of everyone present, including the waiting waitstaff. Jiang Lin slowly stood up, holding a cup of tea, his face radiating a warm and humble smile. My name is Jiang Lin. Jiang Hao is my cousin. As soon as the words fell, all the waitstaff widened their eyes, hissing. Another young master from the Jiang family. Bai Luoxue was surprised, but fortunately she had long suspected this, so she did not show too much reaction. On the other hand, Bai Jie, being Jiang Hao's close friend, certainly wouldn't lose his composure over such a small matter. He smiled as he lifted his teacup and gently clinked it with Jiang Lin's. So the little brother is also a young master of the Jiang family. In the future, when Luoxue is at school alone, I hope young Master Jiang can take care of her. From the moment Jiang Lin introduced himself, he had already assumed that the other party had acknowledged him as a young master of a branch family of Jiang. As for the direct lineage, impossible. The direct heir of the Jiang family had always remained out of the public eye. Bai Laoj, you are being too polite. You and my cousin are brothers. Calling me young Master Jiang feels a bit too distant. Besides, Bai Shuahua has helped me at school before, so if anything happens, I won't just stand by. Jiang Lin took a gentle sip of tea and sat back down. Having received the other party's consent, Bai Jie smiled even wider, and his gaze shifted to his beloved sister. Little Shui, don't you know Jiang Lin? You university students have plenty of time. You can hang out together, watch movies, and you see how Haozi and I have been brothers for so many years. Family won't harm family, plus young brother Jiang looks like a decent person, so you don't have to worry about meeting someone scummy. Young people should get out more. At this Bai Luok's face instantly turned red. Brother, he has a girlfriend. Oh, he has a girlfriend. That's fine, you can still be friends, just like Haozi and me. Bai Luoxue. Wait a minute. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke. What's wrong, young brother Jiang? Bai Jie asked with a puzzled expression. Ahem, let me clarify. Jiang Lin cleared his throat, his expression growing serious. I don't have a girlfriend, of the one Bai Shuohua knew is now my ex. That's not right, to be precise, she's my defendant. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned quite colorful. Ex-girlfriend turned defendant. How harsh. This. Bai Jie's face stiffened, thinking that what he had just said hadn't even been 2 minutes, and now he wondered if he could take it back. Though the other party shared the Jiang surname, and was also a branch family young master, like Jiang Hao, he still couldn't be careless with his sister's lifelong happiness. What if their father found out he had sold his sister to a scumbag? Then he would probably have to start his life over. Meanwhile, Bai Luoxue furrowed her brows in contemplation. In her perception, this boy was known in school for being infatuated. Breaking up and suing his girlfriend was completely impossible. Seeing the atmosphere had grown a bit strange, Jiang Hao took the initiative to ease the tension. Honestly, Luoxue and my cousin seem to have a bit of fate. What kind of fate? Bai Jie asked, frowning. Bai Luoxue also tilted her head in curiosity, wanting to hear what the other party would say. Jiang Lin was also somewhat puzzled. In his memory, he had spent his childhood deep within the compound, without playmates, accompanied only by various uncles in military uniforms. This was also the reason for his emotional shortcomings in his past life. I shouldn't have any childhood sweetheart, right? Well, are you sure you want to hear this? Jiang Hao displayed an enigmatic smile, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Jie. Seeing his good buddy show such a demeanor, Bai Jie felt a pang of unease in his heart. Before Bai Jie could respond, Jiang Hao waved his hand, driving all the waitstaff out. Cousin, you. Jiang Lin felt somewhat helpless. Seeing the other party's actions, he had already vaguely guessed what would happen next. Alright, cousin, don't say anything. If I don't say a few words, Bai Lao and Luoxue will probably regard you as a spoiled young master. Jiang Hao said seriously. I wouldn't. Bai Jie wore a face of helpless laughter. At this moment, Bai Luoxue suddenly spoke up, coming to Jiang Lin's defense. Actually, Jiang Lin is famous for being deeply affectionate at our school, so I think he must have his own reasons. Someone who understands me, Bai Shuohua. Hearing this, Jiang Lin felt a bit touched. It was the first time a girl spoke up for him. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense anymore. Jiang Hao suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Let's hear how my sister and young master Jiang are fated. Curiosity drove Bai Jie to speak up again. After all, Jiang Hao wouldn't harm him, so what was the harm in listening? It's not like listening would cause the sky to fall. Bai Luoxue also perked up her ears, very puzzled about the fate she shared with Jiang Lin. As their eyes met, Jiang Hao picked up his tea and took a sip, then smacked his lips before leaning in seriously, as if about to reveal some secret. Actually, when my cousin was just born, your family's old man personally brought Luoxue to the door to arrange a marriage, but unfortunately, there were just too many people waiting in line at that time, and before he could get in, my uncle persuaded him to turn back. So does this count as fate? What? Oh. Two shocked voices rang out simultaneously, coming from Bai Jie and Bai Luoxue. Realizing his gaffe, Bai Jie hurriedly picked up his tea and gulped it down. Once his emotions settled a bit, he trembled as he spoke. So this means this Jiang Lin, little brother. According to what he knew over the years, only one person had been proposed to by countless families since birth. But neither he nor Bai Luoxue knew that their old man had also gone to propose and hadn't even made it through. Jiang Hao had already guessed what the other party was thinking, and simply stated directly, that's right, let me formally introduce this young man before you. My cousin is the legendary heir of the Jiang family's marriage with the Lin family, the first heir of supreme power and trillions in assets, the true prince of the capital Jiang Lin. It's all just a title, Bai Laoj and Bai Shuohua don't need to take it to heart. Jiang Lin timely added. Boom. A muffled thunder exploded in their minds, leaving Bai Jie and Bai Luoxue's heads buzzing instantly blank. Everything felt like a dream. Who would believe that the legendary young master from the Jiang family was standing right in front of Jiang Lin? Jiang Lin. Bai Jie stood frozen in place, his face pale, with shock, murmuring Jiang Lin's name under his breath. Soon it dawned on him. Jiang Lin. The name itself bore the surnames of both the Jiang and Lin families. HSS. So that's it. Compared to Bai Jie's astonishment, Bai Luoxue's reaction was nothing short of existential crisis. Yes, an actual crisis of self-perception. Bai Jie had just met Jiang Lin for the first time, but she hadn't. Back at school, she'd even crossed paths with him. Countless stories about Jiang Lin had reached her ears. It was genuinely impossible to reconcile the campus hopeless romantic with the current heir apparent of the Jiang family. Could it be that those who occupy the highest echelons of power inevitably harbor some psychological affliction? Having grown accustomed to flattery, did they then develop a perverse fondness for bestowing it upon others? Bai Luoxue shook her head wryly. These thoughts were absurd. Even she found them faintly ridiculous. All right, no more staring blankly. Dinner must be ready by now. Jiang Hao appeared calm, yet inwardly he was elated, the cousin of the capital's crown prince. Honestly, How incredibly cool. We're all friends now. No need for such dramatic reactions. Let's eat first. Jiang Lin's voice gently reeled their wandering thoughts back to reality, while Jiang Hao enthusiastically clapped his hands. Clap, 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 creak. The private dining room door swung open and a procession of waitresses in elegant cheongsams entered, each bearing exquisite dishes. Throughout the course of serving, Bai Jie and Bai Luoxue remained silent, not out of fear, but from sheer uncertainty over what to say. This was the inevitable consequence of a chasm in social standing. Sensing the table's atmosphere growing increasingly stifling, Jiang Hao stepped forward once again as the de facto moodlifter. Luoxue, when does your semester begin? We start at month's end. Bai Luoxue replied softly. Since you and Jiang Lin both attend Modi University, why not go together on opening day? Wouldn't that be perfect? Old Bai. Jiang Hao shot Bai Jie a meaningful glance. His expression silently conveyed, brother, I've done all I can to seize this moment. Yes. Absolutely. We'll go together. Together. Bai Jie hastily forced a smile and chimed in eagerly. Jiang Lin watched the two perform their synchronized charade with utter disbelief. What on earth is this? He thought. No one even asked the principal party's opinion, and yet they've already drafted the itinerary. Well, I have no objection, but I wonder if Jiang Lin has the time. At last Bai Luoxue spoke up, her luminous eyes blinking softly as she gazed at Jiang Lin, seeking his consent. Jiang Lin paused, mildly surprised. To his knowledge, this aloof campus goddess was famously solitary. She never befriended male peers, her sole confidant was her doormate. So what did this mean? Had he somehow become exception number one? As the saying goes, proximity grants advantage. And wasn't she the icy, unapproachable beauty adored by legions of male students across campus? After a brief pause, Jiang Lin wordlessly pulled out his phone, his expression remaining as placid and unruffled as ever. Yes, I'm free. It'd be pleasant to have company on the way. Shall we exchange contacts? Bai Luoxue gave a gentle nod and promptly retrieved her phone, exchanging contact information with Jiang Lin. Having just acquired the campus goddess's contact details, Jiang Lin felt neither exhilaration nor joy, only quiet reflection. So, the so-called icy goddess wasn't quite as untouchable as legend claimed. Of course, certain prerequisites applied, such as possessing an exceptionally formidable background and status. That said, Bai Luoxue truly was radiant and stunning. Alright everyone, let's dig in. My dear cousin and Luoxue are both first-timers here, so let me tell you, this restaurant's cuisine is unparalleled in the capital. Don't hesitate to taste it. Yes, Mum. With those words, the group began savoring the feast. Perhaps the food truly was extraordinary, for within half an hour every dish vanished from the table like a whirlwind devouring autumn leaves. Jiang Hao slumped back into his chair, patting his gently rounded belly with a satisfied belch. Then, feigning casualness, he dropped a seemingly offhand remark. Hey cousin, aren't you facing litigation lately? Is it related to your ex-girlfriend? Old Bai is a top-tier attorney. You can consult him on any legal matter. At those words, Bai Jie instantly perked up and declared without hesitation, Young Master Jiang, please tell me the details. Perhaps I can assist. Yet almost immediately he caught himself. What was Jiang Lin's status? The crown prince of the imperial capital. Did he truly require his help? His legal team likely comprised the very architects of China's statutory framework. Before Bai Jie could utter another word, Jiang Lin set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze toward Bai Luoxue, who was delicately wiping her lips with a napkin, a faint mocking curve tugging at his lips. Indeed, I imagine Miss Bai has heard rumors about me at school, and about my former girlfriend, and her contemptible best friend. His tone grew glacial at the words former girlfriend and best friend. The air temperature plummeted. Bai Luoxue gasped, her delicate hand trembling, her napkin fluttering to the floor. Both Bai Jie and Jiang Hao felt their hearts lurch into their throats. Before them stood Jiang Lin, cold, detached, radiating a predatory aura that devoured reason. Where had the warm, sunlit youth gone? I've only heard rumors. I know nothing of the specifics. Bai Luoxue whispered, her voice quivering. Jiang, young Master Jiang, please calm yourself. Bai Jie swallowed hard and rose to intervene. Suddenly Jiang Lin laughed, a self-mocking hollow sound, while a fleeting shadow of anguish flickered unseen deep within his eyes. Only Bai Luoxue, sharp-eyed and observant, caught that infinitesimal tremor. Ha. Honestly, you might not believe me. I spent over a year doing the single most foolish thing of my entire life. She demanded a wedding gown. I thought this would be our first, so I must show absolute sincerity. That summer beneath the scorching sun, I worked relentlessly for 2 full months, just to buy it for her. Every thread in that gown was spun from my sweat and blood. And what did it yield? She turned around and used it to confess to her so-called idol. What sacred pristine love exists? No matter how exquisite or costly the gown, it was merely a dress she wore to please her idol. I was the fool who misread everything. Here Jiang Lin paused, his gaze flashing with cold, lethal intent. And her so-called best friend Li Shui. She leeched off me daily, feasting at my expense, then mocked me incessantly under the guise of jokes, all to inflate her own vanity. For an entire year, the slightest misstep, anything less than perfect, earned me accusations of emotional negligence, attitude problems, even playboy slander. Yet they never reflected on themselves, only took and took and took. Now they've joined forces with that fresh-faced heartthrob to fabricate lies and launch cyberbullying campaigns against me. Heh, heh, heh. I've endured enough. Indulgence bred entitlement. In her eyes, everything became expected, unaware that all of it existed solely because I was her boyfriend. Jiang Lin lowered his head. After a heavy silence, he lifted it sharply, locking eyes with Bai Jia. Senior brother Bai, how many years does defamation and unlawful appropriation of property carry? That depends on the amount appropriated. Only substantial sums trigger criminal sentencing. Bai Jia frowned, answering cautiously. Amount: 2 diamond rings, each priced at 188 million yuan. Does that qualify as substantial? As Jiang Lin's question hung in the air, every face around the table stiffened. A diamond ring worth 188 million yuan each, and 2 of them. Good heavens, how staggeringly wealthy. Bai Jia wiped cold sweat from his brow, lips parting uncertainly. This qualifies as exceptionally substantial. But defamation carries light penalties. Combined sentencing would cap at roughly 10 years maximum. Then, as if recalling something, Bai Jia added with a peculiar expression. Though, this applies strictly to ordinary citizens. If you were the victim, capital punishment wouldn't be unthinkable. Silence descended, thick, suffocating. Jiang Lin could distinctly feel the waitress beside him shiver. Is the death penalty not severe? Jiang Lin fell silent. For the 2 of them, is it? Perhaps too lenient. Just the thought of the scathing messages online made him wish he could slice the 2 of them into 1,000 pieces. Any discerning person could see that this was definitely a publicity stunt, and he was merely a sacrificial pawn in it. To be fair, he had never treated Chun Jiai poorly over the past year, yet now she wanted to use him as a stepping stone for that so-called idol. If he were an ordinary person facing such terrifying online harassment, the outcome would surely be ruin and destruction for his family. But what about the other party? Fame and fortune. So they really don't consider any consequences at all. Jiang Lin coldly smiled, directly laying his thoughts bare for everyone. Brother Bai, I hope you can act as my attorney and take over this incident. You can name your price. However, my condition is, let them die clearly. Bai Jia was taken aback, his breath caught in his throat, even doubting if he had misheard. The other party wanted him to be his attorney. See, and he could name his price. In that instant, he felt as if he had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. The lawsuit of the crown prince of the capital. Isn't this an easy win? And that compensation? It was more than just payment. That was a favor. The favor of the Jiang family's crown prince. With just this favor, the Bai family's rise was already just around the corner. As for that remark about letting them die, clearly he didn't care. Because in his heart, as long as Jiang Lin gave the word, those 2 were as good as sentenced to death. It was just that the execution time hadn't arrived yet. Rest assured, brother Jiang. I guarantee to handle this matter flawlessly for you. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you, brother Bai. By the way, cousin. Jiang Lin smiled, faintly shifting his gaze towards Jiang Hao. What's the matter, cousin? Just tell me. I will definitely arrange everything clearly for you. Jiang Hao, noticing he was mentioned, eagerly patted his chest, without caring what the other party wanted. It's nothing, just thanks for introducing brother Bai to me. Also, you might be a bit busy later, so don't forget to rest well these days. Jiang Hao picked up on Jiang Lin's implied meaning, and quickly stood up, excitedly assuring him. Cousin, don't worry. The last thing I'm afraid of is being busy. I enjoy this burning youth, the process of making myself shine. Please assign me any hard work. Ha! You little rascal. I can hear the calculations you are making from here. Bai Jia couldn't take it anymore, pointing and laughing at him. Even Bai Luoxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. As the atmosphere at the dining table grew livelier, Jiang Lin felt a bit hungry, so he waved his hand, instructing the waiter to bring another round of dishes, and announced that he would cover today's expenses. Jiang Lin had an abundance of money and power. After lunch, Jiang Lin was sent back home by Jiang Hao. What he referred to as home was actually a standalone villa located in the suburbs under his name. Jiang Lin even vaguely remembered. This was a Children's Day gift from his grandfather. Getting sidetracked. The main reason was that he enjoyed this quiet environment. That's why he came to reside here for a few days. Wow, cousin, your villa is truly impressive. I feel like I might get jealous. As soon as Jiang Hao got out of the car, he was captivated by the villa before him. A 3-story standalone villa surrounded by a small yard enclosed by a fence where several gardeners were carefully trimming the plants inside. Plus, since this was the suburbs with heavy fog combined with the occasional chirping of birds, it gave a feeling of an outdoor paradise. At that moment, the front door opened, and an elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform walked out. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, the old man froze. Young master, it really is you. Why didn't you notify me when you returned? I could have come to pick you up. Ha ha ha, it's alright, Fubo. It's just that my cousin brought me back. Jiang Lin chuckled, patting Fu Ba's shoulder, his demeanor warm, without a hint of arrogance. This old man had been by Jiang Lin's side since he could remember, always asking if the young master was hungry or thirsty. Since he had no descendants, he treated Jiang Lin like his own grandson, resulting in a relationship akin to that of a grandfather and grandson, with nothing left unsaid. What Jiang Lin remembered most was that during his childhood in the grand courtyard, every time he wanted to go out to play, it was this old man who risked being punished to sneak him out and buy him a bunch of his favorite snacks and toys. Thus, when he grew up, to repay him, Jiang Lin arranged for him to be the butler of this suburban villa. It was just right since he was usually at school and the servants in the villa could take care of his daily needs. Young Master Hao is also here. Thank you for bringing young Master Jiang Lin back. Noticing Jiang Hao nearby, Fu Bo immediately smiled and thanked him. Fu Bo, you are too polite. I was just passing by. Cousin, do you want to come in for a while? Jiang Lin plucked a small flower from the fence, turning back to ask. No, I have things to do. By the way, cousin, don't forget to give me the task. Alright, don't worry. After receiving Jiang Lin's affirmative reply, Jiang Hao drove away contentedly. At that moment, Fu Bo looked at Jiang Lin with concern and asked, Are you hungry, young master? Should I ask the kitchen to grill you some steaks? No, I'm not hungry at all. I just ate, not hungry at all, so don't worry, Fu Bo. What about thirst? Do you want some juice? What a familiar scene. Jiang Lin, amused yet helpless, pushed Fu Bo into the house, while saying, I'm not thirsty either, Fu Bo. I've grown up and can take care of myself. I have things to do now. How about you go work in the vegetable garden in the backyard for a bit? I'll come find you after I'm done. What about you? Fu Bo was not ready to give up, just starting to speak, when Jiang Lin vanished like the wind around the staircase corner. Moments later, an elderly voice echoed from within the villa. Young master, slow down, don't fall. Bang. Upon returning to the room, Jiang Lin immediately closed the door and locked it. He understood Uncle Fu's temperament all too well. A mind that never rests. Only by evading can one find peace. Now, it's time for my true self to step forward and clarify things. I hope this is useful. Sitting in the reclining chair, Jiang Lin turned off the airplane mode on his phone and logged into his Douyin account. The private messages still showed 99, but he didn't have the time to go in and get scolded. First, he'll post a clarification video. Just editing the text, no face reveal. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Lin described the events that occurred from when he attended the concert to when he met Chun Jai and the others at the hotel, followed by a slight edit. Post. Of course, he chose to conceal the matter regarding the twin girls. Although nothing actually happened, it's better to gloss over it, to prevent those online from finding something to latch onto and make a fuss. The video was successfully posted, and in the next moment, there was activity in the back end. Buzz. Buzz. The phone vibrated incessantly. Jiang Lin quickly adjusted his emotions and clicked into the comments section. Does this video count as the main character speaking out? 666. Just because your girlfriend wore a wedding dress to the concert, you want to break up? I've never seen such a petty man. I remember the female lead's best friend seemed to have exposed that this guy was caught in a hotel with 2 girls. Why isn't he mentioning it? Scumbag, still stubborn even at the end. Just wait to be doxxed. I'll definitely send flowers to your family when that happens. Jiang Lin quickly scanned the comments and realized the main focus was on the twin sisters and his breakup. Replying to each comment was clearly impossible, so he could only go live to respond collectively. Thus, Jiang Lin posted a pinned message on his account. 8 o'clock tonight, proving my innocence. Once this message was released, the comments section erupted. Wow, you can't say this guy really has guts. Even after being firmly accused by the female lead and her best friend, he still dares to go live. Blind guess, a month later he'll be doing live sales. Even Wang Yifan stands on the side of the female lead. I don't believe there will be a reversal. I can testify I also attended the fan meeting. Everyone saw him getting into the elevator with 2 girls. Right. I can testify too. Wow. I'm so envious, sisters. I also signed up for the fan meeting, but unfortunately, I wasn't selected. Sob. Don't be sad, next time you'll definitely be chosen. Now we must speak out for our sisters. Cyberbully the scumbag. Yes, cyberbully the scumbag. In a luxurious villa in the urban area of Jing City, Chun Jai was staring at the video on her phone in a daze, and her friend Li Shui, seeing her friend's expression, couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Jai, why aren't you going to take a shower? Don't keep Wang Yifan waiting. Oh, wait a moment, I'm watching Jiang Lin's clarification video. What clarification video? At that moment, Wang Yifan, dressed in a bathrobe, strolled over to Chun Jai, and upon looking down saw a video playing that contained only text. The text conveyed a roughly similar message stating that he broke up due to personality clashes and not because of cheating rumors, along with the sequence of events leading to this. Did your ex-boyfriend post this? Wang Yifan raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat playful. Chun Jai nodded slightly, responding softly. Your ex-boyfriend actually has some courage, standing at the center of the storm to clarify himself. Who would believe him? But this is also good. The more this escalates, the more heat it will generate, allowing us to gain both fame and fortune. So, Yifan, does what you promised still count? At this moment, Chun Jai cautiously raised her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. having given her most precious possession to him, and even sending her ex-boyfriend into the whirlwind of online bullying for the sake of publicity, she felt anxious. She dared not ask to become his official girlfriend, only hoping to secure a future, without worries, to continue following the path of the man before her. Wang Yifan understood what she meant and nodded. Of course, after this incident, I will use my studio's resources to make you a web celebrity, and entering the entertainment industry is not out of the question. Really? What about me, Yifan? Li Shui suddenly leaned in, and if Wang Yifan hadn't dodged in time, she would have nearly crashed into him. Cough cough. As a key witness, you will certainly gain a lot of followers, don't worry. A hint of barely noticeable disgust flashed across Wang Yifan's eyes, but due to her status as a key witness in the incident, he held back. At this moment, Chen Jia spoke up. But Jiang Lin is going live tonight to prove his innocence. Should we also? We can, when he goes live, we'll go live too. No matter how big the commotion gets, we won't be afraid, because I will stand behind you, becoming your strongest support. Wang Yifan supported her without a second thought. Why joke? The bigger the incident gets, the higher his popularity will rise. Yifan, you're so great. Chen Jia stood up and tightly hugged Wang Yifan. Through her fingertips, one could notice that the original diamond ring had long since disappeared, because on the night of her surrender, she had already given the diamond ring as a gift to Wang Yifan. If Jiang Lin knew about this, he would surely sigh. Indeed, if a girl truly likes you, she would come to you wearing a wedding dress and ring. However, what do my purchased wedding dress and diamond ring count for? At 8 in the evening, Jiang Lin began his live stream on time. Countless viewers rushed into the stream, immediately eager to catch the juiciest gossip, including some who were participating in online bullying. When the viewers saw the luxurious decor of the room on screen, they expressed their shock right away. Wow, where is this? The decor is so extravagant. Is that desk made of wood? Why does it have golden patterns? That's golden silk Nanmo. Wow, that big chandelier, isn't it the crystal lamp from the auction in the capital a few years ago? Ladies, this guy lives in such a nice house, but only bought his girlfriend an 8th with Sandiyuan wedding dress. He's definitely a scumbag. It's confirmed. Jiang Lin, come out and speak. Aren't you trying to prove your innocence? Wang Yifan is also streaming next door. The witnesses and the female lead are there, so connect with him if you dare. Jiang Lin looked at the barrage of comments, feeling an indescribable frustration. Damn it, I moved into this house without breaking a sweat, while I worked for 2 months just to buy that wedding dress. How can they be compared? Isn't it always said that rich people talk about feelings while poor people talk about money? Isn't my gesture enough? Seeing Jiang Lin silent for a long time, the bullies in the comments grew bolder, each frantically typing on their keyboards. Connect for a confrontation. Scumbag. Connect for a confrontation. Look, he doesn't dare, he's guilty. It's confirmed he's a scumbag. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, ready to speak, when a notification popped up on his back end. Wang Yifan has requested to connect. Are you trying to confront me? Jiang Lin frowned and clicked to accept. In the next moment, a rather creamy-looking man appeared on the screen. All right, the connection is established. Now let's bring the involved parties, Miss Jia Yi and her friend Li Shui, on air. Everyone, please rest assured I have contacted legal counsel and will definitely seek justice for the 2 ladies. Wang Yifan in the frame smiled gently, his words filled with a strong confidence. The comments below were very unified, all praising Wang Yifan and belittling Jiang Lin. The tactic of promoting one while denigrating another was utilized to the fullest. Justice? How you really have the nerve to mention justice? Losing patience, Jiang Lin began to mock them mercilessly. At this moment, both Chen Jia and Li Shui's voices rang out at the same time. Jiang Lin, on what grounds do you want to break up with me? Jiang Lin, you still haven't compensated me for my phone. Jiang Lin decisively chose to filter out Li Shui's barking and directed a soul-searching question at Chen Jia. You wore a wedding dress to chase a star, I can't accept it, and you didn't listen to my opinion, so is there a problem with my choice to break up? By the way, don't morally bind me, this is my right, just like how you concealed wearing a wedding dress from me. This is also your right. This statement was flawless, and Chen Jia was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Li Shui like a fly buzzed around, trying to stir up trouble. Jia Yi is doing this for her youth, can't you understand? Why can other boyfriends understand, but not you? Hearing this, Jiang Lin chuckled and retorted, well, some people died at 20, why don't you go die? You have no manners. Li Shui angrily cursed, and the barrage below seemed to find its rhythm, starting to comment, this guy is really rude, don't you know to respect women? Jiang Lin ignored the comments and continued to question Chen Jia. You say I cheated, where's your evidence? You can't just slander someone without proof, that's legally punishable. Evidence? I am the evidence. The fans who attended my fan meeting that day are all witnesses. Here I can vouch for my character. We actually saw you, Jiang Lin, with 2 twin sisters in the hotel getting cozy and entering the elevator together. Before Chen Jia could speak, Wang Yifan stepped in, his tone sharp, not giving the other party any chance for a rebuttal. Is that evidence? I also saw you getting cozy with a group of female fans in the hotel, then going up to the 9th floor suite together. So can I suspect you of engaging in promiscuous activities? After saying that, Jiang Lin didn't forget to add, oh right, I have evidence too, The surveillance footage from that day and the staff are all witnesses. With those words, Wang Yifan on the other side of the screen was stunned. Chen Jiai and Li Shui were also taken aback. Wasn't the hotel surveillance broken? However, they quickly recovered and were convinced Jiang Lin was scheming. It must be a trick. The hotel said the surveillance was broken, yet this guy still claims it captured footage. His statements don't match, and he's trying to trick them. Thinking of this, Wang Yifan and the others felt even bolder. Empty claims without proof. Why Wang Yifan stand tall and upright. If you have the ability, show the so-called surveillance footage. Exactly. Jiang Lin, don't be ungrateful. Even if you're a scumbag, don't slander others, or I'll sue you for defamation. Jiang Lin, I never expected you to be this kind of person. After doing shameful things and unable to hide them, you try to shift the blame onto others. Being with you was my biggest regret. This stirred a wave of outrage, and their words acted like a weather vane, immediately giving the trolls an outlet to vent. The barrage was instantly flooded with various insults. Some even threatened to offer a bounty for Jiang Lin's address to confront him in real life. Facing such blatant threats, Jiang Lin naturally wasn't intimidated. What was happening now was merely the momentum he had created. When he saw those malicious comments under the clarification video, he lost all desire to prove his innocence, as these people wouldn't listen to his explanations. They were too double-standard. Everyone has a mouth, but unfortunately, they simply don't believe you. What can you do? Hell, I can't provide the surveillance for now. But if you want the real me, I can accommodate you. Jiang Lin looked at the barrage, a hint of mockery unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he directly revealed the address of his villa in the live stream, boldly inviting everyone to come and confront him. Arrogant. So arrogant. The trolls in the live stream had never encountered such grievances. They all shouted that they would set off immediately, telling Jiang Lin to stay home and not go anywhere, while the bullies seized on his inability to provide the surveillance footage and began to attack fiercely. Can't provide the surveillance. So there's no evidence. Spreading rumors can lead to legal consequences. Ha ha ha, you can only talk big, you can't provide any evidence. Really pathetic. Even at this point, you're still being stubborn. You scummy bastard, don't run. I live in the capital. I'm taking a taxi right now to confront you. Ladies, charge with me. The address better not be fake. This guy's so low it's not impossible for him to send out a fake address. Alright, the address is real. If I run, I'm a dog. If you don't come, you're all dogs. That's it. I won't say anything more. Welcome everyone to visit. Jiang Lin had completely lost his patience, and after stirring up some hatred, he ended the stream at lightning speed. The screen went black, and Wang Yifan also exited the connection. However, they remembered Jiang Lin's declaration of not being able to provide the surveillance clearly. Did you see that, Jiai? This guy is just bluffing. Wang Yifan smiled, wrapping his arm around Chen Jiai, wearing a look of confidence. Li Shui felt a little jealous and could only sulkily devise strategies on the side to try to attract the others' attention. Fan, with the momentum so strong right now, why don't we openly declare war on the scumbag? Wouldn't that raise the heat even more? Wang Yifan's eyes lit up at her words. Shui, this idea is great. Speaking for the victims, declaring war on the scumbag. It might even attract official attention, making me a justice warrior. Let's do it. I'll have the studio post the news on Weibo right away. After the broadcast, Jiang Lin immediately took out his phone and dialed 3 consecutive calls. Hello, Dad, someone is spreading rumors that I'm a scumbag and cyberbullying me. What? Am I not already a scumbag? What a joke, I am clearly so affectionate. If you're going to say that, I'm going to be depressed. Now someone wants to come to my villa in the suburbs to kill me. Are you going to do something about it? Anyway, if you don't, it will be your Jiang family's problem. Let's see how you explain it to Grandpa and Grandma then. Jiang Lin spoke rapidly and hung up without waiting for the other party to respond. Click. Then the second call. Hello, Grandfather, I've been cyberbullied. If you don't believe me, just search my name online. Do you believe it now? Thank you, Grandfather. Click. The last call was to Jiang Hao. Hey, cousin, do you remember what we talked about during the day? Yes, the plan has changed. I need your help tonight. They'll send a message to my old man shortly, trying to get those old guys to approve it for you tomorrow. Yes, the evidence is the surveillance footage. They'll have the manager of the Voodoo Prince Jiang Hotel send it to you later. Okay, wish you a promotion. Click. After hanging up, Jiang Lin let out a long breath of relief, tilting his head to gaze at the extremely luxurious crystal chandelier, lost in thought. After a moment, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Hee Wang Yifan, Chen Jiai, Li Shui, and all you keyboard warriors. Please enjoy the last dawn before the storm. Meanwhile, above the suburbs of the capital city, the roaring sound of rapidly spinning propellers shattered the midnight tranquility as several military-armed helicopters sped across the sky. Many night owls living in the suburbs were drawn to the sudden noise, one by one walking to their windows to see what was happening. On the ground, fully armed police surrounded the villa. Any passing vehicles and pedestrians were stopped for inspection. Among them were those who had come to see the real Jiang Lin. In a black Cadillac, Lin Tong was complaining to her boyfriend Li Tao about a man unrelated to them. Honey, how can there be such scum in this world? Not only did he cheat first, but he also blames the girl for wearing a wedding dress to attend the concert. Is a wedding dress really that important? Being so stingy with his girlfriend, no wonder he can only live in the suburbs. Haha, I bet that Jiang Lin will end up like this for the rest of his life. I can't stand scumbags like him. When we get there you must teach him a lesson. Facing Lin Tong's incessant chatter in the front passenger seat, her boyfriend Li Tao remained silent, instead gazing ahead with a serious expression, his brows furrowed. Honey, Li Tao, can't you hear me talking? Lin Tong thought he was ignoring her and was about to get angry. Just then the car suddenly came to a screeching halt at the intersection, and several fully armed officers appeared at the window. Get out. Routine check, commanded the leading officer with a stern expression. Although Lin Tong and Li Tao were bewildered facing the black muzzles of the guns, they could only comply and get out for inspection. Officer, we're both law-abiding citizens, you see. The car door opened, and Li Tao emerged from the driver's seat with a big smile, holding a pack of cigarettes. Right, we're both law-abiding citizens. Lin Tong echoed from the side. Yes, ID and driver's license. The officer didn't care what they were saying and began checking their documents with a stern face, while several other officers searched the trunk and the interior of the car. Faced with this official attitude, Li Tao's hand holding the cigarettes froze in midair. Documents. An officer noticed he hadn't moved for a long time, so he raised his gun to threaten him, the intention very clear. Okay, right away. The man smiled awkwardly, putting the cigarettes back in his pocket and reaching for his documents. The officer received the documents and carefully checked them, finding no problems. His expression finally softened a bit, but he casually asked, where are you two planning to drive to? Lin Tong and Li Tao exchanged a glance instinctively. They couldn't possibly say they were going to see someone else, could they? After a brief silence, it was Li Tao who gave an answer. A family elder has passed away. We're returning home overnight for the funeral. My condolences. The officer nodded, preparing to let them go. Suddenly, an officer's voice sounded from the back of the car. Officer, there are baseball bats and batons in the trunk. Click. The sound of guns being cocked echoed sharply. The officer's expression darkened, a hint of amusement in his tone as he said, your family's customs for funerals are quite unique. No. We keep those in the car for self-defense, especially since it's late at night and we're passing through the suburbs. Fewer people, and it's dark. Li Tao forced a smile that looked more like a grimace as he explained. Do you know this person? The officer said, pulling out a photo of a young man. They both instantly recognized the person in the photo. It was Jiang Lin, the very target they were going to see tonight. A bold idea sprang to their minds. Could it be that he is already under police investigation, being wanted citywide? Before Li Tao could speak, Lin Tong excitedly interjected. I know him. Isn't this that scumbag Jiang Lin? Officer, are you currently looking for him? I knew it. Scum like him will eventually face the law, thank heavens. The authorities can no longer tolerate his actions. The officer tilted his head, looking at the incessantly talking woman in front of him, his expression growing increasingly strange. Noticing the officer's expression, Li Tao's heart sank, and he quickly patted Lin Tong, signaling her to be quiet. Li Tao, why are you patting me? Feeling the unusual sensation on her arm, Lin Tong didn't grasp the situation and turned to question him. Li Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, keep talking. I'm listening. The officer crossed his arms with interest. The surrounding officers, hearing the noise, all gathered around to encircle the two. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. At this moment, Lin Tong finally realized something was off. Officer, what is this about? It's nothing, just asking you to come back to the station for a cup of tea. The officer waved his hand with a smile. Cuff them all. As soon as the words left his mouth, two shiny handcuffs were placed on Lin Tong and Li Tao's wrists. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. So much so that Lin Tong was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. I'm being handcuffed. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, there is solid evidence. Take them away. No, I haven't committed a crime. You can't arrest me. What you're doing is illegal. I will sue you. Lin Tong was still trying to struggle. Sue me. You can talk about it after you get out. The officer smiled coldly, not bothering with them, turning around and getting into the police car without looking back. What a joke. The cabinet had issued a strict order to fully protect the safety of the young man in the photo, not letting any potential threats exist. If something really happened, neither he nor his superior would likely escape. No, you can't violate a woman's will. This is illegal. Ugh. Lin Tong tried to use moral pressure to threaten them, but before she could finish, a strip of cloth was shoved into her mouth. Be quiet. You are now suspected of attempted murder. If you continue to resist, we will have the right to use coercive measures against you. An officer coldly pulled out pepper spray, the warning in his tone very clear. Boom. The officer's words struck like thunder, reverberating in their ears. Both Lin Tong and Li Tao were stunned. Attempted murder. This charge comes with a minimum sentence of 10 years. They clearly hadn't done anything or offended any major figures. No, wait. It seems there is one. Thinking of this, a young man's face simultaneously appeared in their minds. A new wave of turmoil arises. Late at night, Wang Yifan Studio released a public statement on Weibo announcing that they would pursue legal action against Jiang Lin for the false statements made in the live broadcast and seek justice for the victims of the infidelity incident. An image declaring their war was attached below. This statement sent shockwaves across the internet and quickly climbed the trending topics. Numerous fans rushed to the comments section stirring the sentiment. It seems Yifan is serious about this. Support. Now that guy Jiang Lin can finally face consequences. Congratulations in advance. Why is there such a disparity among men? Look at my Yifan, gentle handsome bursting with a sense of justice daring to fight against evil forces. Then look at that Jiang Lin, although there are no photos I can guess, he must be a sleazy guy who wouldn't even let his girlfriend wear a wedding dress to a concert. Does he really think she would only marry him? This is hilarious. Cheating, and I don't know who was blind enough to become his mistress. I agree with the above. Nowadays there are too many mediocre men who think the world can't turn without them. They're all so ordinary, yet so self-assured, and when girls date them, they don't even treat them well, yet still dare to have opinions. Serves him right for being single, waiting for the scumbag to face the law. Just as public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided, an emergency meeting was convened overnight in the capital. More than 10 cabinet members were quietly discussing. Oh, old you, why are you still here for a meeting so late? Oh, it's a sudden order from above supposedly presided over by that person personally. Aren't you here for the same reason? By the way, do you have any insider information? Why hold an emergency meeting in the middle of the night? I don't know, it could be something serious. Alright, quiet down. Let's wait for that person to arrive before we discuss. The political arena is just like a river. These members have worked together in the cabinet for years, and they are all familiar faces, so their conversations are naturally plentiful. However, what they cared about most was the specific content of today's emergency meeting. Finally, the door to the conference room swung open, and two figures appeared simultaneously before everyone. In the next second, those influential members, usually so powerful, stood straight and looked towards the entrance, their faces tense, as if they were students encountering a teacher. The figure was none other than the current second elder of the cabinet, Jiang Tang. He is also the head of the Jiang family in the capital and Jiang Lin's biological father. Thank you all for your hard work in holding this meeting late at night. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Tang's stern face, his tone calm, yet carrying the pressure of someone in authority. Not at all. No trouble at all. Elder Jiang, thank you for your hard work. Even at this hour, you're still worrying for the country. Yes, no matter how hard we work, it can't compare to you. You are our role model and benchmark. Facing the flattery of the crowd, Jiang Tang showed no excessive reaction and walked straight to take his seat at the head of the table. Behind him followed a young man holding a folder. Those present were all prominent figures who had navigated the political scene in the capital for many years, and they naturally had heard about the affairs of the three major families, with many relying on them to reach their current positions. So when the young man appeared, someone immediately recognized his identity. He was Jiang Hao, a young master from the collateral branch of the Jiang family. After some brief pleasantries, the meeting officially began. Jiang Hao began distributing the documents he held to each member, containing proposals related to the regulation of the internet he had previously suggested. However, some examples had been slightly modified. The members accepted the documents, and upon seeing the title at first glance their expressions darkened, but due to Jiang Tang's presence they were reluctant to vent their frustration. This proposal. Wasn't this the one they had rejected countless times before? Why is this kid so stubborn? Why does he keep submitting such unrealistic proposals? Can't he consider reality? The internet is not the same as reality. The manpower, financial resources, and material resources involved in actual regulation are daunting. 1,000 people participating in online violence. Are we really supposed to arrest all 1,000? With such a vast area as Huahua, how massive would the arrest operation be? At this moment, Jiang Tang spoke. The content of this meeting has only 2 points. First, issues regarding online violence and slander. Second, the chaos in the entertainment industry. As for the specific proposals, Comrade Jiang Hao will explain them all. Jiang Tang's words were like a stabilizing force. Even if the members had tremendous objections, they could only swallow them down at this moment. There was no way around it. He had spoken, what could they do? They could only act swiftly. With Jiang Tang's support, Jiang Hao finally found the courage to stand before these members. He took a step forward and began to express his views. Good evening, esteemed members. You are likely familiar with the topic of online violence. The internet is a double-edged sword. It can save lives or take them, and online violence is the sword that kills. Jiang Hao had expressed this same opinion countless times, and the members had heard it just as many. Now they had only one thought: to get through this quickly and go home to sleep. The authoritative voice had spoken. Their opinions had become irrelevant. Let it be destroyed. I'm tired. Time passed second by second. Finally, Jiang Hao stopped speaking, and the members perked up. Had he finally finished? Phew. Jiang Hao slowly exhaled, his gaze sincere, yet dim, as he spoke. Esteemed members, perhaps you have never experienced online violence and do not understand its harm. But today I can responsibly tell you. My cousin, Jiang Lin, is currently suffering from unprecedented online violence, and as his older cousin, I can only watch him slowly sink into depression. Do you know how I feel? Do you know how his family feels? Do you know how his father and grandfather feel? Jiang Hao's words were filled with deep emotion, but to everyone present it sounded like a thunderclap. Boom. 13 members widened their eyes in shock, staring at the emotionally charged young man before them. What? Cousin Jiang Lin, suffering from online violence. Isn't he the crown prince of the Jiang family? What the hell, the Jiang family's crown prince is being bullied online. Do you think I don't know how his father and grandfather feel? Gulp. The members instinctively swallowed, casting sidelong glances at the stern-faced, middle-aged man in the main seat. They knew that feeling all too well. They knew it all too well. Bang. Suddenly a member slammed the table and stood up, his face filled with anger, his eyes almost shooting flames. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. I never expected online violence to be so rampant nowadays. For the sake of these victims and their families, we cannot stand by idly. I propose to draft a plan overnight to regulate online violence. As soon as he spoke, he immediately received responses from all the members. I agree. Too despicable. Yes. The internet is not a lawless land. It should have been regulated long ago. Moreover, regarding the chaos in the entertainment industry, I believe there is no need for Comrade Jiang how to continue presenting examples. Time waits for no one, so let's draft the proposal overnight. Agreed. Seconded. The next day, a trending topic suddenly exploded across major media outlets, igniting the entire internet of Huagua. The sky has fallen. The true identity of the bullied youth is actually the prince of the capital. At the same time, millions of netizens joined the ranks of spectators, escalating the situation. The instigator of all this was Jiang Lin's grandfather Lin Guangfu, the head of the Lin family conglomerate. Last night, upon learning that his precious grandson was being slandered and bullied online, he immediately issued orders to the Lin group, pressuring various short video platforms like Douyin. However, the purpose of this pressure was not to suppress the trending topic, but to promote it. Indeed, it was to put Jiang Lin's identity on the trending list. This was also what Jiang Lin wanted. He never sought to calm the situation, as he had done nothing wrong. Why should he back down? Moreover, the situation had escalated to this point, and having endured so much injustice and abuse, given his current temperament, he would never back down unless the other party faced legal consequences. Soon Jiang Lin directly responded to the declaration of war on Douyin. His response was a mere 8 words: ironclad evidence, fight to the death. Once this news broke, public opinion online was no longer one-sided. Many netizens began to take a neutral stance, waiting for the final twist in the event. After all, apart from those extreme individuals, most people were quite rational. Both sides were merely arguing, and naturally those with evidence would have the upper hand. Meanwhile, the extreme individuals online reacted like cats whose tails were stepped on, launching indiscriminate attacks on all netizens who disagreed with them. Had the prince of the capital. If that were true, I would eat shit upside down. You guys don't really think he has evidence, do you? If he had evidence, why wouldn't he release it sooner? I will always stand by Fan. Even if he is wrong, he must have his reasons. Oh wait. How could my Fan possibly be wrong? No one would really believe that scumbag Jiang Lin, right? Have you all lost your minds? However, this was not the end of the story. That afternoon, the official media of Huagua Huaxia Daily and the National Radio and Television Administration released a joint news report in order to implement the cabinet's directive to strengthen the management of the internet and entertainment culture industry. An emergency meeting was held in the capital last night. The meeting passed 6 opinions on rectifying the internet and entertainment culture industry and guiding plan for strictly combating online violence and conducting net purification actions. From now on, the cabinet will form a supervisory team to conduct surprise inspections on the domestic internet and entertainment industry. As soon as this news was released, it instantly caused an uproar. How coincidental. Really too coincidental. Jiang Lin's identity was exposed, and then news about the cabinet's intention to rectify the internet and entertainment industry surfaced. This inevitably raised doubts about the authenticity of Jiang Lin's identity. If the other party truly is the prince of a powerful family in the capital, then this gossip just became substantial. In an instant, the entire internet and entertainment industry fell into a state of nervous tension. In the capital, at the headquarters of Shidai Junfeng, in the chairman's office, Li Fei sat in a reclining chair with a gloomy expression, questioning Wang Yifan before him. Do you dare to say these two events are mere coincidences? Li, Chairman, I've already inquired multiple times. This Jiang Lin is just a penniless college student. Even the money to buy gifts for his girlfriend was saved from summer jobs. He absolutely cannot be some wealthy heir from the capital. Wang Yifan swallowed, nervously noticing that the other party's face remained expressionless, and hurriedly added, all this information came from his ex-girlfriend and close friend. He was speaking the truth. He did indeed learn these matters from Chun Jiaoyi and Li Shui, but was he being deceived? Not really. After all, who would abandon a well-off heir from the capital to pursue a so-called internet celebrity? He dared not compare his current status to those young masters who stand atop power and wealth. One must have self-awareness. Hearing Wang Yifan's words, Li Fei fell into silence. As one of the top executives of Huagua's cultural industry, he understood the intricacies of the internet and entertainment industry. The sudden directive from above to rectify the situation was definitely not without reason. Either he had offended a significant figure, or he had encroached on someone else's territory. As for the reasoning provided by Wang Yifan, how could he believe the words of an actor? As a man who has weathered storms, Li Fei was far more inclined to trust his instincts. Thus, he had his secretary investigate early on to guard against unforeseen circumstances. As long as it wasn't that family, everything would be manageable. With that thought, Li Fei turned his gaze to his secretary. Did you find out how many prominent Jiang families there are in the capital? Unexpectedly upon hearing this, the secretary's expression changed dramatically. Chairman, we did find some information. But only one. Which one? It can't be. Li Fei's brows furrowed in suspicion. The secretary nodded and pointed up at the ceiling. What a... Li Fei exclaimed in shock. Are you sure? Absolutely certain, Chairman. Boom. Upon receiving the secretary's affirmative response, Li Fei felt as if a thunderclap had gone off in his mind, causing a buzzing in his brain, and in that instant all his strength seemed to be drained, leaving him slumped in his chair. How could this be? Is it that family? No, it can't be. Seeing his boss exhibit such an uncharacteristic demeanor, Wang Yifan could no longer remain seated and quickly stood to ask Li. Chairman, what exactly is going on? That family. What happened? What is it? At that moment, Li Fei had no mood to explain to the young man before him. He lacked the strength even to slap this young celebrity away. The Jiang family. That was the only Jiang family in the imperial capital. Having mingled in the capital for so many years, how could he not have heard of that terrifying family? He never imagined that fate would be so cruel. He also did not expect that in the capital, there truly was only this one Jiang family. Right now, he could only hope that the information regarding Jiang Lin's identity online was false. Otherwise, facing such a behemoth, even if Li Fei had 72 transformations in their eyes, he would merely be laughable and easily crushed. With that thought, Li Fei took a deep breath, mustering the last of his strength to roar at the man before him. Get out, you bastard. Wang Yifan was stunned by the shout, and before he could react, several tall and imposing security guards walked in from the doorway. Wang Yifan looked at the guards' fists, which were as large as bowls, then glanced at his own slender arms and legs, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead. Up until now, he was still in a daze, wondering what had happened. What kind of family could make his boss behave so irrationally? He was the company's popular rising star. Why would the boss be so angry with him? Just because of a poor student? Wait. Li Chairman, let me explain. Get out. Throw him out. In the capital city, outside the headquarters of Sherdai, Juanfeng, a convoy consisting of 3 Audi A6s and a Toyota coaster slowly approached and parked by the roadside. The doors opened, and Zhang Hao and his companions stepped out of the coaster. Since it was a surprise inspection, they did not put on too much of a show. 2 Audis led the way, while 1 followed behind, which did not cause a loss of face for the inspection team. Huh, is this the headquarters of Sherdai Junfeng? Truly impressive. Zhang Hao couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at the majestic building before him. He knew well what this building represented, a giant in the entertainment industry of Huaguo, a behemoth that holds half the entertainment circle in the capital, with a web of connections that spans both political and business realms. In the past, as a mere junior staff member, he would never have dared to provoke them, let alone directly come to their territory for a surprise inspection. After all, his father never cared about him, or helped him take advantage of family connections unless his personal safety was threatened. However, times have changed. With the support of his cousin, he felt as though he held an imperial decree with the entire family backing him. No matter how powerful the figures within this building might be, they were merely insignificant characters in the face of his decree. Huh, what streaming superstar? Entertainment tycoon. Just a bunch of clowns. With the opportunity to make a move, Jiang Hao naturally would not let it slip by. He stepped forward, a smile blooming on his face like a spring breeze, and addressed a middle-aged man in police uniform beside him. Director Zhao, this is our first stop for the surprise inspection. To avoid encountering any insurmountable obstacles during the inspection, we hope that the police comrades can assist us. Thank you. Vice Team Leader Jiang is too polite. Assisting the inspection team is our assigned task, and it is our duty, Director Zhao replied with a smile. Seeing this, Jiang Hao dropped the pretense and got straight to the point. In that case, let's head inside. According to the investigation team, the involved artist Wang Yifan is currently inside this building. We should catch him before the victim arrives, otherwise it would be problematic. Upon hearing the word victim, Director Zhao's expression changed. While others might not know who the victim was, he certainly did. The urgent late-night meeting held by the capital's authorities and the 2 drafted proposals made it clear that he, as the director of the capital police station, had to assist with the investigation. Who else could be the one involved in all this besides the legendary young master? Even the vice team leader of this makeshift inspection team has the surname Jiang. The nominal team leader is even the head of the National Radio and Television Administration. Such treatment is evidently exceptional. After calming his excitement, Director Zhao took a deep breath. At this moment, as long as he could catch the attention of that young master, rising to fame would just be a matter of time. With that thought, Director Zhao immediately spoke with conviction. Yes, right now the most pressing task is to apprehend the suspect. We cannot allow the victim to suffer any further harm. Team 1, come with me upstairs. The rest notify surrounding police forces for support. Today, even if I have to surround the entire building, I won't let a single fly escape. Also, call in the special forces immediately. With that, Director Zhao led a team of officers into the building. This scene left Jiang Hao and the other members of the inspection team dumbfounded. What the heck? Anyone unaware might think there were terrorists in this building with the police chief leading an anti-terror operation. Cough cough. I didn't expect Director Zhao despite his age to be so brave. Truly a hero among men, a valiant steed among horses. An investigator in a formal jacket managed to force a smile attempting to ease the tension. The others turned their gaze to Jiang Hao waiting for him to issue the next command. As the vice leader of the inspection team, with the nominal leader absent, Jiang Hao was the highest authority present. Without his orders, the members of the inspection team were hesitant to act independently. All right, comrades, since Director Zhao has shown such spirit, we naturally cannot lag behind. Let's go see what kind of giant this entertainment conglomerate is. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Hao led the inspection team into the building. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elevator doors opened and a frail figure was forcibly thrown out of the elevator by several security guards. The body hit the ground with a heavy thud, producing a dull sound that made one feel pain all over. The staff on the first floor heard the noise and looked over with puzzled expressions, seemingly curious about which unfortunate soul had drawn the ire of the boss today. When the figure lifted his head, revealing a face filled with pain, they were stunned. For the person was none other than the company's rising star, Wang Yifan. Oh my gosh, even Wang Yifan has been thrown out. The company must be undergoing a shakeup. Not just the company, but the entire entertainment industry is about to change. Haven't you heard? It seems Wang Yifan stirred up trouble with some big shot during his recent hype, and the company can't afford to offend him. It looks like the chairman is preparing to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Huh, is that really the case? Wow, that's shocking. Several brightly dressed women at the front desk whispered to each other, but their words reached Wang Yifan's ears perfectly. What? Sacrifice the pawn to save the king? Impossible. I am the company's cash cow, the flow star of Huagua. How could the company abandon me? Wang Yifan stood up in agony, every bone in his body feeling as if it were breaking, but he couldn't care about that now. This was about his future, and even if he were foolish, he could start to see the problems now. Especially with Li Fei's attitude towards him today, he deeply suspected if he was indeed being abandoned by the company, as those front desk girls had said. Quickly adjusting his attire, Wang Yifan hurried over to the front desk girls, forcing a smile as he said, "Ladies, what exactly is going on? Can you share some details with me?" In the past, Wang Yifan was a shining star on stage, and these front desk girls didn't even qualify for his attention. But now, having fallen from grace, he couldn't care about that. Preserving his future was the top priority. The girls, clearly startled by the sudden turn of events, exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. After a moment, one braver girl spoke up. Wang Yifan, we've only heard some rumors. So we just said these things, please don't take it to heart. Rumors. Before Wang Yifan could press for more information, a loud bang echoed from outside the door. Bang, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Wang Yifan instinctively turned to look. He saw several burly security guards scrambling in from outside, followed by a middle-aged man in police uniform. Everyone, hands on your heads, crouch down. Everyone, hands on your heads, crouch down. The voice of Director Zhao echoed throughout the entire hall on the first floor. Everyone was bewildered, but upon seeing the police uniform on the other party, they instinctively chose to cover their heads and crouch down. At this moment, a team of police officers rushed in, led by a squadron leader. Director Zhao, the squadron leader, stood at attention and saluted. You young people really lack exercise. You run slower than this old man who is about to turn 60. All right, now go and seal off the elevator, searching floor by floor. Director Zhao waved his hand impatiently, then took out his phone to pull up a photo of Wang Yifan and began comparing it with the people in the hall. Yes, the squadron leader replied helplessly and began organizing personnel to seal off the elevator. It wasn't that they were physically unfit, but rather that Director Zhao was too terrifying. Just as the security guard was about to approach to inquire about the situation, he launched a stun grenade. We are afraid of accidentally injuring someone. Looking at those security guards who were still in shock, their gazes towards them were like looking at terrorists. Nearby, Wang Yifan, who was crouching obediently next to the front desk, was utterly stunned. What on earth happened? Was the company building blown up by terrorists? Are today's terrorists so stylish that they can even wear police uniforms? Suddenly, Wang Yifan felt something cold and hard pressed against his forehead. Before he could look up, a voice rang in his ear. Look up. Wang Yifan instinctively shrank his neck, but the cold touch became even more pronounced. So he cautiously lifted his head, only to discover a cold gun was pressed against his head. Police. Comrade Police, I. Wang Yifan was almost scared to tears. He was just an artist and had never seen such a scene. This cold sensation felt like the scythe of death, as if it would harvest his fragile life in the next moment. Director Zhao, with one hand holding a gun and the other holding his phone, after comparing the photo multiple times, could confirm that the young man in front of him, looking rather delicate, was indeed Wang Yifan. You must be Wang Yifan. You look rather effeminate, yet you managed to commit such a serious crime. Tisk tisk tisk, one should not judge a book by its cover. Director Zhao put away his phone, sighing as he took out a silver bracelet from his waist. With a click, the shiny silver bracelet was locked onto Wang Yifan's hand. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. Before Wang Yifan could even react to what had happened, he was already apprehended. However, there was one thing he clearly heard. He actually committed such a serious crime. Did he commit a crime? A serious one. At that moment, Jiang Hao and his group walked in from the entrance. Seeing Director Zhao subduing Wang Yifan, Jiang Hao couldn't help but tease Director Zhao's efficiency is really fast. He caught the suspect so quickly. Naturally, the police in our capital city pride themselves on their efficiency. The two of them bantered, which eased the tense atmosphere in the hall a little. Wang Yifan finally mustered the courage to ask Comrade Police, "May I ask what exactly I did wrong? Why such a commotion to arrest a small artist like me?" Jiang Hao, hearing the voice, instinctively glanced at Wang Yifan, who was crouching on the ground with a confused expression, and then proactively reminded him. "You have committed multiple offenses, and it would take a while to list them all. Do you know Jiang Lin?" Jiang Lin. Upon hearing this name, Wang Yifan's pupils constricted sharply. "Yes, Jiang Lin. Don't worry, you will meet him soon." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Seeing this smile, Wang Yifan felt a chilling dread creeping up his spine. He had a premonition. He might be in serious trouble this time. Director Zhao, Deputy Team Leader Jiang. The legal representative of Sherdai Fengjuan, Li Fei, has already been apprehended by us. The previous squadron leader suddenly ran out from the stairwell. Bring him down. Deputy Team Leader Jiang still has work to complete. Director Zhao smiled and looked towards Jiang Hao. Thank you for your hard work, Director Zhao." Jiang Hao nodded politely. Before long, Li Fei's figure appeared in the elevator, but compared to Wang Yifan, he was much freer. At least he wasn't shackled with a silver bracelet. As he stepped out of the elevator upon seeing Director Zhao, Li Fei's mind went blank. Isn't he the director of the Capital Police Bureau? Why is he here? Director Zhao, why didn't you give me a heads up? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Li Fei forced a smile that was more painful than crying as he approached. Mr. Li, it's just to catch a suspect I happened to pass by, and if I had informed you in advance, I wouldn't be able to take responsibility in case of alarming the snake. Director Zhao quietly took 2 steps back to maintain some distance while glancing towards Wang Yifan. Following his gaze, Li Fei soon discovered Wang Yifan, who was crouching on the ground and slightly trembling. Director Zhao, what did he do? Is it convenient to inform me? It's convenient to inform. Artist Wang Yifan is suspected of multiple charges, including defamation, public indecency, and more. We have conclusive evidence and are here to arrest him. Li Fei fell silent. He didn't expect the authorities to have so quickly grasped the evidence of Wang Yifan's crimes, nor did he anticipate the police would directly barge into the company's building to make an arrest. A surge of unnamed anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and Li Fei, gritting his teeth, stormed forward. With a loud bang, Wang Yifan let out a cry of agony, rolling on the ground twice before crashing into the front desk. Li Fei felt it wasn't enough to vent his anger and prepared to deliver another blow, but fortunately 2 police officers beside him stopped him, preventing Wang Yifan from suffering further. Unable to lay hands on him, Li Fei could only point at Wang Yifan's nose and curse, venting his suppressed anger. "Damn it, the company spent countless resources to make you famous, and this is how you repay the company. I'll kick you to death, you bastard." Seeing him becoming increasingly agitated, Director Zhao stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. All right, Mr. Li, accompanying me this time are comrades from the inspection team, and I hope you will cooperate well with the investigation. Inspection team. Li Fei was taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Hao walked forward with his credentials, saying, "Hello, I am Jiang Hao, the deputy team leader of the inspection team appointed by the cabinet. In the coming days, I hope your company can cooperate well with our investigation. We will not wrong a good person, nor let a bad one escape. Brothers, those who have conditions can send a free small gift. The author will add more updates." The inspection team. The deputy leader. In that instant, Li Fei felt as if his brain had been struck hard, leaving him momentarily dazed. Good heavens, how could the inspection team arrive so quickly? The most terrifying part was that he hadn't heard even a whisper of warning beforehand. Just as he learned that the cabinet had formed an inspection team, they had already barged in. What does this signify? It indicates that they were well prepared this time, aiming to catch Jun Feng off guard. How can the petty affairs of the entertainment circle withstand scrutiny? It was merely that the connections ran too deep and the cabinet had always turned a blind eye. With this thought, Li Fei began frantically racking his brain for a way out. He was unwilling to accept defeat and sought to carve out a path for himself. His life had just reached its pinnacle. How could he let it end here? Mr. Li, why are you silent? Is there something you can't say? It's all right, just speak up. The inspection team and Director Zhao will surely support you. Perhaps sensing Li Fei's hesitation, Jiang Hao cheerfully interjected with a seemingly well-meaning reminder. Li Fei's face contorted in pain, feeling as if he had swallowed something bitter. Was this something he could say? If he spoke out, wouldn't he immediately earn himself a pair of silver bracelets? Leaders, may I make a phone call? After a moment's hesitation, Li Fei decided to seize this opportunity before the inspection team could catch him off guard and immediately sought help from his backer. As for whether it would work, he couldn't be sure, but this was his last hope. All right, go ahead and call. Jiang Hao seemed to have seen through Li Fei's thoughts and readily agreed. What a joke, trying to pull strings. Let's see if your backer dares to respond. Director Zhao observed everything, his face subtly betraying a hint of disappointment. He used to think that Li Fei was a significant figure rising from nothing to become a titan in Huaguo Entertainment. Yet in the end, he turned out to be an exceedingly foolish individual. In this situation, if your backer were of any use, they would have acted long ago. Only when the knife is at your throat do you remember to seek refuge. It's too late. As expected, after Li Fei dialed a certain number, the line immediately responded with the message that the phone was turned off. In that moment, Li Fei truly panicked. In his panic, he did something even more foolish. He asked Jiang Hao to lend him a phone. Now it was Director Zhao, and Jiang Hao's turn to be dumbfounded. Wait. Buddy, aren't you the undercover sent by the organization? Are you trying to get your backer in serious trouble? Out of humanitarian concern, Jiang Hao generously lent his phone to Li Fei. Li Fei even politely expressed his gratitude. Soon the call connected and a hoarse male voice came through. Hello? Who's this? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Fei nearly cried with excitement. Director Li, it's me, I'm Xiao Fei. The next moment, there was silence on the other end. Perhaps the other party was genuinely angered. Through the phone, Li Fei could clearly hear the heavy breathing. So he cautiously asked, Director Li, are you all right? After a long pause, perhaps the other party had collected themselves, the hoarse voice came through the phone again. I'm fine, what's the current situation? The current situation. Li Fei silently glanced at Jiang Hao, and Director Zhao then replied with 4 words, Barbie has been QD. Director Li, forget it, Zhao Dongshan is with you. Hand the phone to him. Zhao Dongshan. Is it Director Zhao? Li Fei repeated. After a simple acknowledgement from the other end, there was no further response. Meanwhile, standing aside and eavesdropping, Director Zhao's expression froze upon hearing that name. Oh, Director Zhao, it seems they specifically want to find you, Jiang Hao remarked with a knowing look. Indeed, Zhao Dongshan was the full name of Director Zhao. Director Zhao, your phone. Li Fei swallowed hard and cautiously handed over the phone. Zhao Dongshan took the call and immediately activated the recording, fearing he might not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hello, this is Zhao Dongshan. I know you, little Zhao. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Dongshan's expression changed dramatically. Director Li, seeing Zhao Dongshan so emotionally stirred, Jiang Hao couldn't help but shoot him a puzzled glance. What's wrong? Director Zhao, who is this big shot? Zhao Dongshan ignored him and instead spoke with a pained expression into the phone. Seeing this scene, Li Fei finally felt his heart, which had been hanging in the balance, relax. It seems that the billions he spent each year were not in vain. At this moment, Zhao Dongshan should have received the other party's instructions, switching the phone to speaker mode. The hoarse male voice finally reached Jiang Hao's ears for the first time. Jiang, how about we let this matter slide? When I return, I'll speak to your father and see if I can arrange a director position for you at the police department. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's first reaction wasn't excitement, but rather outrage. It was utterly outrageous. He never expected the other party would dare to openly attempt to bribe him in front of so many members of the inspection team. Isn't that just insane? Perhaps considering his concerns, the voice on the phone continued. Rest assured, I will personally go to your cousin to apologize. They don't feel too much psychological pressure. Young people still have much to learn, so don't be too rigid. The voice on the phone, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of everyone present, including Wang Yifan. He could see a flicker of hope reignite in his previously dim eyes. If Sherdai Fengjun were spared by the higher-ups, could it be possible for him, this cash cow, to be saved? After all, no matter how bad he was, he could generate astronomical profits for the company each year. He couldn't believe that the higher-up would be willing to give up on his cash cow. However, the reality was that all of this was merely his personal fantasy. In Director Li's plans, there was no provision for saving Wang Yifan. If one were to calculate the causal relationships, Sherdai Fengjun was merely an indirect liability, but Wang Yifan was different. He had directly offended Jiang Lin. Even if Director Li held a high position and had a vast network of connections, he wouldn't dare to openly oppose Jiang Lin. The only thing he could do was to save some face and see if the other party would accept it. Jiang Hao stood still, pondering for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly. Director Li, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your request. This time I was entrusted by my cousin Jiang Lin, and the eyes of the entire cabinet are on our inspection team. If it's just empty noise, I'm afraid I won't be able to face them when I return. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I can understand that young people are often impetuous, but you are not from the Jiang family's direct line. What I mean is, why create an enemy when you can have another friend? The hoarse voice of Director Li gradually took on a hint of threat. Just then a boisterous voice rang out from the entrance. What are you? How dare you be our Jiang family's enemy? Everyone was startled by the sudden outburst, not because of the volume, but due to the content. Help! Someone here is questioning what a department-level cadre is worth. Jiang Hao turned around in shock upon hearing the voice. Damn! Cousin! The Zhao Dongshan next to him trembled at this address, and quickly turned to look. A strikingly handsome young man, well-proportioned, was slowly approaching under the escort of an elderly man and numerous bodyguards. Is this the legendary Prince of the Jiang family? Zhao Dongshan exclaimed in shock. Surrounded by a throng of people, Jiang Lin walked up to Zhao Dongshan with a sullen expression. In an instant the entire hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All gazes were fixated on this mysterious young master, quietly awaiting his next move. For Zhao Dongshan, this was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking and exhilarating moment of his years in office. The person before him was the only legitimate descendant of the Jiang family in this generation, with immense power, untold wealth, and the status of a prince in the capital, a being adorned with myriad accolades. To crush someone like him, the director, would be but a mere word for Jiang Lin. Even in front of his superior Zhao Dongshan had never felt this tense. Realizing this, cold sweat gradually soaked the edges of his clothes. No, I must distance myself from Director Li. Just as Zhao Dongshan resolved to make a decision, Jiang Lin spoke. The Capital Police Department. Li Jiangwo, right? Upon hearing this, the man on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment, replaced by a voice clearly laced with flattery. Jiang, young master, it's me. This matter is my fault, I apologize. Please, as a magnanimous person, let me handle this in any way you see fit. I won't dare to interject another word. How about this? Is it acceptable? Hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled. What? How could I dare to hold you accountable for the mistakes of the esteemed Director Li? How could our Jiang family dare to become your enemy? Right. As soon as these words were spoken, the voice on the other end of the phone trembled noticeably. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would think this so-called Director Li was on the verge of tears. No, young Master Jiang. This is a misunderstanding. I must have been muddled to speak such nonsense. Please give me a chance. I have an appointment with the neurology department this afternoon, and tomorrow morning I will come to apologize to you. Alright, make sure to get your head checked. If you need money, you can come to me for reimbursement. As for the apology, there's no need. After all, you're already suffering from dementia, so there's no point in others saying and bullying an old man. Oh, and by the way, when are you going to voluntarily vacate your position for capable young people? Don't force me to push you out. Jiang Lin took the phone, speaking with an air of calm indifference. Alright. Okay, young Master Jiang, I understand. The voice on the other end clearly lost some of its spirit. With a click, the call ended and Jiang Lin looked around, asking in the most composed tone, is there anyone else with objections? Speak up if you do. The hall fell into a dead silence. Except for the inspection team, led by Jiang Hao, everyone else instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of this young master with such a powerful background. What a joke. Objections. Didn't they see the director apologizing profusely? How could they dare to have any objections? Seeing everyone silent, Jiang Lin decided to walk up to Wang Yifan himself. At this moment, the latter's gaze was vacant, slumped on the ground like a dead dog with his wrists bruised and bloodied from the cuffs. Oh, isn't this a big star? How did you end up in such a dire state? Do you want me to rally your fans to launch a cyber attack on the Capital Police? Jiang Lin squatted down, smiling. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Yifan's gaze gradually regained some spark. However, when he saw the man's face, his expression froze, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. I was wrong, I was really wrong, Jiang Lin. No, young Master Jiang, it's all Chen Jiai and Li Shui. They are the two bitches who wanted to cyber-bully you. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. Oh, stop with the young Master Jiang nonsense. I actually prefer to see you proclaiming justice online. Jiang Lin chuckled, patting the other's face, only to find it coated with a layer of white powder, instantly feeling unwell. Why is the makeup on your face thicker than the putty on my wall? What do you mean, When you're out here mixing it up, you have to stand tall and take your hits, you understand? Yes, I understand. Good then. Someone clean the putty off his face, I'm allergic. Jiang Lin took the wet wipes handed to him by Uncle Fu, standing up and giving orders to the bodyguards behind him. Yes, young Master Jiang. Upon receiving the command, the bodyguard team surged forward, pinning Wang Yifan to the ground while taking turns slapping him. Young Master Jiang, don't. I was wrong. Slap, slap, slap. Slap. The chilling cries mingled with the sound of slaps, echoing like a hellish symphony in the center of the hall. Li Fei, pale-faced, closed his eyes, fearing he would be the next target. Zhao Dongshan silently watched the scene, not daring to speak or ask, only swallowing hard. Logically, using private punishment like this was illegal. He should arrest the other party. But, he certainly did not want to become the second Wang Yifan. As time passed, the originally exquisite face of Wang Yifan became marred with slap marks, his head swollen like a pig's and blood seeping from his cheeks, finally pooling and dripping down his neck. In that woeful and miserable state, he was nowhere near the revered star he had been on stage. Seeing that Wang Yifan was knocked unconscious, Jiang Lin finally waved his hand to stop, instructing a few officers to carry him to the police car. Having completed all this, he even found time to make a quip. Being young is great. You can just fall asleep anywhere, tsk tisk. Li Fei had closed his eyes not to block out his ears, naturally hearing this seemingly unintended mockery. A demon. This was definitely a demon. No, I cannot sit idly by. My wonderful life has only just begun. Unknowingly, his fists were clenched tightly. After sending Wang Yifan away, Jiang Lin's attention naturally shifted to Li Fei. So this is Mr. Li, right? The next second after his words fell, Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Li Fei bent his knees and knelt straight down. Thud. Jiang Lin was taken aback, his words caught in his throat, as he momentarily did not know how to respond. He had just started speaking, and what was this kneeling all about? Kneeling on the ground, Li Fei deeply bowed his head. Young Master Jiang, I have elders above and young ones below. Please. Slap. Before the other could finish his plea, Jiang Lin swung his hand and interrupted him. All right, let's call it a day. Save your pleas for the police, I'm already tired of hearing it. After finishing all this, Jiang Lin nonchalantly clapped his hands, turning to leave with an indifferent expression. Zhang Hao and Zhao Dongshan exchanged glances, preparing to step forward and restrain Li Fei. Just then the situation took a sudden turn. With a face full of resentment, Li Fei pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Jiang Lin's back. Since you won't let me live, then I'll take you down with me. Cousin, young Master Jiang. Zhang Hao and Zhao Dongshan were greatly alarmed and rushed forward. Moi. Jiang Lin turned his head in confusion, feeling a chill flash before his eyes. Bang! A figure was hurled out, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Several attendants hiding beneath the front desk felt the darkness descend and were sent sprawling onto the floor. A chorus of wails rose through the hall. Everything had happened in an instant. After a momentary daze, everyone's gaze quickly converged on Jiang Lin and the elderly man in tang attire beside him. Jiang Lin stiffly turned toward the kindly old man and managed, Fu Bo. You. Still no martial arts. He had witnessed the man throw a punch that sent Li Fei flying, and he had been the closest to Fu Bo. To be frank, Jiang Lin was stunned. As a child, had Fu Bo not been winded, even by climbing a wall? Is this really the same Fu Bo? The old man simply brushed his sleeve and said with easy leisure, Young master, I only practice tycoon and sometimes dance in the square. How could one say, I know true martial arts? If blame is to be placed, blame the impetuousness of today's youth, who do not cherish their bodies. Look, I merely tapped him lightly, and he flew away like a balloon. Falling at a single touch is the sign of inner emptiness. Young master, you must not copy him. Jiang Lin was inwardly aghast, and almost wanted to blurt, Old sir, what sort of square dance is that? What style of taijikun? Could he learn it too? Yet to preserve the aloof dignity expected of the Jiang family's heir, he swallowed his curiosity and held his tongue. After a brief silence, attention returned to Li Fei. Everyone wondered what fate awaited the audacious man who had attempted to murder the Jiang heir. Li Fei himself had already lapsed into unconsciousness. That was only because Fu Bo had restrained his strength otherwise. Whether he lived or died now hung in doubt. Cousin, what should we do? Jiang Hao stepped forward to ask Jiang Lin for his opinion. As Jiang Lin considered, someone else made the choice for him. Zhao Dongshan gave a glance, and the nearby officers understood at once. Together, they hauled Li Fei to Jiang Lin's feet. When it was done, Zhao Dongshan immediately adopted a servile smile and drew close. Young Master Jiang, rest assured, I Zhao will see to everything here cleanly for you. With that, he cast a cold sweep across the hall. In the next instant, armed special forces poured into the room as if on cue. The employees who had been crouched with hands on their heads watching in stunned silence were thrown into confusion. A moment before they had been anticipating Li Fei's fate, now they faced the cold muzzles of guns. Such a scene they had only seen on television and never imagined it would fall upon them. Zhao Dongshan looked instinctively to Jiang Lin, awaiting his decision. Jiang Lin remained silent, his gaze drifting over the crowd. With Jiang Lin's silence, the atmosphere grew heavier. Some timid girls, unable to bear the pressure, began to sob softly. Fear, helplessness, and despair spread swiftly among them. Only then did they grasp what absolute authority truly meant, and what it was to possess an unfathomable backing. The holder of that power stood at the center of the hall, a delicate-looking young man in casual clothes. Everyone felt as if in a dream. This included the members of the inspection team. These men had long navigated officialdom and had seen far more than ordinary folk. Even so, none of them had ever witnessed someone who could compel the Capitol Police Chief to risk such disgrace and go this far. They had never seen the like. This was the terror of power. Gradually the crying swelled, and some fragile souls began to plead desperately, begging Jiang Lin to spare them. Young Master Jiang, I truly just joined Sherdai Fengjun. I have not offended you and have done nothing to harm you. Young Master Jiang, please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old at home. If something happens to me, my family will be ruined. Young Master Jiang, those things online were the doing of Wang Yifan and Li Fei. I had nothing to do with them. You can check. If I have harmed young Master Jiang, may heaven strike me with 5 bolts of thunder. Jiang Lin watched their reactions and felt a quiet stir. Indeed, under the threat of death, no one could remain composed. These people were someone's parents and someone's children, yet that was no excuse for him to assume the savior's role. Reflecting on his own recent sufferings, was he not already battered enough? Was he not too someone's child? Was he not a treasured member of his household? The reason he faced all this without fear was not superior intellect, nor the fact of being a transmigrant, but the presence of an immensely powerful family standing behind him. Had he been an ordinary person like the others, a common wage earner, a farmer's child, then it would have been he begging on his knees today. Fortune and birth is itself a kind of strength. Good fortune determined his place as today's victor. Composing himself, Jiang Lin strode to the front desk and took a bottle of mineral water. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, he unscrewed the cap and poured the entire bottle over Li Fei's head. The shock of the cold water gradually roused Li Fei from unconsciousness. I, Jiang Lin, will never wrong a good man, nor will I spare a wicked one. However, have you not heard this saying, when an avalanche falls not a single snowflake is innocent? Jiang Lin scanned the hall and casually slammed the empty bottle into Li Fei's face. The blow stung. There was little physical harm, but great humiliation. Li Fei came to and stared at Fu Bo in disbelief. You? Old man, how do you have so much strength? How can an old man like you possess such immense strength? Fu Bo did not deign to reply to Li Fei. In his eyes the man was already condemned to death, unworthy of even a single wasted word. Immense, there is far greater still. Jiang Lin picked up the dagger from the floor and idly twirled it between his fingers, his gaze flickering repeatedly toward Li Fei's right hand. You held the blade in your right hand just now, didn't you? At those words, Li Fei instinctively snatched his right hand back, trying to dodge. Dodging won't save you. With a cold, mirthless smile, Jiang Lin slashed downward, the dagger cleaving the air with a sharp whistling shriek. Flash of crimson. Then Li Fei's shriek, raw and guttural as a slaughtered pig's, tore through the silence. Severed hand, its cut surface unervingly smooth, thudded onto the floor. Through the gushing torrent of blood, a sliver of white bone gleamed faintly beneath the torn flesh. With a single glance, Zhao Dongshan signaled a uniformed officer forward to clamp Li Fei's mouth shut. The scream died mid-breath. Yet Li Fei's contorted, agonized expression spoke volumes about the excruciating torment he endured. Fu Bo tilted his head slightly, glancing at Jiang Lin, not without surprise, but above all deep, quiet satisfaction. The young master has truly come of age. Jiang Lin sensed Fu Bo's gaze, and though surprise was understandable, that tender note of pride unsettled him. Was his former self truly so feeble that even Fu Bo had long yearned for him to evolve into a ruthless, unflinching force? After calmly wiping the blood from the dagger's blade, Jiang Lin turned his gaze toward Jiang Hao, who stood frozen nearby, eyes wide, breath suspended, utterly speechless. Deputy Group Leader Jiang, the rest is in your hands. The internal corruption at Sherdai Fengjun Cultural Co., Ltd., runs deep. Most of its employees are undoubtedly complicit, either knowingly silent or actively involved. Such collusion makes them accomplices. I urge you to conduct a thorough, uncompromising investigation and wield the full authority of the law to prosecute these criminals, delivering justice to every victim. At the sound of Jiang Lin's voice, Jiang Hao stiffly nodded, but his shock remained absolute, unshaken. Ni's own cousin. When had he become this fearsome? The boy who once trembled at the sight of a chicken being slaughtered now severed limbs with chilling precision. Judging by that flawlessly clean incision, this isn't his first time. Jiang Lin paid no mind to others' thoughts. Before the stunned assembly, he extended the dagger toward Zhao Dongshan. Director Zhao, it falls to you now. Understood. Young Master Jiang. Zhao Dongshan accepted the dagger with marked deference, then cast a razor-sharp, venomous glance at Li Fei, still writhing and thrashing on the floor. Don't forget to summon me when testimony is required. With that, Jiang Lin turned and led the group toward the main entrance. As he reached the doorway, he paused, glancing back one last time at Jiang Hao. Should you encounter obstruction during the investigation, should mind you, invoke my name. This matter will not end until justice is fully served. I, Jiang Lin, swear it. Jiang Hao silently nodded, committing every word to memory. Ni's cousin had entrusted him with unwavering support. Failure was no longer an option. After Jiang Lin and his entourage departed, Jiang Hao instantly became the center of every gaze. Facing a sea of pleading, desperate eyes, Jiang Hao raised his hand and brought it down with decisive finality. Take them all away. Effective immediately, the Supervisory Task Force launches a comprehensive investigation into Sherdai Fengjun Cultural Co., Ltd. That declaration paled countless faces, but on others bloomed the fragile, trembling relief of those narrowly escaping annihilation. Let them investigate. Worst case, we're merely accomplices or co-conspirators. Far better than being gunned down on Jiang Lin's whim. Jiang Lin himself had weighed this carefully, and though he held firm confidence in his family's influence, the aftermath would be overwhelming. Family's grievances, endless complications. Could he truly slaughter them all? This is modern China, a nation governed by law. Were he to order the wholesale massacre of Sherdai, Fengju and the Jiang clan would instantly be thrust into the eye of a political storm, while the other two great clans, ever watchful in the shadows, would seize the opportunity to undermine and crush the Jiangs with underhanded tactics. His greatest strength lay precisely in the Jiang clan's backing. If the clan fell, everything he possessed would crumble with it. Thus, entrusting Jiang Hao with this affair was not merely prudent, it was the only wise course. Jiang Hao embodied the cabinet embodied the state embodied the law. Before the law, all stand equal. And so long as the law stood with him, no scandal, no matter how vast, could tarnish the Jiang clan standing. Leaving Sherdai, Fengju and Jiang Lin had Fu Bo drive straight to a villa community in the city. Outside the community, Bai Jie and a group of court staff had been waiting for a long time. After Jiang Lin got out of the car, he shook hands with everyone one by one. Brother Bai, you've worked hard. Not at all, not at all. I will do my utmost for what Brother Jiang has entrusted to me. Thank you all for your hard work. Young Master Jiang, you are too polite. Young Master Jiang, it is our duty. After some simple pleasantries, Jiang Lin directed his gaze towards a distant villa. That was Wang Yifan's private villa and harem, where Chun Jia and Li Shui had been staying recently. To confirm whether the two were currently in the villa, Jiang Lin opened Douyin and entered Chun Jia's livestream. Everyone who understands. My best friend has been dating Jiang Lin for so long, how could we not know his background? A guy who has to work part-time to save money just to buy a wedding dress, how could he possibly be a young master from the capital? What? Jiang family of the capital? I've never even heard of it. Which bumpkin from the countryside is self-proclaiming? Are you a hired troll? If I say I haven't heard of it, then I haven't heard of it. No matter how powerful his Jiang family is, can it be half as powerful as my Yifan? Hilarious. Security kicked this guy out. Jiang Lin silently withdrew his phone upon seeing this, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. A frog in a well looking at the sky. Truly foolish. Bai Jian noticed his expression and approached quietly, saying, Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Jiang Lin turned his head to glance at Bai Jia and softly uttered two words, capture them. Inside the villa, Li Shui felt a bit dry, turning around to grab a bottle of mineral water to drink. Seeing this, Chun Jia immediately leaned closer to the camera. However, a comment below caught her attention. Snow Leopard, you're too beautiful. The headquarters of Sherdai Fengjun has been sealed. Did you know? As a staunch fan of Wang Yifan, Chun Jia certainly knew about the existence of Sherdai Fengjun. That was a giant in the entertainment industry of Huagua, the big capital backing Wang Yifan. As for being sealed, she certainly didn't believe it. Her Yifan had just been to the headquarters that morning. How could it be sealed? Even if it were, she should have received word about it. So she immediately launched into a fierce rebuttal against the Snow Leopard. You're too beautiful, user. Do you even know how to talk? Spreading rumors carries legal responsibility. My Yifan just went to the Sherdai building that morning. How could it possibly be sealed? I see you're just like the others saying things about Jiang Lin, all hired trolls. Snow Leopard, you're too beautiful. This is a real incident, absolutely no rumors. Hehe. Chun Jia looked at the comment from that user, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. You should provide evidence when you speak, okay? Even rumors need to be grounded in reality. Do you even know what kind of existence Sherdai Fengjun is? A giant in the entertainment industry of Huagua, half of the entertainment circle in the capital. You think just because you say it's sealed it is? Could you go back and tell your employer Jiang Lin to draft a script next time he spreads rumors? Don't come up with ridiculous things to embarrass yourself. After saying this, Chun Jia immediately instructed the moderators to remove the user Snow Leopard. You're too beautiful. In her heart, she believed that a large company like Sherdai Fengjun could never be shaken, let alone sealed. And Wang Yifan was a god in her eyes. A unique existence in the world. Right now, as long as she could crush Jiang Lin, Yifan would look at her in a new light, and being promoted wouldn't be impossible. Thinking of this, Chun Jia's heart raced with excitement as she hurriedly continued to criticize Jiang Lin in front of the screen. Sisters, you have no idea how detestable Jiang Lin is. I, Chun Jia, am not an ungrateful person. Although it's expected for him to buy me gifts since I'm his girlfriend, I still remember his good deeds in my heart. But what happened? Just because I wore a wedding dress to attend Yifan's concert, he wants to break up. And he found some grand reason, saying I disrespected his opinion. That I didn't discuss it with him in advance. You guys tell me, isn't it my freedom to decide what to wear to the concert? Do I need to discuss it with him? Bringing him along to the concert was already enough of a concession. I didn't expect him to be so greedy. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought him to the concert, wasting a few hundred yuan on him. What an ingrate. After saying this, Chun Jia shifted her gaze back to the comments. Unsurprisingly, the comments were filled with curses, all directed at Jiang Lin. Even if a few more reasonable comments floated by, they were quickly drowned out by the malicious ones. The tide of comments was almost one-sided. Nearby, Li Shui saw this scene and secretly gave Chun Jia a thumbs up. Chun Jia accepted it gladly, her smile almost impossible to conceal. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. A familiar voice came from outside. Chun Jia instinctively exchanged glances with Li Shui. Clearly both recognized the owner of the voice. Jiang Lin. A bad thought emerged in both of their minds. He wouldn't be here for some offline retaliation, would he? But how would he know she was living here? Knock, knock, knock. People inside opened the door quickly. At this moment, the knocking persisted. Chun Jia, feeling timid, dared not speak, and could only cast a pleading glance at Li Shui. Li Shui was also terrified. At first, she wanted to pretend no one was home to fool him, and then call the police. Until later, she noticed the phone on the table was live streaming. If it was live, Jiang Lin shouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? If he brought people with him, it would perfectly give him the label of a gangster. Thinking of this, Li Shui suddenly found her courage, grabbing her phone and rushing to the door. Friends, we have an unexpected visitor. Aren't you all curious what Jiang Lin looks like? Well, that's him knocking right now. If anything dangerous happens, please call the police immediately, sisters. Li Shui whispered softly toward the camera, then tiptoed to the door. Her thick, trembling hand gripped the doorknob, betraying her guilt. At that moment, viewers in the live stream were fully alert, determined not to miss a single glimpse of this so-called scoundrel's true face, including by Luo Shui, who had been quietly watching the broadcast. On her soft pink bed, by Luo Shui gently bit her lower lip, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the live feed. Lately, Jiang Lin's name had surged across the internet. Upon learning his real identity, even she, unexpectedly, joined the ranks of eager onlookers. Though she'd heard rumors about Jiang Lin's conduct at school, and privately considered him a deeply devoted man, such reputations, especially when wrapped in the glittering aura of elite lineage and inherited wealth, often concealed startling reversals. She simply wanted to uncover the truth. Was this Beijing scion truly the loyal, tender-hearted gentleman she believed him to be? Or was it all illusion? Was he, as online chatter claimed, a heartless playboy, a spoiled aristocrat? Huh. Crown Prince of Beijing versus sycophantic nobody. What a jarring contrast. Yet, I still hope you're not the despicable man the internet paints you to be. Bai Luo Shui murmured to herself, gazing at her phone. Meanwhile, on screen, the door finally swung open, revealing first a young man in casual attire, handsome, refined, and behind him an elderly man in traditional Tang suit, and a bespectacled man in a sharp business suit. Many viewers gasped upon seeing Jiang Lin's face. His striking appearance instantly ignited a flurry of comments. Wow, is that Jiang Lin? He's stunning. No wonder so many girls fell for him. Though if it were me, I wouldn't be fooled. I'd choose him willingly. You're overdoing it, buddy. Remember, this is supposedly the Crown Prince of Beijing. If his identity checks out, you won't even get the chance to be fooled. Nah, impossible. Li Shui and her crew already confirmed it. Crown Prince. Just a pretty-faced nobody. So boastful. Then go ahead. Be pretty yourself. Back home they call me Little Yang Guifei. Who the hell are you? Puffed. Tank energy. Don't insult Yang Guifei, please. Beauty isn't defined. In Tang Dynasty aesthetics, plumpness signified grace. My weight. 270 gene. In that era you'd kneel and hail me Empress. Empress. Really? I Zhao Ritian charged first. 666. The comment section abruptly shifted tone. Li Shui almost joined in chanting beauty isn't defined. But remembering her immediate predicament, she held her tongue. Jiang Lin, what do you want here? Before he could reply, Li Shui suddenly collapsed onto the floor, her shriek piercing the air like shattered glass. Jia, call the police. Jiang Lin's breaking in to commit violence. Jiang Lin and his entourage, viewers mid-debate. Though most in the stream sided with Li Shui, this move left them utterly speechless. Seriously, you can't fake it this badly. He hasn't moved an inch yet you're already screaming. Do you think we're blind? We came to support you, but don't treat us like fools. Li Shui had no idea how many neutral observers she'd just alienated. In her mind, she was the underdog. So long as she shouted first, justice would naturally fall on her side. This trick had worked countless times before. But this time her opponents were a team of elite attorneys and court officials. The moment the door opened, Jiang Lin noticed the phone raised high, so he remained perfectly still. Yet tolerating such blatant entrapment would dishonor his stature. He stepped back with a faint, easy smile before speaking. Oh, isn't this Miss Li Shui, the fairy of our realm? How did you end up living in Wang Yifan's private villa? Tell me, does your brother, however tasteless, really find you appealing? How could he possibly? Cough, cough. Realizing where his words were headed, Jiang Lin cut himself off, paused a beat, then concluded dryly, quite the acquired taste, huh? Li Shui's face darkened visibly. Her pride lay precisely in her 200 frame and her self-proclaimed beauty. In Tang Dynasty I'd rank at least a princess. Now Jiang Lin had mocked both her brother's low standards and her own unconventional appeal. How could she stay silent? She sprang upright, thrusting her phone inches from his face. You pathetic loser. Scoundrel. Dare you insult me? Look at yourself. Next to my brother you're not even fit to tie his shoes. And yet you dare speak. Everyone, see for yourselves this foul, vile Jiang Lin. Ugly and arrogant. Where does he get such confidence? Humph. Typical delusional male. Jiang Lin frowned and retreated a step, afraid her spittle might land on his face. With breath, this fowl who knew if her saliva was corrosive. Realizing you should keep your distance. Of course. A princess's noble aura must never be defiled by the likes of you. Li Shui caught his subtle recoil, curled her lips upward, and instantly mocked. Just like every guy I meet while shopping. Always keeping their distance. My confidence tells me they aren't recoiling from me. They're awestruck by me. Finally, Bai Jia couldn't hold it any longer. He doubled over and vomited his morning breakfast onto the floor. Ugh. The entire scene stunned everyone into silence. Comments exploded across the stream. What the? Did he get yelled into vomiting? Seriously, his mental fortitude's that weak. Unbelievable. I've never seen anyone puke from mere. Jiang Lin sighed, stepping back once more, and ordered water for Bai Jia to rinse his mouth. After several minutes, Bai Jia's pallor faded, but his complexion remained wan. Li Shui stood nearby, unsparing and sardonic. You dress like a proper gentleman, yet a few words make you vomit. And I wasn't even talking about you. Oh, how pitiful. Hearing this, Bai Jia's fury erupted like wildfire. Damn it. I'm a top-tier attorney. You made me vomit. No, it's your hideous face and rancid breath. Grow up. Do you have any self-awareness? Indeed, it's one thing to use beauty filters to deceive others, but don't deceive yourself about what you look like. Do you not know your own appearance? Jiang Lin chuckled, covering the corner of his mouth. At these words, a number of court staff behind couldn't help but burst into laughter. They were used to dealing with all sorts of characters, but they'd never seen a woman this confident before. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there could be such shameless people in this world. It was truly an eye-opener. You guys. Li Shui pointed at the crowd, her lips moving, but she couldn't utter a single word. Seeing that Li Shui hadn't returned to the room for a long time, Chen Jiai also came out. Jiang Lin, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Outnumbered, Chen Jiai felt somewhat intimidated, her voice coming out in hesitant bursts. What are we here for? Jiang Lin first pointed at himself with a puzzled expression, then gestured to the court staff behind him before posing the soul-searching question. What do you think we are here for? Here to treat you to a meal, perhaps. Defendant. With that, Bai Jia took a step forward. Hello, Miss Chen Jiai and Miss Li Shui. You are currently suspected of maliciously occupying others' property, defamation, and several other charges causing serious psychological trauma and life disturbances to my client, Mr. Jiang Lin. My client has formally initiated a lawsuit against you both today at the Supreme Court in the capital, and this is the court summons. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jia handed over a court summons stamped with the court seal to the other party. Chen Jiai numbly accepted the summons, her face as pale as a sheet of white paper. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have hired actors. This is all a self-directed play, right? Suddenly Li Shui rushed over, snatched the summons from Chen Jiai's hand, and tore it into shreds. The court staff behind them watched this scene and thought to themselves, what boldness. Jiang Lin rubbed his forehead, his face filled with helplessness, saying, whether it's self-directed or not, it's not up to me to say, but it's up to the prosecutor behind me. Soon a middle-aged man in court uniform walked over and displayed his credentials to the two. Prosecutor of the Supreme Court in the capital, Lin Yi, here are my credentials. If you two don't believe it, you can check online. Chen Jiai and Li Shui were taken aback, their gazes locking onto the credentials. The name matched, the photo matched, the position matched, and there was even a numbered seal. No one dared to forge court credentials as it is illegal, and they knew this well. At that moment, the last shred of hope was completely shattered. Chen Jiai seemed to have all her strength drained, leaning against the door frame as she slowly slumped to the ground, while Li Shui attempted to use the same trick again, reaching out her plump hand to snatch the credentials. Thankfully, Lin Yi had anticipated this, quickly retracting the documents and scolding her. Nonsense. At this, Li Shui reluctantly withdrew her hand. Meanwhile, the livestream room was in complete chaos. Various signs indicated that this incident had taken a turn for the unexpected, yet some fans were still desperately trying to defend their sisters. The court has gotten involved and Jiang Lin is still the plaintiff. Let's guess the turn of events. Impossible. It's definitely a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. With the current momentum, Jiang Lin must be afraid of being investigated by the authorities someday, so he is proactively trying to take down Li Shui and the others along with him. You're talking nonsense. Who's the real villain here? If Jiang Lin is innocent, why not come out earlier to defend himself? Li Shui and her friends are so kind, they only spoke a few harsh words and didn't even call the police or the court, otherwise Jiang Lin wouldn't be the first to cry foul. Why, to be able to spin such absurd arguments so elegantly, I must have underestimated you. Hee, you're foolish. Alright, two defendants, stop messing around. We are here merely to notify you that for the next 2 days take care of yourselves, and we will see you in court. Jiang Lin looked at the pale faces of the two, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Aren't you all being smug? Aren't you all spreading rumors? Hee, just wait to be caught in the sewing machine. Jiang Lin, how could you be so heartless? Suddenly Chen Jiai spoke up. Everyone except Li Shui stiffened at her words. At this moment they all shared a common thought, shamelessness, utter shamelessness. However, Jiang Lin was quite intrigued. He glanced at the phone camera beside him, then looked at his former lover before softly saying, Jiai, what makes you say that? This familiar tone nearly made Chen Jiai mistake it for the time before their breakup. Back then Jiang Lin spoke just like that, his voice gentle, as if afraid to frighten her. It seemed there was still a chance for things to change. Perhaps if she showed a little weakness and admitted her faults, he would forgive her. Chen Jiai comforted herself in this way. However, before her words of concession could leave her mouth, Jiang Lin's next sentence nearly broke her defenses. Speaking of which, you have been played by someone else. How can you still have the nerve to say I'm heartless? The heartless one should be your brother Wang Yifan, right? Even at this moment, he still hasn't come out to support you. If I see that this so-called righteous hero is just as bad as the rest, I, Jiang Lin, would never allow my woman to suffer. And then look at your brother, look at you. Tisk. After pulling up his pants, he doesn't recognize anyone, ha. Jiang Lin's merciless taunts echoed in Chen Jiai's ears. Chen Jiayi's face turned red, and after a long pause she managed to squeeze out a sentence. Just wait. My brother Fan will definitely find the best lawyer when he comes back and hit you hard in the face. Little did she know upon hearing this Jiang Lin laughed even more happily. Ha ha ha. Did you all hear what she said? She's still thinking about her brother. Ha ha ha. Everyone present wore strange expressions as they heard this. Chen Jiayi observed all of this, and a hint of confusion arose in her heart. What was Jiang Lin laughing about? Fan was a big star, how could he dare? Thank you once again for the gifts, brothers. I will continue to update. Since this chapter needs to be a bit longer, it took me a little longer to write. Please don't blame me. Perhaps he guessed what Chen Jiayi was thinking. Jiang Lin retracted his smile, trying to appear more serious. I know this truth may be harsh for you, but I must tell you that Wang Yifan will not be able to find you a lawyer. Why? What? Chen Jiayi murmured. Because your dear Yifan is busy sipping tea at the police station right now. Ha ha. Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Lin, you're spreading rumors. You're talking nonsense. How could my brother? It must be you who's lying. Without evidence, be careful that I sue you for defamation. Li Shui charged over like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur bristling. Seeing the 200-pound human tank in front of them by Jie and the others turned pale and instinctively stepped aside. Jiang Lin merely raised an eyebrow, appearing to enjoy the show. In the next moment, Uncle Fu made his move. He reached out a gnarled hand and effortlessly lifted the 200-pound Li Shui as if she were a small chicken. With her feet dangling in the air and the terrifying weight creating a sense of gravity, Li Shui quickly felt suffocated. Huh. Seeing that she could still make a sound, Uncle Fu tightened his grip slightly, and Li Shui's legs weakly kicked twice before she rolled her eyes and fainted. Bang! The massive body hit the ground with a dull thud, and Uncle Fu casually clapped his hands, showing a hint of disdain in his murky gaze. Young master, it's quiet now. Hiss! A gasp of cold air erupted from the crowd. Chen Jiayi was terrified and trembled as she tried to take out her phone to call the police, but Jiang Lin snatched it away first. What are you planning to do? Call the police. Jiang Lin said with a teasing expression on his face. Now Chen Jiayi was completely panicked, glancing around until she spotted the live-streaming phone that had fallen to the ground nearby. Gathering her courage, Chen Jiayi slowly stood up under the gaze of the crowd, her eyes red and her voice trembling. Jiang Lin, I know this is all my fault. I apologize. Will you forgive me? Let's make amends. From now on I will listen to you and won't cause trouble anymore. Jiang Lin gave her a meaningful look and then walked over to the live-streaming phone. Okay, then return those 2 rings to me first and explain why you slandered me and what happened with you and Wang Yifan in the hotel group chat. If I'm happy with what I hear, it's not impossible for me to show mercy and let you off the hook. Jiang Lin picked up the live-streaming phone and pointed the camera at Chen Jiayi. Go on, speak. Chen Jiayi trembled, looking at Jiang Lin in disbelief. You are spying on me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin quickly glanced at the barrage in the live chat, and sure enough, it was in an uproar. It's confirmed your Jiayi sister has already slept with Wang Yifan, and it's a multi-partner situation. How did you hear that? Which ear did you hear it with? Hee little fairy only knows how to fantasize, right? Still arguing. TSK tisk, look at how panicked your Jiayi sister is. Just like Jiang Lin said, it's fine to fool us, but don't fool yourself. You lowly man. If you spread rumors again, I'll unleash online violence against you. Come on, the XXN is so scared, how terrifying. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Lin sighed heavily and said, if you want to keep a secret, you must not do anything suspicious, understand? Chen Jiayi looked at the glaring camera and realized she had fallen into his trap, immediately breaking down and changing her tone. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Wang Yifan and I are innocent. I will sue you. You slandered me. At this moment, Bai Jie stepped forward. Defendant, please remain calm. Given the various performances you two have exhibited online, my client has already contacted the police in advance to initiate criminal proceedings against you both. If you have any objections, you can appeal again after the trial results come out. To put it plainly, if you want to sue me, talk about it after you get out. Jiang Lin was afraid Chen Jiayi wouldn't understand, so he patiently explained it again. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiayi completely broke down. No. I don't want to go to jail. I want to see Yifan. Yifan will definitely have a way. Let me see him. Alright, I'll fulfill your request. Jiang Lin couldn't stand to see a woman cry, and since she had made such a request, it wouldn't be humane not to satisfy her. Turning off the live stream, Jiang Lin waved his hand and ordered a few bodyguards, come take this Miss Chen away and send her to work with Wang Yifan on the sewing machine. Yes, young master. The bodyguards complied and forcefully dragged Chen Jiayi into the car. Jiang Lin, you can't do this to me. You clearly said you would never hurt me. You would always spoil me. Chen Jiayi struggled desperately with a hoarse voice. Jiang Lin felt annoyed and waved his hand. Gag her, and if that doesn't work, knock her out, or just don't let her bark like a dog. It's driving me crazy. The others quickly acted according to orders, and soon Chen Jiayi's voice disappeared inside the car. Nearby, Bai Jie and the court staff maintained a facade of indifference, entirely pretending not to see. In this situation, it was best to act as if they hadn't seen anything. By the way, take that fat woman with you. I originally wanted to let them linger for a few more days, but since she doesn't want to live, well, then I'll grant her wish. Jiang Lin directed the bodyguards to lift Li Shui into the trunk before getting into the car. Uncle Fu to the Beijing City Police Station. Uncle Fu nodded. Young master, hold on tight. With a roar of the engine, the convoy set off from the community. Brothers, wake up, let's continue to write. As the group arrived at the Jingxing Municipal Police Station, Director Zhao Dongshan came rushing out at a trot. Seeing this, Jiang Lin opened the car door and stepped out. Young Master Jiang, why didn't you let me know you were honoring us with your presence? It's nothing, just came to see if Wang Yifan was awake yet. He's awake. He's awake. Please come in. They'll go wake him up. Zhao Dongshan with a fawning smile welcomed everyone into the station. Several bodyguards followed closely behind, escorting the now stirring Li Shui and Qin Jiai. As the imperial capital, the city's police station was naturally grand and imposing. Perhaps due to its vast interior, the group wandered through the corridors for over 10 minutes before finally stopping outside an interrogation room. Young Master Jiang, Wang Yifan is inside, please wait a moment. Zhao Dongshan chuckled at Jiang Lin, then turned and took a bucket of water from a nearby officer before striding into the interrogation room without looking back. A splash echoed from within, immediately followed by Wang Yifan's agonizing pig slaughter-like screams. Oh! Hearing this familiar sound, Li Shui and Qin Jiai shuddered almost simultaneously, a bone-chilling cold surging through them. Were it not for the cloth stuffed in their mouths, they would have surely burst into tears. Jiang Lin glanced back at the two women, and only after seeing the terror in their eyes did he turn away with satisfaction. So these two do no fear. How good that they do. With a creak, the interrogation room door opened, and Zhao Dongshan poked his head out with an ingratiating smile. Young Master Jiang, it's ready. Please come in. Jiang Lin responded indifferently, then led the group into the interrogation room. Inside the dimly lit room, a solitary wooden table stood in the center. On the table sat a desk lamp. Jiang Lin casually switched it on, and the stark white light illuminated a good portion of the room. Zhao Dongshan, ever attentive, promptly brought over a chair. Young Master Jiang, please have a seat. Jiang Lin nodded and sat down. Having done all this, Zhao Dongshan carefully stepped back to stand at attention, awaiting further orders. Qin Jiai and Li Shui, witnessing all of this, felt their pupils constrict sharply. Young Master Jiang. When did Jiang Lin become Young Master Jiang? This police officer. Isn't he being a bit too obsequious? What they didn't know was that this officer was actually the top authority of the Jingxing Police Department. Where's Wang Yifan? I don't see him. Jiang Lin asked at that moment. The interrogation room was well equipped. A metal grill divided the spacious room in two, and various odd-shaped tools hung on the wall, emanating a faint chill. But the one thing missing was the prisoner Wang Yifan. Hearing this, Zhao Dongshan slapped his forehead and gave an apologetic, awkward laugh. My apologies, Young Master Jiang. This old man's mind is slipping. I completely forgot about that. He then quickly gestured for an officer to step through the grill. Under the group's puzzled gaze, the officer produced a key and inserted it into a keyhole-like recess in the wall. With a sharp click, a door swung open, revealing a hidden chamber within. Moments later, a man with a severely swollen face was led out by two officers. Seeing him, Li Shui and Qin Jiai's eyes widened in shock. Although he had been beaten to a pulp, his appearance did little to obscure his identity. Wang Yifan. Jiang Lin watched this scene with keen interest. Only after Wang Yifan was secured in the interrogation chair did he slowly speak. Open your eyes and see who I've brought to keep you company. His cold voice echoed through the vast room. Wang Yifan struggled to open his eyes upon hearing the voice, but his face was so swollen that he could only manage a tiny slit. Seeing him in such a dazed state, Jiang Lin's interest waned considerably. He shifted his gaze to Qin Jiai and Li Shui. Let them speak. At his command, the cloths were yanked from their mouths. Qin Jiai and Li Shui gasped greedily for the fresh air. The suffocating sensation had been unbearable. If they could help it, they never wanted to experience that again. Jiang Lin, in no hurry, crossed his arms, surveyed them both, and then closed his eyes to rest. The others in the room also fell silent. In an instant, the entire interrogation room was quiet, save for the occasional ragged breaths and the sound of their own heartbeats. An invisible pressure bore down on Qin Jiai and Li Shui, growing infinitely heavier. It felt like being called to the principal's office as a child. You stand with your head down, not speaking. The teacher looks at you. Without speaking, no one speaks, yet your mind is consumed by endless torment. After about 5 minutes had passed, Li Shui could no longer withstand the psychological strain. With a thud, her knees hit the cold tile floor. Why, Young Master Jiang, I was wrong, I was blind. Please let me go, I beg you, don't send me to prison. They'll give you anything, including. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow and kicked Li Shui over. Including your mother? Are you begging for mercy, or trying to feed me shit? And he'll give you anything. When the hell did I ever say I wanted anything from you? With a face like that, don't come out here to disgust people. Damn it. Lock her up. Let her be a pair of star-crossed lovers with Wang Yifan. Jiang Lin's triple threat roar left Qin Jiai pale with fright. As for Li Shui, she was left staring blankly, stunned and lost. Could it be that she really had no appeal at all? Weren't those guys just too shy to confess? Why was Jiang Lin so repulsed by her? Before she could finish processing these doubts, several officers approached her. Each grabbing an arm, they forcibly hauled her behind the metal grill. Wang Yifan, catching a glimpse of Li Shui being brought in through the slits of his swollen eyes, trembled involuntarily, then began to shriek wildly. You? Don't you come near me. You pig demon. Stay away from me, ha ha ha. In the Monkey King. Taste my staff. This commotion naturally drew Jiang Lin's attention. He's already lost it. Zhao Dongshan, startled, hurried over to explain. Why, young Master Jiang, we didn't drive him crazy, I don't know what happened either. He was unconscious since we brought him back, and he woke up like this just now. Seeing the man's terrified state, Jiang Lin grinned. I'm not blaming you. I just think going crazy is letting him off a bit too easy. We'll get him checked out at the hospital, if he's really insane. At that point, Jiang Lin's expression turned icy, and he made a throat-slitting gesture. Zhao Dongshan understood immediately and nodded eagerly. No problem, young Master Jiang. He'll make sure it's done cleanly. Chun Jai witnessed this exchange clearly, especially that throat-slitting gesture. It nearly scared the soul out of her. How could Jiang Lin be so ruthless now? He wasn't like this before. The Jiang Lin before her now was no different from a demon from hell, recalling his former gentle smile and his meticulous care and thoughtful concern. It was truly hard to reconcile that with the cold-blooded young Master Jiang before her. However, her most pressing concern right now was her own life. Compared to dying in obscurity, she'd rather face the judgment of the law. With that thought, Chen Jiai mustered her courage and spoke with a face full of remorse. Jiang Lin. No. Young Master Jiang, I don't know how terrifying the power behind you is, and perhaps I've never truly understood you. But I have to admit, I was wrong. I did take part in those online rumors and slander during this period. I am willing to accept the judgment of the law. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Having said that, Chun Jiai bowed her once proud head deeply. Jiang Lin took in the entire scene. After a moment of silence, he uttered a single word, fine. A trial was certainly in order, but as for giving her a chance to reform, he could give it, but he doubted whether his predecessor would. All he could do was send her to meet his predecessor. Since Chun Jiai has accepted reality, Jiang Lin no longer wishes to waste words with her. The remaining tasks now rest with the court staff. Miss Chun Jiai, since the summons has been torn, I will remind you verbally. The chief prosecutor Lin Yi then stepped forward and spoke solemnly to Chun Jiai. You and Miss Li Shui must appear at the Supreme Court of the capital on the 28th, which is the day after tomorrow, by 8 a.m. to participate in the court hearing. Please ensure your defense lawyer is prepared in advance. He continued, additionally, before the trial, neither of you may leave the jurisdiction of the capital for any reason or excuse, otherwise our court will cooperate with the police to pursue you too, according to the law. Lin Yi finished listing more than 10 points of caution and finally paused. In contrast, Chun Jiai, whose delicate face was initially adorned with light makeup, was now streaked with tears dripping continuously. If she didn't know that crying was futile, she would have already collapsed to the ground in a fit of sobs. I understand, but I still have to go to school. What should I do? Well, the sound of her choked voice moved many present, though more felt a sense of pity. If only she had turned back sooner, she wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Jiang Lin turned away indifferently, his gaze resolute, yet tinged with coldness. In this world, what you sow is what you reap. As for what to do, that's your own affair. You must bear the consequences of your own actions and cannot blame others. With that, Jiang Lin led everyone out of the interrogation room. For now, they only needed to patiently await the court hearing and subsequent verdict. After all, the process had to be followed. Before long, the spacious interrogation room was left with only Chun Jiai, the two others, and a guard. Chun Jiai continued to cry softly and place her tears, soaking a large portion of her clothing. Let me out. I need to find a lawyer. As soon as Li Shui saw Jiang Lin leave, she immediately resumed her former arrogant demeanor. The guard ignored Li Shui and instead looked at the tearful Chun Jiai with a sigh. Had I known it would be this way, why did I act so recklessly? Of all people, why provoke young Master Jiang? Sigh. Young Master Jiang. Hearing the guard's lament, Chun Jiai found herself echoing it unconsciously. Yes, young Master Jiang. The guard nodded, and then glanced over at Wang Yifan and Li Shui on the other side of the bars, letting out a sigh. That is indeed young Master Jiang. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiai could no longer sit still. At that moment, she felt like a puppet manipulated by Jiang Lin, completely unaware of his true identity. If this continues, it was only a matter of time before she would end up behind bars. She could not just sit by, as she still had several years of university life ahead of her and decades of her wonderful life to live. For all of this, Chun Jiai was determined to fight back. Since Jiang Lin had made his stance clear, she could seek a defense lawyer. Then she would find the best lawyer and win this case. Even if she lost, how bad could it get? It would only mean losing the case and going to prison, and at the very least, she wouldn't have any regrets. With this thought, Chun Jiai excitedly ran to the guard, urgently pleading, Big brother, could you tell me exactly what kind of person Jiang Lin is? Or what kind of background he has? This way I can also find a lawyer. You can trust me. If we can get through this safely, we will definitely thank you properly. Yes, big brother. If we win the case, we will be sure to show our gratitude. Look, this beside me is the entertainment superstar Wang Yifan. He is wealthy, very wealthy. At this moment Li Shui also caught on, and stopped her tantrum instead, echoing Chun Jiai's words. Even Wang Yifan, who had already fallen into a state of madness, nodded a couple of times, murmuring incessantly, "Yes, I have money. I have a lot of money. I am a superstar." Looking at the three desperate individuals before him, the guard helplessly smiled, and then shook his head, saying, "It seems you are not locals of the capital. You need not thank me. After all, you are simply not going to win." As soon as this was said, both women felt their hearts sink. Yet Chun Jiai was unwilling to give up and continued to press. "Big brother, why do you say we cannot win? Please explain the reason, or otherwise we will not be at ease." "The reason?" The guard, although sympathetic to Chun Jiai, could not help but laugh at this. "Have you heard of the three great families of the imperial capital? Do you know which of the three great families is the most powerful? Do you know which surname in the capital is the most untouchable? With three rapid questions, Chun Jiai was left dumbfounded. Which one? Jiang. Boom. This name struck like thunder in the minds of the three, leaving Chun Jiai feeling her brain momentarily blank, followed by a buzzing sound. The Jiang family. Is it really that terrifying? But why had they never heard of it? In an instant, countless questions arose in Chun Jiai and Li Shui's hearts, and the guard, having anticipated their thoughts, began to explain directly. "I know you're both confused right now. Actually, at first, I only knew of the existence of the Jiang family in the capital. As for young Master Jiang's identity, I only learned about it this morning while following the search at Sherdai Fengjun. The heir of the Jiang family in the capital. Even locals know of his existence, but do not know exactly who he is or his name. Speaking of which, you two are truly impressive. Through a twist of fate, you managed to expose the heir of the Jiang family. TSK. The Jiang family is a top-tier family straddling both military and political realms, and young Master Jiang is a product of the alliance between the financial group Lin and their family. You don't know about the Jiang family, but you must know about the Lin family, right? To put it simply, the Jiang family is above the Lin family. Now do you still have confidence in winning this case?" The guard posed a soul-searching question, and this time Chun Jiai and Li Shui understood. They might not know about the Jiang family, but they certainly knew about the Lin family. In Hua country, you can be unfamiliar with everything, but you absolutely cannot be unfamiliar with the Lin group. It is a commercial empire spanning many fields, such as pharmaceuticals, education, hotels, entertainment, and real estate. If you fall ill, you need to use Lin's medicine, or when going out for fun, you stay at Lin's hotels for education. Lin even has specially established elite schools. It can be said that every aspect of life in Hua country is inextricably linked to the Lin family shadow. Such a terrifying financial group. And they are still subordinate to the Jiang family. Just how formidable is the Jiang family? At this point, Chun Jiai could no longer bear to think further, because she was filled with hatred, regret. If she had known Jiang Lin's background was so terrifying, why had she pursued a pop star? Such a wonderful golden son-in-law. If she had caught him, she would truly have become a princess. But now it was all pointless. The events had already transpired, and no amount of regret would provide her with a remedy. "I don't know the details, but I can assure you." The guard looked around cautiously and then leaned in carefully. "What I can say for sure is, the current head of the Jiang family must be the second-in-command from the cabinet." "What?" Hearing this, Chun Jiai could hardly believe her ears, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, or drenched from head to toe with a bucket of cold water, leaving her numb all over. Li Shui was even more taken aback, her eyes wide with terror, standing motionless like a wooden puppet in the iron bars. Clearly the Jiang family and Jiang Lin's stature were far more terrifying than they had imagined. The police officer changed to a condescending expression, disdainfully saying, "I really don't know how you dare to do this. What I know is just the tip of the iceberg of the enormous Jiang family. You still dare to fight against them? TSK. Truly a young calf not afraid of tigers." After hearing this, both Chun Jiai and Li Shui fell into silence. Indeed, such a terrifying family. How could they possibly compete with them? The other party could easily crush them with just a finger, and now they were to face them in court. Isn't this just playing with them, manipulating them at will? Perhaps the other side had never worried about losing the lawsuit. Everything they did now was just to watch them slowly fall into despair and collapse. Thinking of this, Chun Jiai felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body, and she weakly leaned against the corner of the wall. Everything has become a foregone conclusion. The room fell into a long silence, dark clouds unknowingly enveloping the entire interrogation room. Regret, despair, helpless emotions silently spread through the vast room, as if a heavy mountain pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. The police officer felt the room was too oppressive and wanted to step out for some fresh air. So he instructed Chun Jiai, "Miss, when you go out later, if you can't find the way, just ask the officer next door. Your friend was brought in by Jiang Shao, and I dare not open the door for her. Just like that, good luck to you all." After saying this, the police officer quickly left the interrogation room. Now only Chun Jiai, Li Shui, and Wang Yifan remained in the room. The air fell into dead silence again. After an unknown period, Chun Jiai suddenly looked up fiercely at Wang Yifan. If it weren't for this man before her, she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation, nor would she have broken up with Jiang Lin. And now she would be the high and mighty young lady of the Jiang family, dismissing any popular celebrity as insignificant in her eyes. Her wonderful life was ruined by him. Wang Yifan, I hate you. Are you even a man? Going crazy at this time, wanting to end it all, huh? Wang Yifan, hearing the voice, instinctively looked up just in time to meet Qin Jiayi's resentful gaze. A yellow liquid flowed down his pants leg. In an instant he was so scared that he lost control. Whoa, Jiang Xiao, please don't hit me. Whoa, Jiang Xiao, please don't hit me. Seeing Wang Yifan crying like a baby, Qin Jiayi felt as if she had punched a soft pillow, but she was helpless. Anger caused her chest to rise and fall continuously. With no outlet for her emotions, Qin Jiayi could only turn her gaze to Li Shui. To her surprise, Li Shui also erupted at this moment. Qin Jiayi, why didn't you stay with Jiang Lin back then? You shameless hussy. Clearly you had a boyfriend, but were still thinking about other men. It's because you weren't loyal to love that we ended up in this situation. You're worthless, so why drag me down with you? You biaozi, why don't you just die? Qin Jiayi was stunned by the sudden barrage of insults. Before she could say anything, how could Li Shui dare to speak first? Her breakup with Jiang Lin was precisely instigated by the other party, right? How could she have the face to say that? Thinking of this, Qin Jiayi immediately fired back unceremoniously. Li Shui, you're the real, shameless biaozi. When I was with Jiang Lin, it was clearly you. Always picking on his faults, thinking he was bad this way and that way. You're to blame for the breakup. If it weren't for you whispering in my ear all the time, how could I possibly have gone to that concert in a wedding dress? And about the diamond ring, I don't know which shameless biaozi took someone else's diamond ring for herself, then aggressively slandered them. Everything is your fault. So now you're stuck with this madman, don't you understand? If it weren't for your ugly appearance, would I even consider being friends with someone like you? And you, not only do you not realize you're ugly, but you also grin and think all the men in the world revolve around you. Have you forgotten? Back then you told me Jiang Lin was secretly showing interest in you, and do you really think he was into you? Actually, he just wanted you to say a few good words about me in front of me, you fool. If it weren't for my help, you would never have realized how outstanding Jiang Lin is. After venting all her grievances, Qin Jiayi suddenly felt much lighter. You. Li Shui's face turned red with anger, her hand trembling as she pointed at Qin Jiayi, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Seeing this, Qin Jiayi smiled. Huh. A waste who can't even articulate properly dares to dream of being a princess. With your biaozi appearance, even KTV wouldn't want you as a princess. After saying this, Qin Jiayi turned and left the interrogation room. Bang. The door slammed shut. The entire room was left with only Wang Yifan and Li Shui. What Qin Jiayi had just said was like a dagger to the heart, leaving Li Shui still unable to recover from her emotional turmoil. This was no longer just belittling someone. It was a heart-wrenching kill. Huh. That biaozi Qin Jiayi must be envying me. In the Tang dynasty, being plump was considered beautiful. If I were in ancient times, I would at least be a princess. I'm not ugly. I'm the most beautiful woman. She's lying. Jiang Lin clearly likes me. Li Shui's hoarse voice echoed in the room. It quickly caught Wang Yifan's attention. Haha, fat pig. Haha, killing the year's pig. Hey. Li Shui suddenly turned around, her face twisted in rage. What did you say? Say it again. Wang Yifan was frightened, gulping loudly as he started to back away, mumbling, Mom, save me. There's an ugly monster. Eating people. Scared. His words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Shui's long-standing confidence began to collapse in an instant. Shattered. Even a madman fears her own appearance. She really needs to start reflecting on herself. What? Am I really ugly? But I am clearly so outstanding. Leaving the police station, Jiang Lin stretched lazily, slightly fatigued. Finally resolved this troublesome matter. At that moment, Bai Jie smiled and stepped forward to remind him, Jiang, this issue is not fully resolved yet. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Why? Bai Jie continued, think about it. Regarding Wang Yifan's case, you will have to testify in court, right? Yes. With Shi Dai Fengjun being sealed, you are also one of the main victims. Won't you have to testify then? And with Qin Jiayi and Li Shui as the plaintiff, you naturally need to be present, right? Aren't you also planning to punish the online bullies? Since the cyber police and supervisory team have already begun their actions, whether they catch 1,000 or 10,000 people, you'll have to take part in it. Bai Jie counted on his fingers, listing each point. Jiang Lin was at a loss. No wonder so many people dislike litigation. It turns out to be this troublesome. But I have to go back to school soon. When would I have time to deal with all this? Thinking about this, Jiang Lin felt a tingle on his scalp. After tugging a few strands of hair, he couldn't help but ask Bai Jie, Brother Bai, what should I do? How about having the court hold an online hearing? Bai Jie twitched his lips, almost thinking he hadn't heard clearly. What an online hearing? Jiang, that concept. Cough, it's too innovative and not quite suitable for us. How about I act as your authorized agent, so you won't have to appear in court? How does that sound? Is that really okay? It's decided then. You will act as my authorized agent. Jiang Lin, feeling somewhat shy, politely acknowledged it, and immediately finalized the plan, fearing that Bai Jie might change his mind. The speed of this turnaround left Bai Jie stunned. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Well, Jiang, you truly are a person of sentiment." "You flatter me, brother Bai," Jiang Lin replied with a squint and a cheerful smile. After everything was settled, everyone dispersed and went home. On the way, Jiang Lin thought it over and ultimately decided to open his phone's browser to search for the term authorized agent. There was no choice of both. He and his predecessor were half-legal novices, especially after crossing over to this world where the legal rules were completely foreign to him. Even if the two worlds were generally similar, he was still wary of potential discrepancies in details. The term authorized agent was sensitive. What if he got tricked? Although the likelihood of Bai Jie doing that was low, one must always be cautious. Soon Jiang Lin found the answer. Authorized agent, the broadest concept in legal litigation, equivalent to representing the will of the party itself, allowing for the exercise of rights such as modification or withdrawal of litigation requests. After reading this, Jiang Lin quietly closed his phone, turning his gaze to the window as he muttered to himself, "For the sake of my cousin, and Bai, I hope you won't play any tricks. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me." At this moment, Fu Bo, who was driving in the front seat, seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke up. "By the way, young master, tomorrow is the family head's birthday. Are you not going back to take a look?" Hearing this, Jiang Lin's expression froze. "What? The old man's birthday? Why don't I remember? Oh no, I can't possibly forget my father's birthday, can I?" Thinking this, Jiang Lin felt like giving himself a big slap. "No, it was for my predecessor. Other people's sons are eagerly waiting for their fathers to succeed, and here I am with a true dragon father, yet I don't even cherish it. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Fu Bo, let's go. Back home. Let's throw a grand celebration for my father." Jiang Lin waved his hand dramatically. "Huh? What do you mean by a grand celebration, young master?" Fu Bo almost stepped on the brakes in shock. "Of course, a banquet." Jiang Lin looked puzzled, not understanding why Fu Bo at his age would ask such a strange question. But to his surprise, Fu Bo reacted even more strongly upon hearing this. "Absolutely not, young master. The family head has repeatedly emphasized keeping everything simple. If you go back and promote it everywhere, it might lead to a scolding." This? Jiang Lin's lips twitched, and he suddenly felt conflicted. He knew his father's stubbornness. He had always been a person who said one thing and meant it. If he insisted on organizing a grand event, not only would filial piety be distorted, he might even get scolded. By God, why is it so hard to be filial these days? Just when Jiang Lin was overwhelmed with uncertainty, Fu Bo proposed a suggestion. "Actually, young master, you could prepare a small gift or something. As long as it's not too expensive, I'm sure the family head will be happy to accept it. This way it expresses your intentions without violating the family head's request for simplicity. Wouldn't that be perfect?" "That's a great idea," Jiang Lin excitedly agreed, deciding to give a gift. However, before he could get too excited, another problem arose. What to give? His old man had been in a high position for years, lacking nothing in food, clothing, and shelter. Antiques and calligraphy didn't interest him. Always either in meetings or on visits, it was really hard to pick a gift that would suit his taste. After all, it was the first time he was giving a birthday gift, and being too perfunctory wouldn't be good. For a moment, Jiang Lin was deeply troubled. In desperation, he chose to ask Fu Bo for help again. "Fu Bo, what do you think would be a good gift to give?" As he said this, Jiang Lin could clearly feel his cheeks slightly flushing. Embarrassed. "Ugh, it's a fever. Huh. This." Fu Bo clearly didn't expect Jiang Lin to ask such a question, so he was momentarily at a loss for words. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Lin could clearly see Fu Bo's brows twisted into a knot, and his aged face occasionally flashed with a strange expression. Sigh. He was putting the old man in a difficult position. Jiang Lin thought to himself. "Brothers and sisters, it's the verification period. Please do not foster the book. Thank you all for the gifts. Tomorrow's lunch will include a steamed bun. P.S. This book is purely fictional. Please do not take it literally. If you haven't submitted your thoughts, please do so here. In a parallel world unrelated to reality. No allusions to any real elements, non-military or political themes. All characters and events are purely fictional by the author. Desire to survive at its peak." After a long silence, Jiang Lin noticed a subtle shift in Uncle Fu's expression, suddenly brightened as if dawn had broken through dense fog. "Uncle Fu, have you thought of something?" "Young master, I have." They spoke almost simultaneously. "Uncle Fu, please go first." To save time, Jiang Lin urgently gestured for the elder to share his insight. Uncle Fu nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. "This old man believes if you bring a girlfriend home to meet the clan head, it would be far more meaningful than any gift. And ideally, perhaps even a grandson. That would be even better." These words instantly overloaded Jiang Lin's mind. "A girlfriend? A grandson? Elder sir, I don't have a girlfriend anymore. My ex is about to enter prison. Where exactly am I supposed to conjure a grandson from?" Yet respecting elders and cherishing the young was a cherished virtue in Huaxia. So Jiang Lin naturally chose his words with delicate tact. "Uncle Fu, well, you know my situation all too well. I'm famously devoted in the imperial capital. I've never so much as touched a young woman without marriage. How could I possibly produce a grandson for my father? Besides, I don't have a girlfriend at all right now, and my ex has already been incarcerated. Where am I supposed to find someone to bring home? Should I rent a shared girlfriend? Uncle Fu, clearly still adjusting to modern times, perked up with genuine curiosity at this novel term. What do you mean, shared girlfriend? Screech. Suddenly the car slammed to a halt at the roadside. Before Jiang Lin could process what had happened, Uncle Fu's stern, weathered face swiveled toward him. Young master, prostitution is illegal. If the clan head finds out, you might be the next one stepping into that sewing machine cell. Faced with such grave admonishment, Jiang Lin could only smile wryly. He knew he'd been misunderstood. Yet Uncle Fu meant well, fearing he'd stray onto a treacherous path. What else could Jiang Lin say? He simply offered a patient explanation. Uncle Fu, you've mistaken me. The shared girlfriend isn't a streetwalker. It's more like an acting profession. She plays the role of a girlfriend, nothing more. There's no illicit or sordid transaction involved, I assure you. Of course, premium fees were negotiable, but he wisely kept that detail to himself lest he spend another hour clarifying. That settles it. Uncle Fu wasn't rigidly traditional. He grasped Jiang Lin's meaning swiftly. The Maybach roared back to life and merged onto the main thoroughfare. Silence settled softly within the car. Uncle Fu refrained from mentioning the birthday again. He sensed Jiang Lin had matured, and that many decisions now belonged solely to him. Overbearing guidance would only foster dependence, not strength. Jiang Lin gazed out the window, still pondering what gift to give. Just then his phone vibrated faintly. A message had arrived. Ever since the online defamation incident, he'd switched to a new WeChat account. And this new account had barely any contacts added. Jiang Lin wondered curiously who could be messaging him now. His cousin? Or Bai Jie? With quiet anticipation, he unlocked his phone, only to see a chat window labeled Luo Baixue. Jiang Lin paused, then quickly recalled. Wasn't this the WeChat account of Bai the school's renowned beauty? He tapped open the chat. Inside lay a single invitation. Jiang Lin, are you free tonight? My best friend invited me out for dinner, and my brother isn't comfortable letting me go alone. Would you accompany us? During dinner, Jiang Lin felt as if Bai Jie's scheming was about to explode in his face. This was the imperial capital renowned for its excellent public order. Yet his unease lingered. He could choose not to go for dinner. Just as Jiang Lin was about to type a casual reply to dismiss it, another message from Bai Luoxue popped up. By the way, my brother mentioned that tomorrow is Uncle's birthday, so he asked me to prepare some gifts. But I don't know what Uncle likes. How about you help me come up with some ideas? Reading this, Jiang Lin was taken aback. How did Bai Jie know his father's birthday? Could it be his cousin mentioned it? But none of that mattered. Oh, what was important was his cousin and Bai Jie were trying to set him up with Bai Luoxue. Matters of the heart should not be taken lightly. A fruit that is forced to ripen is not sweet, though it may quench thirst. Cough, cough. Speaking of thirst, a pair of fair, delicate legs involuntarily flashed through Jiang Lin's mind. And Bai Luoxue's breathtakingly beautiful face. Removing Li Shui and Chun Jiai, the two girls who are always sewing by Daxuewa, seems to be the only girl I know. After all, she also has to give a gift. Should I just ask her to cooperate with me directly? But to tell her to be my girlfriend for a day, would that be too forward? After weighing it in his heart, Jiang Lin decided to delete the originally planned message and retype. No problem, I happen to have a small matter to discuss with Bai Daxuewa. After sending this message, Jiang Lin felt a jolt of excitement. It was thrilling. He could already imagine Bai Luoxue's shocked expression later that evening. I'll protect you while you eat and return home. It's not unreasonable for you to be my girlfriend for a day, right? Absolutely reasonable. Just then his phone vibrated again. Jiang Lin opened it to find Bai Luoxue's reply. As long as it's within my capability, it should be fine. Within your capability? Then it's definitely within your capability. I must say this girl is quite innocent. Easy to deceive. With the plan set, Jiang Lin quickly called out to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, go home and change clothes. I'm going out for dinner tonight. All right, young master. Meanwhile, at the Bai residence, after Bai Luoxue sent the location and time for their gathering, she stood in front of her wardrobe, selecting clothes. A variety of plaid skirts and Lolita dresses were neatly laid out on the bed. These were her prized possessions, but due to her personality, she rarely wore Lolita dresses out. In Bai Luoxue's plaid skirts seemed more understated and less attention-grabbing. Which one should I wear? Bai Luoxue looked at the dazzling array of skirts, lost in thought. Should she ask Jiang Lin? This idea suddenly popped into her mind, startling her. No. We've only met a few times, and we're not familiar at all. If I say that, wouldn't it make me seem frivolous? What if he thinks I'm hinting at something? That would be even more awkward. The heart of a young girl is thus filled with complexity and turmoil, especially for someone as reclusive as Bai Luoxue. Yet she had no idea that Jiang Lin's request tonight would be even more frivolous. Evening. Jiang Lin changed into a custom-made casual outfit and, accompanied by Uncle Fu, arrived at the underground garage. Young master, which car are we taking tonight? Uncle Fu asked cheerfully as he followed beside him. The vast underground garage spanned about 4,000 square meters with over 100 parking spaces. Inside, the array of luxury cars dazzled the eye, whether it was Mercedes or BMW or Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini, there was nothing they didn't have. In fact, many of the cars were ones Jiang Lin himself couldn't even remember the names of. After all, he received several cars every year for his birthday. With the time it took to remember their names, he might as well memorize a couple of words instead. Uncle Fu, let's take this one. After some careful selection, Jiang Lin stopped in front of an Aston Martin 177. If he remembered correctly, this was the first car he had purchased outright when he turned 18. Yes, because he had just finished his driving test and happened to attend the car's release event. So he bought it on a whim. At that time it seemed he spent 47 million, right? What a waste of his pocket money. It had just been sitting in the garage gathering dust. All right, young master, I'll go get it for you. Uncle Fu had some recollection of this car and volunteered eagerly. No need, Uncle Fu. I can drive myself tonight or my driver's license will get rusty. Jiang Lin added after his initial statement. You wouldn't want me to have wasted a month just to get a license, would you? Uncle Fu thought for a moment, but ultimately did not stop him. Young people driving a luxury car with one hand is a talent too, he understands. Okay, that's fine. But young master, remember to drive slowly. While these luxury cars look beautiful, they are actually not that sturdy. If the car breaks down, so be it, but you mustn't let anything happen to you, young master. Virum. Before Uncle Fu could finish his lecture, Jiang Lin had already gotten into the car and sped off. Watching the headlights fade into the swirling dust, Uncle Fu's heart began to grow increasingly uneasy. Soon after, a Maybach also drove out of the garage. The suburban roads had light traffic, and with a press of the accelerator, Jiang Lin soon entered the city. Just a few kilometers. A glance at the navigation revealed that the meeting point Qingdao Plaza was nearby. Taking advantage of the fact that the evening rush hour hadn't started, yet he pressed the gas again. In the back of a Maybach, Uncle Fu was gripping the steering wheel while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Even with his age and experience, he had seen countless storms, but faced with the speed of this Aston Martin, he couldn't help but curse. Damn, does this car have a rocket engine or something? How can it go so fast? Meanwhile, at Qingdao Plaza, Bai Luoxue had already met her good friend Qin Mingyao, a sweet-looking little girl. To wait for Jiang Lin, she and Qin Mingyao each bought a cup of milk tea and found a seat by the roadside to rest. As soon as they sat down, Qin Mingyao leaned closer with her adorable apricot eyes. Luoxue, who are we waiting for? Waiting? I'm waiting for a boy. Bai Luoxue appeared somewhat hesitant. Without Jiang Lin's permission, she didn't dare reveal his identity, even to her best friend. Upon hearing that they were waiting for a boy, Qin Mingyao looked shocked, quickly followed by a sense of grievance. A boy? Oh no. Xiaoxue, you've changed, you no longer belong to just Nibuhu. Yao Yao. It's not what you think. My brother is worried about us girls being unsafe outside at night, so he specifically sent him to accompany us. Bai Luoxue hurriedly explained, fearing that Qin Mingyao would misunderstand. Really? Qin Mingyao was taken aback. Absolutely true. Bai Luoxue patted her chest to assure her. Looking at Qin Mingyao's ample curves, Qin Mingyao pouted. So it turns out he's a bodyguard. That's good. But Luoxue, what on earth have you been eating all day? Why are you growing so big here? Let me touch. Saying that, Qin Mingyao reached out with her delicate little hand. Aunt! Bai Luoxue exclaimed in surprise, and quickly dodged. This shout undoubtedly attracted the attention of several hungry wolves around. An ice-cold beauty, a sweet little girl. The ultimate dream of men. Perhaps noticing the gazes of those around, Qin Mingyao reluctantly withdrew her little hand. Bai Luoxue, seeing this, scolded. Yao Yao, if you keep acting like this, he'll get angry. This is outside, and if those with bad intentions notice us, what will happen to us girls? Qin Mingyao was not an unreasonable girl. After hearing Bai Luoxue's words, she immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. She lowered her head, gently tugging at Bai Luoxue's arm for a moment. Luoxue, don't be angry. I have good news for you. What good news? The good news is... Hee. Qin Mingyao smiled mischievously, deliberately teasing. We will soon be schoolmates. Bai Luoxue initially didn't grasp it, but then remembered that Qin Mingyao was a student taking the college entrance examination this year. You also got into Magic City University. Yes, praise me. Qin Mingyao lifted her head proudly. Magic City University is one of the most prestigious institutions in Huahua, renowned alongside Peking and Tsinghua University. If passing the college entrance exam is like crossing a single log bridge, then entering Magic City University is akin to climbing a pyramid. Only those who stand at the peak can succeed. With her admission, Bai Luoxue was naturally overjoyed, because she would have company at school in the future. Yao Yao, you're amazing. What do you want to eat? Tonight the senior will treat you. Luoxue, why are you acting all superior? I'm not old. By the way, the boy coming tonight is your senior, you know. Isn't he a bodyguard? The two of them chatted back and forth, and their milk tea was gradually running low. Suddenly, the distant sound of an engine roaring echoed, followed by a cool supercar entering everyone's sight. Thanks for everyone's gifts. Another chapter coming. Good night. Creaking as the brake pads emitted a sharp screech, the supercar came to a steady stop by the roadside. Although sports cars were not uncommon in the capital, most passers-by were seeing this Aston Martin for the first time, inevitably stopping to admire it. At the same time, some discerning individuals recognized the significance of this vehicle. Hiss! Isn't this the Aston Martin 177, of which only 77 were produced worldwide? I can't believe we have one in the capital. I don't understand what limited or 77 means. Just give me a price, so I can let it go. 47 million. What the hell? Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Indeed, there are some things you won't have in this lifetime. So I'll just go back to tightening my screws. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the car door slowly opened, and Jiang Lin stepped out in casual attire. As expected, the moment Jiang Lin appeared, the onlookers erupted in another round of astonishment. Wow, what a young guy. Which rich family's son is this? Look at me, young master. I'm right here. Certification complete. A rich guy has appeared. Young master, take me home. I can bear children. Young, handsome, wealthy. He embodies all my fantasies of a Prince Charming. Is he really that rich? A 47 million car. I'd have to work without eating or drinking for nearly 600 years to afford it. Everyone step back a bit. I'm afraid of scratching the paint. If that happens, my entire life will be in vain. Faced with the various fawning and astonished reactions of the crowd, Jiang Lin felt a bit dizzy, but mostly, he was contemplative. This sports car might just be a toy for him, but for most ordinary people, it was an astronomical figure they could never hope to attain after a lifetime of hard work. The gap between people is truly larger than that between man and dog. Perhaps this is the reality in which people truly live. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang Lin began to purposefully search for something until he spotted two figures sitting not far away. At that moment, Luoxue was also watching him. Hey, Luoxue, look at this handsome guy, he's so cool. Beside her, Qin Mingyao was starstruck. Before long, Jiang Lin walked over. Wow, Luoxue, look, the handsome guy is coming towards us. By Luoxue. Good evening, by Schoolflower. Jiang Lin approached the two with a faint smile. Good evening, Jiang Xiao. By Luoxue stood up politely to greet him. Qin Mingyao was stunned. You two know each other. Looking at the unfamiliar sweet girl beside him, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. She is my best friend, Qin Mingyao. By Luoxue facepalmed, feeling quite helpless. Mingyao is getting starstruck again. So embarrassing. Hello there, handsome. Qin Mingyao cheerfully greeted her, beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Lin's handsome face, swallowing hard repeatedly. Hello. Jiang Lin felt uneasy under her intense gaze, and was simultaneously curious about where Bai Luoxue found such a lively and cheerful best friend. Wouldn't their personalities clash? Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Seeing Jiang Lin standing there dazed, Qin Mingyao tilted her head and asked a soul-searching question. Jiang Lin clearly didn't expect her to directly ask such a question, but it wasn't a private matter, so he simply told her no. No, I don't. Upon receiving the answer she wanted, Qin Mingyao's eyes lit up, and she immediately followed up. Just in time, my family also agrees to let me date. How about? I support you. You can be my gigolo, how about that? What? Jiang Lin suspected he misheard, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Bai Luoxue thought to herself that this was bad and quickly covered her best friend's mouth. All right, Mingyao, stop talking. But how could Qin Mingyao give up so easily? Even though her mouth was covered, she still wanted to express her determination to support him. I have money. I'm a little rich woman. I can buy you 3 more Aston Martins. Jiang Lin. No, how presumptuous. Bai Luoxue's face turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly shot Jiang Lin an apologetic look. Jiang Lin. My best friend just finished her college entrance examinations. She's under a lot of mental pressure. She speaks nonsense, don't take it to heart. I don't. Bad woman. Ruining my fate. As a man, Jiang Lin was quite magnanimous. He simply waved his hand casually. It's fine, I understand. I was under a lot of pressure after my college entrance exams, too often babbling about how I didn't do well. It's normal. Seeing Jiang Lin not taking it to heart, Bai Luoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. After glancing at her starstruck best friend, she kindly reminded her. Mingyao, if you keep making a fuss, be careful, I tell your uncle and aunt. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Mingyao immediately quieted down. Her hands stopped flailing, and her eyes ceased to wander. Bai Luoxue snorted playfully and released her hand. Qin Mingyao immediately began to plead in a pitiful manner. Luoxue xiaoxiu. Jia, please don't be angry, don't tell my parents. We'll see how you behave. Okay. Watching the two girls playfully banter, Jiang Lin couldn't help but chuckle. By Schoolflower, you two really complement each other in personality, a perfect match. After saying this, Bai Luoxue's face turned even redder, while Qin Mingyao remained carefree and unbothered. After a small commotion, the three entered the Qingda Commercial Plaza. Let's go, I've recently discovered a particularly delicious Western restaurant, which is said to be owned by the commercial queen Lin Li. You two are in for a treat this time. Qin Mingyao walked ahead with a mysterious expression, her eyes sparkling with admiration when mentioning Lin Li. Jiang Lin thought he must have misheard and couldn't help but inquire, which Lin Li are you talking about? Hearing this, Bai Luoxue also looked at Qin Mingyao with a peculiar expression. Of course, it's the eldest princess of the Lin family, the current president of the Lin Group, the commercial queen Lin Li. Qin Mingyao turned back with an incredulous look as if saying, "No way you guys don't know the name Lin Li. And Aunt Lin Li is my idol. A woman who doesn't fall behind men. The modern Hua Mulan is talking about her." Qin Mingyao said proudly. Yes, it was a boast. The richest woman in China, the princess of a financial conglomerate, a strong woman. A being adorned with countless halos. She hugged me and claimed to want me as her daughter-in-law. Who else can achieve that? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Lin was already petrified on the spot. Thank you all for the gifts. I'm so touched. If his guess was correct, this Lin Li should be his own mother, and his own mother is actually the idol of this little girl before him. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Seeing Jiang Lin standing there dumbfounded, Qin Mingyao smiled slyly. Shocking, isn't it? Surprised. Since I haven't been in a relationship yet, you still have a chance, otherwise it might be too late, and I could become Auntie Lin's daughter-in-law. Bai Luoxue covered her mouth, unable to suppress a soft laugh, then glanced at Jiang Lin, mimicking Qin Mingyau's tone. Jiang Lin, are you very shocked? Jiang Lin numbly nodded, shocked. Utterly shocked. My CPU feels like it's about to burn out from the shock. Alright, don't exaggerate so much, you're making me a little embarrassed. Here we are, the restaurant, just ahead. Qin Mingyau's sweet face flushed slightly, but soon returned to normal. At the same time, an ancient and elegant palace came into view with a plaque bearing 3 vigorous characters, Mo Lianju. Wow, so beautiful. The name is so poetic. Bai Luoxue couldn't help but exclaim. Right? When I first came here, I thought it was some trendy internet hotspot. Qin Mingyao proudly lifted her chin. This name, obviously established for literati and poets, very poetic indeed. Yes, very poetic. Jiang Lin praised along, sensing the mood. To be honest, Mo Lianju's decor was truly lavish, nearly a one-tune replica of an ancient palace with materials of utmost luxury, rare sandalwood and top-grade spices. Nothing was spared. At that moment, a highly discordant voice rang out behind the three. Hey, you brat, you're blocking my way. Jiang Lin frowned and turned, seeing a middle-aged man with shifty eyes and a face that practically screamed sleaziness pointing at him and cursing. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Can't afford it. Then get lost. Wasting my time. Can you afford to pay for that? Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao were both frightened by the hooligan aura of the intruder, instinctively drawing closer to Jiang Lin. Seeing this, the man's expression changed. A lecherous grin bloomed on his wretched face. Oh, there are 2 little beauties too. Have you eaten dinner? Want to come in and have some together? By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Wang Ma, vice president of Sherdai Fengjuan, and also a very professional talent scout. The temperament and looks of you 2 little beauties are the seeds of superstars. How about we add each other on WeChat, and I can get to know you better later? Don't worry. Our company's strength is Huayu. Wait, you toad. Finally, Jiang Lin could no longer tolerate it and interrupted him. Wang Ma thought he misheard and asked instinctively, what did you just call me, kid? Toad. You what? Annoying as hell. Jiang Lin frowned and stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a powerful slap. Crack. The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Everyone nearby was stunned. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao were dumbfounded. Wang Ma was flabbergasted. Touching his still burning cheek, he felt utterly unreal. He had just been slapped by a young man in broad daylight. Was the other acting recklessly? But he had openly revealed his identity. How dare he? How the hell dare he? An unprecedented humiliation surged in Wang Ma's mind, and he almost reflexively threw a punch to regain control of the situation. But how could a middle-aged man drained by lust and wine compare to the vigorous Jiang Lin? Huh, you look weak, but still dare to fight back. Jiang Lin mocked, twisting his body to nimbly dodge the punch, then raised his hand and delivered another fierce slap straight to Wang Ma's face. Smack! This slap was even louder than the first, drawing the attention of many diners inside the restaurant. One by one, onlookers gathered ready to witness a showdown between true men. Bai Luoxue stepped back in fear, while Qin Mingyao curled up in Jiang Lin's embrace, taking out her phone to call the police. Wang Ma, dazed by the slap, lost balance and fell to the ground. Jiang Lin, seizing the moment, stepped on his chest with a cold and mocking tone. Blocking my way. Vice President of Sherdai Fengjuan. Huh, I thought you were some legendary figure, but in reality, just a petty scoundrel. You little brat, just wait. I will find someone to kill you sooner or later. Even beneath Jiang Lin's foot, Wang Ma was defiant. Hearing this, Jiang Lin felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't help but laugh. Kill me. Even your director Li dares not say that. Do you have the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard to speak to me like this? Oh, by the way, maybe you don't know what happened to Director Li after he offended me. By the way, have you sworn brotherhood with Li Fei? Although sharing the same birth date can't satisfy you. But Jiang Lin gave a cold smile, his eyes suddenly flashing with a chilling light. Dying on the same day, however, is possible. Hiss! At Jiang Lin's undisguised threat, those around gasped sharply. So audacious. Is it really acceptable to say such things openly? Some perceptive onlookers had already left the crowd knowing that anyone daring to say this in public was either a lunatic or someone truly capable. Neither was to be provoked. It was better to keep a distance to avoid getting caught in the fire. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This guy has always been this fierce. Lying on the ground, Wang Ma felt a tumult of emotions inside. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he rely on connections. The other party seemed completely unfazed by him. Moreover, he had only been the vice president for a few days. If he hadn't happened to be on a business trip this morning, he would probably have already started to accept the investigation from the supervisory group. If all this was to blame on someone named Jiang. No, wait. Suddenly Wang Ma remembered something. Earlier the other party seemed to have mentioned something about the consequences of offending their boss Li, and they even said they could make him die on the same day. An utterly absurd thought gradually emerged in Wang Ma's mind. This person before him. Could it be the legendary young master Jiang? Hey, what are you dazing out for? Are you dumb? Weren't you rather arrogant just now? Why have you turned mute? Jiang Lin, seeing Wang Ma's dazed expression, thought he had been scared silly, and then stepped harder with his foot. The pressure on his chest surged, and Wang Ma immediately felt discomfort from the difficulty in breathing. Wait. Huff. Wait, my ass, just let it out quickly. Jiang Lin, visibly impatient, moved his foot away from Wang Ma's chest, and then kicked fiercely at his stomach. Bang. A muffled sound erupted along with Wang Ma's scream. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao were frightened, momentarily unsure of who the real villain was. Clearly, it was the other party who had come looking for trouble. But now it seemed as if Jiang Lin was the one looking for trouble with Wang Ma. I say, big brother, please stop hitting me. My body really can't withstand your torment like this. In order to avoid physical pain, Wang Ma decisively chose to beg for mercy. He knew he had kicked a hardboard today. It would have been better if you had said this earlier, saving us both time. Jiang Lin patted his clothes and turned his gaze to Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao behind him. You two go in and order. Just order whatever you want today. President Wang is treating. Yes, I'm treating. Everyone eat well and drink well. Don't hold back. Wang Ma forced out a smile that was more unsightly than crying in agreement. With someone treating, Qin Mingyao was naturally very pleased, as the prices at Maoyang residence were somewhat expensive. Then I'd like to thank Senior Jiang Lin and President Wang in advance. Qin Mingyao smiled, brightly nodded, and turned to pull Bai Luoxue into Maoyang residence. After watching the two women enter the restaurant, Jiang Lin's expression darkened rapidly, his mood shifting as quickly as flipping a page. Wang Ma also heard Qin Mingyao call him Senior Jiang Lin. At once he felt despair. Damn it, he really bumped into him. President Wang, it seems my Jiang has a deep connection with your Sherdai Fengjun. What sounded like a joke from Jiang Lin's mouth came out icy cold. From the breakup internet bullying Wang Yifun's declaration of war, Li Fei's assassination, to now being provoked while simply having a meal. It could be said that the four characters Sherdai Fengjun were absent everywhere, yet everywhere there were connections to Sherdai Fengjun. Jiang Lin's head wasn't made of dough. Even if a fly buzzed in front of him every day, it would surely be annoying, right? The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. All the pressure fell on Wang Ma. Jiang. Young Master Jiang, this was an accident. I was just in a bad mood. So it was a misunderstanding. Sorry, I don't care whether you're in a good mood or not. Jiang Lin elegantly adjusted the hem of his clothes. At that moment, Uncle Fu walked over from a distance, his fierce gaze locked onto Wang Ma. All I know is, my mood is not good right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Fu raised his foot and stomped on Wang Ma's right hand. Crack. The sound of bones cracking was clear to hear. Once again, Wang Ma's pig-like scream echoed in the air. The remaining onlookers felt something was wrong and didn't dare to stay any longer, turning to leave in fear of being targeted by the ruthless young Master Jiang at any moment. Taking advantage of Wang Ma rolling on the ground, Uncle Fu proactively asked, Young Master, how should we handle this? Should we hand him over to the police? Or send him to join Li Fei? Jiang Lin coldly left a sentence and prepared to turn back to the restaurant. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind the two. Young Master Jiang. Hearing the voice, Jiang Lin turned back in confusion, only to find it was an old acquaintance. The manager of the Jiang Hotel in Shanqing. Hey, young Master Jiang, it's really you. What a coincidence. The hotel manager, upon seeing Jiang Lin's face, had already confirmed his identity and hurried forward to shake hands and greet him. Seeing an old acquaintance, Jiang Lin naturally didn't put on any airs and curiously inquired. Weren't you the manager at Jiang Hotel in Shanqing? How did you come to Beijing? On a business trip. Upon mentioning this, the hotel manager immediately became animated and eagerly replied, This is all thanks to young Master Jiang. I was originally sent by the chairman to Beijing as a witness. What do you think happened? After the chairman learned that I had saved all the surveillance footage for you, he praised me greatly. And now Sherdai Fengjun is on the brink of collapse. The group is preparing to enter the entertainment circle, so I was urgently assigned to negotiate the acquisition with the Vice President Wang Ma from Sherdai Fengjun. Hey, why does the person lying on the ground look so much like that Wang Ma guy? Jiang Lin discreetly glanced at Wang Ma, who was still struggling and crying on the ground, his expression somewhat awkward, but quickly masked it. To be honest, this guy is indeed Wang Ma. Huh. The hotel manager was stunned. The person on the ground struggling like a dead dog was the vice president of Sherdai Fengjun. He fell from grace rather quickly. At this moment Jiang Lin seemed to have thought of something. Quickly putting on a gentle smile, he softly said to Wang Ma, "Since we're discussing business, you should have said so earlier. If you had said you wanted to give Sherdai Fengjun to us for free, you wouldn't have to suffer like this, right, President Wang? The world of Jianghu is never about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships." Oh, what was it? Come help our friend President Wang bandage up a bit. Look at how careless he is. He's already fractured a bone. Saying this, Jiang Lin called over the doorman of Maoyang residence. As for Wang Ma's objections, they were naturally completely ignored. In no time the fractured area of Wang Ma was given simple treatment by the medical staff. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, Jiang Lin directly had him carried into the restaurant's private room under the pretext of conducting business. How could one not eat while discussing? Uncle Fu watched Jiang Lin's busy silhouette, a hint of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes. It seemed the young master had indeed grown up. He was starting to think about the family. Although the hotel manager was unaware of what had happened earlier, he still knew his young master's temperament quite well. After all, brothers, good night. Verification Day 3 explosive updates for the premiere. Brothers with conditions can send some small gifts. I am very happy to receive everyone's support. Thank you. In the private room by Luoxue and Qin Mingyao had already ordered the dishes, and now it was up to Jiang Lin to decide what he wanted to eat. Luoxue, is Jiang Sr. always this domineering? Qin Mingyao, sensing the quiet atmosphere in the room, couldn't help but voice her curiosity. She had always thought Jiang Lin was a sweet, docile boy, but only just now did she realize how wrong she was. Dramatically wrong. The person was no sweet boy at all. He was a fierce wolf. How foolish of her to even think of supporting him at first. She feared her petite frame might not be up to the challenge. Bai Luoxue clearly hadn't expected him to ask that question. After contemplating for a long while, she offered a relatively reasonable answer. I don't know about domineering, but he is indeed known for his deep affections at school, and his athleticism is quite impressive. After all, he was someone who could run 20 laps around the playground in one go. Now it was Qin Mingyao's turn to be dumbfounded. Deep affections. Good at sports. What a complex mix. At that moment the door of the private room swung open. Jiang Lin walked in with a warm smile. By to Xiaohua, Miss Qin, it seems we might need to add 2 more sets of chopsticks today. The next second Wang Ma, with his hand wrapped like a mummy, slowly walked in with the help of a few people. Following closely behind was the hotel manager. No. It's fine, Zhang Xiao's matters are more important. Bai Luoxue quickly waved her hand. Yes, let's all eat together. Qin Mingyao also changed her usual demeanor and donned a sweet and obedient look. Seeing that both ladies had no objections, Jiang Lin waved his hand grandly. All right, waiter, bring out all the dishes from this establishment for me. Yes, Zhang Xiao. The waiter responded and hurriedly went out to instruct the kitchen. Qin Mingyio's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Lin, the dishes here are very expensive. To order everything would cost at least hundreds of thousands. It's just one meal. It can't be this extravagant, right? Hundreds of thousands. Jiang Lin casually found a chair to sit down, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Is this considered expensive? Isn't it expensive? Even if I, a wealthy lady, cough, this girl has a net worth of over 10 million, I wouldn't dare to casually spend hundreds of thousands on a single meal. Qin Mingyao was somewhat indignant, feeling that his actions were truly wasteful. Net worth of 10 million. Didn't you say you could buy 3 of my cars? This time it was Jiang Lin's turn to be dumbfounded. Right? An Aston Martin is only a few million each, buying 3 would be no pressure at all. Qin Mingyao said with a look of obvious reason. Who said mine was a few million? Jiang Lin was stunned. Isn't it a few million? Could it be 10 million? Qin Mingyao looked somewhat surprised, as this was something she had never considered. Jiang Lin's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. Would it cause psychological trauma to mention that his car was valued at 47 million for the 177? At that moment the hotel manager decided to show off his knowledge, because he had just seen that Aston Martin when he walked in, and he knew cars. Zhang Xiao, you must be referring to that globally limited 177 parked by the side of the road, right? Hearing this, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and immediately shifted his gaze to the manager. What? You know about cars too? Wow. I was wondering who had such deep pockets. A globally limited Aston Martin worth 47 million just parked by the roadside. So it belongs to you, Zhang Xiao. No wonder. The hotel manager's expression was extremely rich, and everyone could almost see 4 distinct emotions on his face: shock, fear, enlightenment, and astonishment. This guy truly was a master of expression management. Jiang Lin thought to himself, what? 47 million? So expensive. 2 surprised female voices almost sounded in unison. Qin Mingyio's eyes widened, her pretty face written with disbelief, and at that moment she felt as if her brain had short-circuited. 47 million. Her total net worth barely reached the threshold of 40 million, and that was her allowance saved up since childhood. How could it not even be enough to buy a car? Rich. Simply rich beyond reason. Bai Luoxue, who already knew Jiang Lin's identity, did not react as dramatically as Qin Mingyao. However, this astronomical figure indeed impacted her worldview. She had always believed Jiang Lin's identity was noble, as he was the young master of the Jiang family in the imperial capital and quite wealthy. But this was just a vague concept, as she still had some uncertainty about how noble, how rich he truly was. Until now she finally understood what it meant to be a man who stood upon a scepter and a mountain of gold. Seeing the two girls' dazed expressions, Jiang Lin couldn't help but wave his hand in front of them. Hey, what are you dazing out for? It's just a little broken car, no need to be so excited. Qin Mingyao snapped back to reality, a hint of blush flashing across her small face. She had just boldly claimed she would support him. How embarrassing. Jiang Xiao, you are really straightforward. To you, a luxury car worth a fortune is just a little broken car. Bai Luoxue let out a bitter laugh, unable to use words to describe her feelings at this moment. Complex, worry, or perhaps fear. Bai Luoxue didn't care for money or fame. Her family wasn't short on money, but when faced with a top-tier young master like Jiang Lin, who was on a different level from her, her first reaction wasn't to get closer, but rather an instinctive fear. Wanting to distance herself, because she feared that any misstep might offend him. Such a mistake would be catastrophic for herself and her family. As the saying goes, being close to a ruler is like being close to a tiger, and that describes it well. Noticing the fear on Bai Luox's face, Jiang Lin smiled gently and spoke in his most sincere tone. Actually, there's no need for you to keep calling me Jiang Xiao. Just call me Jiang Lin. He added, after this meal today, we shall all be friends. Friends, huh? Bai Luox's expression momentarily blanked as she met Jiang Lin's exceptionally clear eyes. What? You two wouldn't disagree, would you? I only have the two of you as friends of the opposite sex right now. Don't you understand what it means to have the upper hand by being closest to the water? Jiang Lin couldn't help but tease. Bai Luoxue covered her mouth and chuckled, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Who wants to have the upper hand by being closest to the water? You wish. Oh, so narcissistic. Qin Mingyao's little face turned awkward as she put on a look of disdain. In the midst of their playful banter, the earlier sense of estrangement among them completely vanished under Jiang Lin's humorous words. Before long, waiters began to bring in dishes to the private room. Plates of exquisitely crafted dishes exuding tempting aromas were placed on the dining table, making everyone swallow hard. It was only when the final dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, was placed on the large rotating table that Jiang Lin turned his gaze back to Wang Ma, whose face was pale. Mr. Wang is our guest. Please go ahead and start eating. No need to be polite. Today I'm treating you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table shifted their attention to Wang Ma. Hurry up and eat. Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Qin Mingyao yelled frantically in her heart. Wang Ma glanced at his right hand, which was wrapped like a mummy, and his expression was somewhat numb. After a moment, he reluctantly said, Jiang Xiao, I'm not hungry. You all eat. Please go ahead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin immediately slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Oh no. I completely forgot that Mr. Wang hurt his hand. Waiter, come and help Mr. Wang experience our feeding service. Yes, Jiang Xiao. The nearby waiter, receiving the order, quickly acted, deftly picking up a piece of dompa pork and stuffing it towards Wang Ma's mouth. Jiang Xiao. Really don't need to. I'm really not hungry. Wang Ma was nearly in tears. He knew that overly enthusiastic kindness often had ulterior motives. How could he not know? Even a single grain of rice here. He couldn't even eat himself. With a plop. Finally, under Wang Ma's persistent refusals, that piece of dompa pork fell to the ground. Jiang Lin's expression changed, and he slammed his palm onto the table. Bang! Wang Ma, I see you're asking for trouble. Wang Ma was startled by Jiang Lin's imposing aura, and quickly corrected himself. I'll eat. I'm hungry. Jiang Xiao, please don't be angry. At this, Jiang Lin's expression eased a bit. The waiter also picked up another piece of meat and fed it to Wang Ma's mouth. Delicious, really delicious. Wang Ma mumbled with his mouth full, his lewd old face full of flattery. Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered with him and turned his attention back to Bai Luoxue and the others. Everyone hurry and try this, see if it's as delicious as Mingyao said. Oh yeah, let's eat. Qin Mingyao, who had been eager to dig in, immediately grabbed a big duck leg. As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, completely ignoring the fact that he had called her Mingyao, Bai Luoxue picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and put it in her mouth, and with a light bite her eyes lit up instantly. So delicious. Jiang Lin had been hungry after a long day, and after a few bites, he had already devoured more than half of the Buddha jumps over the wall in front of him. The hotel manager looked at the scene of everyone devouring the food in bewilderment, thinking, this isn't right. Why are they still eating? The main thing is, I'm not here to eat. I'm here to discuss an acquisition. Noticing the hotel manager's strange expression, Jiang Lin took the initiative to remind him, let's eat first, we'll take care of other matters after the meal. All right, Jiang Xiao. Since the young master had spoken, the hotel manager naturally had nothing to say, so he also joined the group of diners. Eat well and drink well. It's time to discuss serious matters. At this moment Jiang Lin made a subtle gesture towards the hotel manager who, being a clever person, immediately understood. A stack of paper contracts abruptly appeared on the dining table. Wang Ma, still enjoying the service of being fed by the waiter, was taken aback. Young Master Jiang. What is this? Jiang Lin smiled and waved away the waiter who was serving the food. Mr. Wang, since we've eaten, shouldn't we talk business now? With that, Jiang Lin pushed the contract on the table towards Wang Ma. Transfer of Times Peak Cultural Co. Ltd. Equity acquisition contract. Wang Ma's brow twitched, and his expression gradually turned blank. So they wanted to discuss an acquisition with him. He was startled. He had originally come to discuss the acquisition plan with the Lin Group. Now to talk directly with the heir of the other party. Not bad. Thinking of this, a blossoming smile appeared on Wang Ma's old face. An acquisition? Then we definitely need to talk. But I wonder what the Lin Group. What price is young Master Jiang prepared to offer? As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Lin. Even Qin Mingyao put down her chopsticks, wanting to see how this young Master Jiang would negotiate. Jiang Lin tapped his fingers on the table, remaining silent. After what seemed like a long deliberation, he slowly extended one finger. 100 million. Wang Ma's face turned somewhat grim. Young Master Jiang, you know our company's foundation. If it weren't for this incident, our market value would be at least 10 billion. You mean? Before Wang Ma could finish, Jiang Lin interrupted him. No, what I mean is, one life. With a thud, the sound of chopsticks hitting the ground echoed. Everyone's expression changed. Too arrogant. Can such a sensitive term as one life really be spoken so openly? Wang Ma thought he had misheard. His lips moved a couple of times, but he couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Jiang Lin stood up, approached Wang Ma, and whispered in his ear, "You don't really think I was joking with what I said outside, do you?" The devilish voice echoed in Wang Ma's ears, and he suddenly remembered. Earlier outside, he seemed to have vaguely heard Jiang Lin mention sending him to reunite with Li Fei. At that moment, due to the intense pain from his fractured hand, he thought he had misheard. After a while, was it for real? Fear, shock, and anger surged within him, and Wang Ma felt darkness envelop him, nearly fainting, but fortunately Jiang Lin supported him. Hey, Mr. Wang, don't faint just yet. Before you sign and press your thumbprint. I can't guarantee your personal safety. Who knows if you fall asleep? It could be for a lifetime. Jiang Lin's voice carried a hint of mockery, and his threat was blatant. I am the knife, and he is the fish. This describes the current situation of Jiang Lin. Wang Ma, furious, extended a trembling finger pointing at Jiang Lin. You? Can't. I can't make the decision. Can't make the decision. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow with a smile, then stood up again, moving around the tables and chairs. This time his tone was no longer as cold as before, but rather wild. Infinitely wild. Can't make the decision, Mr. Wang, don't take yourself too seriously. I don't know if you've heard this saying. When money stands up to speak, all truths fall silent. When power stands up to speak, even money retreats. You don't really think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you, do you? A glint of sharp light shone in Jiang Lin's eyes. The aura belonging to the young master of the Jiang family exploded completely at that moment. Wang Ma's expression froze, the brilliance in his eyes gradually replaced by fear. At this moment, he truly felt afraid. To speak such words in public proved that the other party could really take his life. Young Master Jiang, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I am willing to transfer Times Peak to your company without charge, just asking for young Master Jiang to spare my life. Realizing the situation, Wang Ma hurriedly stood up from his seat, then thudded to the ground on his knees. Jiang Lin looked at him with satisfaction, and then signaled the hotel manager to take care of the remaining matters. The hotel manager instantly understood and began organizing the contracts in an orderly fashion. Remember, it was never me, Jiang Lin, who wanted to do anything to your Times Peak. It was your Times Peak that repeatedly challenged my bottom line, which led to this outcome. Jiang Lin's cold voice echoed in the private room, causing Wang Ma to repeatedly bow his head in fear. Young Master Jiang is right, it is all our fault. It is all our fault. After finishing these matters, Jiang Lin turned his gaze towards the already stunned by Luoxue and Qin Mingyao. This meal wasn't very pleasant. Luoxue, Mingyao, let's go. He'll take you shopping as compensation. By Luoxue and Qin Mingyao exchanged glances subconsciously and nodded silently. Okay. Several people left the restaurant, strolling along the bustling pedestrian street. The evening breeze brushed by, lifting the hair of a beautiful woman. Achoo! Jiang Lin rubbed his nose, helplessly glancing at by Luoxue beside him. By the campus flower, your hair got into my nose. By Luok's small face instantly turned red to her neck. By the way, Jiang Lin, I have a question that I'm not sure I should ask. At that moment, Qin Mingyao suddenly spoke up, voicing a deep-seated curiosity. Then don't ask it, okay? Jiang Lin grinned. You, this person? Qin Mingyao puffed up her adorable cheeks in annoyance, then murmured softly like a deflated pufferfish. I just wanted to ask if you were the one trending online recently. Jiang Daxiao. Jiang Lin was taken aback, surprised that she just found out. However, he could tell that this sweet little girl was likely still dazed from her exams in her senior year, exuding a pure kind of foolishness. After all, which normal person would propose such an outrageous requirement of keeping someone as soon as they meet? So he replied calmly, "That's right, it's me. What's wrong?" "Ah, it really is you." Qin Mingyao abruptly stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide with astonishment, her face full of shock. "It must be me. Is there another Jiang family in this vast capital?" Jiang Lin retorted with a strange expression, as if to say, who else could it be? "Is it you?" Qin Mingyao was at a loss for words, then turned her gaze to her good friend Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue silently nodded, indirectly confirming Jiang Lin's identity. "Then that means, my idol, Aunt Linley, is your mother?" Qin Mingyao said adorably, counting on her fingers, clearly trying hard to sort out the relationships and logic. "Yes." Jiang Lin nodded, not thinking much of it, as his gaze began to wander among the shops lining the street. Soon his attention was drawn to a boutique specializing in Hermes. Don't all girls love bags? Why not buy a whole trunk of bags for these two girls? After all, one should not bite the hand that feeds. It wouldn't be unreasonable to make that outrageous request, right? So he immediately suggested, "Let's go take a look at the bags." This sudden proposal genuinely caught the two girls off guard. But I just bought a new bag. Luoxue, do you want to see it? I can give you one." Qin Mingyao looked at Bai Luoxue, seemingly seeking her opinion. I don't carry bags." Bai Luoxue felt a bit helpless. But Jiang Lin didn't care. He walked straight into the boutique, and the sharp-eyed staff immediately approached him. "Hello sir, are you looking for a bag for your loved one? We just received some new arrivals." "Jiang Lin, are you going to buy a bag for Auntie?" "But Auntie never buys Hermes." Jiang Lin slowed down. Before the staff could finish the standard sales pitch, two beautiful figures entered the store one after another. It was Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao. Seeing these two stunning beauties, the staff rubbed their eyes in disbelief, taking a while to squeeze out a sentence. "So you have quite a few loved ones, huh?" Jiang Lin. Ignoring the staff, Jiang Lin curiously looked at Qin Mingyao. "How do you know my mom doesn't buy Hermes bags?" This question struck a chord in Qin Mingyao's heart. She took out a sparkling golden lipstick and proudly said, "I'm a diehard fan of Aunt Linley. See this lipstick? It's the same one Aunt Linley uses." Jiang Lin stared at the lipstick in disbelief, completely frozen. He recognized it as the limited edition Grueling golden diamond lipstick worth 3500. His mom indeed had an identical one. He never expected that although his mom had not debuted, she had such a loyal fan. A fan even more knowledgeable about her than himself. This made him, the dutiful son, feel quite distressed. Not the time to be tangled in these thoughts. He had a request to fulfill, so he needed to get down to business. "Ahem. You really know my mom well. I'm sure she would be very happy to know she has such a loyal fan like you." Jiang Lin put on an awkward yet polite smile, wishing to quickly change the topic. But Qin Mingyao had no intention of dropping the subject. Jiang Lin, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Is that okay?" Qin Mingyao blinked her beautiful eyes, her tone a bit pitiful. Jiang Lin casually glanced at the price tags of the bags in front of him, then nonchalantly said, "Go ahead, say it." Can you introduce me to Auntie? I want to learn from her how to become a business queen." Qin Mingyao cautiously spoke, her face full of pleading cuteness, complemented by her swaying twin ponytails, making her utterly endearing. Even the other men in the store accompanying their loved ones and mistresses shopping for bags couldn't help but notice. "Hey, this little girl is so cute. I wish I had a daughter like her. Come, let's see what bag you like. Uncle will buy you one." Uncle, don't kill me. Will you have a daughter in the future?" The crowd looked at each other, and everything was left unsaid. The staff beside them wanted to interject, but opened their mouth and found themselves at a loss for words. Jiang Lin heard the commotion and shot a cold glance at the middle-aged man who had claimed he would buy a bag for Qin Mingyao. He casually uttered 5 words, "If you're broke, don't pretend." As soon as those words left his mouth, the air instantly thickened. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao exchanged glances, both casting a sympathetic look at the middle-aged man. "Bang! You brat! How dare you talk so arrogantly at such a young age? Saying I'm broke? Fine, I'll show you who is richer today." The middle-aged man pushed aside his mistress and immediately pulled out several bank cards from his wallet, slamming them onto the counter, then angrily shouted at the staff beside him, "Verify my funds." Jiang Lin looked at the middle-aged man with a mocking gaze, as if he were watching a clown. He didn't say much, just silently pointed at the cheapest bag in the store. The staff instantly understood, hurriedly retrieving that bag. "Sir, this bag is our store's best value model. Your taste is truly superb." The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Kid, this bag is the cheapest in the store. Buying one isn't even enough for these two little girls to share, right? Why don't you kneel down and call me Dad? I'll generously lend you a few thousand so you can buy one for each of them." This remark quickly drew ridicule from many customers in the store. This kid, I thought he was someone important, turns out he just wants to buy this little shabby bag. I really don't get what gives him the confidence to claim that the other guy is broke." I'm dying of laughter. These two little girls must have been tricked, right? Going shopping with a guy who buys the cheapest bag. Can't he stop embarrassing us men? If I were him, I'd be too embarrassed to enter the store. He'd just go buy 2 knockoffs on a bargain site to impress these little girls. Now he's acting pretentious in a boutique. He probably regretted it the moment he walked in, thinking, wow, why are the prices here so high? Not at all as affordable as the bargain site. Ha ha, don't say anymore, I'm about to burst from laughing. At this moment Jiang Lin finally spoke up. Who said I was going to buy this? What I mean is, aside from this one I want to pack, everything else got it. With that Jiang Lin boldly threw out a black gold card. Charge it. Brothers, please don't support the book. Can the author not update 3 or 4 times? Please, if you want to support it. You can do it after 10 days. The retention during these 10 days is really important, I beg you all. Swipe the card. Jiang Lin's voice echoed coldly through the air, utterly devoid of emotion. Whoosh! Everyone froze in stunned silence. What did he just say? All of them. Except that one model. All to be bundled up. Granted, an Hermes boutique rarely kept large inventories on hand. Most items were pre-ordered. Yet to purchase every single existing model in one go would cost no less than 10 million yuan. After all, prices ranged wildly, from hundreds of thousands to several million, and the flagship piece alone was worth over 1 million. What kind of fortune could possibly justify such extravagance? Before anyone could fully grasp this almost philosophical question, the middle-aged man who had earlier boasted about verifying assets finally spoke, his face now markedly paler and tighter than before. He hasn't even swiped the card yet. How do we know his balance is sufficient? Anyone can shout. It's easy to flash a card and claim you'll buy the entire store. Would you believe me if I did the same? What if at the counter he simply says, insufficient funds? At those words the crowd collectively snapped back to reality. Right. He'd only declared he'd swipe, whether the transaction would clear remained entirely uncertain. Still a few sharp-eyed observers stared intently at the black card, lost in quiet contemplation. Jiang Lin had no patience for petty squabbles. With an impatient wave of his hand, he said flatly, hurry up and process the payment. Then pack everything and deliver it to my residence. The sales associate blinked, then erupted into disbelieving, ecstatic delight. Sir, you're serious? What's going on, Xiao Wang? A woman in her 40s stepped forward. Her skin flawlessly maintained her name badge gleaming with 2 bold characters, store manager. She began to inquire, but her gaze drifting idly across the scene suddenly locked onto the black and gold card Jiang Lin had tossed onto the counter. Instantly she recoiled as though struck by lightning, her entire body trembling violently. The Lin Group's black gold card. Bewildered, the sales associate hurriedly recounted the full sequence of events. So, the gentleman holds this black gold card and intends to purchase the entire inventory of handbags. The manager confirmed once more. Yes, manager. The associate replied, earnest and unwavering. Excellent. Having verified the details, the manager's expression softened into a warm, sincere smile as she turned toward Jiang Lin. Sir, greetings. I am the store manager. My sincerest apologies for the delay. We will now proceed immediately with your payment processing. Make it quick. Jiang Lin replied impassively. Within moments, staff members sprang into action, packing, bagging, sealing. Each movement precise and urgent. After all, this was their first order of such magnitude. Even if they didn't feast on the lion's share, they'd certainly savor a generous portion of the spoils. The manager herself worked with even greater diligence, for this single transaction alone would earn her a commission exceeding 1 million yuan. Respected Mr. Jiang, your order comprises 216 individual pieces totaling 27,930,000 yuan, rounded down to 27 million for your convenience. With the transaction complete, she reverently returned the black gold card to Jiang Lin's outstretched hand. Jiang Lin nodded once, then turned his gaze toward the others still standing motionless in the store, frozen like statues. Tell them to set the bags down. After all, I've already purchased them, and if they damage anything, they won't be able to afford restitution. Understood, Mr. Jiang. The manager bowed slightly, then strode directly toward the earlier middle-aged man and issued her directive. Ladies and gentlemen, today this store serves only Mr. Jiang. If you have no further business with us, kindly depart. What the hell? Depart. We're customers too. This reeks of arrogance. Big store, small customer. Do you think I won't file a formal complaint? The man exploded first, his tone brazen, petulant, unapologetic. Seeing Jiang Lin flaunt power so openly was unbearable, and being ejected like a beggar, that would shatter his dignity forever, especially before his younger lover, where he prided himself on being the epitome of masculine authority. I'm staying right here, even if I have to sit on the floor. Exactly. You're treating us like second-class citizens. Don't you know customers are gods? Fairness demands first come, first served. So what if this kid has money? Does that entitle you to humiliate us outright? Some patrons, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quietly slipped away, but 3 or 4 stung by wounded pride lingered to protest. The manager surveyed them all, then sighed softly, shaking her head in quiet resignation. This isn't arrogance, it's protocol. The gentleman before you holds the Lin Group's black gold card. The Lin Group's black gold card. Only then did recognition flicker across a few faces. Isn't that the legendary card? With a credit limit of 10 billion yuan, globally limited to just 3 copies. But weren't only 2 ever issued. One held by the Lin family's eldest princess, and the other by Jiang. Wait, what a... At that moment the speaker staggered backward 2 or 3 paces, his complexion first draining to ash white, then flooding crimson. After a long breathless pause, he choked out a single phrase. The Jiang family's eldest young master. Boom. That declaration struck like thunderclap, shattering every mind in the room. The very same middle-aged man who had railed loudest now stood mute, his emotions careening like a runaway roller coaster. Because, without realizing it, he had just grievously offended the Jiang family's eldest young master. The Jiang family in the capital represents an unshakable symbol of absolute power in the upper echelons of Huawei society. On the other hand, the Lin family represents wealth, an inexhaustible source of money. Two colossal families made a shocking decision 20 years ago, a marriage alliance. Indeed, a marriage alliance. And shortly after the birth of a male infant sent shockwaves throughout the entire capital. Everyone knew that the heir of the Jiang family had been born, yet no one had ever seen what this child born with a silver spoon in his mouth looked like. Even the name was kept under wraps by the Jiang family. In that moment, the remaining customers in the store were at a loss for words to describe their emotions. If one were to say they were excited, they were indeed, for encountering the Jiang and Lin families was akin to winning the lottery. Yet if one were to say they were happy, they were not very happy, because they had just offended each other. In contrast, Jiang Lin walked over to a middle-aged man with a nonchalant demeanor, his tone playful, yet laced with mockery, saying, "A customer, is someone with money? Do you have money?" The middle-aged man genuinely wanted to assert that he had money, plenty of it, but upon reflection he realized that in the eyes of the other party his wealth was insignificant. Moreover, the other party possessed the black card of the Lin group and was the young master of the Jiang family. Ultimately, he lowered his proud head to reality. I have no money, young master Jiang. You are the customer. Not bad, quite self-aware. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction and gently patted the man's shoulder. Since you have no money, then you are not a customer. Please leave, everyone, and come back to enjoy the air conditioning after I leave. Jiang Lin's words were dripping with sarcasm. To him, the well-dressed customers were merely there to mooch off the air conditioning. What else could the others do? Since Jiang Lin had already spoken, they naturally had to leave immediately. If they lingered too long, they risked upsetting the young master of the Jiang family, who had plenty of ways to deal with them. In no time, the vast boutique was left with only Jiang Lin and his two companions along with a group of staff. At this moment, Qin Mengyao finally found an opportunity to speak. Jiang Lin, you were so fierce just now. They were just asking to give me a bag. What's wrong? Are you jealous? After carefully examining the silly and cute girl before him and confirming that she genuinely didn't understand, Jiang Lin slowly replied, that person clearly had ulterior motives. The others were just flirting, but you couldn't tell. Just look at the woman he was hugging. Heavily made up, dressed flamboyantly, and not very old, it was obvious she was a kept mistress. Would someone like that genuinely want to buy you a bag? Never believe that there are more good people than bad in this world, understand? Jiang Lin spoke patiently, like an older brother explaining the harsh rules of reality to the two girls. Upon hearing this, Bai Luox's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of realization, and her gaze toward Jiang Lin held more trust. Oh, I see. Qin Mengyao wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. What? Are you saying if someone offers to buy you a bag you would actually let them? Jiang Lin suppressed a laugh. How could that be possible? I'm a rich girl. Do you understand what it means to be a rich girl? How could I let a man buy me things? Qin Mengyao adopted a serious expression and retorted. Besides, my mom has always told me that if a man wants to spend money on you, you must never accept it, because they are either after your body or your money. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was left speechless. It sounded like it made some sense. So I only spend money on men, never let them spend on me. This is a self-preservation tactic I've developed. Qin Mengyao proudly waved her small fist, her two adorable dimples nearly melting hearts. Jiang Lin, picking his nose. Bai Xiaohua is your friend. Always this clever. She seemed quite normal before the college entrance exam. Bai Luoxue instinctively pinched the pleats of her skirt, her expression awkward, yet somewhat shy. At that moment, the store manager approached, bowing respectfully to Jiang Lin and asking, young master Jiang, may I have your address? We can deliver these bags directly to you. Address? Just use theirs, these bags are for them. Jiang Lin pointed at Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao, and the manager instantly understood, exclaiming, you two sisters are truly fortunate. I'm almost envious. Huh, you're giving us gifts. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao exclaimed in unison. Thanks to the 17 friends for the small gifts and the support. Here's an extra chapter. Brothers 20 for extra chapters. No upper limit. Oh, you're giving them to us. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao exclaimed almost simultaneously. Of course. Otherwise, why would I, a grown man, be eyeing these handbags? Jiang Lin replied with a faint amused smile. To his surprise, Bai Luoxue reacted with extraordinary intensity upon hearing those words. No, absolutely not. I can't accept these bags. I have done nothing to merit such a gift, right? Neither will I. Qin Mengyao stubbornly turned her head away, firmly aligning herself with Bai Luoxue. Jiang Lin could only shake his head in wry exasperation. How had he failed to notice earlier just how fiercely obstinate these two young women were? Put another way, was there truly any woman alive who could resist the allure of luxury handbags? Yet Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao remained unmoved. No matter how eloquently Jiang Lin pleaded, their expressions stayed resolutely dismissive. Oh, come now, just take them. Actually, there's something I'd like to discuss with you both. Something that may require your assistance. Consider these gifts as compensation for your help. What do you say? Utterly at a loss, Jiang Lin finally chose candor and laid bare his intention. At these words, Qin Mingyao's mouth flew open in utter shock, her expression comically exaggerated. So you did have ulterior motives? Mom was absolutely right. When a man spends money on you, it's either because he wants your money or your body. And since you're already so wealthy, it must be our bodies you're after. Whoa, shui run. Jiang Lin wants us. Without hesitation, Qin Mingyao seized Bai Luoxue's hand and bolted toward the exit. Wait, hold on. Don't rush off yet. I haven't even told you what help I need. How can you leap to that conclusion? Ahem, and more importantly, I am certainly not that kind of person. Seeing Bai Luoxue about to be dragged away, Jiang Lin abandoned all pretense and hurriedly blocked their path. All right, Mingyao. I trust Jiang Lin isn't like that. He takes matters of the heart very seriously. With resigned tenderness, Bai Luoxue gently restrained Qin Mingyao, tapping her forehead playfully before turning to Jiang Lin with composed sincerity. However, helping you is one thing, but we cannot accept these bags. Friends aid each other without expectation of reward. Faced with such unwavering resolve, Jiang Lin had no choice but to concede, temporarily at least. Fine, then deliver these bags to Villa No. 88 in Beijing's suburban district. This last instruction was directed at the boutique manager. For now, the bags could simply be stored at home. Plenty of opportunities would arise later to present them properly. Once purchased by Jiang Lin, nothing, not even genuine floss, would ever be returned or exchanged. Yes, sir. Right away, Master Jiang. The boutique manager responded, still slightly bewildered, yet her gaze toward Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao shifted, instantly awestruck. These two girls had calmly refused Master Jiang's gifts, without flinching. Truly extraordinary. Honest introspection told her she herself could never have done the same. With the handbags unclaimed, Jiang Lin saw no reason to linger in the boutique. Soon the three stood together on a bustling street lined with food stalls, where if not handbags, then surely shared meals would suffice. Take a look, what would you like? My treat. Jiang Lin smiled warmly, adding quickly to preempt refusal. Surely treating friends to a meal isn't unreasonable. If you insist on economizing even this, then our friendship must feel terribly strained, wouldn't it? After thoughtful consideration, Bai Luoxue nodded. Very well, I'll cover the drinks. Then I'll buy desserts and fresh fruit. Qin Mingyao declared cheerfully. Before long, Jiang Lin selected a roadside barbecue stall. Since they'd already eaten earlier, appetites were modest, so they ordered one grilled fish and several skewers of squid and chicken wings. Moments later, Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao returned, arms laden with bubble tea and cut fruit. No sooner had they taken their seats than Qin Mingyao eagerly placed a serving of chilled watermelon at the center of the table. Try some, ice cold, perfectly sweet. Excellent. Jiang Lin wasted no time. He speared a wedge with his fork and popped it into his mouth. Qin Mingyao cupped her cheeks, eyes gleaming as she teased. Who would have thought the heir of Beijing's illustrious Jiang family would dine at a humble street stall? You're surprisingly down to earth. Moi. What exactly does that mean? Should I photosynthesize under the sun instead? Jiang Lin mumbled through a mouthful. Uft. Snort. That remark sent both Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao into unrestrained laughter. No one had expected the legendary Jiang heir to be not only approachable, but delightfully witty. Watching the two young women laugh until their shoulders shook, Jiang Lin felt compelled to clarify. This wasn't his usual persona. Hey, enough laughing. You'll drool soon. Truth is, I'm normally quite low-key. Asked by school beauty as she attends my university. I don't believe you. Your breakup with your ex-girlfriend made headlines across the internet. Even my 5-year-old cousin knows about it. And that's low-key. Oh, and by the way, I've just been admitted to Modi University too, Senior Jiang. Qin Mingyao stuck out her tongue and rolled her eyes, her disbelief written plainly across her face. Enough, Mingyao, stop teasing Jiang Lin. Haven't you noticed? Though he usually wears an aloof mask, deep down, he's brimming with wit. As the atmosphere grew livelier, Bai Luoxue softened her customary reserve and joined in the banter. The more Jiang Lin tried to explain himself, the more tangled things became. So he swiftly steered the conversation elsewhere, fixing his gaze on Bai Luoxue. By the way, school beauty Bai, tomorrow's my father's birthday. I have a rather delicate request. Bai Luoxue paused mid-sip of her milk tea, tilting her head in gentle curiosity. What kind of favor? Qin Mingyao leaned in immediately, eyes wide with intrigue. Is there anything Jiang Lin can't handle? If he needs help, could Luoxue possibly assist? At last, the moment to introduce his true purpose arrived. Yet Jiang Lin suddenly found himself inexplicably nervous. What if he asked Bai Luoxue outright to pretend to be his girlfriend? Would Qin Mingyao leap up again and drag her away? Perhaps he should phrase it more delicately. After a brief, thoughtful silence, Jiang Lin voiced the carefully crafted words forming in his mind. School beauty bye, I'd like to invite you both to attend my father's birthday celebration. And Qin Jr., you've expressed interest in learning business acumen from my mother, haven't you? I'll arrange a meeting for you tomorrow. How does that sound? After speaking, Jiang Lin's gaze unconsciously began to observe the changes on the faces of the two girls. Soon he noticed that Qin Mingjio's expression was visibly becoming more vibrant. Really? Can I really meet Aunt Linley? Qin Mingyao asked 3 times in succession, her little face slightly flushed with excitement. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's bridle. Jiang Lin squinted his eyes, firmly assuring her. Once he secured this quirky little girl, it would be much easier to talk to Bai Luoxue. As expected, it wasn't long before Bai Luoxue expressed her opinion. I was just planning to prepare a gift for my uncle. So let's go together tomorrow morning, but you invited us to attend your uncle's birthday party. Why do you say it's helping us? Hey, right. What kind of help is this? In fact, it should be us thanking you. Qin Mingyao quickly responded to Bai Luoxue's words. After all, it was going to the Jiang family, the #1 family in the imperial capital. If someone invited her to go, she could wake up smiling from her dreams. Not to mention, she could also meet her idol Aunt Linley, who is really helping whom here. Jiang Lin couldn't help but chuckle helplessly in the shadows where the two girls couldn't see. No wonder these two girls could get into Magic City University. They are not easy to fool. He knew that if he continued to hide the truth, it would only backfire and completely shatter the trust they had just established. So Jiang Lin decided to lay everything on the table. Alright, I'm laying it all out. Actually, I want Bai Shuahua to cooperate with me in acting out a scene. Acting? Bai Luoxue frowned, her pretty brows knitted in confusion. What kind of scene? It wouldn't be asking my Luo Shui to pretend to be your girlfriend and meet the parents, would it? Qin Mingyao boldly speculated. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoxue shot an exasperated look at her good friend. Yao Yao, don't say such things. Ahem. Jiang Lin felt a hint of embarrassment flash across his face as he scratched his head. Qin classmate. You really are clever. I indeed plan to have Bai Shuahua pretend to be my girlfriend for a day. Of course, it's acting. Just acting. Oh, you're really asking me to pretend to be your girlfriend? Bai Luoxue's face turned red like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. Am I becoming a prophet? Qin Mingyao pointed at herself in confusion, her expression one of disbelief. Seeing that the two did not have any extreme reactions, Jiang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This could work. Hey. The main reason is that my grandfather is getting older, and he just wants me to find a girlfriend soon to carry on the Jiang family name. How can we not understand the thoughts of the older generation? Although my father doesn't say anything, I know that even if I buy the world's most expensive gift, it won't be as good as bringing a girlfriend home to make him happy, which is. I fell into a wave of online harassment after breaking up with Chen Jai. So, sigh. As he spoke, Jiang Lin let out a helpless sigh, his clear eyes becoming weary in that moment. Even acquiring a hint of weariness that did not belong to someone of his age. Bai Luoxue watched this scene, her heart already moved. She had heard many rumors about Jiang Lin at school, and she hadn't missed a single one of Chen Jiai's live streams. This seemingly glamorous young master of the Jiang family could only be understood by students at Magic City University who knew how deep his emotions ran. Only Bai Luoxue knew that one's devotion could indeed be trampled underfoot by another. Why is it that the person who has been hurt is him, yet he is still criticized by countless people? Why could Chen Jai stand in the sunlight on the moral high ground and treat such a devoted boy so harshly? At that moment, Qin Mingyao reached out her little hand and tugged at Bai Luoxue's sleeve. Luoxue, alright, I'll help with this. Bai Luoxue suddenly spoke up, her beautiful eyes radiating determination, her icy facade filled with stubbornness. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief, a sweet smile blossoming on her stunning face. I'm glad you agreed, otherwise I was planning to step up and pretend to be Jiang Lin's girlfriend for a day. After speaking, she encouraged Jiang Lin. Go for it. Jiang Lin, your filial piety deserves recognition. Also, if you need to slap Chen Jai in the face online, just tell this rich lady. This rich lady can be both fierce and sweet, and she's got the money. As her words fell, Jiang Lin was completely stunned, staring blankly at the two stunning girls before him, unable to utter a single word. To be honest, Jiang Lin was truly moved. He didn't expect Bai Luoxue to agree to his request so readily, even if it might affect her reputation. Even more unexpected was that Qin Mingyao, this adorable little girl, would stand up for him at this moment. This is 1,000 times better than Chen Jai and Li Shui. No, Chen Jai and Li Shui are not worthy of being compared to them. Jiang Lin, are you dumb? Speak. Seeing Jiang Lin in a daze, Qin Mingyao couldn't help but wave her little hand in front of his eyes. The sweet voice of the girl echoed in his ears, and Jiang Lin gradually pulled his thoughts back. Thank you, Jiang Lin said sincerely. We're all friends. No need to be polite. Come eat some watermelon. Qin Mingyao cheerfully picked up a piece of watermelon and stuffed it into Jiang Lin's mouth. Yao Yao is right, friends help each other without being polite. Bai Luoxue smiled, her smile like a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain, breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Lin nodded heavily, chewing the watermelon in his mouth. For some reason, he felt that today's watermelon was sweeter than any he had eaten before, 100 times sweeter. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind. By Luoxue and Qin Mingyao, these two friends, Jiang Lin was determined to protect them. Even if the King of Heaven came to bully them, he would make sure to tear off a layer of skin first. The three of them had a great time during this meal, and at the same time, Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao learned about another side of Jiang Lin. It turned out that the young master of the Jiang family was not the stoic weirdo they had imagined. Later, Bai Luoxue, accompanied by Jiang Lin and Qin Mingyao, purchased a set of writing essentials for Jiang's father. Because Jiang Lin said it would be good for his father to practice calligraphy. After all, he had also been forced to write calligraphy every day when he was young. As the saying goes, those who mix in this world will eventually have to pay it back. If he didn't let his father experience the pain he endured as a child, was he still his son? Although Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao found this reasoning a bit absurd, they still followed through. After all, older generations do enjoy practicing calligraphy, especially someone like Jiang's father, who has held high positions for years. Practicing calligraphy can actually cultivate his character and calm his mind. After completing all this, the sky began to darken. Qin Mingyao called her family's driver to take Bai Luoxue home with her. Jiang Lin drove himself, but asked Uncle Fu to follow behind them to ensure that nothing unexpected happened. End of this chapter. Upon returning home, Jiang Lin found a group of young nannies standing frozen in awe before a sea of Hermes handbags scattered across the floor. These nannies were all recent graduates from elite universities, their average age barely past 20. Highly educated professionals specially trained to serve the ultra-wealthy. Admiring luxury bags was perfectly natural. Since they were highly qualified talents he himself had hired, Jiang Lin felt it only right to treat them generously. He stepped forward, casually scooped up several handbags, and handed them out. I'm in high spirits today. Consider these your bonus. Woo! Long live young master. Long live young master. Young master is the best. Amidst a chorus of shrieks, Jiang Lin quietly retreated to his second-floor room and pulled out his phone to open Douyin. As expected, the trending topics chart had undergone a seismic shift since yesterday. Inspection team raids Shi Dai Fengjuan unearths tax evasion, deliberate public opinion manipulation, and other violations. A Chairman Li Fei suspected of suicide out of guilt. Artist Wang Yifan exposed in fan-stirring scandal. Wedding dress fan-chasing incident takes dramatic turn. Jiang Lin's identity revealed. Both female principals served with court summonses. Jiang Lin's true identity appears live on Chunjiai's streaming platform. Deputy Director of Shancheng Municipal Public Security Bureau under investigation for alleged bribery. Never imagined the media would move so swiftly. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, shook his head, and tapped into the comment section under the trending topic. Jiang Lin's true identity appears live on Chunjiai's streaming platform. Instantly, netizens' remarks flooded his screen. Riding a pig to watch sunset. I watched this afternoon's live stream. He really is strikingly handsome. Yet for some reason I can't even take a screenshot. Ill apply gluffers, don't mention screenshots. I recorded the stream, yet every frame is pixelated beyond recognition. I half suspect a hacker breached my computer. Yuri so beautiful it hurts, he's just showing his face. No matter how handsome, he'll never surpass my idol. Watermelon pumpkin winter melon. That afternoon's live stream alone reveals Jiang Lin's background is far more formidable than we ever imagined. The collapse of Shi Dai Fengjun and direct intervention by the State Council are surely no coincidence. I am Sun Xiaochuan, but facts remain immutable. Wang Yifan has been exposed in the fan-stirring scandal. Chunjiai and Li Shui now sit as defendants. A Shi Dai Fengjun's tax evasion is confirmed beyond doubt. Tell me, how much longer will you feign ignorance? Warrior for Love, fully support the post above. Stop whitewashing water armies and XXNs. Every act of evil shall face the judgment of justice. Seeing this, Jiang Lin couldn't resist liking the comment from I am Sun Xiaochuan. It seems there are still clear-minded people online. Returning to his personal homepage, Jiang Lin drafted a statement and pinned it atop his profile. I sincerely apologize for occupying public resources for so long. I am Jiang Lin. Today I have submitted evidence regarding Wang Yifan's mass debauchery case to judicial authorities. Additionally, due to the extensive dissemination of defamatory and false information about me by Chunjiai and Li Shui, severely disrupting my daily life, I have filed a lawsuit with the Supreme People's Court of Beijing. The hearing commences in 2 days. The moment the video went live, it drew an avalanche of attention. This time the majority responded with sober judgment, standing firmly behind Jiang Lin. Yet a handful of Wang Yifan's diehard fans persisted in blind loyalty, insisting their brother could do no wrong, hurling vitriolic, deeply insulting remarks. Sisters, Jiang Lin's background is terrifying. He must have used underhanded tactics to frame Yifan. We must unite. Storm the prison. Humph. So you're the heir of the Jiang family of Beijing. What of your overwhelming power and unimaginable wealth? This is the internet. If grandma curses you, you will listen. I warn you. Release my brother immediately, or our fan army will show you the true might of cyberspace. How unjust this world is. My brother worked tirelessly, yet still falls short against a pampered scion born with a golden spoon. Conspiracy. Conspiracy. 10th San signature petition demanding thorough investigation into the Beijing Jiang family. Watching these XXNs hurl reckless accusations for Wang Yifan, Jiang Lin allowed a faint mocking smile to curl his lips. Investigate the Beijing Jiang family. Truly they say anything. But even swarms of ants remain mere ants, especially when those ants have long abandoned moral compass and basic decency. Do they truly believe collective fervor can bring down an elephant? How audacious. Let them curse. Once they've vented their spleens, cyber regulation officers will invite them for a quiet cup of tea. Switching off his phone, Jiang Lin decided to unwind. First an open-air hot spring bath, then a sauna. And finally a film before sleep. With that thought, Jiang Lin rose and left his room. Xiaoqing Jia, I'm heading to the garden hot spring now. Please bring 2 bottles of champagne. Yes, young master. A melodious feminine voice echoed from the stairwell corner. Meanwhile, online the XXNs redoubled their efforts. Nearly overwhelming complaint hotlines across government departments. Yet every report concerning Jiang Lin or the Jiang family received the same standardized response, real name, reporting required. Blinded by fury and humiliation, the XXNs ignored all protocols, volunteering full identities and addresses in their frantic bid to punish the Jiang family they deemed their enemy. Overnight the city trembled with storm winds. Gradually China's cyber cleanup task force emerged from the shadows. Morning. A phone call jolted Jiang Lin awake from his slumber. Who is it? Jiang. Jiang brother, it's me, Bai Jia. Oh brother, Bai, what is it? Jiang Lin sat up in bed and glanced at the wall clock. It was just 8 o'clock. Wang Yifan is dead. Bai Jia's low voice came from the other end of the line. Dead? Jiang Lin's mind raced as he hurriedly asked, how did he die? Bai Jia fell silent for a moment, seemingly struggling to find the words. He was with Li Shui. No, it should be. During the forced encounter with Li Shui. He died suddenly. What the hell? Jiang Lin's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. Hearing such explosive news so early in the morning wiped away his lingering drowsiness. Wang Yifan died at Li Shui's hands. This news was truly shocking, even in the realm of shocking news. How desperate could one be? Wang Yifan had been beaten to a pulp. How could she possibly go through with it? Cough, cough. Wait a moment. Let me sort out my thoughts. Where were they locked up after I left yesterday? In the interrogation room. Is there surveillance in the interrogation room? Yes. But it's a bit hard on the eyes. Hearing this, Jiang Lin almost spewed out the barbecue he had eaten last night. I'm not asking to watch the surveillance. I have no such habit. What I mean is, since there is surveillance, there is evidence. Oh, just handle it as it should be. Don't bother asking for my opinion on such trivial matters, understand? Brother Bot, I understand, Jiang brother. About yesterday's issue with Luo Shui, I apologize for troubling you. I just thought it wasn't safe for those 2 girls to be out at night, so. Bai Jia's voice on the other end was somewhat halting, unsure whether it was due to guilt or poor signal. Only then did Jiang Lin realize the situation. So this was the main act. Haha brother Bai, there's no need to be polite. I'm friends with Bai Xiaohua. As well, it's not a big deal. Okay then, Jiang brother, you get busy first. I'll head over to the court. Alright. After hanging up, Jiang Lin glanced at the time again. It was 8:07, still over an hour until his appointment with Bai Luoxue and the others. Forget it, no more sleep. First I need to spread this explosive news. I can't wait to see this scene of dogs fighting dogs among these XXN. Soon Jiang Lin updated a message simultaneously on Weibo and Douyin. I regret to inform all of Wang Yifan's diehard fans that your brother tragically fell victim to Li Shui's treachery last night at the police station. Yes, the culprit is your dear sister Li Shui, who reached out to your most beloved brother in the dead of night. It is said that the scene was too horrific to bear. As soon as this message was posted, it was immediately harmonized by Weibo, and even the backend sent a message saying that this news involved bloody violence and indecency, violating Weibo's posting regulations. What the hell? Why wasn't that bunch of XXN harmonized when they were cursing me before? Am I being treated differently just for posting a news update? What a damn toilet. Jiang Lin frowned and turned off his phone, beginning to get dressed and wash up. He had already mentally prepared himself to confront his mother when he returned to the ancestral home. This double standard was infuriating. It was simply unacceptable. However, the information on Douyin was successfully posted, and soon people began to like and comment on it. However, compared to yesterday, the comment section was much more harmonious, with hardly any malicious insults. It was all just onlookers. At this time, someone started to wonder, where were Wang Yifan's diehard fans? Normally, they would be the quickest to respond whenever there was news about their brother. Why were they all silent today? In the capital, at the temporary office of the National Cyber Cleanup Action Group, more than a dozen group members were gathered together, quietly discussing something. Last night was exhausting. Oh, why do we have to have a meeting again so early today? Should keep your voice down. I heard that the titular group leader from above is coming to check the progress of our work today. You better not look like you just rolled out of bed. Titular group leader. Who is this important figure? A junior member of the Jiang family, deputy leader of the neighboring inspection group, Jiang Hao. Hiss. What the hell? Clap, clap, clap. Hey, hey, hey. Old Sue, what are you doing? Why are you slapping yourself? To keep myself awake. Soon the office door opened and Jiang Hao, dressed in an administrative jacket, walked straight to the main seat accompanied by a middle-aged man. Leader Jiang, please take a seat here. The middle-aged man spoke respectfully. He was the deputy leader of this cyber cleanup action group, Zhou Xiong. All right. Jiang Hao nodded, then began to observe the more than 10 members of the action group with a blank expression. This is a common method of establishing authority aimed at making everyone understand that this leader is not someone to be trifled with. Whatever the superficial pleasantries may be, one must weigh their own actions accordingly. Only when others feel you are hard to deal with will they comply and serve you well. The principle of a new official taking office and lighting 3 fires applies here as well. Time ticked by, and an invisible pressure gradually spread in the small meeting room. Finally, Jiang Hao spoke. Comrades, I won't waste time on pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. The purpose of this meeting is to implement the cabinet's relevant guidelines for the cyber cleanup operation. Additionally, I am currently in charge of the Entertainment and Cultural Construction Supervision Group, so I need to hear everyone's reports on various matters regarding the cleanup operation. Deputy Leader, Zhou, you may begin. All right. As the deputy leader, Zhou Xiong naturally was the primary person responsible for reporting the progress. Since the establishment of the Special Working Group for the Cyber Cleanup Action by the Cabinet, our group has actively coordinated with relevant departments and successfully gathered specific information on 3,614 individuals suspected of online bullying through various effective methods, with the main case being the recent uproar over the wedding dress and fan events. Moreover, our group urgently contacted local police last night to summon these online bullies, and over 2,000 suspects have already surrendered to the police station. Since our group was established, we have always kept the cabinet's meeting spirit in mind, adhering to the principle of tackling everything at once, ensuring that not a single mosquito or fly escapes. After discussions with local police, we have decided to apprehend the remaining suspects who refuse to surrender. The apprehension operation is expected to conclude by 8 o'clock tonight. We will pursue fugitives online in accordance with the law. Zhou Xiong's powerful voice echoed throughout the meeting room. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile of gratification appearing on his face. Thank you all for your hard work. I know the workload for this task might be overwhelming, but I still hope that every comrade can stay committed to their posts and not slack off. Not just to meet the glorious task assigned by the cabinet, but also to fulfill the hopes and expectations of countless victims for our cyber cleanup action group. While Jiang Hao was hastily convening a meeting, Jiang Lin had already finished washing up. Since they were returning to the ancestral home, Jiang Lin had asked butler Fu to drive a relatively understated Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Understated, of course, compared to the other cars in the garage. After about half an hour, the car drove into an extremely upscale villa estate. This, of course, was not the Jiang family's ancestral home, but the meeting point for Jiang Lin and Bai Luoxua Qin Minjiu's house. Welcome. As soon as the car came to a stop, Jiang Lin heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw Qin Mingyao with a mischievous grin. Haha, the esteemed young master Jiang has graced my humble abode with his presence. Today Qin Mingyao was dressed in her usual sweet style. A light pink brooch adorned her white shirt with delicate lavender lace tracing the collar and chest. She paired it with a pink and white plaid skirt and wore exquisite little leather shoes exuding a youthful and charming vibe. Stop with the flattery. By the way, where's the school bell by? Jiang Lin checked the time. It was exactly 9:30 and inquired about Bai Luox's whereabouts. Oomph. Qin Mingyao puffed out her cheeks adorably and called out towards the door behind her. Luoxua, your boyfriend is here to pick you up. Huh. A startled gasp came from inside the room. The next second, a stunning figure emerged. Whoa. Seeing her, Jiang Lin's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This is too beautiful. Bai Luoxua wore a light blue long dress, its hem embroidered with specks of purple petals. A pale purple ribbon cinched her slender waist, showcasing her delicate figure. Over her shoulders draped a milky white gauze shawl adorned with tassels. The blend of cool elegance and lively charm made her seem as noble and radiant as a snow lotus atop an icy peak. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Lin had the illusion that he was no longer facing a mortal woman, but a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven descending to the mortal world upon auspicious clouds. Good morning, Jiang Lin. Noticing his expression, a faint blush crept onto Bai Luox's exquisite face. Good morning. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Lin nodded calmly, determined not to let his aloof young master Jiang persona slip. Remember, this simps and nice guys always rank below dogs. Luoxua and I have already had breakfast. Want some? Qin Mingyao offered. Jiang Lin hesitated. He had indeed forgotten to eat breakfast, but time was tight. What if his father called another meeting and he missed him? So he politely declined. No, I'm not hungry. School bell by, are you two done with everything? If so, we should get going. We're done, let's go. Bai Luoxua shook her head, linked her arm with Qin Minjiu's, and got into the back seat. Seeing this, Jiang Lin had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. As butler Fu started the car, a small hand from the back seat reached forward and poked Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, isn't my estate huge? Jiang Lin glanced at the upscale villa estate, estimating it covered over 100 acres with all sorts of amenities, and finally said sincerely, "It's huge." Of course, it cost over $1 billion in total. Qin Mingyao proudly lifted her chin upon hearing Jiang Lin's praise. If the young master of the Jiang family said it was huge, then it must be huge. Little did she know the Jiang ancestral home they were about to visit would completely redefine her understanding of the word huge. The Jiang family ancestral estate, nestled in the heart of the capital city, sprawled across 1,000 acres and stood in close proximity to the nation's supreme political epicenter, the Forbidden City. Viewed from above, the entire compound resembled a mystical palatial garden, a sprawling complex of ornate structures, resplendent, majestic, and breathtakingly grand. Every conceivable adjective fell short of capturing its splendor. Even the Prince Gong's mansion, where a single pillar could fetch $1 billion at auction, paled in comparison to this prime real estate in the capital's most exclusive district. This was the profound heritage of the capital's premier aristocratic family, a legend forged through the relentless efforts of countless generations of the Jiang clan. As the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a halt, Qin Mingyao was immediately taken aback by the imposing, heavily guarded gate before her. "This, Jiang Lin, this is your family's ancestral estate." This was hardly a mere ancestral home. It was more like an imperial palace. Just then 2 soldiers armed with rifles approached. "Yep," Jiang Lin nodded, turning his gaze to the soldiers. "Sir, please identify yourself," one soldier stated, coldly, sounding like an emotionless machine. "Jiang Lin." He stated his name and handed over his ID card. The soldier took it, verified the details, and upon confirmation exchanged a stunned glance with his companion. "Wait, the young master. Can we go in now?" Jiang Lin asked with a raised eyebrow. "And Master Jiang, please right this way." The soldier responded quickly, hastily clearing the roadblock. The Cullinan revved back to life and slowly rolled through the gates. Inside the car, by Luoxue and Qin Mingyao were utterly stunned by the scene. Soldiers. Armed soldiers. The Jiang family's entrance was guarded by soldiers. Noticing their expressions in the rearview mirror, Jiang Lin offered a calm smile and began to explain patiently. "Don't underestimate this estate. Most of the Jiang clan members living here hold high-ranking positions, continuously contributing to various departments across the nation. If security were lax and enemy agents managed to infiltrate, the cabinet would likely lose 1/3 of its members overnight." A sharp intake of breath escaped both women. They understood his implication. Nearly 1/3 of the nation's top cabinet officials resided within this palace-like estate. And that wasn't even counting officials from other departments and local governments. This was the fearsome power of a century-old aristocratic family. Before they could dwell on it further, Butler Fu brought the car to a smooth stop outside a grand courtyard. "Young master, the patriarch and the others are inside. You all go ahead, I'll park the car." "All right." Jiang Lin nodded, got out, and walked with Bai Luoxue to push open the door. With a creak, the redwood doors swung open, and a half-joking voice echoed from within the courtyard. "Guess who's arrived this time?" At that moment, Bai Luoxue felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Qin Mingyao was equally nervous. This was the Jiang family's ancestral estate. Anyone they encountered could be a major figure in the current political landscape. Her own family had been merchants for generations, so they held deep respect for government officials. "Don't worry, just follow me," Jiang Lin whispered reassuringly, then strode confidently into the courtyard. The courtyard was immense, designed in a classic garden style, with a babbling brook and bamboo groves. A few men were chatting in a pavilion nearby. Jiang Lin's arrival naturally drew their attention. After a brief moment of surprise, one of the men spoke up. Well, if it isn't our Jiang family's young master." "Haha, patriarch, come out. Jiang Lin is back." Jiang Bai, seated in the center of the group, saw the newcomer, and his eyes lit up. "Jiang Lin's back. Come here, let your uncle take a look. My, how you've grown. And who are these 2? Your girlfriends. You're quite the—" "Hey, wait, uncle." Seeing his uncle about to say something increasingly embarrassing, Jiang Lin quickly interrupted, gesturing to the 2 women beside him. "This is Bai Luoxue, she's my girlfriend. And this is Qin Mingyao, Luok's best friend, just a regular friend of mine." "Hello, uncle." "Hello, uncle." Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao greeted him in unison, perfectly polite. "Oh, I see," Jiang Bai said with a look of dawning understanding, followed by a hearty chuckle. "Haha, hello to you both. Your uncle here is getting a bit senile. Please don't take my earlier words to heart. You see, since this is our first meeting, I haven't prepared a proper gift. How about I just give you a project?" "Huh? What?" Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao exclaimed simultaneously, completely baffled. Even Jiang Lin was bewildered. What was his uncle up to? Seeing their confused expressions, Jiang Bai calmly took a contract from his briefcase. "I don't know this young lady, Bai, but I know of you, Qin. You are the little princess of the Qin family in the capital, right?" "Yes," Qin Mingyao murmured. "Haha, I knew it. Just the other day your father came to drink with me, specifically asking for this 10 billion yuan project in Jiangnan province, and I didn't give it to him. But things are different now. Since Jiang Lin has brought his girlfriend home to meet us, how could we elders not show our appreciation? And since you're Bei's best friend and Jiang Lin's friend, this project is yours for the Qin family. But let me be clear about one thing. Tell your father that no matter how much the Qin family earns from this, half the profits must go to you two young ladies. Consider it a red envelope from your uncle. How about that? As his words fell, Qin Mingyao instinctively moved to refuse, but Jiang Lin suddenly reached out, took the contract, and shoved it into her hands. Its uncle's sincere gesture. Don't be shy. Take it. This only deepened by Luo Xue and Qin Mingyuo's confusion. Who gives a 10 billion yuan project contract as a meeting gift? This was simply too absurd. Jiang Lin, you rascal, you're back, and didn't even bother to tell me. Suddenly Jiang Lin felt a pat on his head. Turning around, he saw it was his uncle Jiang Sheng. Haha, uncle, long time no see. Jiang Lin greeted with a cheerful smile, but Jiang Sheng's attention was fixed on the two girls by Luo Xue and Qin Mingyao. You little. Are these girlfriends you've brought back? TSK. Don't get me wrong, but I've been telling you to bring someone home for ages, and you never did. Now you bring back two of them. Are you trying to give us a heart attack? Jiang Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly explained, cough cough, no uncle, you've got it wrong. This one is my girlfriend by Luo Xue. That one is just a friend, Qin Mingyao. Hello, uncle. By Luo Xue greeted, feeling a strange sense of familiarity upon seeing the man. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Just then Qin Mingyao curiously asked, uncle, are you that iron-fisted minister? Jiang Sheng, Jiang Bai reminded from the side. You? Always with the chatter. Jiang Sheng pointed and scolded with a laugh. Haha, since little Jiang Lin brought his girlfriend home, I as the cousin should give a gift. Shouldn't you as the elder uncle do the same? Jiang Bai crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying the spectacle, as if to say, don't tell me you're too broke to afford a gift. Fine. You think I can't afford a gift, huh? Jiang Sheng rolled up his sleeves, revealing a muscular arm, looking ready to have a proper discussion with him. All right, uncle, cousin, stop arguing. Jiang Lin, looking helpless, played the peacemaker, worrying about his elders. Bai Luo Xue glanced at her best friend and leaned in to whisper, which iron-fisted minister is this, uncle? Qin Mingyao looked at her in disbelief. Wait. Luo Xue, you forgot. This is the guest from that crime show we loved watching as kids. The iron-fisted minister of the Ministry of Public Security, Jiang Sheng. Huh. It's really him. Bai Luo's eyes widened, her beautiful face overcome with shock. No wonder he had seemed so familiar from the start. She remembered it was her favorite crime investigation show as a child, and this iron-fisted minister was her idol back then, punishing evil and capturing criminals. He had cracked many major cases that shook the nation. Minister of Public Security, China's top detective, the god of war in the police force. This legendary figure was now standing right in front of her, arguing with another cousin. For a moment, Bai Luo Xue felt the world was truly surreal. Or perhaps the Jiang family's tradition was just this contrasting. You old fox. Think you're all that just because you're the governor of Jiangnan province. Don't you dare ask me to send you an expert team next time you're stuck on a tough case. Jiang Sheng straightened his clothes and threatened with a huff. Hey, brother Sheng. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. We're cousins, we always fight outside, but make up at home, why go to such lengths? Having his weakness exposed, Jiang Bai had no choice but to back down. After all, the other man outranked him. It wasn't shameful to seek a truce. Jiang Sheng snorted coldly, ignoring him, and turned his attention to Bai Luo Xue. Luo Xue, is it? Since Jiang Lin has brought you to meet us old folks, I should give you something too. But your uncle here isn't as wealthy as that old geezer. I've got a seaside villa that was just seized and hasn't been auctioned off yet. He'll give it to you. With that, Jiang Sheng patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder. You boy better treat this girl right. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the young master of the Jiang family. If I find out you're bullying her, I'll be the first to knock some sense into you. Oh, uncle, what are you saying? I'm not that kind of person. I'm deeply devoted. Jiang Lin laughed wryly in his defense, only to receive a cold snort in return. Girl, your uncle still has things to do. You all have fun. If this boy Jiang Lin ever bullies you, just tell me, and he'll take care of him. His attitude towards Bai Luo Xue was considerably gentler, a stark contrast to the iron-fisted minister seen on TV. Okay, thank you, uncle. Bai Luo Xue blushed, her voice barely a whisper. After Jiang Sheng left, Qin Mingyao suddenly nudged Bai Luo's shoulder. What's up? Yao Yao. Well, I'm so jealous of you, Luo Xue. This. Meanwhile, after greeting the other elders, Jiang Lin decided to go find his dear old father. After all, that was the main reason for his return, and he couldn't neglect the essentials. Cousin, have you seen my dad? Jiang Bai was caught off guard for a second, but quickly recovered. Right, you're here to celebrate the patriarch's birthday. Hurry there in the main hall. The patriarch has to meet some foreign guests soon. Quick, or you'll miss him. Oh, okay. Jiang Lin quickly called for Bai Luo Xue and Qin Mingyao. Quick, follow me. Though they didn't know why he was suddenly in such a hurry, Bai Luo Xue and Qin Mingyao instinctively trusted Jiang Lin and hurried after him. In the easternmost mansion of the garden within the main hall, Lin Li was tidying Jiang Tang's attire. Old Jiang, do you think our son will remember your birthday? That little rascal. I'd be lucky if he remembers his own birthday, let alone mine. My Jiang family ancestors must have smoked green smoke from their graves. Mentioning his son made Jiang Tang seethe with frustration. He was all too familiar with the boy's escapades at school, fawning over someone getting cyberbullied, and a whole host of other disgraceful antics. In short, it was a mess. The only good news had heard was that the kid had gotten a summer job. But before his joy could last even 2 days, the brat spent his hard-earned wages on buying a wedding dress for the object of his affection, continuing his sycophantic ways. Wasn't this a slap in the face to him, Jiang Tang? A slap to the entire Jiang family. He sometimes even wondered if he had brought home the wrong baby from the hospital. He was a formidable figure, so how did he end up with such a spineless son? No. Calling him a spineless bear was an insult to bears. He was a coward. At this thought, Jiang Tang let out a deep sigh. What a family misfortune. Lin Li, witnessing this, smiled softly. You and your constant sighing. The boy just hasn't suffered enough in love to grow up. And honestly, isn't his timid nature a result of you keeping him cooped up in this compound when he was young? Aren't you supposed to be meeting foreign dignitaries? Why haven't you left yet? You say he won't remember your birthday, but here you are waiting, your eyes glued to the door. All right, spare me. Jiang Tang sighed, helplessly took a sip of tea, but his gaze remained fixed on the entrance. Lin Li pursed her lips and retreated to the study. Soon Jiang Tang rubbed his eyes, for he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Dad, happy birthday. It was only when Jiang Lin's cheerful voice reached his ears that Jiang Tang dared to believe his wayward son had actually come home to wish him well. Setting down his bags, Jiang Lin added, and to thank you for your generous help, Dad, I've even brought my girlfriend home. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao said in unison. The brat brought his girlfriend home. Jiang Tang's expression slowly turned strange. Didn't he just break up? How did he find a new girl so quickly? Looking at the demure faces of Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao, Jiang Tang's face darkened further. Seeing his revered father remain silent, Jiang Lin quickly realized the misunderstanding and hastily explained, Wait, Dad. This is Bai Luoxue, my girlfriend. That girl is Qin Mingyao Luok's best friend and a huge fan of my mom. So I thought I'd bring her along for Mom to meet her little fan. At this, Jiang Tang's expression softened. Oh, I see. Luoxue and Mingyao, right. Please have a seat. Auntie Lin Li is in the study. I shall be out shortly. Thank you, Uncle. Qin Mingyao beamed, but as she moved to sit, Jiang Lin stopped her. Come on, I'll take you to see my mom first. Huh. Oh, okay. Though puzzled, Qin Mingyao complied. After all, her main purpose was to meet her idol Auntie Lin Li. Luoxue, wait here for a bit. Jiang Lin shot Bai Luoxue an apologetic glance before leaving. It's fine, I'll keep Uncle company. Bai Luoxue nodded understandingly and handed Jiang Tang a complete set of scholar's treasures, the 4 treasures of the study. Uncle, this is a birthday gift for you. I wish you happiness and all the best. Haha, you shouldn't have spent so much, little girl. Jiang Tang laughed heartily, taking the set to examine it. Not bad, this is right up my alley. Those old fogies aren't as insightful as you, young lady. These tools of the scholar are far more practical and valuable than those flashy stones and trinkets. You flatter me, Uncle. It's just a small token of respect. Bai Luoxue smiled gracefully, her initial nervousness easing. She knew this man before her was Jiang Tang, the second elder of the Huaxia cabinet. A man whose influence could sway the future of the entire nation and the pillar of the current Jiang family. Yet after a few exchanges, she realized that although this second elder was always portrayed as stern and unsmiling on the news, in reality he was kind and approachable, much easier to talk to than she had imagined. He gave off a warm, familial aura. Bai Luoxue couldn't help but marvel that the legendary Jiang family of the capital was truly different from other great clans. There was no oppressive hierarchy, no internal scheming. Everyone was harmonious, striving for the family's betterment without putting on airs of superiority. This was evident from the moment she and Qin Mingyao had stepped into the Jiang residence. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin led Qin Mingyao into a spacious room decorated in an antique style. It was filled with bookshelves of all sizes, resembling a small library. Near the window, numerous pots held precious plants, moth orchids, metanilla magnifica, green velvet elephant ears, and more, which seemed to be Jiang Lin's mother's handiwork. Weaving through the shelves, Jiang Lin finally spotted the familiar figure at a desk. Mom. Qin Mingyio's eyes widened, sparkling with admiration. Moi. Hearing her name, Lin Li looked up, her expression instantly brightening with joy upon seeing her son. Son, you're really back. Son, you're really back. Huh. Mom, what kind of talk is that? As if I'd come back as a fake. Not bad, you've made something of yourself. You even remembered to come see us on your dad's birthday. Well, that's just what I should do. After a few more exchanges, Lin Li noticed a cute girl standing behind Jiang Lin. And who might this young lady be? Hello, Auntie. My name is Qin Mingyao, and Jiang Lin's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Before Jiang Lin could speak, Qin Mingyao had eagerly introduced herself. Watching her starry-eyed, infatuated expression, Jiang Lin kindly added, not only that, she's also your #1 diehard fan. She even wears the same shade of lipstick as you do. Oh my, really? I never thought at my age I'd still have a young fan. Lin Li stepped forward in surprise and took Qin Mingyio's hands, her eyes brimming with undisguised delight. After sizing her up once more, she couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful. This girl is truly something special. This scene gave Jiang Lin the distinct feeling. Was his mom picking out a wife for him? Jiang Lin, something feels off. Let me observe a bit more. And sure enough, upon hearing this sincere compliment, Qin Mingyao's face flushed crimson. She shyly lowered her head, her hands nervously kneading the hem of her clothes, her eyes instinctively fixed on the tips of her shoes. Mingyao, right. Don't be shy. Since you're a good friend of Jiang Lin's, treat this place like your own home. No need to hold back. Come, let Annie give you a little gift. It must be said, despite being nearly 40, Jiang Lin's mother Lin Li had impeccable skin. Even without a hint of makeup, she was an undeniable beauty. Her aura was equally impeccable. As the business queen of China, she had honed a formidable presence that commanded respect without a word, icy and unapproachable. This was precisely why she could maneuver with ease through the cutthroat world of commerce. And it was this very quality that deeply captivated Qin Mingyao, inspiring her from a young age to aspire to become a business queen and a powerful woman, just like Lin Li. Here, Mingyao, try on this bracelet. It took Annie quite an effort to win it at auction. Lin Li led Qin Mingyao over to the desk, pulled out a bracelet radiating an air of deep nobility, an imperial green jadeite, and slipped it onto her wrist. Qin Mingyao felt the cool, smooth texture against her wrist. She looked down, and her eyes nearly dazzled. Isn't this the imperial ice jadeite that was sold for 360 million at the Christie's auction the year before last? Hearing this, Lin Li's face showed a hint of surprise. Oh, seems like Mingyao knows quite a bit. So, isn't it pretty? If you like it, Annie will give it to you. Upon hearing such an expensive bracelet was to be gifted to her, Qin Mingyao instinctively refused. No, Auntie, I appreciate your kindness, but I really am just an ordinary friend of Jiang Lin's. Oh dear, I know. I have a dozen or so more of these bracelets at home. It's just that the moment I saw you, girl, I felt a special fondness. That's why I wanted to give you a little something. Qin Mingyao was on the verge of tears. Being so warmly received by her idol all of a sudden was truly overwhelming. Especially this bracelet. It was worth 10 times her entire net worth, and yet the woman had over a dozen of them. And she spoke of them as casually, as if they were a dozen toys. Utterly indifferent. Qin Mingyao could only think one thing: I'm a fake rich woman, but Annie Lin Li is the real deal. Ahem. Mom, Mingyao, you two chat slowly. They'll go out and see Dad. Jiang Lin stood awkwardly to the side, feeling like a third wheel. So he made a decisive choice. To leave the space to them. He'd go find his dad instead. MMHM, go on. Lin Li responded without even turning her head, then pulled out another diamond, one so brilliant it could nearly blind a person, and pressed it into Qin Mingyao's hands. Here, Mingyao, let's ignore him. Take a look at this diamond. It's called the Heart of the Ocean. Auntie, you're too kind. I really can't accept this. Actually, you held me when I was little, do you remember? Let me think. And now that you mention it, you do look a bit familiar. Let Annie guess. Didn't I say back then that I wanted you to be my daughter-in-law? Yes. Annie, that's me. Let me tell you, I admire you so much. You are simply the benchmark for women of our new era. Jiang Lin. Leaving the study, recalling his mother's doting gaze upon Qin Mingyao, Jiang Lin suddenly felt a sense of abandonment. Had he in a sense invited a wolf into the fold? Whatever, he'll go check on Dad. Jiang Lin crept stealthily to the main hall. As he eased the door open a crack, he overheard his father and Bai Luoxue discussing him. Bai girl, what do you think of our Jiang Lin? Jiang Lin. He's wonderful. He's devoted, handsome, kind-hearted, and most importantly, he lacks the bad habits of a typical rich heir. He's very trustworthy. Hearing Bai Luox's praise, Jiang Lin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, the school beauty truly has an eye for character, able to discern so many of my virtues. Well, it's just not comprehensive enough. There are still many more to be discovered. Then his father spoke up. Devoted. I recall you youngsters have a trendy term for that. What is it? A simp, right? Jiang Lin froze. When did Dad learn such a novel term? He's quite fashionable. I've heard whispers of Jiang Lin's deeds at school this year. If I'm not mistaken, what Jiang Lin has isn't devotion. Jiang Lin's mind raced. In your youthful slang, it should be called sim. Bang. Suddenly the door was shoved open. Jiang Lin's figure appeared before them. Hold on. Don't believe rumors, don't spread them. I am not a simp. This sudden intrusion startled Jiang Tang, and Bai Luoxue was equally stunned. Goodness, the walls have ears. Jiang Lin knew his action was hasty, but he had to do it to protect his reputation. Dad, let me state this again. First, I am not a simp. Second, Jiang Lin is not a simp. Furthermore, regarding my ex, she and I are completely done. Don't bring her up again. Hearing these words, Jiang Tang wasn't displeased. Instead, he was somewhat surprised. Has my son Jiang Lin finally grown a spine? Alright, since you've brought it up, let me ask you, how is your handling of the online rumors from the past few days going? Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback by his father's question, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Bai Luoxue. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Tang let out a resonant snort. Since Bai girl is your girlfriend, she has the right to know. Besides, I'm quite pleased with her. From now on, the Jiang family is her home. I've decided. Go on, speak. Jiang Lin was bewildered. What the heck? Another person joining the Jiang family. So I bring two people home, and you and Mom each adopt one as family, leaving me as the only outsider. Bai Luox's face flushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Well, perhaps she might truly become a member of the Jiang family someday. Pushing aside these fanciful thoughts, Jiang Lin's expression turned serious as he began his explanation. Regarding the online harassment, I've had cousin Jiang Hao conduct a comprehensive audit of Time's group. Without their backing, I doubt Wang Yifan alone could have manipulated the trending topics so easily. As for Wang Yifan, I've already handed over the complete surveillance evidence to the authorities. I believe the law will deliver justice. Additionally, concerning my ex and her friend, I've contacted a legal team to initiate proceedings. As for the online harassment, since the cabinet has issued relevant policies, a dedicated task force will undoubtedly step in. My words carry little weight, so I can't manage everything. Anyway, this matter should be resolved within the next day or two. Jiang Tang nodded, not commenting immediately, but closing his eyes in contemplation. Dad, what do you think? Jiang Lin probed hesitantly, as his father remained silent. Bai Luoxua inwardly held her breath for Jiang Lin. Even she could guess that his father was likely testing him, and the outcome would probably determine whether Jiang Lin would be entrusted with significant responsibilities or continue to be groomed slowly. As for being cast aside, no, that was impossible. After all, Jiang Lin held the sole legitimate heir status. At worst, he would just need more time to develop. After a long pause, Jiang Tang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze towards Jiang Lin, filled with both satisfaction and emotion. Not bad, certainly better than you were before. At least you've learned to use power and the law as weapons to protect yourself instead of sulking in your room like a good for nothing. But don't get cocky. You still have much to learn. And then you could consider taking the civil service exam. The premier's office is short of a confidential secretary, and you could come and assist me. All right. We'll see how it goes. Jiang Lin nodded, giving a non-committal answer. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Jiang Tang didn't press further. He glanced at his watch, noting the time, and decided to take his leave. Well, I need to go meet a foreign guest. I won't keep you two young folks. Bye, girl, I'm off. Remember to stay for dinner. Jiang Tang rose, adjusted his clothes, picked up a briefcase from the table, and strode out. Okay, goodbye, uncle. Bai Luoxua waved. Wait, Dad. Suddenly Jiang Lin called out, stopping him. What is it now, you brat? Jiang Tang turned around, visibly annoyed, signaling him to get to the point. I remembered I have another complaint to file. My article posted on Weibo today got censored, yet the abusive messages from those cyberbullies weren't removed. They're applying double standards. There's corruption. Jiang Lin hadn't forgotten the grievance from this morning. Why was it that those women could curse his ancestors for generations online without consequence, but his news post was deemed a violation? Is that all? Can't you handle it yourself? Jiang Tang frowned, then turned and walked away without looking back. Watching his father's retreating figure, Jiang Lin smiled. A smile of confidence and ambition. All right. Thanks for the royal decree, Dad. In the distance, hearing this, Jiang Tang stumbled slightly, almost falling. However, his mood was quite good at that moment, perhaps due to Jiang Lin's sudden change, or perhaps because he remembered to come back and wish him happy birthday. Or maybe because he brought his girlfriend home for his father's approval. In any case, he was gratified. Oh, this rascal. Jiang Lin, how come no one else came to congratulate your father on his birthday? As soon as Jiang's father's figure disappeared from sight, Bai Luoxua unexpectedly blurted out the question. Logically speaking, someone who had nearly reached the pinnacle of power should have countless people trying to curry favor with him, especially on a birthday, when giving gifts was the perfect excuse. Hearing this, Jiang Lin merely smiled. If you knew that in the past decade, besides you and Qin Mingyao, there have been no outsiders allowed into the Jiang family's ancestral home as guests, you wouldn't ask such a ridiculous question. Who else? Bai Luoxua blinked instinctively. Jiang Lin wore an enigmatic expression, pointed a finger towards the sky, and slowly uttered 3 words, Elder Dragon. What a... Bai Luoxua naturally understood who the Elder Dragon he referred to was. The sheer terror of the Jiang family once again shattered her worldview. It wasn't that no one gave Jiang's father gifts. It was that they didn't even make the cut. Alright, don't make such a fuss. You'll get used to it after seeing more. Jiang Lin held back. One more secret. Elder Dragon was once a student of his grandfather. This connection was known to almost no one in the entire imperial capital except for a few core members of the Jiang family's direct line. Oh, by the way, Jiang Lin, where did you buy this stool? Why does it have a faint, pleasant fragrance? And the design is so retro. Suddenly, Bai Luoxua changed the subject, asking about the chair she was sitting on. It wasn't her fault, though. The chair was incredibly comfortable, like a massage chair, and it emitted a subtle aroma that was refreshing. She wanted to buy one for her father, too. Chair. If you like these things, just take a few. I've got plenty at home, can't even use them all. Jiang Lin waved his hand generously. That's not right. Just tell me where you got it. They'll go buy a couple when I get home. I might not be as rich as you and Yao Yao, but I can still afford chairs. Bai Luoxua declared confidently. Well, Jiang Lin was torn, looking at her overly confident expression. Should he tell her the truth? What if it crushed her spirit? After all, this was the first time had seen the campus beauty. Bai Luoxua looked so self-assured. What's wrong? Don't you know where to buy them either? No. It's just that this chair. It's out of production. Out of production? What do you mean? Bai Luoxua asked blankly. Jiang Lin explained with a helpless chuckle. It's just that these chairs are no longer made. See those little bumps on the back? They're designed to stimulate acupressure points on the body. That's why it feels like a massage chair when you sit on it. Just those little bumps. If you sawed them off, the sawdust alone would cost you nearly a 3-figure sum, believe it or not. Sawdust would cost 3 figures. Bai Luoxue was stunned. What kind of sawdust was this priced like gold? Jiang Lin spread his hands helplessly. This chair is made from top-grade Wangwali wood from a 1,000-year-old tree. It's sold by the gram on the market now. Apart from the value of the wood itself, this chair is also several hundred years old. It's an antique, not those cheap chairs you see in stores. Antique. The chair I'm sitting on is an antique. Bai Luox's eyes widened, her shock beyond words. Yep, this chair is older than your great-great-grandfather. And not just the chair. Every brick and tile in this ancestral home is an antique. See those old vases over there? I think they're called blue and white porcelain. If you like them, you can take some back for collection. They're just decorations, I've got plenty at home. Jiang Lin scratched his head, his expression a bit odd. No, it's fine. Oh, by the way, where's Ming Yao? After learning how precious the items in the ancestral home were, Bai Luox's movements became incredibly cautious, even her gestures, for fear of accidentally breaking something. She couldn't afford it. Even selling the entire Bai family wouldn't cover the cost. Senior Qin. She's probably learning the secrets of becoming the next business queen from my mother. Though with her cluelessness, is she really cut out for business? Just as Jiang Lin finished speaking, Qin Ming Yao and Lin Li appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Jiang Lin, did you just call me clueless? Jiang Lin cursed inwardly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bai Luoxue saw Lin Li beside Qin Ming Yao and quickly stood up to greet her. Hello, Auntie Lin. Lin Li had already learned of Bai Luox's identity from Qin Ming Yao, so she wasn't surprised. Instead, she approached with a gentle smile. Luoxue Ming Yao already told me. Don't be shy here at the Jiang residence, make yourself at home. That rascal Jiang Lin bringing you two over without giving me a heads up. I didn't even have time to prepare gifts for you. Here, take this box. I picked out a few small trinkets for you. As she spoke, Lin Li placed an exquisite box into Bai Luox's hands. Feeling the heavy weight of the box, Bai Luox's expression turned flustered. Auntie Lin, Alright, what's mine is yours. These are just little trinkets, not worth much. Keep them. Jiang Lin stared blankly at the jadeite cabochon embedded on the box. Wasn't this the jewelry box his mother bought for 10 million? How could it possibly contain worthless trinkets? He certainly didn't believe it. Just as his mind began to wander, he felt a small hand poke him in the lower back. Turning around, it was Qin Ming Yao, who had somehow snuck up behind him. I caught you talking bad about me behind my back. Qin Ming Yao grinned slyly, revealing 2 cute little fangs. Damn, how does this woman walk without making a sound? Though a bit guilty, Jiang Lin had no intention of running. This was the Jiang residence. His territory. How could he let her have the upper hand? With that thought, Jiang Lin straightened his expression and declared with bravado, so what? He'll say whatever I want. Senior Qin, do you have a problem with that? Seeing Jiang Lin's sudden change in attitude, Qin Ming Yao dared not utter a word. The next second, a figure swiftly approached, and a well-manicured hand grabbed Jiang Lin's ear with precise accuracy. Feeling the familiar pinch on his earlobe, Jiang Lin's expression shifted. Sure enough, a second later, his mother's voice rang out from behind him. You little brat, trying to rebel. I'm still here. Compared to Jiang Lin's reaction, his mother Lin Li's mood swing was even quicker. One moment she was a gentle, understanding Annie, the next she was a formidable woman radiating icy authority. Wait. Ouch. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so cocky. HSSS. Jiang Lin winced, sucking in a sharp breath. Oof. Lin Li snorted coldly, releasing her grip. You go find somewhere to cool off. I'm taking Luoxue and Ming Yao shopping. If I ever catch you bullying them again, don't blame me for disowning you. After delivering her threat, Lin Li briskly pulled Bai Luoxue and the other girl into a stretched Lincoln waiting at the entrance. With a roar from the engine, the Lincoln quickly disappeared from Jiang Lin's sight, leaving him standing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. Just then, Uncle Fuss figure appeared in the distance. Young master, are you hungry? I've already had the kitchen prepare lunch. Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm not hungry. Oh, has the young master learned to be jealous? Uncle Fu said with a knowing smile. It's not that. Jiang Lin pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and upon seeing the comments section nearly devoid of those toxic posts, his long furrowed brow finally relaxed completely. I was just thinking, since cousin and Bai Jia are already moving so quickly, shouldn't we find something to do as well? What does the young master have in mind? Investigate. I want all information on Weibo's CEO Wang Gao within half an hour. Jiang Lin's gaze turned icy, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yes, young master. Uncle Fu was about to leave when he turned back, pulling a car key from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Lin. By the way, young master, the madam bought you a new sports car. It's in the underground garage. Would you like to go see it? Sure, let's go. Jiang Lin agreed without a second thought. Compared to the joy of receiving a gift, he preferred the thrill of unwrapping a mystery. What kind of car will it be this time? About 10 minutes later. In the underground garage, Jiang Lin stared blankly at the massive black drape before him, a puzzled look on his face. What's all this fuss about? So mysterious. The garage was crowded. Flanking the drape were over 20 men and women with excited expressions, including some blonde, blue-eyed foreign girls. They were all million-follower car bloggers on Douyin whose job was to film and review luxury cars. At this moment their gazes were unanimously fixed on the young master of the Jiang family, their expressions a mix of indescribable excitement and envy. Because today they were about to witness the unveiling of a top-tier supercar. And its owner was the legendary young Master Jiang. If it weren't for the bodyguards watching, they would have already whipped out their phones to film Jiang Lin. A clear photo of the young master's face alone would be enough to skyrocket their fame. Respected young Master Jiang Lin, shall we unveil it now? A foreign man in a suit stepped forward and asked respectfully in fluent Mandarin. Jiang Lin uttered a single word, his face impassive. Very well. The foreign man smiled politely. Moments later, everything was ready. Two blonde women walked up with a model's gait inviting him. Young Master Jiang, please follow us. Oh, Jiang Lin remained as taciturn as ever. But the two women didn't mind, they kept their welcoming smiles. After all, he was the sole heir of the Jiang family in the capital and the conglomerate heir of Linli. He possessed supreme power and immeasurable wealth. In their own country, only a prince could compare. For a figure like this, even if he only said one word at a time, or even if he wanted to hit them, wouldn't they just have to obediently take it? Who knows, maybe if they got close enough, they might just achieve financial freedom and live their best lives. Isn't that a better bet than the lottery? Jiang Lin paid them no mind. His attention was entirely on the supercar beneath the drape. What's with this theatrics? I hope it's not another lame Lamborghini. Jiang Lin grumbled inwardly. The two women flanked Jiang Lin as they walked him to the huge black drape, occasionally brushing their impressive assets against his arm. Unfortunately, Jiang Lin was indifferent. Young Master Jiang Lin, welcome to the distinguished family of Bugatti owners. Please unveil the drape. The foreign man said with a smile. Everyone around held their breath, their eyes glued to the black drape, afraid to miss a single detail of this top-tier supercar. Seeing it is a win. Jiang Lin nodded, then pulled the drape down in one swift motion. A jet-black supercar exuding an aura of sheer elegance and power was revealed to the crowd. Instantly, the entire garage erupted in excited screams. Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy crap! Is that the Bugatti voice of the night? Oh my god! I'm so lucky to be here today. I can't believe I'm seeing this one-of-a-vacant car. I'm so damn jealous. This is a 126 million yuan car. Why does Jiang Lin look at it like it's just a toy? Young Master Jiang, look here. I want to get to know you. How did a gold digger get in here? I'm not sure, but I think trying to dig for Jiang Lin takes a lot of courage. Quiet. Please remain quiet. If you disturb the young master, I will have you escorted out. At this point, several burly bodyguards rushed over, forming a tight circle around Jiang Lin. It's fine as long as they don't film me. Jiang Lin reached out and touched the car's body, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes at the solid feel. Limited to one in the world, huh? Not bad. Have someone ship it to Moda tomorrow. No point letting it collect dust in the garage. Yes, young master. A bodyguard replied respectfully. You folks are bloggers from Douyin, here to take photos for content, right? Having just taken delivery of his beloved car, Jiang Lin's mood was naturally beyond words. His excitement, far surpassing the thrill of unboxing a blind box, and his tone toward the crowd had become noticeably more affable. That's right, young Master Jiang. We're all supercar bloggers from around the capital. Would it be alright if we took a few shots? Yes, young Master Jiang, this car of yours is a top-tier supercar with only one unit in the world. If we don't take some photos now, we might never see one again. Exactly, young Master Jiang, just let us take a few pictures. Young Master Jiang, I beg you. I dream of having a photo with the voice of the night. The crowd chattered in a flurry, their fawning expressions on full display. After all, the reputation of this car was overwhelming. A one-of-a-vacant global limited edition, a masterpiece commemorating Bugatti's 110th anniversary, the pinnacle of all Bugatti models, the zenith of the automotive industry, and the most expensive supercar in the world. Just one glance at it made you feel like you could see the money printer smoking. Even if these car bloggers just snapped a couple of random shots and posted them online, they'd go viral within a day. Who would be willing to give up such a golden opportunity to make money? After all, not everyone was like Jiang Lin, who had money to burn. They still had to make a living. Hearing the unsparing flattery from those around him, Jiang Lin helplessly shook his head. He never expected these always impeccably dressed bloggers and big influencers to be so silver-tongued. No wonder so many people chased fame and fortune. This feeling of being praised and begged by others was indeed quite satisfying. With that thought, Jiang Lin waved his hand in high spirits. Go ahead and shoot. But you only have 5 minutes. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Also make sure you don't capture me in any of the shots. Hearing this, the crowd was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Thanks to young Master Jiang for giving us a meal ticket. If anyone ever dares to speak ill of young Master Jiang, he'll be the first to confront them. Absolutely right. Young Master Jiang is awesome. After the torrent of sycophantic praise, these bloggers and big influencers like zombies drawn to fresh flesh swarmed toward the Bugatti voice of the night and began snapping photos frantically. They only had 5 minutes. Time was of the essence. Seeing such fervent enthusiasm from the crowd, Jiang Lin grew curious. Was this thing really that fun to photograph? Maybe he should take a picture himself and post it on Douyin. Weren't those girls online saying his real life wasn't going well? Well, let them see just how not well it was. Hey, hold on a second. I'm going to take a photo and post it on Douyin too. Jiang Lin pulled out his phone and said to the crowd. The crowd's snapping motions froze and tension instantly gripped their hearts. No way. Even young Master Jiang was going to compete with them for a slice of the pie. Hurry it up. I need to document my miserable life. Seeing these bloggers and big influencers standing rooted to the spot, Jiang Lin frowned and urged them on. It was then that everyone finally understood. They took photos to attract traffic and make a living, but young Master Jiang's situation was different. He was documenting his beautiful life. Did he really need the meager income from a few clicks and views? But why did he say he was documenting a miserable life? Was this miserable? If this was miserable, then nothing in the world could be considered sweet. With that thought, they dared not linger and quickly dispersed to both sides, afraid that any delay might disturb young Master Jiang's enjoyment. Soon the vast center of the venue was left with only this top-tier supercar, sharp yet elegant in its appearance. Its flawless, streamlined body under the temporary lighting rig radiated a breathtaking beauty at every moment. Jiang Lin opened his phone's camera and casually snapped 2 photos, ready to wrap things up. Suddenly, someone among the bloggers on the sidelines made a suggestion. Young Master Jiang, how about we take a group photo? Yeah, young Master Jiang. You and the voice of the night stand in front, and we'll be the background. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. We're all million-follower bloggers. We won't lower the class of you and the voice of the night. Jiang Lin, give us a chance to be your underlings. Jiang Lin let out a cold laugh. You guys sure have a lot of requests. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd immediately fell silent. Although they were million-follower bloggers on various platforms, big-name influencers raking in money daily in the eyes of ordinary people, in front of this man, they were nothing. If it were any other young master from a prominent family, they could just walk away in dissatisfaction and suffer a bit of targeted suppression at worst. But offending Jiang Lin was a different story. With a single word, he could easily blacklist them all, smashing their rice bowls plain and simple. Just as unease churned in everyone's hearts, Jiang Lin shifted his tone. Since you all want to be the background, I suppose I can grant you that. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Huh, there was a chance. Young Master Jiang, tell us, what do we need to do to be your background? Even if it means braving fire and water, I'm willing to try. Young Master Jiang, say no more. From now on, I'm your most loyal fan. You say go left, I go left. Jiang Lin raised his hand to signal for silence, and spoke. Spare me the pledges of loyalty. I've heard enough of those. All I need you to do now is one thing, a very simple thing. No risk involved, and you're free to choose whether to do it or not. As his words fell, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of utter confusion. There's really such a good deal. After a brief moment of stunned silence, one blogger was the first to make his choice. Damn it, I'm in. With the Jiang family backing us, what's there to fear? Young Master Jiang. He'll do it. A slightly plump male blogger with thick-framed glasses perched on his nose raised his hand. Jiang Lin looked at the blogger with an odd expression and chuckled. I haven't even said what it is yet, and you're already agreeing. I trust that young Master Jiang won't have us do anything beyond our capabilities. Besides, with the Jiang family behind us, what's there to fear? The plump blogger replied with a serious look. All right. Jiang Lin nodded, acknowledging the man's words. Since you've said that much, I'll give you a chance to take a photo with the car later. Really? The plump blogger was first incredulous, then his face broke into a wide grin. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Thank you. The others watched this scene, their envy so intense they could grind their teeth to dust, while secretly regretting their own hesitation. How did this guy get the jump on us? Damn it, why wasn't I more decisive? We all started from the same line with just a few car photos, and then it was a contest of editing and copywriting skills to split the traffic. Now you've gone and gotten a photo with him, instantly putting us all several notches below you. It's infuriating. Young Master Jiang will do it too. What about a photo? At that moment, another tall, skinny blogger stepped forward, his expression somewhat hesitant. The man's blatant opportunism irritated Jiang Lin greatly. It felt like he was being negotiated with. I don't repeat my words a second time. Seize him. Jiang Lin pointed at the tall, skinny blogger and barked coldly. The bodyguards swiftly surrounded and subdued the blogger. Young Master Jiang, I said I'd do it. The sudden turn of events stunned the skinny blogger, who couldn't fathom how he had offended the young master, or what was wrong with his words. Jiang Lin sneered, looking down at him from above. Do it. Do what? This meal is given to you by my grace. I give and you eat. I don't and you starve. Understand? Yes, yes, I understand. The skinny blogger nodded frantically. Good, as long as you understand. Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze and pointed towards the garage exit. Throw him out. Yes, young master. Soon the underground garage fell silent again. Jiang Lin surveyed the so-called internet celebrities before him, a cold expression on his face. Now listen up. My request is simple. I just need you to use your million-follower accounts on various platforms to expose the dirt on Weibo and the personal scandals of their CEO Wang Gao. Understand? Don't feel pressured. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee you won't be banned, and you'll get a huge wave of traffic. As for the dirt and scandals, I'll provide them. The choice is yours. After speaking, Jiang Lin took out his car keys and toyed with them. Gulping, the crowd unconsciously swallowed their saliva, their expressions turning bitter. If not for Jiang Lin's terrifying status, they might have rushed him and beaten him to a pulp. Do you even hear what you're saying? That's Weibo, the largest social platform in China, a giant with billions of users. And you want us a few small-time influencers to attack them? Is this even a sane idea? If you want us dead, just say so. Young Master Jiang, are you planning to make Weibo suffer the same fate as Time's Fengjun? The plump blogger who had first volunteered stepped forward again, but his expression was far more shocked than before. He had been following the recent hot news online, and the most striking story was undoubtedly Time's Fengjun being placed under comprehensive investigation by the supervisory team, its CEO Li Fei committing suicide out of guilt, and its artist Wang Yifan dying in prison. All of this was linked to one person, the eldest young master of the Jiang family, standing before him, Jiang Lin. At this point, he was almost certain that this young master was planning to crush one entertainment giant, and then casually stomp down an internet social media giant as well. Even though it sounded insane if the mastermind was this young Master Jiang, then it wasn't such a difficult feat. It all depended on whether he wanted to. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lin just scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this. Make Weibo follow in Time's Fengjun's footsteps. That's a bit of a stretch. I'm just annoyed by Weibo's hypocritical double standards, so I'm planning to knock them down a peg. Of course, if Weibo's management insists on going against me, then I wouldn't mind adding an internet social platform to the Lin Group's portfolio. With that, Jiang Lin paused. Alright, I forgot to tell you all something. Time's Fengjun no longer exists in China now. Or rather, you could call it Lin's Times. As his words fell, the crowd sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Hiss. Lin's Times. That fast. They only reported the investigation into Time's Fengjun yesterday, and today it's already been renamed and turned into a subsidiary of the Lin Group. What kind of overwhelming dominance is this? Other giants of this scale are usually taken down slowly like a frog in boiling water, bit by bit. But you, young Master Jiang, just swooped in and swallowed them up in a lightning strike. You didn't even spit out the bones. Oh. At this moment, only one word echoed in everyone's mind: ought. Jiang Lin took in everyone's reaction, smiled, and pulled out his phone showing his Douyin profile. See this? I had 0 followers on Douyin before, and thanks to this mess I've jumped to over 500,000 followers. Of course, a large chunk of them are haters. But would you care? Being infamous is still being famous, right? Black and red is still red, isn't it? The words echoed in their ears, and the expressions of many shifted. From initial hesitation, they gradually turned resolute. Jiang Lin was right. Black and red was still red. And perhaps black and red could even earn more. For example, another top-tier celebrity, surnamed Kai in Huaxia, became famous across the internet with a single song, Just Because You're So Beautiful, and remained popular for a full 5 years, affectionately dubbed Brother Just. At the thought of this, everyone's heart stirred. They could already envision luxury cars, beautiful women, and exclusive clubs beckoning to them. Young Master Jiang, he'll follow you. The chubby blogger suddenly spoke up, snapping everyone back to reality. Then they quickly reacted, eagerly thumping their chests in agreement. Young Master Jiang, count me in too. If it's about taking on Weibo, I'll lead the charge. Weibo's double standards have been going on for ages. I've long been fed up with them. Since young Master Jiang has given the word today, I have no more reservations. Let's do it. Right. I'm in too. Young Master Jiang. Include me. Alright, since everyone is willing to take this path, I have no objections. But let me make one thing clear: I, Jiang Lin, despise traitors above all. If anyone dares to stab me in the back, their fate will be the same as Wang Yifan and his crew. Don't say I didn't warn you. Jiang Lin's voice was low and stern. Rest assured, young Master Jiang. We know where the line is, and it won't happen. The chubby blogger declared, promptly silencing any dissent. Good. Jiang Lin nodded, then smiled. What are you all standing around for? Get over there and be my backdrop. Overjoyed, everyone scrambled with the speed of a 100-meter sprint, each vying for a spot in the front. Even as a backdrop, they wanted to be one where they could show their face. Once everyone was in position, Jiang Lin handed his phone to the bodyguard. Make it look good. No problem, young Master Jiang. He strolled over to his beloved car, leaned back slightly, and rested against the door. Behind the car stood a human wall of million-follower bloggers, which looked quite imposing at first glance. However, the undisputed centerpiece and focus of the scene was Jiang Lin. The bodyguard raised the phone, grinning as he counted down. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Click. After the group photo, Jiang Lin left a few minutes for everyone to take their own pictures. Meanwhile, he happily crafted his post for Douyin. If life gives you lemons by Bugatti. He added a few photos of his car. Then he hit publish. Under review. Ding. Published. Within seconds, likes and comments surged like bamboo shoots after spring rain. In less than a minute, the comment count swelled by over 300. Opening the comment section, Jiang Lin was greeted by the shocked exclamations of countless netizens. Snowflakes adrift. When I first clicked in, I thought someone was being emo again. Well, now I realize the emo one is me. What? Why don't I have a Pagani? Peppa Pig. Young master, you're back. East wind breaks. Your Pagani seems a bit impractical in design. Send it over, I'll take a look for you. Jiang Lin Wu Yanzu. While scrolling through the comments, I suddenly heard a whooshing sound. I reached out, caught it, and looked closely. Lo and behold, it was the sound of an abacus from upstairs. Super Invincible Trex Warrior. Aren't those folks who were saying young Master John's life was rough earlier today? What's the matter? Why is no one showing their face now? Thunderbolt guy, holy crap. Is that the Bugatti Black sound? Is this for real? Could it be a stock photo? Lonely Smoke Break. You must be a new fan, right? Major media have already exposed that this young Master Jiang is the sole heir to a top-tier family in the imperial capital. Seeing the netizens so lively, Jiang Lin was amused and decided to enlighten them in the comments with some details about his hypercar. Give me $1, author. Fun fact, the Bugatti Black Sound made its debut at the 2009 Geneva Motor Show. Its body is crafted entirely from pure carbon fiber by hand, boasting a maximum horsepower of 1500. Only one unit was made worldwide. It's the pinnacle of all Bugatti's supercars and a masterpiece of the entire supercar world. Its only flaw is that it's a tad pricey, costing $126 million, of course, compared to other toys. This comment instantly drew wails from countless netizens. A $126 million supercar. And it's only a tad pricey. So pretentious, this damn humble brag. Bro, seriously. I couldn't afford this car even if I saved for 2,000 years without eating or drinking, and you're comparing it to a toy. I've decided. From today, I'm swearing brotherhood with young Master Jiang. From now on, call me Jiang Mu. Hey bro. Can you spare some change for your little brother? 666. These netizens are quite witty. Jiang Lin was thoroughly entertained playing with his phone. He realized today that the internet is truly fascinating. At that moment, Uncle Fu approached from the distance, handing over a stack of documents. Young master, the information you requested. This much. Looking at the stack of documents in his hand, Jiang Lin was quite surprised. This couldn't be. A complete background check on the CEO of Weibo going back 18 generations, could it? Young master, this file contains detailed records of Wang Gao, the CEO of Weibo from birth to the present, including all archived information, as well as details on his immediate family within 3 generations. Additionally, the hackers trained by our family have successfully breached Wang Gao's personal phone and computer through technical means and are currently conducting continuous surveillance. Butler Fu briefly summarized the results of his half-hour of work and reported them one by one to Jiang Lin. In response, Jiang Lin could only remark that it was a waste of talent for Butler Fu not to work for an intelligence agency, but instead serve as a butler here. Still, since the information was already gathered, he might as well take a look. Opening the file, the first thing that caught his eye was a color photo of a man with a confident smile and immaculate attire. The very picture of a successful man. His slick-back hair was combed meticulously, though it was thinning at the forehead. Paired with thick-rimmed glasses, it made Jiang Lin wonder if this guy used to be a programmer. Sure enough, upon flipping to the second page, Wang Gao's work history clearly stated that he joined Weibo's technical RD department in 2000. Technical RD at an internet company. No doubt about it, he's a programmer. Continuing to flip through, Jiang Lin found that the majority of the file detailed what Wang Gao did at various times, meetings he attended, and inspirational stories from his school days. There was virtually no useful dirt, which left him somewhat disappointed. This guy is rather clean. Jiang Lin closed the file and handed the thick stack back to Butler Fu. Young Master Wang Gao indeed has no scandals, nor has there been any mention of rumors. He maintains an extremely low profile in public and rarely attends social gatherings or banquets. In short, finding a weakness in him is very difficult. And there's a high probability it would be a futile effort like this information searched to the end, and it's as if we found nothing. Seeing that the other party hadn't even finished reading the documents, Butler Fu added a few more remarks. Such a low profile. He's indeed a formidable figure. Jiang Lin nodded slightly in agreement, then strode over to the group of bloggers and influencers. All right, everyone, done filming. Done. Thank you, young Master Jiang. If it weren't for you, I'd never have had the chance to see such a divine car up close in my life. Enough, stop your yapping. I've got serious business to discuss now. Jiang Lin's face darkened, then he spoke with solemnity. Tomorrow at 8 in the evening, everyone post your videos condemning Weibo on time. They'll get you on the hot search and make Weibo's officials take it seriously. As for how much traffic you can milk from the hype, that's up to each of you to figure out. Understood. All right, meeting adjourned. After giving the specific arrangements for the day after tomorrow, Jiang Lin drove off alone from the ancestral estate to clear his mind. He had been utterly exhausted lately. From Chun Jiai's wedding dress fan chase to being cyberbullied and starting his counterattack, who knows how much had done. Of course, when it came to misery, Li Fei and Wang Yifan had it worst. After all their entire lives had passed in the blink of an eye. Well, respect for the dead. The scenery outside the car window kept receding. Dusk arrived, and towering skyscrapers stood like majestic giants in the afterglow. On the streets there were young women in cool attire bustling intersections, and the dazzling lights forged from countless dreams. Jiang Lin drove the voice of the night through the city streets. As he stepped on the accelerator, the engine instantly roared like a wild beast, sending adrenaline surging. Countless passers-by were captivated by the sleek, black hypercar, pausing in their tracks to watch. It took a while before someone finally realized. That's young Master Jiang. I saw his video on Douyin. This Bugatti voice of the night is a 1EO vacant global limited edition, meaning Jiang is the only one in the world who owns it. Holy crap, I just randomly ran into young Master Jiang Lin while strolling on the street. Some girls confused asked those around them. Who is young Master Jiang? What? You don't even know young Master Jiang. Does your family not have internet? He's the epicenter of the wedding dress incident, the eldest young master of the Jiang family in the capital, and you don't know him. He's that guy who was cyberbullied recently, the one who declared war on Wang Yifan Jiang Lin. Haha, that's right. Now Times Fengjun has collapsed, Wang Yifan has faded out, and the two female leads involved are being sued with the trial starting tomorrow. Only our young Master Jiang is out here, cruising in his supercar. Damn, that's terrifying. This reversal is the wildest I've ever seen. To flip the script in just one day from such a disadvantage shows how terrifying Jiang really is. What's young Master Jiang's Douyin account name? I want to follow him too. Give me $1. What? Young Master Jiang's Douyin account is give me $1. Wow, that name. Jiang Lin returned to the ancestral home after a leisurely drive, and it was already past 7 in the evening. His mother hadn't come back, yet probably off shopping at some mall again. Just then his phone buzzed. It was a message from Bai Luoxua. Jiang Lin, we're home now. Remember to thank your aunt and uncle for us. Huh, they went back that quickly. Jiang Lin scratched his head in confusion. After a brief inquiry, he learned that his mother, worried the two girls' families would be concerned about them returning late, had treated them to a lavish dinner and then sent bodyguards to drive them home. Mom's pretty thoughtful. Jiang Lin switched off his phone, stretched, and lounged back onto the sofa. A massive 120-inch LCD screen hung from the ceiling, designed simply for lying down and watching. He turned on the TV, and a news report was just airing. The clean internet operation has achieved a breakthrough. Taking the recent widely discussed wedding dress fan stalking case as an example, the task force has coordinated with local police to issue criminal summonses to approximately 3649 online bullies involved in the case. Seeing this, Jiang Lin suddenly understood. No wonder I didn't see those toxic feminists in the comments today. So they're in there stepping on sewing machines. How laughable. Meanwhile, the internet was far from calm. Several trending topics in particular plunged countless netizens into deep thought. Latest on the wedding dress fan stalking case, male lead Jiang Lin posts in the morning. Wang Yifan killed, in prison. The murderer was his own fan. Wang Yifan killed, in prison. Beijing police confirm in the evening. True. The suspect has been detained. Times Fengjun found guilty on 7 counts, including tax evasion, malicious incitement of public opinion, disturbing social order, and provoking quarrels. All top executives have been legally arrested. Times Fengjun, acquired by Lin Group, possibly renamed Lin's Era. Justice has a long arm. The Clean Internet Task Force acts swiftly. Police legally summon 3649 online bullies. How terrifying is Jiang Lin's background really? The details of the wedding dress fan stalking case already told us. Times Fengjun Vice President Wang Ma dies in a tragic car accident. Discerning netizens began to smell something unusual. All of this seemed like coincidental accidents, but behind it all surely hid an invisible hand driving the entire affair. Who has 3 deaths in 2 days that are all accidents? And all of them are important figures from Times Fengjun connected to Jiang Lin. I bet someone else is going to die. I bet no one will survive. Honestly, I can't believe this is really happening right in front of me. Every time I open the trending list, I'm shocked anew by young Master Jiang. Isn't the trial tomorrow? Am I the only one who wants to witness this judgment firsthand? 1. So what does young Master Jiang look like? Does anyone have a photo? No, just heard he's handsome and has an air of distinction. Dealt with that kind of status, the aura is innate. Late into the night, Jiang Lin received a call from Bai Jia. Hey brother Jiang, the trial is tomorrow. Don't forget. Don't worry, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I won't forget. Jiang Lin's voice was calm, but a keen observer might catch a glint of excitement in his eyes. Haha, alright. I've already applied for a special permit to livestream the trial. Tomorrow we can broadcast it to the entire internet. Bai Jia on the other end of the line was extremely excited. Live streaming Jiang Lin's lawsuit to the whole internet. This was a golden opportunity for fame. Hearing about the live stream, a flash of joy crossed Jiang Lin's face. That's great, brother Bai. You're so reliable. You flatter me, brother. Get some rest. You'll be in the public eye tomorrow. You can't show up with dark circles. Haha, alright brother Bai, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow? Click. The call ended. Jiang Lin let out a deep breath, calming his nerves. He felt like a student who already knew had aced the exam, waiting for tomorrow to get the score and show off to his parents. The gears of fate had turned, everything was set in stone, but he wanted a perfect ending. An ending that would be satisfying and exhilarating. He strolled to the window, gazing at the starry night sky. The emotions he had suppressed for so long were finally released. Phew. It's finally coming to an end. Chunjiai Li Shui, I wonder if you too regret it now. Through the night sky, he seemed to see Li Shui's miserable state in prison and Chunjiai's weary figure running around for the trial. But they brought this all on themselves, they had no one to blame. At that thought, a cold smirk curved on Jiang Lin's lips. But it's too late for regrets now. That night, Jiang Lin pinned a post on his profile with a simple message instantly attracting a massive audience. Tomorrow's trial live stream to the entire internet. Netizens' eyes lit up. A chance for some drama. Even the most die-hard night owls decided to skip their usual late-night activities and wake up early to watch the live stream. The post was shared tens of thousands of times overnight, skyrocketing to tens of millions in popularity. After all, the incident had blown up so much that almost everyone online had seen related news. Every day, countless netizens camped on the trending list waiting for real-time updates. It was like binge-watching a series. Is it finally ending? I've gotten a bit addicted to following this. Why do I feel a little reluctant to let go? I've gotten used to checking the trending list on time every day. Wedding dress fans stalking finale trial tomorrow. Everyone stay tuned. I wonder how many years Chunjiai and Li Shui will get stepping on sewing machines. Li Shui, she's a murderer now, shall face the firing squad, not the sewing machine. Oh, what a pity those toxic feminists got arrested. We won't get to see them freak out. Alright, everyone, see you at the trial livestream tomorrow. The next morning at dawn, Jiang Lin changed into a brand new suit, fastened his tie, and stepped out of his room accompanied by Uncle Fu. Outside the door, over 100 burly bodyguards in black suits stood in neat rows on both sides, and at the end of the path stood an elderly man who was approachable despite his immense wealth. Grandfather. Jiang Lin's expression shifted in surprise, and he quickly hurried forward to the old man's side. Grandfather, why have you come? Hearing this, Lin Guangfu let out a hearty laugh, then declared with overwhelming pride. I heard my little Lin was wronged. This old man came today specifically to back you up to see just who dares to bully the descendant of me, Lin Guangfu. Thank you, grandfather. Jiang Lin's nose tingled, and he was filled with indescribable emotion. At that moment, an imposing military convoy drove over from the distance, coming to a steady stop before the crowd. Over a dozen fully armed soldiers quickly disembarked and set up a security perimeter. A figure cursing loudly strode briskly down from the middle military vehicle. Damn it all. I've only been gone a short while, and my nephew's been bullied like this. Shit, if you ask me, if that damn court doesn't give my nephew justice later, we might as well just blast it with a tank. General, calm down. Calm down. Seeing who it was, Jiang Lin was almost stunned speechless. Wasn't this his second uncle? Hadn't he heard he was on some mission recently? Why was he back too? Jiang Lin. My good nephew. You've been wronged all this time, but don't worry. Your uncle swears he'll get you justice today. Jiang Jiangguo immediately gave him a bear hug, nearly squeezing the life out of Jiang Lin. Wait, uncle, I can't breathe. Ugh. Hearing the sound, Jiang Jiangguo quickly released Jiang Lin. Seeing the other's pale face, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Cough, not that I'm criticizing you, but your build seems a bit weak. How about you come to the army for some training sometime? Strive to cultivate another general for our Jiang family. No, let's not, uncle. Let's wait until I graduate. Fine then, get in the car. Your uncle will take you to that court. Your eldest uncle and the others are probably already waiting there. Seeing Jiang Lin hesitate, Jiang Jiangguo didn't push further. Instead, relying on his towering 1.9-meter frame, he hoisted Jiang Lin into the car. Seeing this, Lin Guangfu commanded his bodyguards with a dignified expression. Everyone get in the cars. To the capital's Supreme Court. Yes, master. With the roar of car engines, the massive military convoy and dozens of top-tier luxury cars departed together from the Jiang family's ancestral estate, heading towards their destination for the day, the capital's Supreme Court. At the capital's Supreme Court, outside the stately and imposing courthouse hall, crowds of curious onlookers had gathered densely, and numerous media crews were broadcasting the scene live with their cameras. 4 Hongqi official cars and 6 Audi A6s were parked quietly by the roadside. Around these vehicles, Zhao Dongshan personally led over 20 police officers on patrol, while over 100 other officers were deployed elsewhere to manage the scene. Judging by the setup, one might think a foreign president was visiting. Stay sharp, everyone. Today is young Master Jiang's court case, and not a single mistake is allowed. Zhao Dongshan bellowed, reminding the officers behind him. Yes, chief. Seeing their boss speak up, the officers dared not be careless. Each one was fully alert, scanning their surroundings, fearing that any lapse in attention could lead to an accident. I'm not bad. Zhao Dongshan nodded with satisfaction. These officers were his trusted men, reliable for the job. Just then a police car drove up and parked behind the Audis. Zhao Dongshan's expression changed, and he rushed forward shouting, "Damn it, are you all blind? Don't you see what those cars in front are?" The officer in the passenger seat looked flustered and quickly explained, "Chief, we're escorting Li Shui to the trial." Hearing this, Zhao Dongshan grew even more anxious. "Escort my ass. Move the car further away first before escorting. Otherwise, if the flood sweeps away the Dragon King Temple, none of us will get away clean." "Yes, chief. The officer in the passenger seat, seeing his chief so visibly agitated for the first time, quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly directed the driver to move the car. Only after the car was moved far away did Zhao Dongshan breathe a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, he cast a fearful glance at the line of Audis and Hongqi cars. He couldn't be sure how many big shots were seated inside those Audi A6s and Hongqi official cars. But he knew that any single one of them could easily have him, the city police chief, pack his bags and get the boot. These weren't just cars parked there. They were his livelihood, his future, his very life. At that thought, Zhao Dongshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then immediately instructed the officer, named Xiaoli, beside him. Xiaoli, go pull some more men over. See those cars parked by the roadside? Protect them. Protect them like they're your ancestors. Don't let anyone get close, understand? Understood. Xiaoli swallowed hard, his expression tense. Good, now go. Once we get through today, I'll promote you to squad leader. Zhao Dongshan had never been so nervous in his life. The last time he was drenched in cold sweat was when he encountered Jiang Lin. And today Jiang Lin hadn't even arrived. He dared not imagine what was to come. Today that sword of Damocles was truly hanging over his head. At 7:30 in the morning, half an hour before the court session was to begin, a sudden exclamation erupted from the bustling crowd. Look, military vehicles. Following the gazes of the onlookers, 3 olive-green military vehicles were indeed speeding down the center of the road. In an instant, countless cameras swung towards the direction from which the military vehicles were approaching. Online, the spectators watching live streams from various media outlets were instantly set ablaze with excitement. Holy crap, they even brought military vehicles. Damn, is this for real? Does any big shot here know what kind of background it takes to get this kind of treatment? In ancient times, this guy would be at least an imperial relative, right? The Qing dynasty ended long ago. Based on all the clues so far, this guy has to be at least a crown prince. Look, what's following those military vehicles? Wait, I've never seen this many supercars in my entire life. Boom. A mighty convoy of supercars slowly approached from the distance, their synchronized roar echoing through the sky, like the cry of a tiger or the song of a dragon. Numb. Completely numb. Everyone was stunned into numbness by the scene. What kind of heaven-defying lineup was this? A convoy of military vehicles and supercars. Were they showing off military might or financial power? Live streams of major media outlets exploded in chaos. With such a flashy way of traveling, didn't the higher-ups care? Weren't they afraid that dozens of supercars roaring down the street would disturb the peace? Weren't they afraid of shattering the confidence of their simple, innocent netizens? But soon they understood why the higher-ups didn't interfere. Because the higher-ups were also on the scene. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the military vehicles and supercars, the doors of the Hongqi sedans and Audi A6s that had been quietly parked on the roadside suddenly opened. More than a dozen middle-aged men of extraordinary bearing, dressed in administrative jackets and shirts, stepped out one after another. Zhao Dongshan, who was closest, nearly jumped out of his skin the moment he saw their faces. Holy crap! The Beijing Municipal Party Secretary. Good heavens! Even the Minister of Public Security is here. What the hell? And there's a cabinet member. Wait. Is that the governor of Jiang Lin province? The appearance of one powerful official after another pushed the tension at the scene to its peak. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Zhao Dongshan's forehead, dripping onto his police uniform. At this moment, he admitted it. He was truly panicked. As the head official responsible for on-site security, his inner state could no longer be described as a bit flustered. It was absolutely earth-shatteringly chaotic. With so many bigwigs present at once, if anything unexpected happened, his career as the police chief was absolutely over. With this thought, Zhao Dongshan hastily grabbed the walkie-talkie from his belt and contacted Xiaoli on the other end. Hey Xiaoli, this is Zhao Dongshan. You need to right now, immediately, go back to the station. Mobilize every officer you can and bring them all here. Also contact the heads of the neighboring precincts and have them send whoever they can spare, as many as possible. Remember, speed is of the essence. On the other side, the military vehicles slowly came to a stop by the roadside. Over a dozen fully armed soldiers disembarked to clear the area, their dark gun barrels emitting a chilling gleam that instinctively made the surrounding onlookers take a few steps back. Soon the supercar convoy also pulled up in front of everyone. However, due to the sheer number of vehicles, there wasn't enough space along the curb. Most of them simply parked in the middle of the road, creating a rather imposing sight at first glance. After all, the entire area had been cordoned off by the police, so parking arrangements wouldn't affect traffic. At that moment, Lin Guangfu stepped out of a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost that stood out conspicuously among the surrounding supercars. It was as if this action served as a command. One by one, the doors of the other supercars opened and a dense crowd of black-suited bodyguards poured out. Holy crap! Patriarch Lin! Another exclamation of surprise rose from the crowd. The onlookers finally realized what was happening. The head of the Lin family financial conglomerate. Why was Patriarch Lin Guangfu here? The media, savvy to what drives viewership, unanimously turned their cameras towards Lin Guangfu and began a torrent of commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. China's richest man Lin Guangfu has appeared on the scene. See that? That supercar convoy is his handiwork. But the court session is about to begin, so why is the legendary young master Jiang still nowhere to be seen? Could there be some hidden reason behind this? Well, continue our live coverage, so stay tuned as we await the arrival of the mysterious young master Jiang. Inside the military vehicle, Jiang glanced at his watch and reminded him considerately. Nephew, it's about time. Let's go. I'm okay. Jiang Lin responded. The car door opened and a swarm of bodyguards immediately surrounded them, shouting in unison, young master Jiang. The deafening sound echoed through the sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Had the mysterious young master Jiang finally appeared? Under everyone's astonished gaze, Jiang Lin slowly stepped down from the military vehicle, his expression as unchanging as an ancient glacier, cold and calm. Almost simultaneously, countless cameras focused on the direction of the vehicle. Jiang Lin's exceptionally handsome face finally appeared on major media platforms. The host's excited voice, tinged with a hint of shrillness, did nothing to dampen the viewer's experience. Dear audience, the legendary and mysterious young master Jiang has finally appeared. He's so handsome. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat exploded at that very moment. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. This handsome. I admit he's rich. But, I forget it, I admit he's better looking than me. What kind of international joke is this? Is Chun Jia blind? She wouldn't cherish such a handsome top-tier young master and instead chased after some celebrity. This is insane. The rumors said Jiang Lin was handsome and I had mentally prepared myself. But I never imagined he'd be this damn handsome. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? Young master, do you need a concubine to warm your bed? I volunteer. Young master Jiang, I can. I can make cute noises, look at me. While I'm a fan of young master Jiang from now on, even if he gets cancelled, I'll still be a fan. I feel like young master Jiang is like a protagonist with a built-in spotlight shining brightly wherever he goes, just like the Prince Charming from my dreams. Handsome and loaded. After getting out of the car, Jiang Lin's first reaction was to look towards the group of middle-aged men in administrative jackets not far away. Among them were his uncle and cousin, whom he knew, as well as several high-ranking officials he had never met before. Clearly they were all here today to show their support for him. Jiang Lin gave a slight nod to acknowledge them, then accompanied by his maternal grandfather Lin Guangfu and his second uncle Jiang Zhangwo, and flanked by hundreds of bodyguards and soldiers, he walked towards the courthouse entrance. Old Jiang, that young master of yours is quite impressive. He's calm, composed, and unflappable in a crisis. A man destined for great things. Zhou Jifeng, the Beijing Municipal Party Secretary, said to Jiang Shang with a serious tone. Haha, you flatter him. Jiang Lin is still young and needs to be nurtured slowly. But I must thank the Zhou and Yi families for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. Jiang Shang said with a hearty laugh, unable to conceal the pride in his eyes. Jiang Lin's composed demeanor just now had brought him great honor. This was how the young master of the Jiang family should be. Unlike the young masters of the Zhou and Yi families who lazed around all day wasting their time, and had recently even dyed their hair yellow and gotten ridiculous haircuts. What are you saying? The Jiang Zhou and Yi families have long been allied houses. Helping each other is only natural. It's just a pity. That useless young master of mine. Oh, if only he were even half as good as yours. Whenever Zhou Jifeng mentioned his elder brother's son, he was filled with frustration. Jiang Sheng, witnessing this, was secretly pleased. Alright, let's head inside too. The court session is about to begin. Yes, let's go. A group of 13 men, escorted by numerous police officers, entered the courthouse. Zhao Dongshan scurried along at the very back, anxious not to leave a bad impression on these leaders. Entering the courtroom, Jiang Lin, surrounded by a retinue of bodyguards, took his seat at the plaintiff's table. Almost simultaneously, the cameraman responsible for the live broadcast of the trial aimed his lens at him, ensuring that the vast online audience could clearly and directly witness the demeanor of the young master of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Lin sat with his chest out and head high, his gaze resolute, emanating an aura of confidence and composure. Even the judge on the bench couldn't help but cast a few surprised glances at this sight. On the opposite side at the defendant's table, Chun Jia sat with bloodshot eyes and a haggard expression alongside Li Shui. She had been unable to find a lawyer willing to take her case. The mere mention of Jiang Lin's name caused even the most solemn attorneys to lose their composure, cursing her as a madwoman, a clown, and a troublemaker. Grievance welled up and spilled over as tears tracing down her cheeks. Looking at her former boyfriend, now the center of attention at the plaintiff's table, she was overwhelmed with regret. If only she hadn't attended that concert, hadn't worn a wedding dress to meet Wang Yifan, or had heeded advice and been more considerate of Jiang Lin's feelings, she might now be the envy of countless people as the young mistress of the Jiang family. But alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. At the thought of this, Chun Jia couldn't help but sob softly. Hearing the sound, Li Shui, sitting nearby, lifted her head with a vacant stare and looked towards the plaintiff's table. Several bailiffs, noticing this movement, immediately tensed up, ready to restrain her at any moment. After all, Li Shui was now a murderer. Even though her hands were securely cuffed to the table, no one could guarantee she wouldn't do something drastic. A convicted felon is a truly dangerous ticking time bomb. Jiang Lin, we're so sorry. Forgive us please. I won't curse at you anymore. I won't whisper in your ear either. I. At this point Li Shui broke down completely, crying hysterically, her face contorted in anguish. Jiang Lin remained seated with an indifferent expression, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his gaze filled with utter contempt for an insignificant ant. Forgive? Let the bullets forgive you. Just then Lin Guangfu and Jiang Jianghua entered the courtroom together. After casting encouraging glances at Jiang Lin, they took their seats in the gallery. Seeing the newcomers, the judge quickly straightened up, drawing a sharp inward breath. The cameraman for the live stream, quick of eye and hand, immediately swung his camera to focus on the gallery. Consequently, the various live chat rooms exploded. Damn, isn't that the richest man Lin? And the guy next to him in military uniform. Is that a general? The richest man and a general are here to spectate. 2 stars on the shoulder. A lieutenant general. Who knew that for young Master Jiang's lawsuit, even a lieutenant general would be sitting in the gallery? Old Master Lin is as approachable as ever and as handsome as ever. I heard that the richest man Lin is young Master Jiang's maternal grandfather. I wonder if it's true. It must be true. The Jiang family of the imperial capital, which other Jiang family could it be? It's definitely the Jiang family that formed a marriage alliance with the Lin family 20 years ago. Damn, when did this happen? How come I didn't know? Haha, this is common knowledge in high society, just no one dares to talk about it openly. Brother, take my respect, my mind is blown. However, this was not the end. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, a group of middle-aged men in administrative jackets appeared in the courtroom, escorted by over a dozen police officers. The judges on the bench were startled, immediately straightening their backs and putting on a stern, upright appearance. At that moment, they all cried out in their hearts. Good heavens! Why are these bigwigs here too? Our temple is too small for all these Buddhas. Jiang Sheng scanned the room with a stoic expression before breaking into a genial smile. Comrades, good morning. Given the severe impact of this incident, the cabinet has placed particular emphasis on it. Today we will be present throughout the proceedings to ensure the fairness and transparency of this trial. With that, Jiang Sheng and the delegation of high-ranking officials entered the spectator gallery and took their seats in orderly succession. In an instant, the atmosphere in the courtroom solidified into dead silence. Not a single sound could be heard. Even the usually imposing judges dared not breathe too loudly. Jiang Sheng's words still echoed in the air, ensuring the fairness and transparency of this trial. The subtext was clear to anyone. On the defendant's bench, Chen Jiayi's face grew increasingly grim as she looked at the middle-aged men in their dark administrative jackets. She had seen most of them on television or in the news, especially the Minister of Public Security Jiang Sheng. His reputation thundered across the entire nation. And yet a man of such stature had come personally to observe the trial for Jiang Lin. This alone was enough to show how formidable Jiang Lin's status truly was and how terrifying his background. At that thought, Chen Jiayi felt a surge of impulse, an urge to end her own life. She had been blessed with incredible fortune to meet Jiang Lin and become his girlfriend, yet she had not cherished it, instead squandering it all away. Her chance to rise from rags to riches was gone, and her life was utterly ruined. Meanwhile, in the major media live streaming rooms, netizens began to sense something amiss upon seeing the uniformed dark jackets of the group. Still, some netizens who frequently follow the news recognized the figures and shouted in shock across the bullet comments. Holy crap! That's Minister Jiang of the Ministry of Public Security. The man who just spoke was Minister Jiang himself. I see the municipal party secretary, the capital's municipal party secretary. Damn, this is quite the entourage. What the hell? Isn't that the newly appointed governor of our Jiangnan province? Why is he in the capital attending a trial? A cabinet minister. The cabinet minister is here too. Although they claim it's just observation, everyone knows this is about backing up young Master Jiang. With such terrifying backing, it looks like young Master Jiang is about to make a name for himself in one fell swoop. As I said before, the outcome of this case. 8 times out of 10, no one is walking away alive. Elsewhere in the Qin family manor by Luoxue and Qin Mingyao were also watching the trial in the live stream. Thanks to their visit to the Jiang family yesterday, today's scene didn't leave them utterly stunned. The terrifying depth of the Jiang family was already beyond their imagination. All they wanted now was to see Jiang Lin emerge victorious. Of course, given the current circumstances, victory was inevitable. The only question was the severity of the sentencing. At that moment, Qin Mingyao spoke up. Luoxue, do you think Li Shui and Chen Jiayi will be sentenced to death directly? Bai Luoxue paused for a moment before sharing her view. Li Shui is highly likely, but Chen Jiayi isn't necessarily. After all, Li Shui has blood on her hands, while Chen Jiayi would at most face a fixed-term imprisonment. But the victim is Jiang Lin. With all these big shots present, isn't it all to back him up? Qin Mingyao pressed further. No, Yao, you're too naive. Jiang Lin's background is indeed terrifying, but countless people are watching this trial live right now. If they were to bypass legal sentencing standards and hand down a death sentence directly, It would only incite public outrage and erode people's faith in the fairness of the law. So Jiang Lin wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Bai Luoxue gazed coldly at Jiang Lin on the screen, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. After all, he's quite clever. Meanwhile, back at the courtroom, the trial was about to commence, as all personnel had arrived. The judicial officer verified the identities of the parties involved in accordance with legal procedures, read out the courtroom rules, and had Jiang Lin, Xinjiai, and others state their identity information. Subsequently, the judge informed the parties of their litigation rights, and asked whether they wished to apply for recusal. With all formalities completed, neither Jiang Lin nor Xinjiai raised any objections. The judicial officer then declared the court in session. The trial commenced. Bai Jie, the plaintiff's attorney, began reading the indictment. Once the reading concluded, the judge rapped his gavel and turned his gaze to the defendants Xinjiai and Li Shui seated at the defense table. Defendants, please present your written defense. A written defense. Xinjiai's face stiffened. She hadn't even managed to secure a lawyer, so where would she get a written defense? Besides, she had spent the entire previous day running from one law firm to another and had no time to prepare one. But with things as they were, she had no choice but to tell the truth. I don't have a written defense. Upon hearing this, Li Shui's expression shifted, and she immediately questioned, what were you doing all day yesterday? You couldn't even find a lawyer, and you didn't even write the defense. Xinjiai was already harboring a belly full of resentment towards Li Shui. Hearing this sharp, sarcastic questioning only added fuel to the fire. What right do you, a murderer, have to criticize me? At least I was running around all day. What did you do? Even locked up in the police station, you couldn't behave, and you even had Wang Yifan. Order. The presiding judge rapped his gavel and spoke sternly. Since the defense has not prepared a written defense, we will proceed to the evidence presentation phase. The evidence phase began. Bai Jie presented the chat logs from when Jiang Lin broke up with Xinjiai, the purchase records for the 2 diamond rings, the back row surveillance footage from the concert, and the recent live stream replays and statements made online by Xinjiai and Li Shui. Your Honor, on the 19th, my client attended Wang Yifan's concert with the 2 defendants. During this time, my client purchased 2 diamond rings totaling 3.76 million yuan. Here are the purchase records and invoices. This document is the surveillance footage from the back row of the venue that day, which clearly shows the defendant Li Shui picking up the rings purchased by my client and putting them on herself and Xinjiai. This chat log is evidence that my client broke up with defendant Xinjiai due to irreconcilable differences and requested the return of the rings. From start to finish, my client never expressed any intention to gift these 2 rings to the defendants. Subsequently, the defendants not only ignored my client's request for return, but also gifted the rings to the celebrity Wang Yifan. Therefore, we believe that the defendants Xinjiai and Li Shui are suspected of committing the crime of infringing upon another person's property and refusing to return it. With each piece of evidence Bai Jie handed to the bailiff, the faces of Xinjiai and Li Shui grew paler. They hadn't expected the opposition to be so thoroughly prepared. So prepared that they had no chance to even deny it. After finishing this, Bai Jie took a USB drive from the evidence bag. This USB drive contains all the evidence of the defendants Xinjiai and Li Shui spreading rumors online and using live streams to slander and defame my client. The bailiff took the USB drive and handed it to the judge. At this point, the presiding judge spoke. Plaintiff, the court will play the contents of this USB drive in court. Do you wish to request to be excused? This measure is typically taken to prevent further psychological harm to the parties involved, allowing them to leave during the playback of video evidence. But Jiang Lin had no intention of leaving. With everything nearing its conclusion, he was eager to see the increasingly desperate expressions on Xinjiai and Li Shui's faces. Only this could give him a profound sense of satisfaction. Your Honor, I do not need to be excused. Jiang Lin's cold voice echoed through the vast courtroom, sending a shiver down the spines of Xinjiai and Li Shui. It was too cold. Was this really Jiang Lin? How could a person change so drastically? Why had his personality shifted so completely in a single day, transforming from a subservient pushover into a demon from hell? Countless questions arose in their minds, but they knew no one would answer them now. The presiding judge nodded solemnly after hearing Jiang Lin's reply. All right, we will now play the contents of the USB drive entered as evidence. Soon the judge inserted the USB drive into the computer, and Li Shui's piggish face appeared on the large screen. Hey everyone, who would have thought? My bestie dated this loser, and she got played, cheated on, and even threatened not to wear a wedding dress to the concert. Today we're going to use the power of the internet to expose him. Warn all the girls. Everyone chant with me, scumbag Jiang Lin, rot in hell. What Jiang family? Never heard of it. Probably some self-proclaimed clan from a backwater valley, right? Jiang Lin is the most disgusting guy I've ever met. Not only did he cheat, but he also found a high-sounding reason to break up. He's simply incomparable to my fan. As the footage played frame by frame on the screen, some began to notice the temperature in the courtroom seemed to drop. Turning around, they saw that the faces of those in the public gallery had darkened to the color of a burnt pot. The presiding judge thought to himself that this was bad, but since the playback had started, and it was being broadcast live nationwide, it couldn't be stopped. Stopping now would be like shooting himself in the foot. For now he could only hope that the sentencing would seem fair enough to these important figures. Jiang Lin in contrast appeared quite calm. Although he didn't know exactly how many live streams Chunjiai and the others had done during this period, the content of each stream was certainly the same: various insults and fabricated rumors about him. He was already used to it. After all, that's just how those types are. At the defendant's table, Chunjiai and Li Shui sat with ashen faces, their bodies trembling slightly from extreme nervousness. Jai, are we doomed? I'm so scared. I regret it. I even killed someone by accident. What do we do? I really didn't mean to. Li Shui clenched her fists so tightly, they turned white, teetering on the edge of a complete emotional breakdown. Hearing Li Shui call her Jai again, Chunjiai felt a wave of nausea, so intense it was like she had swallowed filth. If it weren't for this greasy-faced woman beside her who looked like a fat pig, would she have broken up with Jiang Lin? Would she have ended up in this situation? What was even more disgusting was the woman's hypocrisy. She hurled insults when things went wrong, but called her Jai sweetly when she was scared and helpless. Did she think Chunjiai was a fool? With this thought, Chunjiai turned her head coldly, refusing to even look at Li Shui. Unbeknownst to her, this action enraged Li Shui, who immediately lashed out. Chunjiai, you bitch. What are you pretending for? If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Bang. Order. The presiding judge looked at Li Shui with displeasure, his voice stern. With so many important people watching, he couldn't let a defendant trample on the court's authority. Besides, disrupting courtroom order was itself illegal. Perhaps hoping for leniency, or trying to make a good impression on the judge to reduce her sentence. After hearing the judge's rebuke, Li Shui indeed quieted down. She stopped crying and causing a scene, sitting still in her seat like a wooden statue. Jiang Lin observed all of this, a faint involuntary smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Childish. The trial continued. The footage on the large screen played on without pause. It was primarily a compilation of the live streams Chunjiai and Li Shui had broadcast over the past 2 days, containing nearly all the evidence of their slander and defamation against Jiang Lin. The entire file was over a dozen gigabytes, and it would take a while to play through. Seeing this, not only the court attendees but even the netizens in the live stream chat couldn't help but begin to feel sympathy for Jiang Lin. These two women are truly detestable. Damn, I feel like grabbing a knife and going after them. How can people be so vile? Initially, I was just here for the gossip, thinking Jiang Lin was the hateful one. But now that the tables have turned, it turns out these two were the worst of all. The thief crying stop thief. I've really seen it all now. If they don't get what's coming to them, I won't be able to rest easy. Poor Jiang Lin just went through a breakup, and then this disaster fell on him out of nowhere. Sending a second of sympathy to young Master Jiang. Your Honor, the plaintiff has additional evidence to submit. Suddenly, Bai Jie's unexpected declaration captured everyone's attention. The presiding judge exchanged a glance with the assessor beside him, then nodded. Very well, the plaintiff may proceed with the supplementary submission. With permission granted, Bai Jie calmly retrieved a silver-white USB drive from an evidence bag. Your Honor, this drive contains the surveillance footage from the Imperial Jiang International Hotel in Mountain City, which records. Hold on. Bai Jie was cut off mid-sentence by a sudden outburst from Chunjiai. The presiding judge furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting towards her. The sharp, resonant crack of his gavel echoed through the courtroom. Bang. Defendant, mind the decorum of this court. We are not in the evidence examination phase. Remain silent, or I will hold you both in contempt. Chunjiai ignored the judge's warning, rising on her own to face the plaintiff's table, her voice pleading desperately. Please, Jiang Lin. No, don't do this anymore. I was truly wrong. I know I've made a mistake. Can you forgive me just this once? Give me a chance and I swear I will change. It was all my fault before. I wronged you, I let you down. But I deeply realize my errors now. Please be generous and spare me. She was terrified now, afraid that Bai Jie would pull out some other shocking piece of evidence. The charges of defamation and property damage were already inescapable. If more were added, she might not see the light of day until her next life. She didn't want her youth just beginning to be declared over, nor did she want to spend the rest of her days behind cold iron bars. Beside her, Li Shui's lips trembled as if she too was trying to muster a plea. Your Honor, I will not accept any form of mediation. I ask that you maintain the decorum of this court rather than sitting there idly. Jiang Lin said with a narrowed gaze and a hostile tone. His words were blunt, bordering on a blatant warning. If you, as the presiding judge, can't even control a defendant or maintain order, then what's the point of you being here? The presiding judge's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. The gavel in his hand trembled slightly, in the air hesitating to fall. He was deeply displeased, not only because Chunjiai and Li Shui had repeatedly challenged his authority, but also because Jiang Lin had dared to warn him in front of so many people, not to mention countless netizens watching online, showing him no respect whatsoever. He was, after all, the president of the Capital High Court, or a deputy provincial-level official only serving as presiding judge due to the exceptional nature of this case. In all his years in officialdom, he had never suffered such humiliation. Bang! The gavel slammed down hard, jolting everyone present. As the judge was about to unleash his fury, he caught sight from the corner of his eye of several dark, intense stares fixed upon him. And the source of those stares was unmistakably the public gallery. The courage the judge had mustered withered away in an instant. Forget it, retreating a step opens up a world of possibilities. He consoled himself silently. Unbeknownst to him, his rapidly shifting expressions had been broadcast live by the cameraman, amusing countless netizens. That's hilarious. Did you all catch the look on the judge's face? I swear even a Sichuan opera face changer isn't that fast. Ha ha. Forgive me, I couldn't help but laugh. The judge must be thinking my heart is so bitter and so wronged. Ha ha. Come on, does anyone really think those people in the gallery are just sitting there as decoration? I'm dying of laughter. The dignified judge in the face of absolute power ultimately bowed his proud head. Young Master Jiang is probably thinking, what's the matter, kid? Not happy? Say that again after you've taken a look at the folks in the gallery. Big shots in the gallery, oh, you think you're tough? I underestimated Jiang Lin, I admit my mistake. If it weren't for the nameplate on the judge's desk, I'd swear Jiang Lin was the one presiding over the trial. This move is truly impressive. I wonder how complicated Li Shui and Chun Jiai's feelings are right now. They're fighting a lawsuit and the judge ends up being tried by the plaintiff. Haha, credit where it's due, Chun Jiai is clever. She realized begging the judge was useless and turned to plead with Jiang Lin instead. Presiding judge, are you being polite? While the netizens in the live stream were still laughing their heads off at the scene, the presiding judge finally spoke. Bang. Defense. Given that you two have repeatedly violated courtroom discipline, I, as the presiding judge, hereby issue a formal reprimand. You are ordered to correct your behavior immediately and refrain from any further violations. Should you offend again, this court reserves the right to impose relevant penalties. Do I make myself clear? The judge's voice was low and rumbling like a living volcano teetering on the brink of eruption. Seeing this, Li Shui and Chun Jiai dared not be obstinate any longer. They hung their heads and murmured in response. Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor. Understood. Only then did the judge's expression ease slightly. Plaintiff, please continue. Very well, Your Honor. Bai Jie handed a silver-white USB drive to the bailiff beside him before continuing his statement. This USB drive contains surveillance footage from the presidential suite on the 9th floor of the Prince River International Hotel in Shanxing City, as well as the restaurant from the evening of the 19th. As his words trailed off, Chun Jiai and Li Shui's faces instantly turned pale, their expressions utterly incredulous. How is this possible? Wasn't the hotel surveillance broken? Bai Jie noticed their facial expressions, and a meaningful smile crept onto his face as he said slowly, I believe. To protect the defendant's privacy, it might be best not to play this video in open court. Don't you agree, defendants? Upon hearing this, Chun Jiai and Li Shui actually nodded frantically in agreement. We confess. We confess. Please don't play it. We beg you. The judge nodded and lightly struck his gavel. All right, does the plaintiff have anything further to add? We have nothing more to add, Your Honor. Bai Jie stated confidently, his chin held high. Very well. Next, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. The judge's gaze shifted back to the defendant's bench. Hearing this, Chun Jiai and Li Shui both froze slightly. Cross-examination? What cross-examination? Seeing the two women looking utterly bewildered, Bai Jie kindly offered a clarification. It means whether your side has any objections to the evidence we've submitted or if you wish to challenge its validity. Challenge. Object. Chun Jiai repeated the words, then her face fell. The evidence was as solid as iron. How could she possibly challenge it, let alone argue against it? She couldn't find a single word of rebuttal right now. All she wanted was to beg Jiang Lin for forgiveness and hope for leniency. I object. Suddenly Li Shui from the side spoke up. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance her way. Wasn't this fat cow just confessing? What kind of trick was she trying to pull now? Was she addicted to playing these constant face-changing games? Very well, the defense may state its views. The judge's flat, unadorned voice rang out, clearly showing he was getting bored. In his eyes, any struggle from Li Shui was merely the final desperate hope of a condemned soul. At this point, did she really think she could retract her confession? How ridiculous. Li Shui steadied her nerves, a flash of ruthlessness crossing her face. At this moment, it seemed she had no choice but to unleash her infallible trump card. With that thought, Li Shui immediately adopted the posture of a weakling, speaking in that familiar, overbearing tone. I think all the plaintiff's evidence is fabricated. I demand the plaintiff prove the authenticity of their evidence. Her plan was set: if Jiang Lin produced new evidence, she would immediately question its authenticity too. This tactic of endless nitpicking and playing the victim had never failed her before. As long as she kept arguing and stalling, Jiang Lin would be powerless. After all, the court and police needed evidence to act right. She knew that. The moment Li Shui's voice fell, the entire courtroom fell into dead silence. Everyone's expression shifted to a complex mix of disbelief and barely suppressed laughter. Jiang Lin couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The judge glanced towards the public gallery, looking like he wanted to say something, but held back. Meanwhile, the chat sections of the live streaming platforms exploded with comments. No way. Can a person really be this shameless? Unbelievable. A truly legendary piece of work. Your mastery of the verbal arts is truly impressive. If her argument actually worked, even Sherlock Holmes would be crying his way home, haha. An absolutely earth-shattering statement. Even among the most outrageous, this is exceptionally outrageous. I've seen ignorant people, but I've never seen someone treat their ignorance as an asset. The look on her face is like she's already won the case. Haha, look at the judge's face, it's turned black. Today the judge experienced two milestones in his life, first being questioned by a defendant in his own courtroom, and second casting pearls before swine. The craziest part is it happened at the same damn time. Haha. Unaware of the online comments, the judge only knew that today's case might very well become the biggest stain on his career, if not for the crowd watching, if not for the live media coverage. He might have actually rushed over to the defendant's bench, grabbed Li Shui, slapped her silly, and demanded, "Are you an idiot? Do you really think this courtroom is run by your mouth alone? Are you playing dumb, or are you taking me for a fool? Damn it. Ill endure." Struggling to regain his composure, the judge took a deep breath and rapped his gavel. "Defendant, mind your language. Challenging evidence isn't just about talking. This is a court of law, though everything must be based on evidence." Li Shui's face changed drastically. Evidence? Why should she need evidence? Li Shui had never needed evidence to speak her mind. "This is unfair. I refuse to speak. I will use this silent protest to." "Enough. If you refuse to speak, then stay silent." The judge struck his gavel and immediately announced, "The court is now adjourned for the collegiate bench to deliberate." The recess for deliberation signaled that the trial was gradually drawing to a close. The defense was originally entitled to another round of debate, but Li Shui's words had been so astonishing that the presiding judge opted to skip this phase altogether. He feared that further argument might inexplicably add more blemishes to his own record. Since the defendant herself had refused to speak, it was best to remain silent and let the proceedings take their course. During the recess, Jiang Lin was escorted by a cadre of bodyguards back to the mediation room to rest. At that moment, Zhao Dongshan approached with a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, his tone ingratiating. "Young Master Jiang, it's been days and you still look as distinguished as ever." Jiang Lin glanced at him with an impassive expression, coldly uttering 4 words. "Get to the point." His rebuff caused Zhao Dongshan's smile to falter for a moment, but being a seasoned fox, he possessed his own mastery of facial control. In no time, Zhao Dongshan's expression shifted once more, reverting to that fawning smiling facade, his tone growing even more fervent. "Young Master Jiang speaks with such directness, I truly admire that. However, regarding Li Shui's case, we now need to seek your opinion." Jiang Lin accepted a cup of tea from a bodyguard, took a light sip, then fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Dongshan, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. "What opinion do you need from me?" "My opinion is to give her a bullet, understand? If you don't, I can repeat it." Zhao Dongshan certainly didn't have the audacity to ask for a repetition, so he hastily wiped his sweat and nodded in agreement. "Understood. I understand, young Master Jiang. I'm going to rest for a bit. If there's nothing else, you can wait outside." Jiang Lin closed his eyes, leaning back in the lounge chair to feign sleep, simultaneously issuing a dismissal to Zhao Dongshan. "All right, young Master Jiang. Rest well. They'll call you when it's time for the verdict." Zhao Dongshan bowed and retreated all the way to the door, where a security guard thoughtfully locked it to prevent any others from disturbing Jiang Lin. Leaving the mediation room, Zhao Dongshan gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After that encounter, he had the distinct impression that Jiang Lin's aura was far more imposing than it had been just 2 days prior. Especially that unique authority and demeanor belonging to a man of high station, which was now gradually manifesting from him. Worthy of the Jiang family's crown prince. Born with a leader's advantage growing in a single night. Not only did Zhao Dongshan think this, but he also repeatedly cautioned himself. "Sigh. I must only befriend him, never make an enemy. I must remember to stay on his good side." After all this, he recalled that the opinion he sought from Jiang Lin wasn't about the sentencing for Li Shui and the other. Rather, it concerned the murder case that Li Shui was burdened with. His original thought was that since Li Shui's killing of Wang Yifan was an established fact with conclusive evidence, it would be efficient to simply render a verdict in court to save public resources and time. But ultimately, this trial was young Master Jiang's main stage, and he had to consult him on any decisions. However, since Jiang Lin indicated his opinion was to have her eat a peanut, then the matter was simple. This was tantamount to tacit approval. With that thought, Zhao Dongshan picked up a stack of files and entered the collegiate bench deliberation room. An hour later, the presiding judge announced the end of the recess and the resumption of court. Jiang Lin was escorted back to the plaintiff's seat by his bodyguards. However, this time, there was an additional person in the plaintiff's area, Zhao Dongshan, who was representing the Jingqing City Police Department in filing criminal charges against Li Shui. Seeing the unexpected presence of Director Zhao beside him, Jiang Lin showed no surprise, instead teasing him with amusement. Director Zhao tired of the spectator seats and decided to try the plaintiff's seat for a change. "Haha, young Master Jiang surely knows how to jest. Am on official duty, please forgive me. Facing countless cameras, Zhao Dongshan naturally couldn't behave as he did in private, otherwise after the trial his reputation as a director would be ruined. The director of the Jingqing City Police Department bowing and scraping to a young man in a courtroom. Who would trust the police then? What would his superiors think? They'd really look like dogs. Bang. Ahem, order in the court. Suddenly the presiding judge struck his gavel to restore order. The court is now back in session. Bring in the defendant Li Shui. As a serious offender, Li Shui had no personal freedom. Even during recess, she was taken to a designated area for supervision, always escorted by judicial police. Now brought back into the courtroom, she looked as if she had received terrible news. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and she needed the support of the judicial police to walk. At the defendant's table, Chen Jiai looked up at Li Shui, her lips moving slightly as if to speak, but she forced herself to remain silent. Bang! The presiding judge struck the gavel again, directing a question at Li Shui. Defendant Li Shui, this court has just received a criminal indictment from the Jingqing City Police, which includes all the physical evidence concerning your murder of Wang Yifan. Given that the evidence is conclusive and the facts are clear, and in order to conserve public resources, this court has decided to render a combined judgment. Do you have any objections? As the judge's words faded, Li Shui gritted her teeth. Her voice trembling as she managed to squeeze out a few words. I object. I refuse to answer. What you're doing is... Bang. If you refuse to answer, then don't speak. The presiding judge scolded with a frown. He wondered where this woman had learned such dubious tactics, refusing to answer. Silent protest. Not speaking in court, isn't that just foolish? If the judge wanted to show leniency, she wouldn't even give him the chance. Whose fault is that? Of course he had no intention of showing leniency, he just despised such self-righteous and ignorant behavior. Soon the presiding judge produced the verdict and read it out in a resounding voice. The Supreme Court of Jingqing City regarding the case of the wedding dress celebrity chase and Li Shui's in-prison murder concludes its hearing. After deliberation by the collegiate bench, verification by the Supreme Court, and decisions made in accordance with relevant judicial procedures. The judgment is as follows. All rise. As the words fell, everyone stood up. Defendant Li Shui, convicted of intentional homicide, defamation, embezzlement of others' property, group licentiousness, and damage to others' reputation, with multiple crimes punished concurrently, is sentenced to death, deprived of political rights, and all personal property is confiscated. Defendant Chen Jiai, convicted of defamation, embezzlement of others' property, group licentiousness, and damage to others' reputation, with multiple crimes punished concurrently, is sentenced to 17 years and 8 months in prison and a fine of 500 yuan. The verdict is complete. Be seated. As the presiding judge's pronouncement came to an end, everyone sat down as instructed. The expressions of those in the spectator seats finally relaxed a bit, much to the presiding judge's relief. Finally over. At that moment, Li Shui, who had remained silent, suddenly broke down in hysterical sobs, her voice sharp and hoarse, her face twisted like a vengeful ghost. I object. I object. I demand a retrial. This is unfair. You can't sentence me to death. You can't take my life, Wu. Li Shui's sudden breakdown shattered the last line of defense in Chen Jiai's heart. Although her sentence was far lighter than Li Shui's, and she wouldn't lose her life, still the thought of facing 17 long years behind bars made her feel as though all light had vanished from her existence, leaving her future shrouded in utter darkness. By the time she regained her freedom, she would be nearly 40 years old. How could she ever accept that? I don't accept this either. This is unjust. Your Honor, I demand an appeal. Bang. The chief judge slammed his gavel and declared sternly, this court has conducted its proceedings with fairness, justice, and transparency. Every step and sentencing standard aligns with the legal statutes of the Hua Kingdom. Furthermore, with cabinet members present to observe the jury, this verdict carries the same legal weight as a final judgment. This court therefore has the authority to reject both of your appeals and order immediate execution of the sentence. Bang! I declare this court session adjourned. With the judge's declaration, everything was finally settled. Amidst a chorus of wails, Chen Jiai and Li Shui were forcibly dragged away by the judicial police. Jiang Lin stood calmly at the plaintiff's table, lifting his head slightly with a look of relief, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's finally over. In the live stream rooms of major media platforms, nearly 10 million netizens erupted in frenzy at that very moment. Whoa, one gets the bullet, the other gets 17 years of sewing. Now that's a satisfying verdict. Justice served. All I can say is justice served. After following this case for so long, it's suddenly ending. Why do I feel this strange emptiness inside? Boss Jiang is a legend. The #1 punisher of toxic women of this era, no one else but Boss Jiang. The wedding dress idol chase incident ends here. Final tally: 3 dead, 1 sent away to sew for 17 years. Even though it feels like Boss Jiang might have pulled some strings. Damn, this ending is still satisfying as hell. Boss Jiang, a role model for us all. As the trial concluded, the audience began to file out in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Bai Jie approached Jiang Lin and asked softly, Brother Jiang, want to go to the back and see Chen Jiai and Li Shui? Jiang Lin agreed without hesitation. Sure, let's go. After all, we've crossed paths. It wouldn't be right not to see them off, would it? Haha, I knew you'd want to see how they're doing now. Meanwhile, in the detention room, Li Shui and Chun Jiai were both fitted with gleaming silver handcuffs collapsing to the floor, in disarray, wailing uncontrollably. The judicial officer on duty shook his head, took out the verdict, and handed it to them for signing. This is the verdict. If you have no objections, you may sign here. These words ignited another outburst from the two who were already on the verge of emotional collapse. Who says I have no objections? I don't accept this. I want to appeal. You can't just execute me without proper cause. I want sign. I demand a retrial. I made a mistake, but you can't just destroy my life like this. I want to see Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin will definitely forgive me. Jiang Lin had just reached the doorway when he heard their frantic screams from inside the room. Smiling, he walked in and asked in a remarkably calm tone, "Who told you that I would definitely forgive you?" Hearing his voice, Chun Jiai and Li Shui turned their heads almost simultaneously. When they saw it was Jiang Lin, they clung to his presence like a lifeline, immediately bursting into tearful pleas. "Jiang Lin, please forgive me. He'll pay any price, just don't let me die. I really don't want to die. I beg you, spare my life, please." Li Shui wiping away snot and tears, her eyes filled with a desperate longing for survival. Only when death loomed did she truly understand regret, fear, and the weight of "if only I had known." Jiang Lin gave her a cold, indifferent look, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. "You want to live?" Yes. Yes. Please give me a chance. He'll go to prison. He'll pay for what I've done. Just spare my life, please. I beg you." Hearing Jiang Lin speak, Li Shui thought he was softening and desperately threw everything she had into begging for a chance to live. Looking at Li Shui groveling like a dog before him, Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh. When she was targeting him all that time ago, did she ever think this day would come? She brought this entirely upon herself. In our country, we believe in reciprocity. Back then, for such a long time, I don't recall you ever giving me a single break. So tell me, why should I spare you today? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, delivering the ultimate question. Knowing she was in the wrong, Li Shui didn't dare respond, only kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Please spare me, I beg you, young Master Jiang, please let me go." At this point, Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered to reason with her any longer. He casually tossed the verdict in front of her. "Sign it." "I." Li Shui stared at the paper that symbolized the countdown to her demise, her heart hardening as the thought of tearing it up surfaced once more. Jiang Lin saw right through her intention, a faint, barely perceptible smile curling at his lips as he said nonchalantly, "Go ahead, tear it up. They'll just have the court draft a new one and find someone to sign it for you." "Jiang Lin, you." Li Shui's eyes widened, shocked by his blatant audacity. Ignoring her, Jiang Lin turned his attention to Chun Jiai. Chun Jiai quickly began to beg for mercy, but he cut her off. "Stop your crying. At least you won't be eating a bullet. Then again, if you keep crying, who knows what might happen." Jiang Lin tilted his head, issuing a veiled threat. Of course he meant she wouldn't get the bullet, but that didn't mean other unexpected accidents couldn't occur. As everyone knows, severe depression can also be fatal. Hearing Jiang Lin's threat, Chun Jiai immediately stopped crying. She could clearly distinguish the difference between the death penalty and a 17-year sentence. If she served her 17 years obediently, she might still have a chance at a second spring in life. But the death penalty, that would only mean her grave would be sprouting new life next spring. Chun Jiai didn't want that, nor could she accept it. This was humanity's instinctive fear of death and a reverence for the boundary between life and demise. Seeing that the two women had ceased their crying and fussing, Jiang Lin nodded with satisfaction. He waved in farewell and said, "I wish you both a bright future. If fate allows, perhaps we'll meet again in the next life." "Oh no, scratch that. It's never see you again." With that, Jiang Lin left the room, leaving the two women in utter despair. After handling these matters, Jiang Lin noticed that his grandfather, uncles, and the others had long since departed. They likely had their own affairs to attend to. Outside the courthouse, a massive crowd had gathered, with countless onlookers crammed into the area, many of them even shouting his name. "Jiang Lin, you're awesome. Master Jiang, mighty and victorious. A total triumph. Thank you, Master Jiang, for ridding society of its malignant tumors. Master Jiang, my absolute god." "Haha, brother Jiang, you seem to have quite the following among the masses," Bai Jie remarked jokingly from the side. Jiang Lin reached out and patted the man's shoulder, speaking with a serious expression. "Brother Bai, you flatter me. This success is largely thanks to you. The efficiency of a top-tier lawyer is truly something else. I don't mention it. It's my duty. Besides, without the weight of your reputation, Master Jiang, this case wouldn't have been so easy to handle." Bai Jie stated pragmatically. Jiang Lin understood this to be the truth. These days, those so-called fairies on the internet, armed with a mere claim of being depressed, had managed to create countless miscarriages of justice. The most intolerable part was that even when the facts were clear and right and wrong were evident, these people could use their legendary depression as a weapon to overturn the scales of justice. It was utterly absurd. They'd forced the victim to apologize publicly while the perpetrator got recommended for graduate school. That was the most outrageous part. Fortunately, he was Jiang Lin. He possessed not only absolute power, but also the unwavering determination to shatter all demons and malevolent forces. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Lin had Butler Fu drive him back to his suburban villa. As for why he didn't return to the ancestral home, it was because his elders were all incredibly busy. Take his second uncle Jiang Zhangwo for example. The moment he learned the verdict, he drove straight back to the military district, not even having time to say a word to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin certainly understood and planned to visit each of them individually to express his gratitude when he had the chance. Just as he arrived back at his suburban villa, Jiang Lin received congratulatory phone calls from both Bai Luoxue and Xin Mingyao. The message was simple: congratulations on winning the lawsuit. Jiang Lin's response was a mental thanks, though I knew I was going to win all along. After hanging up, Jiang Lin flipped through the calendar and realized that the start of the school term was only a few days away. His Sound of the Night sports car was probably already being shipped to the Magic City, Shanghai. Seeing this, he felt he should accelerate his plans to pressure Weibo. He couldn't let such a trivial matter disrupt his wonderful college life. Cruising the campus in a sports car, living in a villa, and charming the ladies. Throwing money around at the slightest disagreement, and indulging in casual flexes. This was what college life was all about. With this thought in mind, Jiang Lin quickly made a call to Butler Fu. Hello, Butler Fu. Young master, what are your orders? Remember to inform those bloggers. Don't forget tonight's main event. School is starting soon, so I need this settled quickly. Understood. Don't worry, young master. He'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. Night fell, and the city lights began to twinkle. The myriad of lights illuminated the sky. A bright moon hung above, casting silver beams across the earth, and the distant, bustling streets slowly reflected into the youth's eyes. 7:57. Jiang Lin glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned his gaze back to the window. 3 more minutes. The capital's night was bustling with traffic, and the colorful neon lights exuded an aura of wealth. At exactly 8 p.m. Beijing time, over 20 car bloggers with millions of followers simultaneously spoke out on major social media platforms, attacking Weibo, denouncing its hypocritical double standards. For netizens who had just finished feasting on the wedding celebrity gossip and were still craving more, this was undoubtedly another spectacle. The trending topic appeared as expected, and the comment sections were flooded with netizens from all over. Whoa, the internet has been so turbulent lately. What's this all about now? 666, attacking Weibo? These 20-something bloggers have guts. First time seeing influencers dare to go against a platform. Is this a spin-off of the wedding celebrity drama? Oh, it's just an attack on Weibo. I was excited for nothing. Wait, have you noticed that video those bloggers posted today? That black supercar. Why does it look so familiar to me? Hey, now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen it before. Isn't that Jiang Shao's Bugatti Black Knight? Hiss. Meanwhile, the countless reposts and mentions also caught the attention of Weibo's official team. At Xinglong Group, the office of Weibo's CEO. After a long day of work, Wang Gao was looking forward to a relaxing soak in a private hot spring. But just as he pushed open the door, he bumped into his secretary Xiao Mei, who was rushing in. President Wang, something terrible happened. Someone is stirring up trouble online, accusing Weibo of double standards, and it's already trending. Xiao Mei blurted out the whole sentence in one breath, her chest heaving from the lack of air. Seeing the briefcase in Wang Gao's hand, a flicker of relief crossed her face. Fortunately, she had rushed over the moment she heard the news, otherwise this laid-back President Wang might have already gone home. Wang Gao listened calmly to her description, then raised an eyebrow. This kind of small matter doesn't require my attention. You've been by my side for years, surely you know how to suppress a trending topic. Hearing this, Xiao Mei knew her boss was underestimating the situation, so she shared the inside information she had just gathered. President Wang, this trending topic might not be so easy to suppress. From what I've heard through the grapevine, the mastermind behind this attack on Weibo is very likely that Jiang Lin, the young master Jiang, who's been all over the internet lately. What a... Wang Gao's eyes widened in disbelief. When did we ever offend that big shot? Buzz. Suddenly Xiao Mei's phone vibrated. She opened it to find a message from the operations department. Sister Mei, check Douyin's trending page. Young master Jiang is backing up those car bloggers. The inside scoop was right. Putting away her phone, Xiao Mei swallowed nervously and cautiously looked at Wang Gao. President Wang, you might want to check Douyin's trends. Alright, let me take a look. Seeing her expression, Wang Gao already had a sinking feeling. Sure enough, when he opened Douyin, the top trending topic read, after the wedding celebrity incident, young master Jiang strikes again, targeting Weibo's double standards. Tapping on it, he saw a post Jiang Lin had made on Douyin. The post contained numerous screenshots and text describing how Weibo had allowed certain individuals to verbally attack him, and how it had flagged one of his ordinary news posts as violating regulations and blocked it. At this moment, Wang Gao was completely stunned. He was well aware of the unspoken rules within his own platform. Although there were occasional double standards, the majority of users were female. Even if someone expressed dissatisfaction, they wouldn't gain support, and the issue would quickly sink into obscurity, buried under celebrity gossip. But today was different. His own moderation team had ironically applied double standards to none other than young Master Jiang. This was like water from the Dragon King's temple flooding the Dragon King's own palace. A case of family turning against family. With this thought, Wang Gao abandoned his plans to leave. He turned and hurried back to his office, opened his computer, and instructed Xiao Mei, "Quick, find me young Master Jiang's contact information. We must reach out to him first, otherwise, if we wait for him to contact us, it might be too late." Even he shuddered at the thought. He had seen the news this morning and had watched the entire livestream trial. He was now 100% certain that Jiang Lin was none other than the legendary young master of the Jiang family. If this matter wasn't handled properly, Weibo could face pressure from both the Chinese government and the Lin family conglomerate. By then it would be too late for words. Even cutting losses would be considered lucky, and they might even be replaced by industry giants. Beyond that, he dared not even imagine. He couldn't afford to. For now he had to contact young Master Jiang first. President Wang, wait here. They'll go find his contact information right away. Secretary Xiao Mei also realized the severity of the situation. After saying this, she quickly walked out of the CEO's office without looking back. After Xiao Mei left, Wang Gao silently lit a cigarette, his gaze gradually growing deep. Sigh. I hope young Master Jiang doesn't intend to destroy Weibo. Otherwise, Weibo would truly face a crisis of the century. Meanwhile, at a suburban villa, after posting his thread, Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered to browse the comments further, so he started scrolling through the dance section on Douyin. To be fair, white silk paired with gymnastics uniforms was indeed quite a feast for the eyes. No wonder some top-tier gifters would rather eat instant noodles just to hear a female streamer coo sweetly woojage. At that moment, Jiang Lin casually tapped into a pole dancing livestream. The streamer's figure was smoking hot, though her beauty filter was laid on a bit thick. Her chin was practically sharpened to a spike. System message, "Give me a buck," has entered the livestream. The streamer might have just started broadcasting. Only a handful of veteran perverts were quietly appreciating the art, and upon noticing the newcomer, they immediately greeted him with enthusiastic bullet comments. "I am not alone on this path. Welcome, new brother. Bro, you're into this stuff too. Why does this ID feel both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time? I feel the same." Meanwhile, the female streamer noticed the newcomer through her back-end panel and instinctively welcomed him. "Welcome, give me a buck too." She cut herself off mid-sentence as she saw his gift level, a whopping 0. A cheapskate. Instantly her expression soured, and she pivoted sharply. Tisk, another freeloader after all. Jiang Lin, while he had indeed initially planned to just lurk and kill some time without spending a dime, calling him out so bluntly was just rude. Didn't he deserve a little face? Perhaps anticipating this exact scene, a veteran viewer kindly warned him. "Bro, don't take it to heart. These streamers, we all know their deal. Look, I'm gifted level 10, I throw up a couple of little hearts every day, and I still don't get a decent look. Let alone a 0 level nobody like you." Seeing this, others chimed in to stir the pot. "Bro, can you take this? Just slap your cash in her face, show her your worth." "Yeah. Smash her arrogant head in with a sports car." "Exactly. Smash her legs apart." "Wait, is that actually a thing?" "Ahem, of course it is. As long as you've got the dough. Don't be fooled by her stuck-up attitude." A couple of days ago, a big spender dropped a Porsche worth $100, and guess what? This woman was on her knees calling him daddy, haha. System message, Lone Win has been banned by the moderator for 3,650 days. As soon as the system message appeared, the livestream's chat went dead silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had just finished reading the gift level rules. It turned out Dian's gift levels ranged from 0 to 60. The higher the level, the more gifts that account had sent. Viewers could increase their level by gifting streamers with the cap at level 60, requiring nearly 200 million Douyin coins, which translated to about 20 million Huaxia dollars. He then glanced at the large 0 badge next to his own name, and it finally dawned on him why the streamer had called him a freeloader. His account hadn't sent a single cent worth of gifts. Just then the streamer spoke up again. "Freeloading is one thing, but stirring up trouble in my chat. Do it again, and he'll have the mod kick you out." Although he knew she wasn't referring to him, Jiang Lin still felt a subtle lingering sense of mockery in her words. Indeed, once you're tainted by poverty, you cease to be treated as a person. And it's like that everywhere. With that thought, Jiang Lin silently typed out a bullet comment. "Give me a buck, streamer, don't you think it's a bit rude to talk like that?" The streamer noticed the comment and replied with slight annoyance. "Mind your own business about my manners. Who do you think you are? Young Master Jiang. You freeload and still have so much to say. If you can't stand it, then get the hell out. Give me a buck." The veteran viewers in the chat heard her words, then looked back at the ID, "Give me a buck." The feeling of familiarity grew stronger. Suddenly one of them had an epiphany and hastily fired off a bullet comment. "Holy crap. Streamer, you won't believe it. I knew that ID looked familiar. That ID, isn't it young Master Jiang's?" As soon as this comment appeared, the entire livestream chat erupted. "Holy crap. Holy crap. I knew it felt familiar yet strange. Turns out, it's strange because we've never seen this ID in this stream, and familiar because young Master Jiang is this ID. This is so exciting. Young Master Jiang male likes watching female streamers, I'm male likes watching female streamers. I get it. I young Master Jiang. Haha. Never thought my tastes would match young Master Jiang's. Damn. Another reason to brag later. Awesome. Young Master Jiang graces us. Let me go check his profile, see if it's a knockoff or the real deal. The streamer naturally noticed these comments. But, compared to the legendary young Master Jiang gracing her small channel, Shed sooner believe Shed won the lottery jackpot. Get real. That's young Master Jiang we're talking about. What kind of existence was he? Would he really come to watch a small-time, borderline explicit streamer like her? Only if the sun rose from the west or pigs learned to climb trees. Otherwise this was pure fantasy. With that thought, she didn't hesitate to sneer. If you're gonna copy young Master Jiang's ID, at least do a decent job of it. Charge some money, raise your gift level a bit. Sticking a level 0 badge on and daring to impersonate young Master Jiang. I'm literally going to die laughing. Hearing this, the viewers in the chat snapped back to reality. Right? How could young Master Jiang's gift level be 0? If you said young Master Jiang had dropped 20 million to hit level 60, they'd believe it without hesitation because the man clearly had the means. But if you said young Master Jiang's gift level was just 0, well, that was just too absurd. With that, a wave of skepticism began to flood the chat. Hate to admit it, but the streamer does have a point. Alright bro, can you teach me how to change my name? Why can't I change mine? Is there some special character involved? Everyone likes to show off, I get it. Fooling the streamer is fine, but trying to fool your bros here, that's going too far. Seeing this, Jiang Lin helplessly typed out a message. Give me a buck. I originally intended to interact with you all as an ordinary netizen. But it seems all I got in return was alienation. Fine, no more hiding. I am Jiang Lin, and am coming clean. However, within 2 minutes of the comment being posted, it was met with a flood of ridicule from both the chat viewers and the streamer. Haha, did you all hear that? This guy give me a knife for fun is putting on airs, haha. Honestly, in all my time streaming, this is a first for me. The female streamer's undisguised mockery echoed through the live room. The audience of water friends below also began firing off barrage comments. 666. Bro, we give you an inch, and you take a mile. Awesome man, your nerve is on par with that mosey guy on Billy. I can't take this, I need a screen record. I have to capture this explosive moment. Bro, keep this up, and you might just get on young Master Jiang's radar. And end up sewing clothes in a workhouse. The last rumormonger hasn't even cooled down yet, no fear. Bro, I've got your back. Even if Jesus came down today, you'd still be young Master Jiang. Huh. At the mention of sewing clothes, Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh. These netizens nowadays would rather spend their time here shooting the breeze than take a second to look at his profile page. After all, the videos and statements on his profile were clearly displayed, impossible to fake. Plus, he had nearly 1 million followers. And most of them had turned from haters to fans. Just as Jiang Lin was about to type another message to prove himself, the water friend who had gone to check his profile finally returned. Guys, holy crap. Breaking news. This give me a knife for fun is actually freaking young Master Jiang. As soon as this barrage appeared, the entire live room fell into a momentary silence. Even the female streamer, who had been full of disdain, froze in place. It wasn't long before Jiang Lin saw her grab another phone and start furiously tapping on it through the live stream, presumably checking his profile. Seeing this, Jiang Lin left the live room satisfied. As for proving himself by sending gifts, Jiang Lin was rich, but he wasn't a philanthropist. Who did she think she was? Not worthy. Right after Jiang Lin left the live room, the female streamer dropped her phone with a thud. At that moment, the water friends who had gone to Jiang Lin's profile also returned, and the barrage comments in the live room instantly exploded. If I'm seeing this right, that gave me a knife for fun just now. Bro, you're not wrong. I still haven't snapped back to reality. Young Master Jiang. The real deal. The actual young Master Jiang. Freaking awesome. I can't believe I actually encountered the real young Master Jiang. Everything I said before was complete nonsense. Please don't hold it against me, young Master Jiang. While my dad asked me why I was kneeling while watching the stream, and when I told him, now he's kneeling right next to me. The streamer is totally done for this time. She not only missed her chance at financial freedom, but also managed to mock young Master Jiang. Forgive me for laughing out loud. The female streamer stared blankly at the barrage in her live room, her mood plummeting to an all-time low. What on earth had she just done? Mock young Master Jiang. She had actually freaking mocked young Master Jiang. No. Apologize. She had to apologize. Maybe if she could smooth things over. Even a bit of his pocket change would be enough to set her up for life. With that thought, she quickly clicked on the viewer list. But unfortunately, the ID "Give me a knife for fun" was nowhere to be seen. Boom. It was over. Completely over. The female streamer's face turned pale as if a thunderbolt had struck her mind, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Young Master Jiang was doing a room visit. The actual young Master Jiang was visiting rooms. And she had missed the opportunity. What was the difference between this and finding a 5 million lottery ticket on the street and then throwing it in the trash? She had missed such a huge chance. Oh heavens. The water friends in the live room, seeing their goddess start weeping, sent barrage comments to comfort her. Don't cry, babe, it's okay, I'll take care of you. 666. Even though this is a sad story, I still can't help but laugh. Ah, indeed, fortune. is also fate. Oh ho, the master has come to watch some suggestive content too. Alright, stop crying, just get back to it. I've sent a little heart to comfort your wounded soul. Just then a slightly discordant barrage popped up. Guys, young Master Jiang is throwing money around in the next live room. Hurry up and go see. As the barrage flashed by, the live room instantly went quiet, as everyone rushed off to join the commotion. Seeing her audience scatter almost instantly, the female streamer cried even harder. She regretted it. She had missed out on a fortune. Thank you for the gifts, guys. Wow, I'm so touched. I will turn my sorrow into strength and keep fighting. Amidst the sudden deluge of gift notifications on her live stream, Su Tianqing's mellifluous nightingale-like voice hitched, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Had she seen that correctly? No, let her look again. She was utterly bewildered. If her memory served her right, this particular gift was the most exorbitant one on the platform. It was worth a staggering 3,000 yuan. She was just a faceless music streamer occasionally broadcasting to sing and play piano in her spare time after work. She was hardly one of those dancers who relied on seductive antics to curry favor with wealthy patrons. How could a benefactor possibly shower her with such extravagant gifts and in such rapid succession? Could it be a child recklessly spending their parents' money? It was the only explanation she could fathom for what benefactor would be drawn to a streamer who never revealed her face. To spend a fortune without even leaving a single comment. With this thought, Su Tianqing quickly interjected, Little one, please stop sending gifts. Have your parents contact me, and I'll arrange a refund on my end. Her words instantly amused the viewers in the chat. LOL. Check the chat, streamer. That's the legendary young Master Jiang himself. I've heard gaming makes you feel young, but apparently showering gifts does the trick too. Young Master Jiang just burned through a decade of life force with that barrage of gifts. Damn, streamer, you're about to hit the big time. You've caught young Master Jiang's eye. Hey, didn't you say you were saving up for tuition? Forget the part-time job, just focus on streaming now. Exactly. This is a blessing countless people would envy. Seeing the flurry of comments, Su Tianqing was momentarily stunned. Young Master Jiang. Who was that? Although she was a streamer, she spent her days working a summer job to earn tuition, squeezing in live streams only during her scant free time at night. She rarely had the chance to browse the internet, so she was largely out of the loop on recent trending topics. Just then Jiang Lin quietly sent a message in the chat. What kid? Don't get distracted, sing. You're so good, why did you stop? He then sent a staggering 88 carnival gifts at once, instantly triggering a platform-wide broadcast. The tycoon Give Me a Knife has sent a carnival in the streamer Xiao Tian's room. Come and see for yourselves. The tycoon Give Me a Knife has sent a carnival in the streamer Xiao Tian's room. Come and see for yourselves. In an instant, the entire platform was ablaze with excitement. It wasn't just because of the 88 carnivals, but because of the tycoon's ID itself. It was exactly the same as young Master Jiang's. Soon her modest live stream room, which typically held a few hundred viewers, was flooded with tens of thousands. The chat was exploding with messages at an insane rate. Whoa, guys, this is the real young Master Jiang. Awesome. This stream. She's singing. Whatever, let's follow. Young Master Jiang's taste is impeccable. Young Master Jiang is so cool. So mighty. Streamer, what are you waiting for? Don't you want to thank him? Young Master Jiang doesn't act often, but when he does, it's hundreds of thousands. I'm so jealous. The chat was growing uncontrollably, and Su Tianqing had never seen anything like it. But she had seen Jiang Lin's request sing. That's right, sing. Without hesitation, she decided to perform her favorite and best-loved song, Love You. Thank you for the gifts. I don't have many talents, so they'll just sing for everyone. Please forgive my inadequacy. With that, the backing track began, and her sweet, dulcet voice filled the live stream room. I closed my eyes, feeling your heartbeat and breath. Her voice was heavenly, like a kingfisher skimming water or a nightingale's song. Gradually, the flood of comments subsided as everyone was enraptured by this sweet rendition of Love You. Loving you, loving you, loving you. Wanting to be together always. The beautiful melody combined with her crisp enunciation painted vivid pictures of youth, love, and beauty in the minds of all who listened. There was no denying that Su Tianqing possessed extraordinary singing talent. Even through a screen, she could evoke deep resonance in her audience using nothing but her voice. While I can almost see the blue sky, white clouds, green grass, and the hormones in the sunlight. Damn, I think I got something in my eye. No wonder even young Master Jiang is captivated. This streamer, she really has some serious skill. My ears are pregnant while my eyes are hit by a nuke. On the other side, Jiang Lin sat with his eyes closed, completely immersed in the beautiful singing. Suddenly, the music stopped, and his phone began to vibrate persistently. Puzzled, Jiang Lin opened his eyes to see an incoming call. How annoying, he muttered under his breath before answering. A cautious male voice came through the line. Excuse me, is this Jiang Lin? It's me. Jiang Lin's emotionless voice caused the man on the other end to flinch. Young Master Jiang, I'm Wang Gao, the current CEO of Weibo. Please just call me Xiao Wang. The thing is, I noticed that one of your posts was mistakenly blocked by our review system a while ago, so I'm calling specifically to apologize. We've already ordered an investigation into the reviewer in question. Given their negligence and inconsistent standards, we have terminated their employment. I assure you this kind of double standard will never happen on Weibo again. Young Master Jiang. How does this resolution sit with you? Wang Gao's voice was filled with trepidation, fearful of displeasing the person on the other end. After a long pause, Jiang Lin finally replied with a terse, "It's acceptable. And, would you like some form of compensation? Or, we'll see." Click. The call ended. Jiang Lin re-entered the live stream room, called Xiao Xiao Qing Tian. Unfortunately, Su Tianqing had already finished her song. Seeing this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but curse under his breath again. Of all the times to call, it had to be right in the middle of his song. What rotten luck. In the live stream, Su Tianqing had just finished singing a song. Taking a sip of water, she glanced at the scrolling barrage of comments. Almost every viewer was praising her beautiful voice. Wow, the streamer sings so beautifully. Sing another one. What with this song reminds me of a first love I never met. Never met. Yeah, I don't have a first love yet, so isn't that never met? 66,666. Why haven't I discovered a girl on Douyin who sings this well before? Me too. Suddenly realized the dance section isn't all that. Just as Su Tianqing was feeling delighted by the positive feedback from her viewers, a particular comment caught her eye. Holy crap, where's Master Jiang? Why is he gone? Master Jiang, you mean the one who just gave me a buck? Su Tianqing put down her water glass and asked in confusion. The viewers in the live stream were enthusiastic with comments and suggestions continuously scrolling past. Right? The question is, why did Master Jiang leave? Could it be Master Jiang is also a man who craves novelty? It's definitely not because the streamer sang badly. In my personal opinion, the streamer's voice is good enough to join a talent show and debut. Streamer, quick check if Master Jiang sent you a private message or anything. Seeing this, Su Tianqing extended her jade-like finger to check her private messages in her account backend, only to find that the familiar ID, "Give me a buck," was not there. So she said softly, "No. Maybe Master Jiang didn't like my singing. After all, there are 100 Hamlets in 100 people's eyes." As she spoke, her nose tingled slightly. She had never dreamed she'd see the day when tens of thousands of people would listen to her sing and praise her for it. All of this was thanks to the mysterious wealthy donor referred to by countless netizens as Master Jiang, "Give me a buck." Without a word, he sent 88 grand gifts to boost her popularity, and his only request was for her to sing. This was far better than those top donors in the dance section who constantly asked for offline meetings. Although she hadn't seen much of the world's darkness, she wasn't naive. She knew many female streamers in the dance section would sleep with their top donors offline. Given her looks, showing her face would definitely attract a lot of traffic, but she was unwilling. Her original intention for streaming was simply to not let her dream become a regret, hoping to let more people hear her voice rather than becoming a walking corpse selling her body for money. Although this dream was drifting further away due to many external factors. But a person should always have a heart that chases dreams, right? Thinking this, she immediately made a decision. Return all these gifts to that mysterious Master Jiang. Since he didn't like her singing, how could she shamelessly keep these gifts? Besides, the value of these gifts was simply too expensive. Just as Su Tianqing began to act searching for Jiang Lin's ID, a system message suddenly popped up in the live stream. "Give me a buck" has entered the live stream. At this moment, the viewers boiled over again. Master Jiang is back. Everyone welcome. Damn. Master Jiang finished that fast. See, Master Jiang didn't leave because the streamer's singing was bad. Master Jiang, give us your review of the streamer's singing. Yeah. From now on I can brag everywhere that I listened to a girl sing with Master Jiang and had great taste. The viewer's enthusiasm was soon answered by Jiang Lin. "Give me a buck, just took a phone call, missed the song." Streamer, how about another one? "Give me a buck" sent Carnival X6. The dazzling special effects of the Carnival gift once again filled the live stream. The viewers were stunned. Bro, you just sent a few grand gifts just to request a song. That's just too rich. At this moment, Su Tianqing, who had just sent a private message to Jiang Lin, noticed the special effects in the live stream. She quickly leaned in to check. The next second, her expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to surprise. "Give me a buck, you're back." Jiang Lin, looking at his phone screen, tilted his head, tapped lightly, and sent another comment. "That's not important. What matters is I think you sing beautifully. How about another one?" Following that, another 6 carnivals were sent. "Give me a buck" sent Carnival X6. The sheer audacity of sending 6 grand gifts just to say something truly frightened Su Tianqing. She hurriedly spoke out, Stop sending. I'll sing right now, okay? There was something else she didn't say. If you keep sending, after the platform takes its 50% cut, I won't be able to pay it back even if I work for 10 years. But Jiang Lin seemed to see through her thoughts. A comment slowly scrolled by. "Give me a buck" heard from the viewers that you want to apply to a music conservatory, but don't have enough tuition, right? "Give me a buck, I can't stand to see talent buried. Consider these small gifts my investment in your education. When you become a singing diva and hold concerts, don't forget to send me a few VIP tickets." Give me a buck cent Carnival X12. Seeing Jiang Lin's comments, Su Tianqing's pupils trembled. Her sweet voice carried a hint of inferiority. Can I really do it? But I don't want to enter the entertainment industry. It's too chaotic. I just want to sing. Not to gain fame and fortune through those dirty rules. As soon as she said this, the viewers in the live stream were amused. You've come to the right person. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialty. This is Master Jiang's specialty. Haha, does this girl never watch the news? I'm dying of laughter. You found the right person with Master Jiang. The last entertainment tycoon who provoked him has already changed his name. But you should say the last top celebrity who provoked Master Jiang has gone cold. Of course their corpse is cold. Since we've come this far and no one else is making a move. Let Master Jiang do it. Seeing the viewers casually tossing around words like gone cold and corpse, Su Tianqing felt a chill down her spine. Could this Master Jiang be some kind of twisted rich playboy? Was he sending her gifts too? Hiss. Thinking about this, Su Tianqing drew in a sharp breath, almost wanting to end the stream. At that moment, Jiang Lin silently sent a comment. It's fine. The rules of the entertainment industry don't apply to you. I said so. Anyone who disagrees can come find me. Give me a buck cent Carnival X6. Seeing Jiang Lin put it that way, Su Tianqing hesitated, torn between self-protection and her unwillingness to give up on her dream. Is entering the entertainment industry the only way to sing? Sigh. Her tone carried a hint of disappointment. But then she remembered the viewers in her live stream and didn't want to burden them with her sadness, so she quickly changed the subject. Who? Well, let me just keep singing for everyone. $1. Mr. Jiang, what would you like to hear? In his room, Jiang Lin watched his phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, finally the big spender gets to make a request. Without much hesitation, Jiang Lin typed out a song title. $1. The Rose in the Palm. Seeing the title, Su Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she knew this song, and she could sing it decently. She had been afraid he might be in a mischievous mood and pick some obscure strange song. Soon the accompaniment began, and her melodious voice once again reached the listeners. As the song entered his ears, Jiang Lin closed his eyes slightly and nodded in satisfaction. This girl's singing foundation is indeed solid. With a bit of training and guidance, she could become a music diva in the future. Not impossible. Suddenly a thought struck him. Wasn't Times Feng Jun acquired by his family's company? If he could get her into that company and cultivate her, wouldn't she become the next top star? This way he could create a top-tier star for his company and also fulfill her musical dream. Wasn't that killing two birds with one stone? When the song ended, Jiang Lin casually spent the remaining 100,000 or so Douyin coins from his account, then left the live stream feeling content. As he returned to his profile page, he noticed two unusual private messages in his inbox. One was from Little Sweet Sheen, and the other was from a woman with a provocatively flashy avatar. Jiang Lin was taken aback for a moment, then chose to open the latter's chat window. What met his eyes was a complex apology message. Mr. Jiang, I'm truly sorry. Today's incident was entirely unexpected. I didn't mean to mock you. It's just that I couldn't believe that a man as busy, successful, and outstanding as you would grace my humble live stream. I genuinely admire you, which is why I reacted so strongly when I saw someone impersonating you. If you'd be willing to give me a chance. How about adding my WeChat? I promise I won't let you down. My V. Since Douyin only allows one message to non-mutual followers, this streamer had written almost a 200-word essay to Jiang Lin. It was clear she was desperate to latch onto this golden ticket. But Jiang Lin wasn't a fool to be taken advantage of, so why would he even bother with her? How boring. I thought it was something important. Jiang Lin curled his lips and immediately blocked and deleted her. Then he clicked on Little Sweet Sheen's message. Unlike the previous streamer, this was a message of gratitude. Hello $1. Thank you for your recognition and support. I know my singing is still far from truly good, but I will keep working hard. Also, you've already helped me so much, and I never imagined I'd be singing to tens of thousands of people at once. So I can't accept these gifts. If it's convenient for you, could you help me apply for a refund for minors? The platform takes too big a cut. I can't afford to repay. Because Jiang Lin had followed her when he first entered the stream, Su Tianqing could send him multiple messages provided he followed her back. Seeing this, Jiang Lin shook his head helplessly and typed out a reply. No need to repay. I'm a venture capital investor. When you become a diva, just write me a song. After sending that, he exited Douyin and dialed a number. Hey mom, are you managing the Lin's Times entertainment company now? No, I'm not going to debut. I'm just planning to help someone else debut. They'll have Uncle Fu send you the information. You just sign her. Once she finishes her studies at the music academy, she'll definitely blow up. Meanwhile, Su Tianqing, in the middle of a water break after singing, searched on Baidu for how to disable the gift feature on Douyin. She quickly found the answer and turned off the gift entrance. Now she no longer had to worry about some sudden big spender crazily sending her expensive gifts. After all, the platform's cut was really high. She didn't want to owe people too much, and she couldn't afford to repay them anyway. At the same time, Weibo officially released a notice overnight, sparking heated discussions across the internet. The content was simple. Mr. Jiang, we were wrong. This was done by our subordinates. We've already fired the culprit. Please give us another chance. We hope netizens will supervise us. Although this was a scapegoating tactic already overused by celebrities in the entertainment industry, it was effective. Soon the notice attracted countless reposts and discussions. Many people even tagged Jiang Lin's Weibo account in the comments. So Jiang Lin quietly went to the notice and liked it, showing his stance. Little did he know this simple action nearly made the Weibo executives who were closely monitoring the situation shout with excitement. Mr. Jiang has forgiven us. We can finally clock out now. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lin rose early that morning, washed up, and tucked the scattered bank cards and car keys from the table into his backpack. Accompanied by Uncle Fu, he drove to the airport. Today was the start of the new semester. Although he didn't need a university diploma to secure his future, he still had to satisfy his old man. After all, every young master from the prominent families held a stack of diplomas to gild their reputations. He could disdain it, but he still needed to finish his basic university education. Otherwise, he'd be in for a beating. Arriving at the airport, Jiang Lin spotted by Luoxue and Qin Mingyao dressed in blue and pink plaid skirts looking around by the roadside. Clearly they had arranged to travel to school together. The car slowly pulled over, and Jiang Lin rolled down the window. Stop looking. Get in. Okay. The two girls got in and settled into the spacious back seat. Qin Mingyao poked the passenger seat with her delicate hand and asked curiously, "Hey, Jiang Lin, young Master Jiang, exactly how many luxury cars do you own? Why is it that every time I see you go out you're driving a different one?" Jiang Lin pondered the question and counted on his fingers. Probably just over 200. Qin Mingyao was momentarily speechless. What did he mean by just over 200? Was that supposed to be few? By the way, Jiang Lin, is Uncle Fu coming to Moda too? I've already bought your plane ticket. If Uncle Fu is coming, have him give me his ID info, and he'll buy his ticket as well. At that moment, Bai Luoxue glanced at Uncle Fu in the driver's seat and spoke up. Jiang Lin frowned and turned his head, his gaze landing on 2 pairs of fair, flawless legs. Ahem. No need. My mother is a shareholder of China Air, and she's already arranged a private jet. We'll land in Modu in about 2 hours. He averted his eyes and said with a serious expression, "Go ahead and refund those tickets." Well, okay. Bai Luoxue nodded helplessly and started the refund process on her phone. The car continued on, soon entering the airport's internal passage. Bored, Jiang Lin took out his phone and started scrolling through Douyin. He had been so caught up in enjoying life these past few days that he hadn't been online much. The buzz about him online was slowly fading, but his legend still occasionally circulated in the grapevine. Half an hour later, a private jet slowly took off from the Imperial Capital International Airport, Moda University. The area outside the school gate was a sea of people, with students carrying bags and luggage everywhere. The weather was scorching hot that day, the fiery September sun baking the earth. Su Tianxing, dressed in jeans and a white shirt, stepped off the bus with her luggage, her admission letter gleaming brightly in her hand. Admission letter from the School of Music, Moda University. Gazing at the magnificent bustling school gate in the distance, Su Tianxing felt her mind go blank, as if in a daze. It all felt like a dream. So surreal. She had actually become a freshman at Moda University's School of Music, and with all tuition fees waived, plus a living stipend. Such treatment was something she had never even dreamed of, but now it was a reality. Thinking of this, her gratitude towards the mysterious young Master Jiang grew even stronger. If it weren't for him, how could she have been noticed by the agent from Lin's era? How could she have been signed into the era's special training class as a student? It was precisely because of this that she got the chance to further her studies at Moda University's School of Music. Not only were her tuition fees waived for several years, but she also received a living allowance from the company. If she wanted to stream, she could even apply for company promotion. With so many benefits and no exploitative clauses, she, a girl who had grown up in an orphanage, truly felt the warmth of a home. Especially the first thing her agent sisterly said after adding her. "Sign with our Lin's era. Don't worry, no one in the entertainment industry will dare to pull any underhanded tricks on you. Don't ask why, you just know that the Lin's financial group is our boss." She could feel that Sister Li truly treated her like a younger sister and was willing to nurture her. Su Tianxing could feel it. This time she was determined to study hard and make something of herself, to not let down the kindness of Sister Li and young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang, Sister Li, and the company. When I succeed, I will definitely repay you all. A resolute glint flashed in Su Tianxing's autumn water-like eyes. She then picked up her luggage and walked briskly towards the school gate. Meanwhile, a foreign man with his arms around 2 pretty female students swaggered into view at the entrance of Moda University. The foreign man's name was Nick. He was an external talent, introduced by Moda University through an international special recruitment program, and had been in China for 2 years. During this time, he not only aced every subject without studying, but also received a substantial monthly allowance. This lifestyle and treatment compared to his homeland was no less than being a local tyrant. Today was the first day of the semester, so he was of course there to check out the quality of the new female students. If there were any pretty juniors, he could make a move early. After all, here his status as a foreign friend was quite popular. End of chapter. Ake's appearance drew the attention of many students nearby. Though Huaxia was a great melting pot of many ethnicities, there was no official discrimination to speak of. However, due to the incessant negative reports about certain foreigners in recent years, many had come to realize the severity of demographic infiltration fostering resentment and exclusion towards outsiders. Much like in Gaul. Damn, how did Magic City University end up with these? Ahem. Hope it doesn't turn into that school. I have to mention a certain prestigious university here. How arrogant. He's actually hugging two chicks at once. Ugh. Damn it. Looks like this guy is up to no good. Under the murderous glares of the students, Ake smiled faintly, appearing to relish the feeling. He loved being the center of attention, a sensation had never experienced back home. But here he had transformed into a highly sought-after prize. With that thought, he began brazenly scouting for his next target, his murky eyes darting over the female students. Soon he noticed a girl wearing a denim shirt and a face mask. Although she was covered up, the aura she exuded and her graceful silhouette were enough to convince him she was absolutely stunning. You two go ahead into school, I have some business to attend to, Ake said in broken Mandarin to the two girls in his arms. The two exchanged a glance, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. There was no turning back now that they were with him. Even if he was openly pursuing other girls, they didn't dare say a word. Because they were terrified of being abandoned by this man, which would mean losing all the privileges and benefits they had enjoyed. Their reputation was already ruined, so they might as well endure it and reap as many benefits as possible to minimize their losses. Later, if things didn't work out, they could always find a simple, devoted man to settle down with. With this in mind, they nodded in unison, broke free from Ake's embrace, and walked into the school. Seeing the two troublesome girls leave, Ake chuckled and approached Su Tianqing with a friendly, gentlemanly smile, speaking softly. Hello, Junior. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ake, a junior transfer student in the finance and management department. Your eyes are very beautiful, I like them. Can we be friends? Hearing this, Su Tianqing paused in filling out her registration form, then looked up with confusion. However, upon seeing him, her gaze turned icy, and she turned away to continue filling out the form. Ignored. Utterly ignored. The surrounding students felt immense satisfaction at this sight. Did this guy really think everyone would fall for him? Seeing him get shot down puts my mind at ease. Well done. Good job, Junior. I support you. See, I told you this phony couldn't always get his way. He finally hit a wall, didn't he? Guys, look. He's getting all riled up. What's there to fear? This is Huaxia territory. If he dares to lay a finger on her, we'll beat him into a pulp. Exactly. No problem. Let's do it. Ake felt embarrassed by Su Tianqing's cold attitude. In his 2 years in Huaxia, what kind of girl hadn't he approached? What beauties hadn't he seen? Even presidents of various universities hadn't treated him with such disdain. He was the prize that all the top universities scrambled over. The most dazzling presence. How dare she not show him any respect? With this in mind, Ake's voice grew low and his signature, gentlemanly smile faded. Junior, I think you might not have heard me clearly. My name is Ake and I am a foreign student. I really like your eyes and would like to be friends with you, he said, then added a sincere invitation. Also, my father is a tribal elder in my homeland. If you like diamonds and gold, I can take you there during the holidays. My homeland is rich in them. Finally, a student couldn't take it anymore and sharply rebuked. You're full of nonsense, always deceiving girls. Don't you have any shame? Ake was used to this. In his eyes, their anger was just the result of pathetic jealousy. So he chose to ignore their comments and continued to press. Junior, are you willing to be my friend? No, I'm not. Su Tianqing finished filling out the form, stood up, shook her head, and warned him without hesitation. I'm in a hurry. Please stop this rude behavior. You are bringing shame to your country. Thank you. With that, she prepared to leave. But how could Ake let his prey escape? As she turned, he stepped forward and blocked her path. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, this is Huaxia. Su Tianqing furrowed her beautiful brows, her big watery eyes filled with caution, her tone displeased. Seeing this, the male students around them closed and cracking their knuckles and glaring at him with hostile warnings. Listen here, you stupid dog. If you dare to touch her, don't blame my fists for meeting your face. Damn, I've been itching for a fight. Since you're giving us the chance today, I won't hold back. My blade is already thirsting for action. The overwhelming numbers didn't intimidate Ake. Instead, he grew more arrogant. I'm a student of this university too. If you attack me at the school gate, aren't you afraid of ruining your academics and future? If you dare to make a move, I think my father will definitely lodge a protest with the authorities. At that point, you will be the sinners of history, the destroyers of friendship. His words instantly doused the crowd's fiery anger. What he said was true. If they struck first, who Magic City University would side with was uncertain. Most likely, it would be expulsion for them and protection for him. At the thought, they felt like they had punched cotton, their strength useless. Seeing the crowd's guilty expressions, Nick knew his words had hit their mark. His attitude grew even more arrogant. Haha, you don't need to make those faces. Soon, once my nationality application is approved, I'll be a proper Chinese citizen. We're compatriots, all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. His words filled Su Tianqing with utter disgust for this man. She coldly called him shameless and prepared to leave. Wait, Junior, don't go yet. Nick smiled lecherously as he blocked her path, his face contorted with a sleazy grin. Your voice is the most beautiful I've ever heard among all the girls I've met. I think you must be very beautiful in person as well. I'd like to extend a sincere invitation to you, fair lady. Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Dinner. This was utterly despicable. The crowd's faces flushed visibly red at his words. Were they not ordinary folks from humble families lacking money and power, they would have rushed forward to teach this man a lesson. I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. Su Tianxin gritted her teeth, her voice icy cold. Unexpectedly, Nick burst out laughing upon hearing this. No, Junior. You need to distinguish between like and love. Like my other girlfriends, I like them, but I don't love them. But for you, I can say I love you. Damn, this is beyond shameless. How can he say such things? He'll fucking kill you today. A young man with a mohawk wearing beanie shoes erupted in fury, charging out from the crowd and landing a heavy punch squarely on Nick's face. Fuck! Nick yelped in pain, clutching his face as he stumbled back 2 steps. At that moment, several security guards who had been quietly observing the situation suddenly emerged and swiftly subdued the young man. Calm down, kid. Don't be impulsive. If the school administration finds out your diploma is as good as gone. Yeah, relax, take it easy. The young man was pinned to the ground by the combined effort of several guards struggling fiercely and cursing. Are you all traitors? Why aren't you going after that bastard, but instead grabbing me? I don't want to study at this damn school anymore. The surrounding students also erupted in angry protests. Fuck this, I'm done. I'm going to file a complaint. A complaint? I support you, man. Go ahead and arrest all of us if you dare. That's right, take us all away if you have the guts. You're security guards, not lackeys. You're a disgrace to the Chinese people. At that moment, Su Tianxin also felt the urge to tear up her admission letter. She was bewildered. Why was Modi University like this? Why weren't the school leaders stepping in? Shut the fuck up. Suddenly, the head security guard rushed out with a few medical staff, checked Nick's injuries, and then bellowed at the crowd. Are you all rebelling? Do you want your diplomas or not? Do you still want to study here? Who do you think you are? Young Master Jiang. Think you can turn the world upside down? His words brought everyone into silence. Right, they weren't young Master Jiang. What waves could they possibly make? The school could crush them as easily as an ant. All they had to do was withhold their diplomas, and their lives and futures would be cast into the abyss, let alone the other methods they could employ. At the thought, a shadow of despair fell over everyone's hearts. Sigh, if only young Master Jiang were here. Someone in the crowd murmured. Those who had heard of Jiang Lin's deeds quickly perked up. Chenjiai, Li Shui, weren't they from their school? Wasn't Jiang Lin also from their school? He just had the added identity of young Master Jiang now. Damn, we're the fools. Young Master Jiang is from our school. Almost instantly, countless pairs of eyes instinctively turned towards the nearby road, hoping to see that familiar and domineering figure. Young Master Jiang, come quickly. The school is in peril. What, young Master Jiang? My father is a tribal chief in Africa. Can he compare to me? Nick sneered dismissively upon hearing the discussion. His words immediately drew looks of contempt from many. Damn, this guy doesn't go online. He doesn't even know who young Master Jiang is. 666. This idiot is going to get himself killed by young Master Jiang sooner or later. Oh, young Master Jiang, please come back. Modi University needs you to rectify its atmosphere. I swear by the heavens and the earth, I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my single life to summon young Master Jiang to dispense justice. Sir, your sacrifice is great. Great. Hearing these voices, Su Tianxin was slightly taken aback. Young Master Jiang was from Modi University. It was understandable that she as a freshman didn't know, but the older students had all heard of Jiang Lin's deeds. That was why when the wedding dress scandal first erupted, the few netizens who sided with Jiang Lin were almost exclusively current students of Modi University. I didn't expect you Chinese to be so superstitious, placing your hopes on some so-called heaven. Nick scoffed disdainfully as he received medical treatment. His words left the crowd with bitter expressions. Just as everyone thought Nick would continue his arrogance, a top-tier sports car, pitch black and roaring, with a terrifying engine sound, sped over from the distance. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized the car and screamed. Holy shit, it's young Master Jiang's Knight's Whisper. Nick's expression froze, and he instinctively looked up at the sky. Was the Chinese god really this responsive? Screech. A sharp friction sound echoed as the brakes engaged. This top-tier supercar worth over 100 million came to a smooth stop by the roadside. Behind it, 4 extended Buick vans held over 20 black-clad bodyguards wearing sunglasses. At this moment, only Jiang Lin and Uncle Fu were in the Black Knight. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mingyao had gone to look at a villa they planned to rent off campus. Besides, the car only had 2 seats. Young Master, we've arrived. The school entrance looks quite lively. Should we wait a bit before going in? Uncle Fu asked, glancing at the crowd outside the window. No need, Jiang Lin replied, shaking his head. Seeing this, Uncle Fu could only respect his wishes, picking up the intercom and commanding, get out. Yes, Uncle Fu. A respectful voice came through the intercom. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone at the school gate, The doors of the 4 extended Buicks swung open simultaneously, and a group of black-clad sunglasses-wearing bodyguards averaging 1.9 meters tall with muscular builds and bulging waists poured out. Nick swallowed hard thinking. That bulging waist pack. Why did it inexplicably give him a strong sense of bloodline suppression? Could it be truth? The students at the school gate began to cheer. Young Master Jiang is here. Holy crap. The light has appeared. Young Master Jiang. A rogue needs a rougher road to deal with. Of course young Master Jiang is a good guy. Woo-woo, I'm going to be single for 10 years. Sir, you are righteous. I offer myself to you. Damn. Get away from me, you gay bastard. Su Tianqing, having slipped to the edge of the crowd unnoticed by Nick, confirmed her safety, then cast her beautiful eyes toward the Black Knight. She murmured softly, her voice sweet and clear, giving a pure, ethereal feeling. Young Master Jiang. I never thought I'd meet him offline. Under everyone's gaze, 2 bodyguards stepped forward to open the door of the Black Knight, and the old and young figures within appeared in everyone's sight. Jiang Lin stepped out with a cold expression, scanning his surroundings with a hint of confusion in his brows. Huh, why was everyone looking at him? And this gaze? It was just like when he watched Ultraman appear as a kid. Uncle Fu, noticing the attention, instinctively shielded Jiang Lin's side, ready for any unexpected event. Finally, the coxcomb-haired boy couldn't help but shout, Young Master Jiang, save me. This damn security guard is a black worshipper. The future of Magic City University needs you to save it. Shut up. The security guard growled, pressing his hand over the boy's mouth. The coxcomb-haired boy widened his eyes, struggling fiercely, but the guards were no pushovers, quickly subduing him. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. I didn't quite catch what this student said just now. Would you mind releasing him first? The head security guard shuddered, instinctively turning around to find Jiang Lin and a group of bodyguards standing behind him. I, young Master Jiang. I. Before the head guard could explain, Uncle Fu reached out, grabbed him, and tossed him aside. Bang! The 200-pound man crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, causing the surrounding students to step back in fear. Even Nick was stunned. What had he just seen? An old man nearing 60, picking up a burly man with one hand, and throwing him out, and throwing him far. Jiang Lin swept a cold gaze over the remaining guards, sending chills down their spines. They only earned 3,000 a month. They definitely wouldn't risk their lives for this. So they quickly released the coxcomb-haired boy and scattered in a panic. Jiang Lin ignored these lackeys, continuing to ask the boy, Student, what did you say about black worshipping? I didn't hear clearly. Regaining his freedom, the coxcomb-haired boy was overjoyed, eagerly hugging Jiang Lin's leg and recounting how Nick had blocked Su Tianqing, refused to let her leave, and insulted Chinese women. The more Jiang Lin heard, the darker his face became, especially upon learning that the school guards had covered for this black man. He immediately regretted it. He should have grabbed those guards and beaten them up. Letting them run away was a real loss. After hearing the full story, Jiang Lin patted the coxcomb-haired boy on the shoulder and comforted him. You did well. Though you dressed like a flashy youth, you didn't bring shame to our China. Leave the rest to me. With that, Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Nick, who was sitting among several medical staff. Receiving the young master's praise, the coxcomb-haired boy was elated. At this moment, he truly felt he had stood up, like a rooster proudly strutting in the world. Well, it suited his hairstyle perfectly. Don't mess with me. I'm a specially enrolled student under the Targeted Assistance Program. Don't you want your diploma anymore? Seeing Jiang Lin approach him with a frosty expression, Nick quickly warned him. Jiang Lin let out a mocking laugh, then spoke calmly. Diploma? Go ask the president of Moda University. If I dare not want it, would he dare not issue it? Why you? Nick pointed at Jiang Lin, stammering out you in his broken Mandarin for a long while, without managing to form a complete sentence. What you? Shut up. Jiang Lin gave a cold snort, then turned his gaze to the medical staff, who were bandaging the others nearby. Who told you to bandage him? Tear off the gauze for me. Wash off the medicine. As his words fell, the medical staff froze mid-motion, looking up with faces full of existential doubt, as they asked C Cadet where the school medics were supposed to treat the injured. Treat what? Jiang Lin stepped forward with an overwhelming presence, and the bodyguards around him swarmed in unison. A pair of fierce tiger-like eyes surveyed the crowd with ill intent. And nothing. The lead doctor swallowed hard, and quickly signaled the others beside him to shut up with his eyes. That's more like it. The injured people you need to help are over there, so get going. Jiang Lin smiled in satisfaction, pointing at the roostercom-haired guy not far away. Okay. The doctor didn't dare delay, hastily packing up his medical kit and rushing off towards the roostercom-haired man with the other medics in tow. This scene gave everyone present an unprecedented sense of profound satisfaction, and they burst into cheers. Boss Jiang is awesome. From now on, I'll carry the banner for Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang, I love you. I want to have Boss Jiang's babies. That guy deserves a beating, Boss Jiang. Fulfill our dreams. Well, thank goodness our school has Boss Jiang, otherwise would be the next. Don't mention it, just talking about that school makes me embarrassed. What do you mean? Bro, tell us your story. I got into that school last year, but my girlfriend got stolen away. So I went back to retake the exams with tears in my eyes, and this year I got into Modi University. 666, bro, awesome. Truly inspiring. You're going too far. I'm going to report you to the school leaders. Nick, unable to endure such humiliation, protested aloud. Humph. The typical behavior of a certain type, but it didn't work on Jiang Lin. You few go up and tear off the gauze on his face. And make it bleed. For good luck. And you few go to the security booth and bring back a few thermoses of boiling water. They brew tea all day, so they must have some. Today I'm going to wash this punk's face. Jiang Lin casually ordered the bodyguards beside him. Yes, Boss Jiang. The bodyguards acknowledged and began to act. A short while later, the school gate echoed with successive pig-slaughtering screams. Oh, FCK. Oh my god. SHD. The surrounding students watched the scene with intense excitement, some even pulling out their phones to record the moment for posterity. So damn satisfying. A breath of fresh air. Being in the same school as Boss Jiang. I'm proud. Jiang Lin looked at Nick with utter disdain, casually picking up a thermos and smashing it onto him. You like showing off, huh? Show off. You dare to bully a girl at the school gate. Screw you. They'll be right here today to see who the hell dares to speak up for you. Damn it, even if Jesus himself came down, you're still getting your ass beaten today. Bang. With a dull thud, the thermos burst open. Scalding hot water gushed out and shards of the inner liner and glass scattered all over his face. Instantly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the school gate. With a blood-curdling scream, Nick writhed in agony on the ground, his face smeared with crimson. Jiang Lin smiled faintly, casting a glance at him, his face finally revealing a look of profound satisfaction. String this bastard up and give him a beating. When you're done, toss him out. Don't dirty the school gates. Yes, young master. Several bodyguards cracked their knuckles, retrieving a coil of rope and 4 baseball bats from the Buick before striding swiftly towards Nick. No, you can't do this. Do you have any idea who my father is? If anything happens to me, you'll all pay dearly. Nick scrambled backward, his face etched with despair and terror. Jiang Lin scoffed dismissively, his voice cold. Oh, how intimidating. I'm so scared. So what? Nick was dumbfounded. Who the hell was supposed to be scared here? This was humiliation of a whole other level. The bodyguards moved in, swiftly trussing Nick up with the rope. In no time, a human dumpling stood before everyone's eyes. Jiang Lin took a baseball bat, waving it towards the crowd. Who wants a piece of this? I heard this guy's got quite the background. Hitting him is practically winning the lottery. The watching students hesitated. They wanted to, of course. But they didn't have Jiang Lin's terrifying backing. If they accidentally hurt this guy too badly, their whole families would suffer the consequences. They couldn't ruin their lives over a moment of impulse. Seeing the conflict on their faces, Jiang Lin waved his hand grandly. Don't worry. If anything happens, I, the young master, will take full responsibility. The moment he said this, the expressions of the male students changed instantly. Such a good deal. How could they possibly pass up this chance? Not taking a swing would be a grave disservice to young Master Jiang's generosity. Soon the 4 baseball bats were snatched up in a frenzy. Damn it, let me crack your skull open today. One student spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and gripped the bat, tightly aiming it at Nick's head, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Suddenly, an anxious voice rang out from inside the school gates. What are you doing? Fighting. Stop it right now. Jiang Lin frowned and looked over. He saw a portly bald man leading a group of school administrators in polo shirts and dress pants jogging towards them. He recognized the bald man, Lu Jun, the vice-chancellor of Magic City University. Seeing the school leaders arrive, the crowd that had been ready to teach Nick a lesson immediately fell into disarray, tossing the baseball bats carelessly onto the ground. The vice-chancellor is here. We're screwed. That bastard loves to withhold graduation certificates. We're done for today. Move aside, stop blocking the way. Run. If we're late, our diplomas are gone. Huh, I was just watching. But I'm a freshman. The students' fears were not unfounded. Sure enough, the first words out of Lu Jun's mouth upon arrival were, "Gang fighting. What is this, the mob? Do you all want to kiss your diplomas goodbye?" Having said that, Lu Jun scanned the scene sternly, his gaze landing on Nick, who was bound up like a dumpling and covered in blood on the ground. Huh, Nick? Lu Jun's face went pale with shock and disbelief. Hadn't the head of security reported a vicious gang fight at the school gate? How was it Nick who had been beaten to this state? This wasn't a gang fight at all. This was a one-sided beating. Seeing this, Lu Jun abandoned his vice-chancellor dignity, hurriedly gesturing for the administrators to untie Nick. His look of concern was so intense one might have thought Nick was his own father. Nick, how could they do this to you? Where's the school doctor? Get the doctor here now. Nick, are you alright? I'm calling 120 right now. Just hold on, we'll get you the best room and the finest surgeons. Damn it. Who did this? How could someone be so vicious? Look at what they've done to Nick. Lu Jun roared, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping the crowd with fierce intensity as he demanded to know the culprit. Tell me, who did this? Jiang Lin stood to the side, arms crossed, silent, his gaze growing icier. The other students also hung their heads in silence. No way. Betray Jiang Lin. Absolutely not. If not for him, how could they have witnessed such a satisfying scene? If not for him, they would still be suffering humiliation at the hands of outsiders. At worst, they'd expel all of them. Let it hit the trending topics tomorrow. Seeing no one acknowledge him, Lu Jun felt his authority as chancellor severely challenged. The talent he had worked so hard to recruit had been beaten right at the school gate. If this got out, how would he be perceived? How would Magic City University be perceived? With this thought, Lu Jun roared hysterically. Today, if we don't find the culprit, no one is leaving. I will give every single one of you a disciplinary demerit. I will make this a permanent stain on your records. One that will follow you for the rest of your lives. Did you hear me? Lu Jun's roar sent a chill down the spines of many students present. This teacher's innate authority over students pressed down on them, creating an unprecedented sense of pressure. Just then Nick finally snapped back to reality, raising a trembling hand to point shakily in Jiang Lin's direction, his Mandarin clumsy and slurred. It's this guy, he hit me. Lu Jun followed Nick's pointing finger and noticed a strikingly handsome young man standing not far away, flanked by a group of black-suited bodyguards who were eyeing him menacingly. A flicker of panic stirred within him. Lu Jun had actually noticed Jiang Lin earlier, but the man's entourage seemed far less approachable than the other students, so he had chosen to ignore him. But now that Nick had identified him, he had no choice but to steel himself and confront him. Jiang Lin noticed the gaze directed at him, and a playful smirk slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. The vice principal, huh? He was curious to see just how deeply the school's upper echelon had been compromised. If necessary, he could always clean house. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Jun and a group of school leaders walked up to him. Why? Do you look so familiar? Lu Jun squinted, muttering to himself before shaking off the thought and introducing himself. Hello, I'm Lu Jun, vice principal of Moda University. Go ahead. Jiang Lin replied, meeting his gaze with a calm expression. Lu Jun was momentarily speechless. Why did he feel like he was being interrogated like a criminal? And the criminal was him. Absurd, utterly absurd. To possess such an aura at such a young age was no simple feat. Composing himself, Lu Jun's tone softened considerably. To be frank, the person lying on the ground is our international student Nick. Just now I heard him say, your bodyguards caused him bodily harm. Is that the case? This incident is quite severe, so our school administration needs to conduct a thorough investigation. His words were extremely polite, even though he had initially planned to directly accuse, did you just assault our student? But seeing Jiang Lin's calm and composed demeanor, as if he was someone of great importance, Lu Jun felt a growing sense of unease. Could this guy be another one of those young masters from modest elite families? He even hoped the man would deny it. That way the school could use the excuse of a slow investigation to sweep the matter under the rug. As for Nick, they could just compensate him later. He knew well that in China the most troublesome people to deal with were these scions of powerful clans, not only because of their explosive tempers, but also because their networks of connections were intricately interwoven. Hit the young one, and the older one comes. If finish with the older one, and the elder generation arrives occasionally, even a few allied families popping up to make your life hell. If you didn't have some solid backing yourself, you'd be outmatched. As for that Lord Yang, forget it. Compared to his own life, that was nothing. After all, these young masters, they truly seek revenge and truly kill. Jiang Lin, noticing the fear in Lu Jun's eyes, admitted nonchalantly, my bodyguards did hit him. And I hit him too. What? Vice Principal Lu, do you have a problem with that? Gulp. As his words fell, no less than 10 audible gulps echoed from the surrounding students. Why? Because they were shocked. Freaking shocked. This young Master Jiang was indeed young Master Jiang. Not only did he admit it outright, but he also added that he himself had hit Nick too. It was as if he was afraid they wouldn't hold him responsible. Especially that last question, do you have a problem? If you didn't know better, you'd think Lu Jun was the one being interrogated by Jiang Lin. Feeling the admiring gazes on him, Jiang Lin reached out and patted Lu Jun, who stood there dumbfounded. You know, Vice Principal, you're not really doing a great job. Your own student gets bullied, and here you are looking like you've seen a ghost. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, I'm also a student at Moda University. Do you want to withhold my diploma? Or maybe give me a demerit or something? What? Lu Jun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This guy was a student here too. What a damn coincidence. He knew perfectly well which young masters in his own school were untouchable. Had this kid been bluffing all along? And he had actually been kowtowing like a fool this whole time. He was after all the vice principal of a top university, equivalent to a deputy department-level official. Who would dare disrespect him except for those young masters from the most elite families at the top of the pyramid? With this thought, Lu Jun's face darkened, and his tone turned cold and grim. Young man, seems you think you're quite justified here. Since you're making things difficult for me, don't blame me for making things difficult for you. Jiang Lin tilted his head, finding it amusing. Difficult? If it's difficult, then just don't do it. Besides, there's a line of people waiting to take your vice principal seat anyway. The moment he said this, several undisguised snickers broke out from the crowd. Even Su Tianxing, who had been quietly observing the situation, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Young Master Jiang's tongue is so sharp, is he trying to give the principal a heart attack? Amidst the sneers rippling through the crowd, Lu Jun's face darkened like a storm cloud as he coldly admonished Jiang Lin. The most fundamental duty of a student is to respect their teachers. Don't think that just because your family has a bit of money you can act with reckless abandon. Otherwise, the day you step into society and cross someone you shouldn't, you'll pay a heavy price. Oh, Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully, and Lu Jun, believing his words had struck home, continued. So, you should understand that mistakes carry consequences. Mr. Nick is a high-caliber international talent. Our school is dedicated to nurturing, yet you brazenly assaulted him right at the school gate. Do you have any idea how severely this tarnishes our school's reputation? If word of this gets out, do you know what a massive international uproar it will cause? Furthermore, Mr. Nick is of distinguished status. His father is a highly respected tribal chief. Have you considered the diplomatic ties between us? Lu Jun grew more agitated with each word, his tone shifting from admonishment to outright condemnation. Your irresponsible actions will only bring shame to your family. You're nothing but an unteachable fool. Who taught you to be so arrogant? Tell me. Who? Damn it, let me make this clear. If anything happens to Mr. Nick, you and your entire family will be held accountable. Lu Jun's overbearing demeanor made the surrounding students seethe with anger. This kind of person who passes judgment without seeking the full story truly deserved a fate worse than death. Similarly, Su Tianking's face flickered with disappointment. She never imagined the vice principal could be such a spineless sycophant. She regretted it. She shouldn't have come to Modi University, and now she had dragged young Master Jiang into this mess. With that thought, she pushed through the crowd, stood before Lu Jun, and said with unwavering resolve, her voice clear and firm, Principal Lu, this incident was my fault, and it has nothing to do with the other students. Here is my admission letter. I am willing to withdraw from the school to appease the anger of this international talent you speak of. Having said that, Su Tianqing handed him her admission letter. Lu Jun took it, momentarily bewildered, but instinctively glanced at Nick. It was then that Nick spoke up. Wait, Principal Lu, I'd like to have a private word with this junior. I believe she might have some misunderstandings about me. And as for this young Master Jiang, I hope the school will deal with him severely. I will notify our embassy to closely follow up on this matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun immediately plastered a sycophantic smile on his face and readily agreed. No problem. Your magnanimity, Mr. Nick, is truly admirable even for a principal like me. Ahem, miss, you should hurry along and clear up this misunderstanding with Mr. Nick. I'm sure you'd still like to continue your studies here, wouldn't you? This is a golden opportunity, Lu Jun said, casting a meaningful glance at Su Tianqing, urging her to seize the chance. To his surprise, Su Tianqing shook her head and said firmly, no, your actions are despicable, and I find them revolting. This school is beneath me. You. Lu Jun's eyes bulged, and he was about to issue a threat when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Jiang Lin, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What do you think you're doing? Trying to attack the principal? Lu Jun warned. At that moment, the surrounding students perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Young Master Jiang, are you finally going to act? Young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang, show your might. Wherever you tread, nothing survives. Su Tianqing blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously watching Jiang Lin, as if wondering what he intended to do. Could it be he actually dares to strike a university principal? Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Lin slowly shook his head and uttered 5 words. No, I won't hit you. Phew. Just as Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief, Jiang Lin's next words made his face turn pale in an instant. But I'll have someone else do it, and I'll also treat you, a traitor, to a taste of lead. Uncle Fu, make your move. Understood, young master. Uncle Fu moved instantly, his aged, yet powerful hand striking straight for Lu Jun's face. Before Lu Jun could even react, a loud bang echoed. A disheveled figure went flying backward. What the vice principal? How dare you? Several school officials reacted swiftly, but Jiang Lin's bodyguards were even faster. Over 20 burly men in suits reached for their backs almost simultaneously. The next second, over 20 pitch-black gun barrels were aimed squarely at the crowd. Holy shit. What the hell? The ultimate truth. Insane. Shouts of shock erupted from the students nearby. Su Tianqing was also startled by the scene. Guns, and one for each of them. Firearms are strictly prohibited for private ownership in this country. Just then a warm, large hand covered her eyes, and Jiang Lin's calm, emotionless voice sounded beside her ear. Close your eyes when it gets dark. What do you mean? Nick's legs turned to jelly the moment he saw the truth. It wasn't just fear of the weapons, it was an overwhelming sense of suppression from the very core of his being. Then, he watched as the bodyguards in perfect unison swiveled their guns and aimed them directly at him. Oh my god! Panic-stricken Nick instinctively turned to flee. Just then an anonymous voice cut through the air. Don't let him escape, and don't let him die. The next second, bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Nick felt as if a heavy weight had slammed into his limbs, and his pride. An excruciating bone-deep pain followed. Ah! A miserable shriek echoed across the school gate. The watching students covered their eyes, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Lu Jun slowly lifted his head from the ground, and when he saw the scene before him, he nearly fainted from sheer terror. What was he seeing? Nick lay in a pool of blood, coughing up more with each breath, his legs twitching weakly as death seemed to beckon. Not bad. As expected of retired special forces. I acknowledge your marksmanship. Jiang Lin praised his bodyguards without reservation. To be fair, their aim was impeccable. Shoot the leg, and it's the leg. Aim for the bird, and it never hits the eggs. Well, that one shot might have had a bit of personal grudge behind it. Young Master Jiang. I remember now, you are Jiang Lin. Suddenly a school administrator slapped his forehead. He had been wondering why the young man before him seemed familiar. Wasn't this the renowned eldest son of the Jiang family who had caused such a stir online not long ago? See. The other administrators, now catching on their faces, shifted from shock to disbelief. The eldest son of the Jiang family, as rumored online, was actually a student at this school. Vice Principal Lu Jun, upon hearing this, wore a face as sour as if he had eaten something foul, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Nick is probably done for now, and he himself likely couldn't escape either. This young Master Jiang said had sent him to eat peanuts, and he meant it literally. Heh. Jiang Lin let out a cold laugh, gently pushing Su Tianqing aside, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. You school leaders are quite amusing. I've studied at Modi University for a year, and many students have heard of my deeds. Yet ironically, in the end, you leaders who claim to pay close attention to student life know nothing. Are you all just drawing a salary for nothing? Chun Jiai and Li Shui are also your students. Do you even know where they are now? Your own students are about to face the firing squad, and you are completely oblivious. This barrage of soul-searching questions left Lu Jun utterly dumbfounded. He did focus on student affairs, but his attention was mainly on imported talents like Nick. As for ordinary students, there were thousands upon thousands of them. How could he possibly keep track? Besides, these ordinary students brought him no benefit. Why would he bother? However, he knew he couldn't say that now. He had heard of this young Master Jiang's track record, the last person who provoked him. Apart from one who was still diligently operating a sewing machine. The rest probably had grave grass over 8 feet tall by now. Beg for mercy. Plead for sympathy. Yes, worrying about Nick now would make him an idiot. With that thought, tears streamed down Lu Jun's face instantly. Ignoring the contemptuous stares of the surrounding students, he began to wail and sob. Young Master Jiang, I have my own troubles too. Oh, troubles. Jiang Lin tilted his head, an amused expression on his face. He had heard many excuses, but this was the first time had seen such a dramatic performance. Speaking of which, your tears flow so readily, it's a shame you didn't pursue acting. Seeing that the other party was still willing to engage with him, Lu Jun cried even harder. A balding, greasy, middle-aged man slumped on the ground with his beer belly, wiping his tears pitifully. This damned sense of déjà vu made many students inwardly scream. Oh, my eyes. Actually, none of this was my choice. Think about it, we're all Chinese people, and Chinese people don't deceive Chinese people. If I weren't forced into a corner, why would I bother sucking up to a foreign devil? Lu Jun first set the emotional atmosphere, then played the ethnic solidarity card. Finally, he was ready to shift the blame and get to the point. Actually, if you want to blame someone, blame. Stop. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Lin cut him off mercilessly. Lu Jun's heart skipped a beat. What was happening? Was the other party not even going to give him a chance? Young Master Jiang. Sir, I really have been wronged. Please, enough. Jiang Lin waved his hand impatiently, then pointed to the sky. I'm dying of heat here. Save your story for the police. Men, escort these leaders and their foreign daddy to the car and deliver them to the Modu City police station. Yes, young master. Several burly bodyguards acknowledged the order, stepping forward to drag the barely conscious Nick and the group of school administrators into the Buick. At that moment, police vehicles arrived. Butler Fu took out his credentials and began to negotiate with them. After learning the full story and Jiang Lin's identity, the police chief was very cooperative. Without hesitation, he ordered the scene to be cordoned off and instructed his officers to drive the Buicks back to the station. Because there wasn't enough room in the police cars for everyone. Chief, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Jiang Lin called out from a short distance. The police chief naturally wouldn't dare to cause trouble for this young master, and quickly responded with a smile. Please go ahead. Go ahead. With the chief's permission, Jiang Lin shifted his gaze back to Su Tianqing beside him. You did well. No one will stop you from enrolling now. Go on in. Su Tianqing looked at the handsome young man beside her and couldn't help but recall the moment earlier when he had covered her eyes with his hand. Because he was wearing a mask, Jiang Lin naturally couldn't see the girl's flushed cheeks. He could only watch her stand there blankly silent, as if in a daze. Go on. Jiang Lin gave a warm smile, not thinking much of it, simply assuming she was still shaken by what had just happened. Okay, thank you. Su Tianqing's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. After thanking him, she lowered her head, turned, and ran towards the school gate. It was then that the surrounding students snapped back to reality. The school leaders and Nick had all been dealt with by young Master Jiang. That fast. And from the looks of it, Nick was probably done for. Young Master Jiang is awesome. I don't admire anyone else, but from now on I'm loyal to you. Someone started it, and the cheers at the school gate became unstoppable. Young Master Jiang. Awesome. My eyes have been opened today. From now on Young Master Jiang is my big brother. When it comes to fighting crime we can count on Young Master Jiang. Modi University finally has a true hero. Young Master Jiang, please get rid of these intruders. Give us back our peaceful campus. Young Master Jiang. I want to have your babies. Jiang Lin turned around, giving a gentle smile. He felt a bit helpless towards these enthusiastic classmates, so he could only promise, don't worry everyone. I believe the higher-ups will give us an explanation for this. Well, that's it for now. It's quite hot out. Go back to your dorms and enjoy the air conditioning. You got it. Young Master Jiang is awesome. Long live Young Master Jiang. This is what a true young master from a great clan is like. Whoa, Young Master Jiang, can I add you on WeChat? Please let's be friends, Young Master Jiang. Accompanied by Foster, Jiang Lin quickly completed his enrollment procedures. Under the eager and excited gazes of countless students, the two walked through a shaded path and arrived before a brand-new dormitory building. Stopping, Jiang Lin turned to look at Foster. Foster, wait for me in the shade over here. I'm going to visit an old friend. All right, young master. Remember to call me if you need anything. Foster nodded, a smile flickering across his kindly face, looking just like an old man doing his morning exercises in the park. Jiang Lin didn't dwell on it. He put on his mask and walked into the dormitory alone. The old friend he mentioned was none other than his only close friend and roommate from University, Li Tianqi. Why were they each other's only close friend and roommate? Because the two had lived together in the same dorm for an entire year. They had built a deep friendship comparable to that of a father and son. And the dorm was a double room. There was no one else in the dorm besides the two of them, so they were each other's only one. Moreover, as far as he knew, Li Tianqi came from a poor family and was a top student from a remote mountain village. He was very frugal with his daily expenses. Even the double room he lived in was a spot specially reserved for him by the university because of his excellent grades and their desire to nurture talent. Although Jiang Lin's predecessor loved to play the pig and eat the tiger, he still helped the other out regularly under various pretexts. The other never let his predecessor down and would always step up when it mattered most. So their friendship, well, it was like father and son. So now that my identity is out in the open, I should naturally give my brother a hand too. After all, he's my one and only good son. Looking at the dormitory door not far ahead, Jiang Lin let out a long sigh. Li Tianqi was definitely a brother he could trust in his heart, if for no other reason than the fact that when his predecessor was acting like a lovesick fool, the other had advised him against it no fewer than 50 times. Had even used his pitifully small living allowance to buy alcohol and bring it back late at night to drown their sorrows together. When his predecessor was being foolish and confused, he was willing to use harsh words to snap him out of it. For these reasons alone, he truly deserved the title of brother. He uses an old-fashioned phone, so he probably can't see the news. Walking up to the dormitory door, Jiang Lin stopped silently, took off his mask, and murmured to himself. If he can't see the news, he probably doesn't know who I am yet. Should I reveal my identity? See the shocked look on my son's face. Inside the dorm, separated by a door, Li Tianqi lay back in a comfortable massage chair, took a sip of Qingming Dragon, well tea from a gold-plated cup, and then glanced at the time on his phone, puzzled. It's already noon. Why hasn't old Jiang shown up yet? Don't tell me that after his identity was exposed, he's not living in the dorm anymore. Damn, I treated him like a brother, and he didn't even tell me he was moving out. With that, Li Tianqi pulled out his brand new 8848 titanium phone and dialed a number. Hello, Stewardly. Is there a villa community near Magic City University? If there is, keep one for me. I'm planning to move out. Click. The call ended. Li Tianqi casually tossed his phone aside and collapsed into the massage chair, looking completely deflated. Sigh. I was planning to play the pig and eat the tiger to surprise old Jiang, but who knew? Damn it. He was playing the same game too. Sigh. Truly the heavens are just. Who is the heavens ever spared? Click. Just then the sound of a door lock turning came from the entrance. Li Tianqi turned to look and saw the door slowly push open to reveal a familiar figure. Jiang Lin had just stepped into the dormitory and was completely stunned. Where the bunk beds used to be, there were now 2 Simmons mattresses. On the desk, there were 2 extra-large curved screen monitors, and 2 massage chairs beside them. The ceiling-mounted LCD TV was particularly eye-catching. And in the corner, there was a central air conditioning unit. The floor tiles had even been changed to a blue and white porcelain style. If it weren't for a familiar head popping out from the massage chair, he really would have thought had walked into the wrong dorm. Noticing the bewildered look on Jiang Lin's face, Li Tianqi smirked and teased, Yo, Master Jiang, 2 months apart feels like 3 years. Hearing this form of address, Jiang Lin's expression changed. Huh, you brat. You know who I am already. Hearing this, Li Tianqi got up, walked over to Jiang Lin, and pouted helplessly. I'm not a caveman. You made such a big splash online. It was hard not to know. By the way, what do you think of the dorm I had a designer renovate over the summer? Pretty damn cool, right? As soon as he said this, Jiang Lin's face stiffened. He reached out, and felt Li Tianqi's forehead speaking with a hint of concern. You're not secretly suffering from some incurable disease, are you? Why would you suddenly think of taking out a loan to renovate the dorm? Then with a look of shock, Jiang Lin added, don't tell me you're too lazy to buy a coffin and plan to just die here in the dorm having a grand send-off right in front of me. Hearing this, Li Tianqi's face visibly darkened. What the hell? Die in the dorm? A grand send-off? After a moment of hesitation, he let out a helpless sigh, feigning resignation. All right, since you've put it that way, then I'll come clean too. I originally planned to get along with you as a poor guy. But it turns out you were the one coming clean. Fine, I'll drop the act. I'm actually a rich second generation too. I might not be as rich as you, but my dad is the richest man in Magic City. I admit it. Jiang Lin, what? His only close friend and roommate was also playing the pig and eating the tiger. How could such an unbelievable thing happen to him? You're actually a rich second generation too. Jiang Lin exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Are you sure you're not lying to me? It's not because you've got some terminal illness and want to end it all, is it? Li Tianqi fell silent for a moment. In truth, he yearned to whip out a thick wad of cash and slap it onto the other's face to prove his worth. But this damned old Jiang was the heir to a financial empire. If he threw down a stack of bills, the other might just retaliate with a stack of checks. And then he'd be the one left with egg on his face. Resigned to this reality, he pivoted his approach, aiming to poke at an old wound of Jiang Lin's. Hey, by the way, old Jiang, you were pretty damn devoted to licking Chun Jiai's boots before. What made you suddenly have the heart to send her to prison now? Don't you miss her? Did you have a sudden change of heart? Or did someone take over your body? Hearing this, Jiang Lin's expression stiffened. He turned, plopping down onto the plush Simmons mattress, and raised his head with a look of profound significance. Actually, being her sycophant was also a way to hide my identity as a rich heir. Oh, so you're also a fan of playing the fool to catch the wise old Jiang. Li Tianqi's interest was piqued, and he pressed on eagerly. Yes, I do enjoy playing the fool. Left with no other choice, Jiang Lin admitted with a wry smile. Strictly speaking, it wasn't him who liked this act, but his predecessor. Staring at the son of Shanghai's richest man before him, Jiang Lin could only shake his head helplessly. This guy actually managed to survive on plain buns and pickles for a whole year just to maintain his cover. Truly a madman in his own right. Birds of a feather flock together, the ancients were not wrong. Unexpectedly hearing this, Li Tianqi burst into joyful laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. No wonder we get along so well, you're just as sly as I am. Don't you agree we're two peas in a pod? 2 peas in a pod. Jiang Lin scratched his head, wondering if that was the most flattering way to put it. You know, old Jiang, I had planned to keep a low profile at school for a year, and then suddenly reveal my identity at the start of the semester to give you and the whole class a huge surprise. I even dreamed about the stunned looks on your faces. But then damn it, you went and got yourself on the trending searches. And it turns out you're the young master of the Jingqing Jiang family. You have no idea how priceless my expression was when I saw that news. I thought to myself, how is it possible I'm caught up in something this insane? My roommate is the crown prince of the imperial capital, and he was acting like a lovesick fool at university. I thought I was the master of playing the fool, but I never expected you're even more ridiculously low-key than I am. Li Tianqi could talk for ages without stopping, and Jiang Lin's head was pounding. He got up to pour himself a cup of tea, taking a sip to soothe his nerves. Old Jiang, I was originally thinking that once I revealed my identity, I'd give you my down and out bro a leg up. But I never saw it coming. You were already on easy street. I was just wasting my time. Uffed. Jiang Lin nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this. You know what, I was thinking the same thing about helping you out. Who knew your sob story was just an act to pretend you're broke? Hey, it's not a sob story. I call it being low-key. Now that we have you the imperial crown prince, it's a powerful alliance. We'll be able to walk all over Shanghai. Li Tianqi's mind was already painting a rosy picture of the future, imagining the entire school bowing at their feet. Sure, but I still have something to take care of first. At that moment, Jiang Lin set down his teacup, his gaze turning profound. Seeing his friend's expression, Li Tianqi asked, puzzled, what is it? Care to share? Maybe I can lend a hand. Jiang Lin gave his good friend a serious look, then couldn't help but smile. It's nothing major. I just realized today that our school's management might have some issues. Those foreign students are getting too arrogant, and the administration is far too lenient and biased towards them. Meanwhile, on the other side of town at the Magic City University Basketball Club, the club president Zhang Qiming was leaning back with his legs crossed, nonchalantly listening to one of his underlings report. Young Master Zhang, there's this pretty cocky guy who showed up at school. Today at the main gate, I saw with my own eyes his bodyguard shoot a foreigner dead. And he even got the vice principal and a bunch of other school leaders taken away by the police for questioning. The school forum is blowing up. Should we? The underling cautiously looked up, only to find Zhang Qiming's expression was quite interesting to behold. Young Master Zhang. Killed him and did it well. Ha ha. Zhang Qiming suddenly slapped his thigh in approval, exclaiming with delight. The underling was stunned. Shouldn't you be worried about your own spotlight being stolen? You're supposed to be the #1 young master in Shanghai. But young Master Zhang, that Jiang Lin has completely stolen your thunder. Doesn't that bother you? Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiang Kaiming's face vanished, replaced by a dark scowl as he glared directly at the underling before him. What did you say? The underling gulped and whispered, your thunder is all gone. People online are saying Jiang Lin is the real #1 young master in Shanghai now. Jiang Qiming was taken aback for a second, then, as realization dawned, he kicked the underling over, cursing under his breath. Damn, no wonder you looked so familiar. So you're the mindless lackey from those novels. Do I look like I have nothing better to do? Do you think I go around picking fights with whoever acts tough? With that, he delivered a few more kicks before spitting on the ground. No wonder you're just a messenger. Humph. I bet you've just read way too many novels. I'm warning you all, if any of you get a wild hair and go looking for trouble with that guy, don't come crying to me when things go south. Now open your damn eyes wide and see what true magnanimity looks like from the #1 young master of Shanghai. With that, Jiang Qiming pulled out his phone and called his father, the city's party secretary. Hey Dad, I'm reporting something. The leadership at Magic City University might have spies traitors. Yes, I suggest a thorough investigation. It must be rigorous. You're sending an investigation team tomorrow. Great. Don't worry, Dad, your political achievements are safe with your son. No evil will escape the judgment of the law. Click. The call ended. Jiang Qiming turned, casting a contemptuous glance at the utterly bewildered underling. Do you understand what it means to have vision? Do you get what it means to unite against a common enemy? I'll forget it. Just get out of here. And don't ever tell anyone you used to be my lackey. I can't afford the embarrassment. As one of China's top universities, Magic City University naturally had no shortage of international students, black and white alike, nearly 100 in total. That very afternoon, these foreign students saw posts on the campus forum about Nick succumbing to his gunshot wounds and the vice president, along with a host of other leaders, being taken away for questioning. The incident stirred intense unease and panic among them. In no time, dozens of protest letters flooded the president's mailbox. When other students learned of this, they flocked to the forum to leave comments cheering that justice had been served. Mr. Jiang is a beast. Drive them out. Mr. Jiang, keep it up. Drive them out. Hopefully after this those people will learn to tone it down. Hard to say. Some have been on their knees for so long, servility is in their bones. Ali Tingting swear here and now, if Mr. Jiang can drive out the foreigners, I'll give myself to him. Whoa, classmate. Your ambitions are showing right in my face. That get a deal? Even if Mr. Jiang doesn't drive them out, I'd still give myself to him. I'd volunteer to be the mistress. Whoa, girl, have some restraint. I'm a guy. Why should I be reserved? If you love someone, say it loud. LOL. The next morning, as the sun rose, returning students headed off to their morning classes, while the freshmen gathered on the training field for the last military training of their lives. Over a dozen instructors stood rigidly before the freshman formation, outlining the training schedule and code of discipline. Everyone listened with rapt attention, knowing full well that obedience and strict adherence to the rules were the only way to get through this with the least suffering. Just then a group of about 100, both black and white, marched onto the field, pulling out banners and chanting protest slogans. Nick was innocent. The school must severely punish the murderer Jiang Lin. Nick was innocent. The school must punish the culprit. Punish Jiang Lin. The sudden spectacle stunned everyone present. Wait. This is China, aren't they protesting in the wrong place? Even the instructors were caught off guard, trying to calm the freshmen while hastily contacting the school administration. After all, the negative impact was too severe, especially with so many freshmen watching. If word got out, the school's reputation would be ruined. Soon university leaders arrived on the scene, and the field grew increasingly chaotic. Amidst the curious gazes of all the freshmen, a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority stepped before the protesters. Students, this is China. Please abide by the law and cease this protest. No, President Nick's death was unjust. Unless the school gives us an explanation and punishes the culprit, we will continue our protest. The leading student refused adamantly, and those behind him grew even more fervent. Punish the murderer. He must be punished. The school owes us justice. The president's face flickered with complexity. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate. It was mainly that the Mr. Jiang from yesterday was too influential. Hadn't they seen the vice president taken away for questioning? Nick's body had gone cold, yet that young master was still lying in bed, sleeping like a baby, completely unbothered. At a time like this, walking right into the line of fire would be pure idiocy. With that thought, the president let out a helpless sigh, deciding to placate the foreigners first and suppress the matter. Students, I understand your concerns. I assure you the school will investigate this thoroughly. We will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a guilty one escape. However, your current protest is causing significant negative repercussions for the university. To manage these, we'll need to divert considerable effort and manpower. If you truly want the truth to come to light quickly, I believe your best course of action is to cooperate with us, not hinder our investigation. Do you understand what I'm saying? As his words faded, the protesting students exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of sudden realization. He had a point. The president took in their reactions, a silent sneer forming in his mind. Amateurs, trying to outmaneuver me. They'll string you along with empty promises. Beep, beep. Suddenly the blare of a car horn cut through the air. Everyone turned in surprise to see a Hongqi sedan flanked by 3 Audi A6s, slowly rolling in from the school gate. The president instinctively glanced at the license plate and broke into a cold sweat. Who A55555? Isn't that a municipal party committee plate? The vehicles soon pulled up beside the field. A young man of striking demeanor stepped out first, followed by several investigators in administrative jackets clutching briefcases. MMR. Jiang. What's going on? The president stammered, swallowing nervously. Jiang Qiming glanced at the foreign students holding protest signs, then at the sycophantically smiling president before him, and immediate comprehension dawned on his face. President Liu. Nothing much really. I was just bored, you know. I heard the school leadership seems to have a thing for licking the boots of foreigners, so I took the liberty of reporting all of you to the authorities. No need to thank me. It's all for the nation and the people. Just doing my civic duty. See these folks behind me? They're the special task force dispatched by the city. Go on, say hello, and get acquainted. With that, the investigators stepped forward one by one to shake his hand, their forced, insincere smiles sending chills down President Liu's spine. Hello, President Liu. Once we're at the station, please be sure to cooperate fully with our work. That's right. Make sure you confess everything that needs confessing. Don't make things difficult for us. Looking forward to a productive collaboration. President Liu. This absurd scene left nearly all the students present utterly bewildered. What the hell? A special task force from the municipal party committee. Of course some recognized Jiang Qiming and gasped in the crowd. Holy crap. Isn't that the young master of the Jiang family, the municipal party secretary's son? He's an alumnus too. You bet. He's the undisputed top young master of Magic City. Haha, the school administration has finally kicked a steel plate. Magic City University is in for a major shakeup. Probably within a couple of days a new president will be parachuted in. The chatter from the students around him reached the president's ears, and the sweat on his forehead streamed down uncontrollably. Today he had a sinking feeling. His number was up. Mr. Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Our administration has been handling this matter with complete fairness, justice, and transparency. We haven't taken any improper steps. The president forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace, trying to explain himself to Jiang Qiming. This isn't for me to decide. If you have any grievances, you should take them up with the investigation team, old man. Jiang Qiming let out a light chuckle as the investigators behind him began to move, preparing to take the school leaders into custody. Wait! A voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. A voice rang out, and the investigators halted their movements. Jiang Qiming turned around in confusion and saw 2 figures approaching slowly from a short distance away. Amidst the crowd of new students enjoying the spectacle, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes lit up simultaneously. Jiang Lin, young Master Jiang. Haha, the playground is quite lively today. Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi walked side by side to the front of the crowd, their gazes sweeping across the surroundings before finally resting on the principal's tightly cuffed hands. Oh, the vice principal was taken in yesterday, and now the principal can't wait to follow suit today. Upon hearing this, the principal's face flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Young Master Jiang, did you come here this early in the morning? Just to mock me? Young Master Jiang. Hearing this address, the surrounding students erupted in a buzz of excitement. Holy crap! It's the legendary young Master Jiang himself. This is getting interesting. Badass. Get your phones ready. A historic moment is unfolding. Absolutely insane. I never thought I'd witness 2 big shots appear at the same time during military training. I can't wait to see young Master Jiang whip out his truth. The principal is in grave danger. If you ask these new students what left the deepest impression on their first day at Magic City University, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Lin, the great young Master Jiang. Some of them might not even have memorized their roommates' names yet. But if anyone mentioned the name Jiang Lin, they would blurt out without hesitation, awesome. He was the ruthless one who on the very first day of school stepped on the school leaders and used truth to carry off Nick. Who doesn't know that? Who hasn't heard of it? Young Master Jiang. Jiang Qiming narrowed his eyes, intrigued, and began to size up the legendary eldest young master of the Jiang family before him. Sensing the gaze, Jiang Lin ignored the principal and instead focused his attention on the impeccably dressed, distinguished-looking young man in front of him. Student Jiang, a pleasure. I'm Jiang Qiming, a local from Magic City. Jiang Qiming, realizing it was rude to stare, extended his hand in greeting. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Since the other party showed no malice, Jiang Lin was naturally willing to make his acquaintance. Student Jiang, hello. Jiang Lin from the imperial capital. After speaking, he didn't forget to introduce his close friend beside him. This is Li Tianqi, my brother. As his words fell, Jiang Qiming looked at Li Tianqi with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. This student Li looks somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi smiled and replied, Young Master Jiang is indeed forgetful. We have crossed paths a few times. Hearing this, Jiang Qiming suddenly had a realization. I remember now. You are the youngest young master of the Li family, the richest man's son. Yes, that's me. Li Tianqi said with a smile. The principal beside them, overhearing the conversation, widened his eyes in shock, as big as eggs. The youngest young master of the richest man's family. See, damn, what a coincidence today. He ran into all of them. At that moment, a convoy of luxury cars slowly drove in from the school gate. Leading the way was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The principal instinctively looked over. Huh, license plate Hua 88888. Isn't that the license plate of the richest man's family? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the luxury convoy slowly came to a stop beside the red flag convoy. A group of men in suits stepped out of the cars one after another. Among them a man with slicked-back hair whose appearance bore a 7 or 8 out of 10 resemblance to Li Tianqi was particularly eye-catching. Because he was the richest man in Magic City, Li Jiangping. Seeing the arrival, another burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd of new students. Whoa, even the richest man in Magic City is here. Look at that aura. He's not here for a friendly visit. Didn't you hear? The handsome guy next to young Master Jiang is the son of the richest man. Holy crap. I recognize that guy, so I should address him as young Master Li, right? 666, 3 young masters gathered in one place. Are they planning to turn Magic City University upside down? Let's watch the show. Maybe the principal will be replaced by tomorrow. Yeah, let's watch the show. Maybe the principal will be shot tomorrow. Awesome. Dad. Li Tianqi saw his father and went up to greet him. Li Jiangping nodded at his son, then walked over to the principal with a grim expression and raised his hand for a resounding slap. Smack! The crisp, clear sound echoed across the center of the playground, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, their minds going blank, unable to process it. Was the richest man Li always this hot-tempered? Slapping him without a word? President Li. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Despite receiving the slap, the principal showed no resentment, and instead put on a fawning smile. Explain my ass. Enraged by this, Li Jiangping delivered 2 more slaps. Smack! Smack! This time the principal was truly stunned, slapped senseless. Mainly because this man was a major financial backer. And he couldn't afford to offend him. If he angered him, the man might even spend money to have someone take him out. I donate money every year so you can cultivate talents for our country, not for you to feed to the dogs, you idiot. Li Jiangping cursed while continuously slapping the principal. In no time the principal's face was swollen into a pig's head. I'm wrong, President Li. I truly know I'm wrong. Stop hitting, stop hitting. Feeling a dull pain in his own palm, and finding it a bit too much, Li Jiangping let out a cold snort, and finally stopped. Otherwise, given his usual temperament, if he hadn't beaten the man into a cerebral hemorrhage today, he'd consider the principal's blood vessels remarkably sturdy. Dad, are your hands okay? Need some medicine or something? At this moment, Li Tianqi walked over with a concerned look and asked. It's nothing. Li Jiangping shook his head, then reached out and viciously poked the principal's forehead, threatening him. You ungrateful bastard. Once you're inside sewing saws, I'll hire those prisoners every day to give you and Lu Jun a beating. You'd better sleep with your ass clenched tight at night. Otherwise. Haha. Hearing these words, the principal felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively clenched his buttocks even tighter. Uncle Li, long time no see. Seeing that the richest man had finally calmed down a bit, Jiang Qiming stepped forward to greet him. Li Jiangping turned around at the sound, and seeing that it was the son of the party secretary, smiled and nodded. So it's young Master Jiang. I didn't expect you to be classmates with my son. Dad, this is Jiang Lin, my sworn brother. Li Tianqi, afraid his father might neglect his brother, quickly introduced him. Hello, Uncle Li. Jiang Lin smiled slightly and took the initiative to greet him. Li Jiangping turned his head, and seeing this familiar face looked momentarily stunned. After confirming the person's identity, he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Huh, damn you are. Young Master Jiang. Uncle Li is being too formal. Tianqi is my brother. This young Master Jiang title is nothing but an empty name. Jiang Lin's demeanor was composed and at ease, calm and gentle like a warm spring breeze, making one feel no sense of distance at all. Li Jiangping nodded, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes as he looked at Jiang Lin. Truly worthy of being the heir, raised by a top-tier aristocratic family, who every gesture exudes an air of effortless grace. Compared to his own son, who spends all day playing the fool, he is undeniably superior by countless degrees. However, the fact that his son could befriend such a person and even call him brother was a skill in itself. With this thought, Li Jiangping's gaze towards Li Tianqi became considerably more satisfied. His son had truly made something of himself. Ahem, well. Uncle Li, student Jiang, student Li. If there's nothing else, shall I have the investigation team take these people away? Jiang Qiming asked. All right. Li Jiangping nodded. He had come this time because he was still furious and wanted to vent his anger on the principal. Now that the slaps had been delivered and his anger assuaged, it was time to cooperate with the authorities in carrying out their duties. The protesting students nearby, seeing the principal about to be taken away, immediately became restless. Wait, you can't take the principal. If you take him away, who will seek justice for us? Nick is innocent. We demand the authorities conduct a strict investigation into the murderer. A crowd of nearly 100 protesters shouting loudly surged forward to surround them, shoving and throwing underhanded strikes at the law enforcement officers to vent their dissatisfaction. Jiang Lin and the others were tightly encircled by the bodyguards Li Zhanpeng had brought. Jiang Qiming looked at the menacing protesters before him, his scalp tingling with anxiety. Because these foreign students, he had no authority to deal with them. Unless he received approval from the cabinet, acting would be overstepping his jurisdiction. The situation fell into a deadlock. In the nearby military training formation, a few hot-blooded young men couldn't stand to watch any longer and rose to their feet shouting, "Damn it, they're stepping all over us. Let's get them, right? We can't let Brother Jiang get hurt. Otherwise, who would dare to come and clean up Magic City University? That's right, protect Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, we're here to help you." Seeing the surging crowd and more students rising to fight, the drill instructors panicked and shouted at the crowd, "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to rebel? Sit down, all of you. If you go up there now, it's a public brawl. Not only will you not help, but you'll also make things worse. And if you end up in jail, are you waiting for your parents to come bail you out? Don't act on impulse. Well, go break it up, you all sit down." The instructor's authority prevailed, and the voices of the few leaders were quickly suppressed. Led by the head instructor, several instructors rushed over to intervene and break up the fight. At that moment, a black man recognized Jiang Lin's identity and quickly shouted to incite those around him, "This man is Jiang Lin. He's the murderer. Everyone attack. Don't let the killer escape." Instantly, everyone's attention focused on Jiang Lin. Seeing the situation turning dire, Li Tianxi quickly urged him, "Old Jiang, you run first. We'll hold them off. You can't get caught. You three get out of here quickly. They'll cover your retreat. If anything happens to you, the sky would truly fall." Li Zhanpeng's heart was pounding with panic, but he swiftly organized his bodyguards to protect Jiang Lin and the others with their lives. In the crowd, Jiang Qiming punched a pale-skinned foreigner square in the face and spat on him. "Fuck running. Let's do this." However, Jiang Lin, the center of attention, merely glanced at the time on his phone, then looked up and smiled at the crowd. "Run? Why would we run?" He gestured with his finger towards the protesting students. "If anyone should run, it's them." As his words fell, the roaring sound of helicopter rotors filled the sky from the horizon. Everyone looked up to see 3 armed helicopters bearing down menacingly from the distance. "Holy shit!" Li Tianxi cursed instinctively at the sight, then turned his head to stare at Jiang Lin in utter disbelief. "Old Jiang, you even brought armed helicopters." This exclamation drew everyone's attention, even halting the actions of the protesters. Hell, if he really had summoned military helicopters, what was the point of fighting or protesting? Their only option was to run. Jiang Lin just smiled at this, his gaze casually flicking towards the school gate, as he calmly uttered 2 words, "Not just that." Soon, under the shocked and bewildered gaze of everyone present, an extended Hongqi official car and a military truck loaded with armed soldiers slowly drove into the school. The armed helicopters hovered in midair, emitting a deafening roar. "Oh no, run." The foreign students' hearts skipped a beat, and they scrambled to scatter. "Run? Do you think you can escape?" Shh. Jiang Lin smiled mockingly, a glint of coldness flashing in his clear eyes. The military truck screeched to a halt. Waves of armed soldiers disembarked, raising their weapons. "Everyone freeze. Hands on your heads." A lieutenant colonel opened the passenger door, grabbing a megaphone to issue the warning. Ropes were dropped from the armed helicopters, and Special Forces soldiers rappelled down swiftly, taking control of the entire area. Bang! A single gunshot rang out, and all the protesting students froze in place. They knew it was a warning. If they ran again, the next shot might be aimed at them. "I am not moving. I surrender. Don't shoot." One international student pleaded as he turned around, obediently crouching down with his hands on his head. With someone taking the lead, the other students followed suit, silently crouching down with their hands on their heads. The sight stunned everyone present, especially the freshmen undergoing military training, who were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. "I just came from military training. How on earth did I get to witness such a spectacular scene?" As the protesters were escorted away, the doors of the extended Hongqi official vehicle slowly opened, and a well-dressed delegation of leaders stepped out. "Cousin, long time no see." Jiang Hao, brimming with confidence, led the group over to Jiang Lin and greeted him proactively. Cousin, have you been promoted?" Seeing the look on his face, Jiang Lin already had a vague inkling. "Haha, thanks to you. I did well on the last assignment and was transferred to the secretariat by the cabinet." As he said this, a smirk tugged at his lips as he leaned in closer. "Right now, I'm the deputy director of the cabinet secretariat, you know. Not bad, congratulations." Jiang Lin nodded with a smile, genuinely happy for him. Although the cabinet secretariat was only a division-level unit, it held significant real power. After all, they were directly under the cabinet, representing its will. If a major incident occurred anywhere, the dispatch supervision team would certainly be led by the secretariat. To use an analogy, they were like the cabinet's eyes and hands, the imperial envoys of ancient times responsible for overseeing the entire nation. Although those around hadn't heard Jiang Hao's whispered words, they had heard the previous sentence. The secretariat. The cabinet secretariat. This was a close aide to the cabinet. A true holder of real power in the capital. Instantly, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Lin changed. This young master had not only brought in armed helicopters and the military, but had even alerted the cabinet far away in the capital. Damn, that was just too terrifying. Old Jiang, you're incredible. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Li Tianqi patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder, speaking sincerely. Jiang Lin replied, all right, but let's finish the official business first. Shortly after, Jiang Hao took out a stack of documents and handed them to the members of the Municipal Committee's special case team. Hello, comrades. You must be local law enforcement, right? This is an order from the cabinet requiring the Shanghai Municipal Committee and government departments to fully assist the Cabinet Intelligence Bureau in a comprehensive investigation into the senior leadership of Shanghai University on suspicion of espionage. From today, all university leaders are suspended from their posts pending investigation. Additionally, the new leadership team is expected to arrive this afternoon, so the university should prepare for the handover procedures. After speaking, Jiang Hao silently stepped aside. The square-faced man beside him stepped forward and produced his credentials. Cabinet Intelligence Bureau Zhou Ming, please come with us. Seeing the bright red official seal of the cabinet on the ID, the principal seemed to have all strength drained from him, collapsing to the ground. The Intelligence Bureau. The cabinet had actually deployed the Intelligence Bureau. He was just a mere university principal. Was this really necessary? All right, take him away. We can talk about everything back at the office. Jiang Hao looked at the principal's utterly hopeless expression and said with a cold sneer, by the way, what about those international students? How do you plan to handle them, cousin? As the group prepared to leave, Jiang Lin voiced the question on his mind. Jiang Hao scratched his head, looking confused. What international students? Aren't they spies? They started a riot and were caught red-handed, just awaiting their trial. Right? Spies. Jiang Lin silently gave him a thumbs up. After finishing these matters, Jiang Hao left, first citing his busy schedule. Seeing the leaders from the capital depart, the municipal committee's special case team dared not linger, and after a quick greeting with Jiang Qiming, hurriedly got into their cars to follow. The cabinet had ordered them to provide full assistance if they failed to entertain the leaders properly, and if a complaint was filed, they might be accused of dereliction of duty. This was no joke. They came and left in a hurry. The armed helicopters circled overhead for a while before flying off into the distance. Young Master Jiang, your third uncle, was my teacher. If you ever need anything in Shanghai, feel free to contact me. He specifically asked me to tell you this. The lieutenant colonel, seeing that most people had left, approached and handed Jiang Lin a piece of paper. Jiang Lin took it and saw a phone number written on it, presumably his. All right, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Huh. You're too kind, young Master Jiang. Seeing Jiang Lin accept the note, the Lieutenant Colonel's face finally broke into a delighted smile. Finally, he had completed the task his teacher had given him. The next time he saw his teacher, he wouldn't get beaten up. Well then, young Master Jiang, we'll be on our way. All right. After a brief farewell, the military trucks slowly started to move and soon drove out of the school. The scene was soon left with a bunch of bewildered military training freshmen and Li Zanping's group. And everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Lin. It was too surreal. Simply too surreal. Li Zanping took a deep breath, deciding not to linger. Young Master Jiang, have Tianqi bring you over for a visit sometime. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be going now. As he spoke, he didn't forget to cast an approving look at his son Li Tianqi. You're a truly impressive boy, even more so than your old man. You managed to latch onto young Master Jiang's coattails without anyone noticing. Ahem. Feeling his father's gaze, Li Tianqi gave an awkward smile, patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder and teased, old Jiang, you're not a real brother. I was planning to show off, but you went and brought in armed helicopters. Jiang Lin helplessly spread his hands. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, the situation had been too urgent. Who knew those protesters would dare to resort to violence directly? Without resorting to force, it wouldn't have worked. Besides, armed helicopters were faster. All right, next time you get to take the lead when we show off. Jiang Lin shrugged nonchalantly. That's more like it. Old Jiang, you're a true brother. Li Tianqi was as temperamental as a child, still fixated on the idea of playing the fool to catch the wise. Just then Jiang Qiming spoke up. Since everything is settled, Jiang Li, you'll take my leave now. If you ever have the chance, you're both welcome to visit the basketball club. And the current president. Sure, we'll be there. Jiang Lin didn't decline the invitation. Instead, he showed great interest. He had heard of Jiang Qiming long ago, the top young master of the magic capital, a prominent figure on campus, and arguably the leader of the city's elite young circle. Much like his own status in the imperial capital. After all, Jiang was the son of the city's top official, which even made Li Tianqi, the son of the wealthiest man, seem lesser. It wouldn't hurt to make his acquaintance. For power always outweighs wealth, and only force can transcend power. And it must be absolute force. Moreover, Jiang's decisive action to deal with the school leaders today had raised his stock in Jiang Lin's eyes. At the very least, the man had a clear sense of right and wrong. Even if Jiang had done nothing, Jiang Lin wouldn't have minded. He would have handled it himself. But if the other had chosen to fawn over foreigners, or sided with them against him, then Jiang Lin, this mighty dragon, would have definitely crushed this local snake. Fortunately, the man hadn't disgraced his title as the top young master of the magic capital. Instead of standing by, he had proactively lent a hand, helping Jiang Lin with a small favor. Well, a small one. With that thought, Jiang Lin glanced at Zhang Kaiming's receding figure and chuckled. Our school truly is full of talents. Li Tianqi grinned wryly and said, you said it. One school not only has the sons of the city's top official and richest man, but even you, the crown prince of the imperial capital, showed up. Why the hell did you come to the magic capital to join the fun? Wasn't Tsinghua or Peking University good enough? You could have been the big shot there and left Magic Capital University for me and Zhang Qiming to have our ultimate showdown. Wouldn't that have been better? I originally thought I'd be the second best once my identity was revealed. But it turns out I'm third. So should I be happy or sad? There are so many girls waiting for me. Ignoring his friend's complaints, Jiang Lin set his gaze on the military training formation. Wanna go? Relive the joys of training. Damn, I don't want those memories. Unless we're talking about checking out the freshman girls. Li Tianqi protested with words, but his feet instinctively followed Jiang Lin. Because, if not now, when would be the perfect time to show off? The training instructor, seeing the commotion had settled, prepared to organize the drill. Even though all the school leaders had been taken away, training still had to go on right. Unless there was a storm. However, the freshmen's minds weren't on the training. They all craned their necks watching Jiang Lin's every move, afraid to miss a single detail. This was a true top-tier young master. Even picking up a bit of his demeanor could be a great story to brag about later. That's how young Master Jiang does it. Any objections? Sure enough, upon seeing Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi slowly approaching the formation, the freshmen could no longer contain their excitement and began to shout. Whoa, Brother Jiang. Young Master Jiang. He's coming. Young Master Jiang is walking over. Girls. Look. Wow. He finally noticed me. Sniff sniff. Excuse me everyone, my husband is here to take me home. Please make way. Sigh. Since I can't compete with you all, I'll just have to settle for the guy next to young Master Jiang. What a... That's young Master Li, the son of the magic capital's richest man. Why do you sound so put out? But compared to young Master Jiang, it is a bit of a letdown. Everyone move aside. My boyfriend and husband are here. The instructors? Young Master Jiang. Young Master Li. You too. The chief instructor approached them with a fawning smile, his tone laced with a hint of caution. The arrival of the two young masters filled him with genuine trepidation. After all, these two had just sent the entire school leadership packing right in front of everyone. Even the foreign students who usually carried themselves with an air of superiority hadn't been spared. These were not people a mere drill instructor like him could afford to cross. Jiang Lin noticed the deep-seated fear in the chief instructor's eyes and gave a helpless smile, taking the initiative to explain. Instructor, please don't be nervous. I'm just here to see a friend, nothing more. With that, Jiang Lin winked at a girl in the front row of the formation, one with twin ponytails, a sweet and adorable face, her eyes hidden beneath a thick cap brim. Qi Mingyao felt his gaze and instinctively pulled her cap brim even lower. Against the backdrop of her camouflage uniform, a blush gradually crept up her cheeks, radiating through her fair skin, making it look exceptionally delicate and pink, like a juicy crystal-clear peach, tempting one to take a gentle bite. The chief instructor took the hint. All right. Very well, young Master Jiang, please go right ahead. Students standing nearby overheard their conversation and quickly followed Jiang Lin's gaze, the flames of gossip burning fiercely in their hearts. Young Master Jiang's friend. Where? Why, I wonder if it's a guy or a girl. If it's a guy, that's best. If it's a girl, I guess I could accept that too. Young Master Jiang seems to be looking at me. Does he like me? If he confesses, should I say yes or not? If I say yes right away, will it make me look too easy? Ugh. So conflicted. What should I name our future child? How about Jiang Debao? Are you serious with that overactive imagination of yours? Young Master Jiang probably never imagined he'd suddenly gain a son just from casually scanning the crowd. But young Master Jiang really is so handsome. The freshman's chatter wasn't particularly loud, but it was just enough to reach the ears of Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi. Li Tianqi had to admit he was a bit jealous. He was the son of the richest man in the magic capital, a top-tier rich second generation, for crying out loud. Why couldn't everyone focus their attention on him? He was way easier to get than old Jiang. The junior girls could try him out if they didn't believe it. With that thought, Li Tianqi spoke sourly. Old Jiang, you used to say I was your only brother. Now you've gone and added a new friend from the freshmen. Spill it, is it a guy or a girl? Jiang Lin looked at him with a hint of surprise, his expression somewhat unreadable. Is there something wrong with you or with me? Do you think I'd be so bored as to come all the way here to see some guy? Hearing this, Li Tianqi's expression froze, and he immediately jumped up. Damn, you're not being a loyal friend. No wonder you stopped chasing Qinjiai. Turns out, you've got yourself a new junior to chase. So, what does your little junior look like? Point her out to your bro, let me give her the once-over for you. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes, ignored him, and walked over to the main platform, finding a seat. From up here, he had a high vantage point, a perfect view of the entire training ground. It was an excellent spot for sightseeing. Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. Just point her out so I know her face. So I don't end up fighting over the same girl as you later and making a total fool of myself. Li Tianqi quickly caught up, sat down next to Jiang Lin, and put on a pleading expression. He was being serious. He genuinely wanted to have a sweet romance. As for who? Well, he hadn't found the right one yet. His requirements were simple. As long as the girl had a good personality, was kind, and not overly vain, that was enough. As for looks, as long as she was pleasing to the eye. As a super-rich second gen with a terminal case of Chinibu, his views on love were just that pure. Even though he was already so well off, Li Tianqi still had one concern. He was afraid of clashing with Jiang Lin. What if the girl he was chasing was also being chased by Jiang Lin? Or if Jiang Lin was chasing her? Wouldn't he instantly become the clown, the laughingstock of all the students at Magic Capital University? He was impressive, sure, but definitely not as impressive as Jiang Lin. Had even dared to snatch a girl that Jiang Qiming liked, but Jiang Lin was different. Forget about status and position, just based on their friendship, it wasn't worth it. As the saying goes, friends' wives are not to be trifled with. Perhaps thinking the other had a point, Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. The girl and I are just ordinary friends for now, but I can let you get a look at her later. Who knows, maybe you'll feel like falling in love again someday. That's great, that's great. You're always so reasonable, old Jiang. So considerate. So charming. So elegant. Li Tianqi happily slung his arm around Jiang Lin's shoulder, a torrent of praise flowing from his mouth, making Jiang Lin feel quite embarrassed. This was way too exaggerated. Seeing Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi sitting on the main platform chatting and laughing, it really did seem like they were just there to take a look. The instructors were finally able to organize the military training with peace of mind. Before long, the massive group of freshmen was divided into over a dozen platoons, each led by their respective instructors, to designated areas for training. The main activity on the first day of military training was standing at attention. Magic Capital University was no exception. The morning sun rose, casting golden rays upon the youthful faces of the freshmen. Straight-backed figures stood tall on the rubber track and the grassy field. Instructors with hands behind their backs paced between the ranks, occasionally barking, "Still moving. Still moving. I'm talking to you." The morning breeze swept by, lifting the strands of hair from the female students' temples and rustling the loose hems of the male students' shirts. At this moment, the back of the head of the student in front became the gateway for most students to explore their own private fantasy worlds. 2.5 hours later, the sun climbed over the clouds, and the temperature on the training ground rose noticeably. The students undergoing military training were parched and drenched in sweat. Then the head instructor's voice rang out, "Take a 25-minute break." The crowd scattered like wild horses released from their reins. Some rushed for water, others for the restrooms. Qin Mingyao wiped the glistening beads of sweat from her adorable face and glanced toward the direction of the reviewing stand. Were Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi over there eating watermelon? What? When did they even buy a watermelon? Qin Mingyao rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. Just then a tall male student in camouflage uniform walked straight toward her. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he cut to the chase. "Hey there, could I get your contact info?" His words immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students. College romance, especially love at first sight during military training, was perfectly normal. Just unbridled hormones, everyone understood that. But witnessing it firsthand was far more entertaining than hearing about it secondhand. Whoa, that dude's got good taste. He zeroed in on the prettiest girl here. Man, I was literally just debating whether to go ask for her number during drills, and this guy beat me to it. You guys are way too slow. Some genius already posted the freshman campus beauty rankings on the forum last night. She's the new sweetheart, Qin Mingyao. Wait, what? We literally just got here yesterday. How are rankings already out? Haha. Twin tails. Lowly. Haha. Grossman, wipe that drool off your chin. Don't say yes. I just got here. I can't have my dreams shattered already. Wah. Hearing the chatter around her, Qin Mingyao pointed at herself in surprise. You want my contact info? The boy nodded firmly, his eyes earnest, his face brimming with admiration. Had actually noticed her the moment he stepped onto the training ground. Truth be told, a girl this adorably sweet-looking. Had never seen one before. Even in a camouflage uniform, she made his heart skip a beat. Add to that her petite frame, barely over 5 feet, and she was practically a magnet for protective instincts. Every guy felt an overwhelming urge to shield her from any harm. So he decided, he'd make his move, strike first, strike fast. Win or lose, he'd at least leave a lasting impression. That way, compared to the other guys, he'd already be ahead of the game, and his chances of winning her over later would skyrocket. Just as he was fantasizing about strolling hand-in-hand with her across campus, Qin Mingyao finally spoke. Well, I'm a lesbian. Does that bother you? The moment the words left her lips, the entire field fell into dead silence. The boy's jaw nearly hit the ground. What are the odds? This sweet, adorable girl was into girls? Then the onlookers started egging him on. They were about to witness the birth of a legend. Though it still needed a little more fuel. Don't back down, bro. Win her over with love? Who knows, maybe you'll get a tougher-own deal. Take the gamble. A bike can turn into a motorcycle. Yeah, if you love her, go for it. We're rooting for you. Go, charge. If you can't handle a little challenge like this, how are you gonna handle true love? Bro, if you're not gonna go, I will. Sure enough, fueled by the crowd's encouragement, the boy lunged forward like he'd taken a shot of adrenaline, eyes blazing, and shouted, I don't mind. I'll use true love. I'll turn you straight with my actions. Trust me. But I might. Qin Mingyao blinked her lovely apricot eyes, speaking with utmost sincerity. The boy's words caught in his throat like a wad of phlegm, leaving him sputtering incoherently. All his grand ambitions shattered in that instant, and the sweet love head imagined dissolved into broken bubbles. He stiffly stepped back, a look of embarrassment plastered on his face, and forced out 2 words, Al. All right. He was utterly heartbroken. It had taken him so long to finally feel that spark. Why did he have to lose so completely? It wasn't fair. Meanwhile, over at the reviewing stand, Jiang Lin polished off a slice of watermelon and pointed toward Qin Mingyao. See that girl getting asked for her number? She's my friend Qin Mingyao. Li Tianqi nodded blankly, then looked over with a puzzled expression, speaking in a thoroughly confused tone. I get what you're saying. But she's literally getting hit on right now. How can you just sit there like it's nothing? And you're calmly introducing her to me? Jiang Lin shook his head, picked up another slice of watermelon, took a bite, then held the rind out toward him with a thoughtful air. You don't get it. Look at this melon. Why is it so sweet? Because it's ripe. It was picked only after it fully matured on the vine. Li Tianqi scratched his head. So let me ask you. If it had been picked while it was still green and unripe, do you think it tastes sweet? Of course not. A green melon wouldn't be sweet at all. Li Tianqi answered honestly. Hearing this, Jiang Lin nodded with satisfaction and adopted a lecturing tone. You're catching on. Love is all about letting things take their natural course. Like this melon. Once it's ripe, the sweetness comes on its own. Also, I learned something from Chun Jiai wearing a wedding dress to that concert. What's that? Li Tianqi instinctively pressed. Jiang Lin didn't answer right away. Instead, he pointed at Qin Mingyao, who was now hurrying toward them, and remarked with feeling, if a girl truly loves you, she'll come to you, wearing a wedding dress on her own accord. His words landed, and Li Tianqi's expression shifted through a series of emotions before finally settling into one of sudden enlightenment. Master Jiang, I've seen the light. Good. Now that you've seen the light, go buy some more watermelon. We've got a guest to entertain. Jiang Lin stood up, tossed his rind into a trash bag, and shoved the bag into Li Tianqi's hands. Li Tianqi. Oh, isn't this Master Jiang? What are you doing sitting here, munching on watermelon? Checking out the freshman girls, are we? Qin Mingyao rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, tender arms, and walked up to Jiang Lin with a sly grin, teasing him. At that sight, the sound of countless hearts shattering echoed across the field. Especially for the boy who had been rejected moments earlier. He now felt like Gotham City was calling his name. As expected, pretty girls belong to the rich and handsome. Does that mean we young Feiyang types have no chance at all? Bro, watch your wording. It's you, not we. Got it. Mystery solved. The clown has shown up at Moda University. See, as long as you have money, looks, and power, even a lesbian can't help but want to get close to you. Master Jiang, leave some scraps for the rest of us. The wails on the training field never ceased, but they couldn't affect Jiang Lin chatting and laughing with the beauty on the podium. Junior Qin, your charm remains undiminished. I can't believe you've already captivated countless male classmates on the very first day of military training. Qin Mingyio's face flushed slightly, and she retorted stubbornly. Hey, I'm a lesbian, okay? Please describe it as captivating countless female classmates instead. Jiang Lin was momentarily stunned. When did this girl become a lesbian? Wasn't she talking about keeping me just a while ago? A woman's change of heart truly rivals flipping through a book. Noticing the confusion on Jiang Lin's face, Qin Mingyao raised her head, revealing her fair and tempting neck, though she herself was unaware of the detail. This rich lady has recently fallen for a sweet-voiced, fragrant, and beautiful young lady, so that's why I became a lesbian. After speaking, Qin Mingyao instinctively glanced toward a certain corner of the training field. And in that corner, a pair of clear, autumn water-like eyes was quietly watching the podium. Or rather, to be precise, watching Jiang Lin. Congratulations, congratulations. Jiang Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and offered his blessings. Wow, this girl really does whatever she wants, without caring about others' opinions. 2 words, carefree. Watermelon's here. At that moment, Li Tianqi approached, carrying a whole-cut watermelon and shouting as he walked. Jiang Lin turned to look at his best friend and introduced him to Qin Mingyao. This is my adopted son, Li Tianqi. See how thoughtful he is. He even brought us watermelon. Li Tianqi, of course we can't eat this watermelon for free. If you ever come across a good girl, remember to help set him up. My adopted son here wants to fall in love. His strengths are, well, he's not ugly and he has a bit of money. That's about it. Hearing the latter part, Li Tianqi silently lowered the watermelon he had been holding high above Jiang Lin's head. This brother can still be kept for now. Seeing the 2 of them acting like a pair of clowns, Qin Mingyao couldn't help but burst out laughing, then readily agreed. All right. Once I've picked out my girlfriend, he'll introduce a match to this young Master Li. Girlfriend? This statement truly left Li Tianqi stunned. Such an explosive remark coming from the mouth of a delicate little lowly. Seeing the confusion in his friend's eyes, Jiang Lin explained, this classmate Qin Mingyao is a lesbian, you know. It means Lily. Only then did Li Tianqi suddenly understand. So that's it. But such a beautiful girl turning out to be a lesbian. What a pity. After silently mourning for Jiang Lin for a second, Li Tianqi reached out and patted his shoulder saying, "Bro, if you're looking for a partner, let Qin here find one for you first. I'm in no rush." "Huh, Jiang Lin, are you looking for a girlfriend?" Qin Mingyao took a bite of her watermelon, tilted her head, and asked. Jiang Lin spread his hands and countered, "If I wanted to find one, I'd probably be watching a movie with a girl right now. Why would I be here eating watermelon with you two?" "Oh, true." Qin Mingyao nodded thoughtfully. Beep, beep. Suddenly the head instructor blew his whistle. Fallen. Hearing the whistle, Qin Mingyao's face turned pale. She quickly took a few bites of her watermelon and tossed the rind into the trash bag. "I'm heading off now. Bye, Mum." After Qin Mingyao left, Li Tianqi smacked his lips, then patted Jiang Lin's shoulder with some sympathy. "Bro, you've got good taste, but your luck is a bit lacking. Look, isn't the girl at the head of that corner squad pretty? Damn, that profile view is stunning. Look, quick look. Is she staring at me?" Jiang Lin smacked him on the head and said in exasperation, "Do you know what the 3 biggest illusions in life are?" "What 3? Li Tianqi snapped back to reality and asked blankly. "She likes me, my phone is vibrating, and I can turn this around." Li Tianqi, "Alright, let's go. The sun will be scorching at noon. We'll come back in the evening." After saying this, Jiang Lin picked up the watermelon, walked onto the field, and shouted to the crowd of new students, "In this scorching summer heat, this young master, Li, is treating everyone to watermelon. Well, there's not much, so please be considerate and share." Li Tianqi, walking beside him, heard this, and his eyes lit up. He quickly turned around, flashed a sunny smile, and added, "What are you talking about? They'll have a truckload of iced watermelon sent over shortly. Eat all you want." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire training field erupted. "Wow. Thank you, Master Jiang. Thank you, Master Li. So touching, China. This is too blissful. Is this the care from our seniors? No way, even if my phone gets confiscated today, I'm risking it to take a photo for my moments." First, the 3 masters joined forces to clean up the school. Now they treat us to watermelon during military training. Modi University. I made the right choice. Wow, so handsome. Amidst the cheers, Li Tianqi felt a bit lightheaded. This was exactly the feeling of playing the fool to hide his strength he had been craving. Finally, he got to experience it. "Alright, young Master Li, stop daydreaming. If you keep standing there, I'm leaving." Jiang Lin curled his lips and teased, "Isn't this just showing off? Consider it done." Hearing this, Li Tianqi snapped back to reality and happily shouted, "Got it, brother Jiang."